Hey guys. This is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Harry Potter forged a dark alliance with Bellatrix Lestrange. Here is short summary. After the battle at the Department of Mysteries, Harry wakes to find Bellatrix Lestrange offering him an unexpected pact. Bound by survival and a shared desire for power, Harry is forced into a dangerous alliance that could either destroy him, or make him stronger than anyone imagined. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry looked at the paperwork Narcissa had written out for him. He would claim houses Parkinson and Bones as vassal houses. It would give them protection by allying them with House Potter Black, and it would give him their voice in the Wizengamot. He placed his name at the bottom and then rolled it up. Good. Now we'll send this to the ministry and then they should be prepared before we leave for the Via d'Honneur. Narcissa said, having looked over her husband's shoulder to ensure that he had paid attention to the document. I've never been to France before. I've never left England before for that matter. Harry said, have you been to the Via d'Honneur? A few times. Lucius mostly kept it for looks. It's free of dark artifacts, thankfully. It will have enough room for everyone to be a bit more comfortable than Grimmauld Place. Narcissa said, looking at the flow. Will you come with me to the ministry to have this paperwork submitted? She asked him. Sure. You and I haven't had much time together since our interview with Rita. It'll be nice to be out just the two of us. Harry said, taking her hand and squeezing it gently. Indeed it will. During our time at the villa I believe we will work on teaching you apparition. I enjoy holding your hand when we travel, but I think it's time you learn how to do it on your own. Narcissa said before transporting the pair to the ministry's public apparition point. Filing the paperwork was surprisingly easy. Handing the clerk the papers and then adding a drop of blood onto them, Harry had made the request to become titular Lord of Houses Bones and Parkinson. The next part of the task was going into Gringotts and doing the same with Amelia Bones and Melinda Parkinson. Both women were scheduled to meet with them at the bank in an hour. It's too bad that due to the Grangers being muggles we can't make their family vassals. Harry said as he walked with Narcissa back to the public apparition point so they could go into Diagon Alley proper. Unless we find that they are descended from a line that squibbed out, the only course is make the family wards of House Potter Black. Narcissa explained again, it would not affect their names in the Muggle world, though I wonder if your friends would find it amusing if they met Hermione Potter Black. Her lip quirked in a small smile. Hermione Potter Black? That would be weird for everyone involved. Harry said, but the more he thought about it the better an idea it sounded. I'll ask them about it before we leave. Very well, my husband. Now, we have an hour before our meeting, come along. You are taking me to get something to eat. Rhiannon and Tonks walked out of Madame Malkin's with a small collection of bags. Tonks, we didn't need this many robes. Rhiannon said, I've survived this long with one set of clothes. Those robes are getting burned. Harry is rich, like crazy rich, so he won't miss it when I take my best friend to get some decent clothes and a proper meal and a drink or two. Tonks replied, watching Rhiannon look down for a moment, the ghost of a smile on her lips. Thanks, Tonks. I mean it. Do you remember all the times we listened to your mother tell us about being an Auror? Tonks asked before continuing, it's what made us want to do it ourselves. You were the first person to see me and not ask me to change my hair or my eyes or anything else. You got dealt a terrible hand in life and now, I'm going to do my part to make it better. Alright, Tonks, you talked me into it. Take me to a pub and get me some shepherd's pie. Bellatrix was in the ritual chamber in the basement of Grimmauld Place. It was quiet here and she enjoyed listening to her albums while working on her dueling footwork. Today she had decided to play another of her Muggle rock albums. The music of Jethro Tull played softly as she moved across the floor. Happy and I'm smiling. Walk a mile to drink your water. You know I'd love to love you. And above you there's no other. We'll go walking out, while others shout of war's disaster. Oh, we won't give in. Let's go living in the past. Once I used to join in. Every boy and girl was my friend. Now there's revolution, but they don't know what they're fighting. Let us close our eyes. Outside their lives go on much faster. Oh, we won't give in. We'll keep living in the past. This song was always good at getting me moving, she thought with a smile. This had been one of the ones she and James had danced to when they were together. Life would have been so different if she and James had been together the way they wanted it. Of course, if we'd been together, Harry would have been our son. The strangeness of what she just thought stopped her and made her laugh quietly. Fleur came down to see her. Bellatrix needs to be warned about Grandmare's temper. Bellatrix, can I speak with you for a moment? What do you need, Fleur? Of all the wives, it was strangely Fleur and not her own sister that Bellatrix felt the strongest kinship with. Both of them, after all, had been the victim of compulsion magics. My Grandmere Celestine will be challenging for all of us. I fear it will be you who will, Avenue and especially, hard time with, Fleur said. She, Atesh men. She will do, best to make, Ari angry. That will make you angry. But you cannot come to, his aid. If you do then, he will look weak and she will not, help us. So she'll refuse to save the lives of two innocent people because Harry is a man. Fleur, I'm going to try and not insult your family, but is your grandmother insane? Bellatrix said, to which Fleur actually chuckled. She still, Atesh my father. She hasn't left the enclave in nearly 40 years. She stays at the enclave and sends out Vila to get information and to occasionally find strong mates. Fleur sighed. The girl children are raised in the enclave. The boys, if the mother is still in contact with the fathers, are sent to them. What if they aren't? Then they are taken to an orphanage ran by a Vila like my mother, one who stayed with her chosen mate. They, the children find new families. Grandmere is cruel to men, but she would never hurt a child. No, she just keeps them from having a relationship with their mother. No damage there at all. It's totally not part of why our husband feels the need to protect every damsel in distress from here to Bristol. Bellatrix looked to the youngest of her co-wives. I'm not trying to insult your grandmother, I just feel like I need to say that again because I'm really not. But I understand, Bellatrix. Grandmere is difficult to understand. My mother has said time and again that something happened to make her this way. She believes it has something to do with her father. He was a typical enough wizard of his time. He treated her like a trophy, and that hurt her terribly. Bellatrix went over to the record player and selected a new album. I will do my best not to antagonize her. But I can't promise that I won't want to hex her if she insults our husband. Meeting Amelia and Melinda at Gringotts, Harry and Narcissa went into the meeting room Griphook had scheduled for them. All right, Narcissa has explained this to me. We each give a drop of blood and say the oaths, and then your houses are considered vassal houses for House Potter Black. Harry said, to which Amelia nodded. It's the only way that we can benefit from your family wards without House Bones or House Parkinson fading away. If you made our families your wards, then we'd all be Potter Blacks, and I'd prefer it if my family didn't go extinct. Amelia replied to him. Melinda Parkinson spoke up. Cyril had planned on merging houses Parkinson and Malfoy. I told him that Lucius would own him at that point, but he was blinded by the money and connections Lucius offered him. They were interrupted by Griphook's arrival. Lord Potter Black, Lady Potter Black, Lady Parkinson, and Madam Bones, good day to you all. Lord Potter Black, are you prepared to ally houses Bones and Parkinson? Yes, Master Griphook. Both houses have done a great deal for my family. They deserve the fullest protections I can offer them. If that is the case, then why don't you honor the betrothal offer set forth by your grandfather? Griphook asked him, taking a stack of papers from under the table and putting them in front of him. Harry and Amelia both looked confused. I didn't know about a betrothal offer. Amelia said. Harry frowned. I haven't seen the document. In any case, Susan Bones is the heiress of her line. I do not wish to end her family name. Harry said, to which the goblin nodded and then looked to Amelia. That is no problem, Lord Potter Black. The contract would have only stated a Potter would marry a Bones. Given your predilection for mature brides, Madam Bones would serve just as well. But Amelia doesn't want to marry me. We've barely spoken before all of this happened. Harry argued. The goblin held his hand up. Very well, Lord Potter Black. we will leave this and begin the procedure of making vassals of houses Bones and Parkinson. It was as easy as the procedure for the ministry Harry found. A few signatures, a drop of their blood, and finally an oath on the parts of the witches to always serve their lord, and for Harry an oath to always protect his vassals. Well, that went as well as could be expected, Harry said once the group were walking out of Gringotts. Really? Having a goblin inform me that technically we should be betrothed was not what I was expecting. Amelia replied, "Aren't you tired of a new wife each week, Harry?" She teased him. Like I said, it went as well as could be expected. For some reason the universe isn't happy with me unless I'm forced to decide if I want yet another beautiful woman in my family. Harry replied, surprising himself, "Okay, Potter, that was a flirt. Quit flirting with women you aren't married to. Bones, you need to stop this. He's married, quite a few times in fact." Amelia didn't know that a similar thought was running through Harry's mind as hers. However, she didn't really like the idea of not teasing, okay, not flirting, with him. "At least you think I'm beautiful, that's a good start to a betrothal," she said, shocking Harry slightly by winking at him before vanishing with a small crack signifying that she had apparated away. Later that night a dreamer was caught in the grips of a terrible nightmare. Golden eyes watched the dim lights of the room. Silvery owned hair shook as the witch drew in a ragged breath and then another. On the ground a dark-haired witch lay dead, before the owned witch a wizard with pale skin and black robes held a wand at her. "You were too much of a pain to merely kill. I think you deserve something special, so I devised a spell just for you." The dark-garbed man cast a spell and the owned witch screamed as her body began to fold in on itself. Before she passed out she heard his voice, "Bellatrix, take it outside." "At once, my lord." The dreamer awoke with a start. She didn't know what it meant or who the people involved were. She looked over. Her master was still sleeping, his favored mate at his side. She smiled. Her master was safe, that is what mattered. Sleep will come again in its time, she mused as she closed her golden eyes. Sleep did not come, she was annoyed by that. Her master needed her to make sure that any messages were sent on time and to their proper recipient. She would be very tired and annoyed this morning. With the Parkinsons now vassals of House Potter Black, Pansy and her mother were able to return home. Tonks and Rhiannon had went with them. Harry had arranged for Gringotts to send ward crafters to secure the home against intrusion, and until it was over Harry wanted them to have protection. Melinda sighed softly as she watched the team of human and goblins working in her yard. "Cyril, damn you for what you have done. You would have sold our daughter to Lucius Malfoy without a second thought. Harry Potter has protected us from your idiocy." She shook her head and continued to stare out at the work being done. "He's spent quite a bit in order to get these wards put so quickly. It's all Pansy can talk about, how quickly he forgave her." She smiled at that. Her daughter had always worn her heart on her sleeve, at least she had before Hogwarts, she thought sadly. She thought back to the first Yule. Pansy had been so excited to tell her mother about her new school, and her friend Harry Potter. "It really is the Harry Potter mum," Pansy exclaimed. "We try to talk to each other every day during our study time. It's hard, but he's my friend, so I don't mind if the other Slytherins get a little shirty with me." "What of his other friends? I'm sure the boy who lived must have quite a few hangers-on," Melinda said to her daughter, who was busy putting the finishing touches on a small bracelet made of colorful yarn. "Not really. Besides me he really only talks to 2 students. There's Hermione Granger. I think she's trying to be the first Gryffindor to have better grades than a Ravenclaw since Dumbledore." Pansy smirked and then frowned slightly. "And then there's Weasley, he tries to hog Harry to himself. He doesn't like me. Harry said he calls me a snake and says that I have a pug nose." Melinda came out of her reverie as Tonks and Rhiannon came into the room. "The ward crafter team lead says that they will be finished in an hour." Tonks said to Melinda. "Fast little bastards, but I guess when you are charging a flat fee and not by the hour you want it quick," Rhiannon added. "Lord Potter Black got the goblins to agree to a flat rate." Melinda said, surprised. "Goblins never did anything like that when Cyril contracted them. My husband is a special person. Besides all the nobility and saving people junk, he's also one of the wealthiest people in magical Britain. Gringotts wants his business to stay with them." rather than going to a wizard-run bank so they give him a concession now and then. Tonks smirked. He's using their connections to get me tickets to the Weird Sisters concert on my birthday. Front row and backstage passes. She looked to Rhiannon. You'd better make sure you're ready for that day. You kidding, Tonks? I'm ready to see them now. Rhiannon smirked. Her new outfits weren't quite broken in enough yet. They felt too new right now, probably because I'm used to the shitty rags I was wearing before. Her current outfit was a dark black leather jacket over a plain men's style shirt and jeans tucked into black boots. It's the first time I've had new clothes that didn't come from a break-in or off of a corpse in a long time. She still wasn't sure about her new life as a protector of Harry Potter, but it felt good to be with Tonks again. The servant was irritated because of the sleep she had missed. Angry golden eyes watched as her master and his favored mate sat in the room writing on parchment. The favored mate smelled familiar to the servant, but she was unsure as to why. It wasn't familiar enough that the servant recognized the dark-haired woman, but instead it was like a long-forgotten memory. Her master had chosen the woman as his favored mate so she would accept his choice. One of the other mates, the one who speaks for her master, entered the room alongside the mate that smelled like the servant. That mate, the youngest just after the shifter, was speaking animatedly about something. The servant stretched herself and closed her eyes, hoping she would get some rest. So your grandmother is the leader of the enclave? Harry asked Fleur as she showed him the letter. Oui, Grand Mère is the one who oversees the enclave's relics. She decides who is worthy of studying them. Fleur said, when we arrive, please do not show anything that she would consider weakness. She will try her best to provoke you. I won't do anything, Fleur. Harry promised. Fleur sighed softly. It is not that easy, Ari. Grand Mère already. Atesh you, just as she, Atesh my father. You are a wizard, and worse, you are a man. Bellatrix and Narcissa stood a bit apart from Harry and Fleur. Bellatrix looked to her sister. You'll be the best to act as a spokesperson, sissy. Not in this case. Besides the fact that this is a meeting for Fleur's grandmother to meet Harry, in matters like this I would be just as infuriated as you. He is my husband as well and I do not care for people disparaging him. Narcissa frowned. He risked his life to rescue me from Lucius the First. Doubt I would be able to hold my tongue if she were to insult him in my presence. I know the feeling. Bellatrix said softly. Fleur warned me first. I think she's scared I would turn into the crazy Bellatrix Lestrange. A noise from behind Harry caused him to start forward a bit. Hedwig, are you all right, girl? He went to her cage and opened the door. Come out and stretch your wings, you'll hurt yourself if you try to stretch in the cage. Fleur watched with some amusement as the owl blinked grumpily at Harry but deigned to allow him to put his arm in the cage. It seems Dora was right, she is the original Mrs. Potter Black. She giggled softly. Hedwig stepped off Harry's arm and sat on top of the cage now. She was my first friend besides Hagrid and Pansy. I met her before I met my first human friends. He said before reaching down and fondly stroking the owl's head. Hedwig peered at him before allowing her eyes to close. We have our portkey now, Narcissa said, indicating a small bronze disc on the table. It will activate in 3 hours. Amelia and Susan are coming with us. Amelia said that they would be back before noon, so they're due soon. Harry said just as the flow glowed green and the 2 Bones women arrived. Right on time, Harry said as Amelia dusted herself off. I've always been punctual, Harry. Amelia said, it doesn't work to be an Auror if you show up late everywhere. Yeah, but you're the head of the department, you can afford to make an entrance. He said, grinning to her. Amelia smirked. You mean I don't make an entrance with my stunning beauty? She considered it a victory that Harry turned red. At the Delacour Manor preparations were being made. Harry and his wives along with DMLE director Amelia Bones and her niece Susan would be arriving in less than an hour. Jean-Luc watched as Apolline fussed over the house elves making sure that everything was perfect. Jean-Luc, for his part, was looking at the glass case that held the 2 most important heirlooms in his family. The first was a gleaming silver rapier. It was over 200 years old, but thanks to enchantments put upon it by the last court magician in France's history, it was as sharp and as strong as if it was new. The second of the 2 heirlooms was a uniform. A blue cloak over a white tunic, emblazoned on the cloak was the coat of arms for King Louis XVI. It had been the ancestor of Jean-Luc's mother, Marie-Joseph Paul-Yves Roch Gilbert du Motier de Lafayette, the Marquis de Lafayette, who had worn this uniform. It was a symbol of how his family had been warriors. General Lafayette had been a hero in France and in the colonies during the War of their Independence. "I think, General, you would be most proud of my son-in-law," Jean-Luc said as he looked at the case. "He is brave if a bit foolhardy, but he loves my daughter, and he would do anything to keep her safe. The paperwork was finalized. He is the heir to my name, my title, and to your uniform and rapier." He smiled softly. "Perhaps he will, as I did, teach his daughters to fence." Jean-Luc thought back to the day his little flower had asked him to teach her to fight. "Are you ready?" "Oui, Papa." A 9-year-old Fleur Delacour held her practice foil proudly. She had asked him for lessons since she was 7 years old. Now her father was teaching her and she could hardly stand still. Jean-Luc ran his eldest through her paces, she was so eager to learn. Perhaps she thought she was taking the spot of the son he would never have. Perhaps she did genuinely wish to learn. He didn't know which was the truth and he didn't care. They were having fun. Jean-Luc sighed and stood back from the case, saluting the uniform. "Until next time, General," he said with a smile before turning and leaving the room to see if his wife needed his help. At the Villa Enclave, hidden deep in the Vosges, preparations were being made for their guests. Celestine watched over the relic chamber. Young Villa were busy inside cleaning everything. She turned and left the chamber doorway, walking back outside and going towards the reception hall. "Soon enough my granddaughter will arrive and I will see her wizard. We will see what comes of him when I use the full strength of my allure on him. For Fleur's sake, I do hope he manages to keep his robes clean. Emissions like that are embarrassing enough for the wizard responsible, it would shame her as well." She did love her daughter and granddaughters. To an outside observer she would appear callous, but it was all couched in her love for them. The outside world was, far too often, a dangerous place for a young Villa. She knew, better than any else, just how dangerous it could be. One more sunrise and they will arrive. Fleur's note said that they were spending the night at Apolline's home. Then they will arrive. At his hiding place Voldemort addressed 2 groups of Death Eaters, Amicus and Electo. "You will take your group to France. Use our informant's knowledge to find the home of the Villa's family and have them destroyed. Pius was lucky to have see the paperwork, but you will need our man in the French ministry. Seek out Renard and he will lead you to them." Voldemort kept his gaze leveled at the newest recruits. "With that damned Bones woman in the DMLE, she's managed to root out most of my followers. Now I have to use these imbeciles." He frowned and then waved his hand bidding them to leave. Then he turned his attention to the next group. "Mulciber, you have been given a chance to redeem yourself. You will go to the Tonks law practice and destroy everything and everyone inside it. I want Potter to suffer for the setbacks he has caused me. If either group finds him, I want him brought to me. The wives are of no consequence. Kill them, amuse yourselves with their suffering, but Potter is mine." It was hard to tell, when the assorted Potter blacks arrived, to say who was happier. Fleur rushed her mother's side and Jean-Luc to Harry's. "Welcome to Maison Delacour," Jean-Luc said, embracing his son-in-law before turning and dotting each of his wives on the cheek. "Who are you 2 new redheads, Harry?" "This is Amelia Bones and her niece Susan. Riddle attacked their home, so they're staying with us until it is repaired," Harry explained to the exuberant Frenchman. "Bon. That is the noble heart that my flower fell in love with." Jean-Luc smiled. "While Apolline gives your ladies a tour, I would like to come with me. I have something to show you, just for the men in the family." Harry allowed himself to be led out of the main hall and into the trophy room. "This, Harry, is the uniform worn by my ancestor, the Marquis de Lafayette. He was a musketeer, a soldier tasked with protecting his king and his country at all costs. In that way, his story reminds me of you. Time and again you have fought and bled to keep those who matter to you safe. He served with the Americans as well. The General Lafayette was instrumental to their independence from England." Jean-Luc said as he showed Harry the tunic. "In his day you would have been a musketeer, I have no doubt of that. I am very proud of the man who stands before me today. I am proud to call you my heir." "Thank you, sir." Jean-Luc. "Harry, we are family, there are no Sirs, in family. Jean-Luc chuckled and then directed Harry to the rapier. Now this was the general's sword. The general was a wizard and so he enchanted his sword. It is still as sharp today as it ever was, and the blade is strong enough to deflect a cutting hex. He opened the case. Go ahead, take it out. Harry reached into the glass case and retrieved the sword. It was surprisingly heavy in his hands as he held it up. Jean-Luc watched him. Have you ever held a sword? Once during my second year. Harry said, thoughts of the sword of Gryffindor and the basilisk running through his mind. A sword, like a wand, is a tool through which a man can be a hero or a monster. The general was well regarded and had pledged that this sword would never be used to harm an innocent. Jean-Luc explained, I trained my fleur to use this sword should the event ever come to pass where it is needed. I would like to teach you as well someday. I would like that, Jean-Luc. Harry looked down at the sword in his hand. It's yours now, the sword and the uniform. My paperwork at our ministry has recognized you as the heir of House Delacour. My only charges to you are to do what you feel is right, and to keep my daughter as happy in the future, as she was when I saw her on your arrival today. Do you have any advice for me regarding Fleur's grandmother? Harry asked nervously. The warnings Fleur had given him made her sound like a miserable old shrew. The madam does not care for me, I'm afraid. What was it, a flighty mustachioed fool, was how she described me on the day Apolline presented me to her. That was over 20 years ago and I don't think she's changed much since then. Just be yourself, be the Harry Potter who saved her granddaughter from the bottom of a lake, the Harry Potter who saved her eldest granddaughter from a life of forced affection at the hands of that wretch Weasley. And if she doesn't approve of you then you are in good company. Jean-Luc said with a grin, now let's put the general's sword back and meet our ladies for lunch. Ted Tonks was finishing up some paperwork when he heard the bell chime signaling that someone had came into his practice. He stood, smoothing out the wrinkles of his robes and walked down the hall to the entryway. Marcy, who is it? I wasn't aware I had an appointment today. Not getting an answer, Ted frowned slightly. It's not like Marcy to ignore me. He heard a thud. He reached into his pocket and withdrew his wand. The door burst open revealing a black-robed wizard, his face hidden behind a silver mask. On the floor lay the body of his receptionist. Hello, Mr. Tonks. The Dark Lord sent us here to leave a message with you. There is nowhere that Harry Potter and his chess can hide that they will be safe. Everyone he knows and cares about will die. The silver-masked wizard leveled his wand. It will be difficult for a corpse to relay the message. Perhaps I will carve it into you. Ted raised his wand, but was too late. A flash of green light took Ted Tonks from this world. What should we do now? One of the new recruits asked Mulciber. Burn this place down. Andromeda Tonks was not at St. Mungo's today. It was her day off and she had decided to use the chance to get caught up on laundry. She had just taken a load of shirts from the washing machine and was placing them into the dryer when she stopped. All of a sudden she felt a terrible pressure in her heart, as if part of it had been ripped away. I need to see Ted, she thought as she threw the wet laundry down and apparated to the building that held the Tonks law firm. The moment she arrived she began to choke. Thick black smoke filled the room. Andromeda cast a bubblehead charm on herself and prepared to look for her husband. When she saw the corpse of his secretary and then a little farther away her husband, she nearly collapsed. She grabbed both bodies and apparated out of the building to St. Mungo's. Help! I need help, she cried, sobbing against the sooty chest of her still warm husband. An intern went to move her from the bodies but she lashed out at him. Don't you dare touch my husband, she cried, collapsing with grief as finally another intern managed to ease her off of her husband's body. Kingsley Shacklebolt was the senior Auror in charge of the bullpen when he received the call. 2 people killed by the killing curse. The building where the attack happened was burned to the ground and above the scene the dark mark I'm so sorry Tonks. Kingsley went to the flow to call on Grimmauld Place but no one answered his call except Creature. The wizened house elf explained that Lord Black and his wives were in France. Kingsley stifled a curse and then withdrew his head from the green flames. I'll need an emergency international portkey. When I go to the office for magical travel I will have to find out where Harry and his wives have went. Kingsley rushed out of his office. He turned to the Aurors standing at a desk. Proudfoot, You're in charge until I return. He called out, not breaking his stride as he left the oars and raced down the hall to the lift. Lunch at the Delacour home was a much more relaxed affair than Harry had believed it would be. Appeline had instructed her house elves to prepare a simple lunch of poached chicken and roasted vegetables. Harry reached over and took Fleur's hand, squeezing it gently. Fleur returned the squeeze and smiled to her husband. It is good to be home, she said simply, leaning over and dotting him. Harry let go of her hand and put his arm around her. After we finish with your grandmother, we'll have to spend some of this trip on something special for you. I would love that, but if Grandmere is anything that could be of use to Bellatrix in breaking the curse on the Longbottoms, we owe it to them to try first. We can always come back, she said, settling in against him. But thank you for thinking of me. Harry was about to respond when they felt a thud. Someone is attempting to breach your wards, Tonks said nervously, her hand sliding down to go to her wand. You are correct, madam. Fleur, go get the general's sword. Harry, will you and your wives assist me in strengthening the wards? Appeline, please take Gabrielle into her room. Jean-Luc rose from the table and walked towards the window. He cursed loudly in French and then raised a shield around the table and everyone sitting there. There was a huge explosion and Harry saw Jean-Luc struggle to stay upright as he held the shield. The dust settled as the explosion passed and the shield shuddered and fell, as did Jean-Luc. Appeline rushed to her husband's side. Darling, are you hurt? She asked him, her hands checking over his body for injuries. I believe I may have taken some damage internally, Apple. He said softly, a small trickle of blood at his mouth. I felt something strike me from behind. Appeline looked at his back and gasped in horror. He was bleeding heavily from a direct hit by glass from the shattered window. Love, we must get you to a healer, Appeline said, bringing her hands back to him, the pale skin of her hands marred by the crimson of his blood. I doubt our visitors will allow that, he replied before looking to Fleur. Get the sword, Flower. It's time for those lessons to pay off. Harry, remember my charge to you. Please keep my girls safe, all of them. Do this for me and I will be forever in your debt, my son. Jean-Luc closed his eyes. His breathing was shallow and Appeline was torn between taking Gabrielle to her room and staying to fight. Bellatrix looked through the rubble. It's Death Eaters, she said, drawing her wand. I recognize those two. It's the Caros. Amicus and his sister Electo crossed the yard, the small group of freshly marked Death Eaters behind them. Kill them all, destroy the house, and then cast the mark, he said to his team. A recruit was about to speak before a flash of green dropped her. Amicus turned and saw Bellatrix holding her wand. You made a mistake coming here, she shouted. You and that inbred by .ch of a sister. The others moved out behind her, Tonks and Rhiannon taking a place on the left of her, Narcissa and Amelia on her right. Harry moved to stand directly beside Bellatrix. Oh, that is rich, the woman married to the same man who's married to her sister, and her niece wants to talk about breeding. Do you think you'll marry the third black sister if you survive this, Potter? She'll be in the market for a new husband soon, Electo said, smirking at the rapidly paling face and darkening crimson hair of Tonks. Tonks didn't speak. She knew the implication. My father is dead and it's because of who I am and who I'm married to. She raised her wand and cast a bombarda at the Death Eaters, and with that the battle began properly. Appeline was nearly paralyzed by grief as she watched her husband slowly dying. Then she heard a shriek. One of the Death Eaters had gotten past the others and had entered the house. The masked wizard held his wand at Gabrielle, who had froze by the doorway. I think I'll keep you alive, little Vila. There's a lot of money to be made in your kind. The Death Eater raised his wand, only to find that where his wand and hand had been was replaced by a charred stump. In shock he turned to see Appeline transformed from a beautiful woman into the harpy-like avian form of an enraged Vila. The transformed woman leapt at him, her talons sinking deeply into the flesh of his neck. Amicus squared off against Bellatrix. His left arm was bleeding freely from a severing hex she had cast. Bellatrix, for her part, was bleeding from a place of her leg where he had managed to pierce her. You traitorous by .ch, the Dark Lord will reward me for killing you, he smirked, his confidence shaking very slightly as Bellatrix grinned hungrily. You have to survive to be rewarded, little boy. The curses came quickly now. Amicus wasn't able to dodge them all, falling to a reducto that smashed through his skull. Alecto saw her brother fall and screamed in fury as she leveled a series of dark hexes at Tonks. The nimble Aura dodged each stream of sickly purple light before casting her own spells. This wasn't about capturing them, this was hurting the closest person she could find to the ones who had killed her father. Alecto managed to hit Tonks with an Incarcerous spell, watching with a malicious grin as the Aura was wrapped in bindings. Now to end you. Heyby.ch, end this. Rhiannon came around from the left and hit Alecto with a severing charm that took her head from her shoulders. Rhiannon went to Tonks' side, removing the bindings with a wave of her wand. She leaned down and helped her friend up. Come on Tonks, plenty more Death Eaters to kill, she said with a feral grin. Apolline was still raging uncontrollably. Between her fireballs and her talons she had managed to kill 2 more of the Death Eaters. Finally the remaining few vanished with a pop. She was still shivering when she felt a warm hand on her shoulder. Eyes red with rage fixed on the hand and then farther to the green eyes of Harry. It's over Apolline, you've avenged your husband and saved your daughter, it's over. We won. Adrenaline still coursing through her system, Apolline drew in a deep shuddering breath, and in a moment the nearly unstoppable warrior vanished and in its place was a sobbing woman who clung to Harry. Fleur wiped the blood from the general's rapier. Thank you Papa. Your teachings kept me alive today. She had killed 2 of the Death Eaters with the sword. The blade's enchantments were still strong. She had managed to bat away a stunning spell, striking the Death Eater and dropping her to the ground. Contact the Aurors, she said, turning to face the others. We have one survivor. Amelia did not trust the French Auror who had been assigned to take their statements. Something about the shifty-eyed man didn't sit well with her. Auror Renard was polite enough, though Amelia felt there was something empty in his eyes when looked at the damage. Madame Delacour, Lord Potter Black, I promise you that I will take this thing before Director Lamille myself, Renard said, gesturing to the still unconscious Death Eater, while the rest of his team tended to removing the bodies of the Death Eaters as well as Jean-Luc. Thank you Auror Renard, I will also send Director Lamille a message when I return to London. Death Eaters are a more rare thing here I imagine, Amelia said while Harry left to check on Apolline. As you will Madame Bones, he said, grabbing the unconscious woman and apparating away. Papa always hated that man. He is a second cousin to Aubrey Mencher. The Menchers are the worst sort of pureblood supremacists, Fleur said to Amelia after the man left. Sounds like the Malfoy family. It should. I believe they are related. Renard tossed the stunned woman onto the floor of his private sanctuary. Enervate, he said, pointing his wand at her and rousing her. Where am I? She said weakly, shaking her head. She is young, he noted, reasonably attractive as well. She had short-cut black hair, and as she looked to him, he noticed that her eyes were blue. If she wasn't wearing such filthy robes and put some makeup on, she might even be pretty. You have been brought here for questioning regarding your actions at Maison Delacour, he told her. I am Senior Auror Alain Renard. An Auror. Look, I'll tell you whatever you want to hear, just put me in a cell here in France instead of sending me back to England. The woman sat up, her eyes pleading with him. Now why ever would I want to waste our resources keeping you here? This little by.ch thinks she can bargain with our master's secrets. He kept his face guardedly neutral, as if he was just being a dispassionate authority figure. Look, this attack was a targeted assault on the Delacour family to hurt Harry Potter. We were sent by Lord Voldemort, the woman said. If I go back he'll kill me for failing. We wouldn't want you dying right away, that would ruin my fun. I know all about the greatest dark wizard to ever live. He is my master, same as yours. Renard dropped the act now, he leveled his wand at her. Then we are allies, we can try again later. You won't try anything. You've already proven that you aren't worthy of serving my master. Renard flicked his wand and the woman screamed as the Cruciatus curse hit home. This would go on for hours until the woman's heart could not take the stress any longer and gave out. Renard looked at the corpse before him, a movement of his wand and she was transfigured into a stick which he threw into his fireplace. It, along with the report he had written, would burn here. Aubrey will take care of the report, and when Bones sends a message I'll make sure that it gets lost. Harry took Apolline into the house. For some reason he didn't quite understand, he felt like he should be the one to comfort her, even if her daughters were here. I suppose they will need it themselves, not to mention Tonks. I'm sorry, Apolline. This is my fault. Riddle wouldn't have targeted your home if it wasn't for me, he said softly. Apolline stopped and looked at him, her eyes red-rimmed from crying. I do not blame you, Harry. I blame that bastard Riddle. You have time and again risked your life in order to protect my daughters. But if it weren't for me, they wouldn't have needed helping. Fleur was dosed by love potions because Dumbledore wanted to get her away from me. You saved her in the maze. You saved Gabrielle from the bottom of an icy lake. You are a hero. You are my hero. She said softly. I'm going to lay down for a bit. She left him at the door of her room. Harry made his way back to the others, finding Tonks and Fleur sitting together in the drawing room. He sat down in between them, placing a hand on each of his wives' shoulders. There wasn't anything that could be said really, they had each lost a father to the Death Eaters. Gabrielle Delacour came into the room, she climbed into Fleur's lap and rested her head against Harry's chest. Rhiannon watched from the entrance. I remember Mr. Tonks. He was always very kind to me. I promise you, Tonks, we will kill Riddle. Kingsley Shacklebolt arrived in the French ministry. He looked at the clerk. Do you know the apparition point for Maison Delacour? He asked, hoping that he would. Non, monsieur, or. The young clerk replied. Damn it. Kingsley muttered as she left the room and made his way to the Or's offices. Thank you, mother, for teaching your children to speak French, he thought. His mother had been born in Morocco, and so she, like the children she raised, had been bilingual. He found the office he was looking for, Aubry Mentiers, deputy head Or. It was like looking at a portrait of Lucius Malfoy. Aubry Mentiers was a tall owned man. The biggest difference lay in the goatee he sported and that his eyes were a dull green instead of what Lucius had boastfully called the Malfoy blue. Do you need something? The man said in lieu of greeting. I am Senior Or Kingsley Shacklebolt with the British DMLE. I need the apparition point for Maison Delacour. It is regards to an attack that happened in London earlier today. Kingsley stated, flashing his credentials. He could already tell that the owned man before him was not going to be especially helpful, but he could hope that Mr. Mentiers would give what he was legally required. Apparition point for Maison Delacour. Mentiers said in a bored tone of voice as a piece of parchment on his desk revealed itself to be a map. A spot on the map glowed briefly. There are your coordinates, he said, before rising. Now if you will excuse me, I have a meet to attend to. Good day. Stuck-up Ponce, Kingsley thought as he concentrated on the coordinates and vanished. Amelia and Susan walked into the sitting room on their way to the grounds. Amelia stopped as she saw that Fleur and Tonks had both fallen asleep with their heads on Harry's shoulders. Gabrielle, the youngest Delacour, was asleep on her sister's lap, with her head on Harry's chest. Rhiannon leaned against the wall near the couch, something unreadable in her gaze. She's probably lonely. Her mother died when she was a few years younger than Susan is now. Jane Cosgrove had been one of the best Ors Amelia had never worked with. She and her partner, Alexandra Tate, had been dedicated to keeping the wizarding world safe. Unfortunately, they had stood in Voldemort's way too often. The body of Jane Cosgrove had been found in a tenement in Nocturne. No one had ever found the body of Alexandra Tate. That cold case was one of the ones that still haunted Amelia. It had been just after her promotion to head Or. She had came back from Hogsmeade and threw herself into her work after the death of Harry Fawkes. Alexandra and Jane had been sent to investigate a series of murders in Cornwall. They had arrived and for the first few days sent regular reports. Then nothing. A week went by and the body of Jane had been found, left to fester in a tenement owned by the Zabini family. Herschel Zabini had been quick to point out that his family had taken a long trip to visit family in Italy and so had been out of the country during the murders. It hadn't mattered. Herschel Zabini died in a freak accident a few weeks later, leaving Teresa Zabini the entire fortune. She had torn the building down and had built a curiosity shop there. Ran by her elderly mother, the Serpent's Fang was known as a place to sell goods without questions asked regarding its legality. Damn it, she said softly. Watching as Susan looked at the pile of sleeping magicals, I can never seem to get my Harry completely out of my mind. Bellatrix and Narcissa were in their guest room discussing the attacks. There's no way that Voldemort could have known we were going to France unless he still has someone on the inside at the ministry. Bellatrix said, "My information is no longer any good. Your information put away dozens of Death Eaters, not to mention the destruction of those Horcruxes." Narcissa countered, "Riddle is getting desperate. Look at this attack, the Carrows aside it was mostly teenagers. How do you feel?" Narcissa's voice took Bellatrix out of the daydream she hadn't known she was having. "What do you mean?" "I mean the baby I tried to stay back to keep from using my magic too much. I was worried it might tax the baby." Narcissa said, "I know I lost my first child, I don't want to do anything that might hurt this one," she said, cradling her stomach with her hands. "I feel fine so far. James hasn't told me that I've done anything to upset him." "James E.H." Narcissa grinned at that, naming your firstborn after your first love. "The full name is James Cygnus. He's named after both of his grandfathers," Bellatrix said, tossing her hair back in a faux haughty manner. Narcissa chuckled softly. "I think I've decided on Lilith Ann for this child, if it ends up being a girl. So we'll end up with our own James and Lily by the end of this." Bellatrix smiled softly, looking at her own very slightly swollen belly. "Harry will like that name." Apolline lay in her bed. The fight had taken a lot of energy from her, energy that had already been sapped by the sudden loss of her husband. Jean-Luc's face, smiling through the pain, his eyes shining with his love for her, had been indelibly stamped into her consciousness. When the dreams came, it was little surprise where they took her. This was their tree. The one she had sat under when she first watched Jean-Luc Dulallon du Père when she was a young woman. The one under whose shade he had first told her that he loved her. The tree that he had proposed to her under its branches. She found herself sitting on a checkered blanket, a bottle of wine sitting at her side. "Hello, Apple," a familiar voice said from behind her. She turned and there stood her husband. Jean-Luc didn't look a day over 25 here. He held out his hand. "Will you take pity on a poor ghost and dance with me?" She rose, taking his hand in her own. Suddenly she heard their song playing softly. "Amado mio, love me forever. And let forever begin tonight. Amado mio, when we together. I'm in a dream world of sweat delight." Many times I've whispered, "Amado mio." It was just a phrase that I heard in plays. I was acting a part. But now when I whisper, "Amado mio," can't you tell I care? By the feeling there. 'Cause it comes from my heart. I want you ever. I love my darling. Wanting to hold you. And hold you tight. Amado mio, love me forever. And let forever begin tonight. She clung to her husband as he moved with her. "I do not regret a moment of our time together. Being your husband, being father to our daughters, it was the greatest joy of my life. Please, do not lose yourself to grief. I do not want to see you here looking for me for many, many years," he said softly, before dipping her and then pulling her back into his embrace. "I will miss you so badly, Jean," she admitted. "You were one of the few men who ever saw me as a woman and not as a Vila. I will not be the last, I can promise you that. There is another who sees you for who you are. I am proud to call him my son." Jean-Luc released her from his arms. "I must go, my love. I will be watching over you and the girls. Be happy for your sake and mine, Apple." Quote. Behind him, Apolline saw a small room. Sitting on a large couch, Apolline could see a red-haired woman sitting beside a dark-haired man who looked like he could be Harry's father. Another man with longer dark hair held out a glass which Jean-Luc took eagerly. The final couple was an older woman with long curly dark hair who looked similar to the man who had offered Jean-Luc the glass, and a man she hadn't seen since her trip to London many years ago. Harry Fox smiled to her and opened his mouth to say something. Then the dream ended. Apolline woke finding her face wet with tears, but a smile on her lips. "I will live, my heart. For your sake and mine." Harry was still napping, trapped as he was by Fleur and Tonks on either side of him, and Gabrielle sleeping across her sister and Harry. In his dream, Harry was sitting on a bench in an unfamiliar suburb. There were two little girls playing together in the sandbox. Harry realized that one of the girls was a 4-year-old Nymphadora Tonks. The other one, with spiky brown hair, must be Rhiannon. Harry mused. My daughter hasn't been happy like she with your family since before I died. A woman said. The woman, roughly Rhiannon's age, now sat down beside him. Like Rhiannon, she had spiky brown hair, but unlike the young werewolf, this woman had a few crinkling laugh lines at the corners of her eyes. Jane Cosgrove. It's good to get a chance to speak with you. You're her mother. Amelia mentioned you, Harry said, reaching out his hand when Jane offered hers. Her grip was sure as she shook his hand. Amelia was a fine woman to work for. She let Alex and I do whatever we had to in order to solve our cases. Unfortunately, that might be part of why I ended up dead and Alex ended up the way she did. I don't blame Amelia. I hope she knows that. Jane sighed, watching the dreamscape version of her daughter play. She never had this. She and Tonks didn't meet until they were at school. They were two Hufflepuffs hiding from the world. They were each other's first key. In a broom closet. Jane said with a little smirk. You've given my daughter her best friend back. You've given her a chance to have a life on her own terms again. That's all I've ever wanted for her. I cannot thank you enough. I didn't do anything special. Harry began, stopping when Jane put up her hand. You took her in. You gave her a purpose. You're giving her the Wolfsbane potion, so you're also giving her mind back to her. Jane smiled. You've done so much for my family. I want to repay you. You don't have to do anything. I'm still going to. It will help you, and hopefully it will help my best friend come home. Jane said, before drawing her wand and flicking it. A white mist came from the wand and took the shape of a woman's body. The mist solidified, and before Harry stood a woman about Narcissa's age. She had white owned hair and golden eyes. This is Alexandra Tate. She was my closest friend. We became Aurors together. We were investigating a series of murders. We got captured by Voldemort. He killed me, but Alexandra spit in his face and earned a special punishment. He changed her, forcing her into her animagus form. Suddenly the owned witch vanished, replaced by a familiar snowy owl. Hedwig. Harry awoke with a start. Luckily he avoided throwing Gabrielle from her spot. He saw that his wives and his sister-in-law were still asleep. Wide awake and watching them, however, Rhiannon stood leaning against the wall. Interesting dream? She asked quietly. Harry nodded. I think I met your mother. Kingsley arrived at the apparition point for Maison Delacour. He knew that the wards would tell the household that he had arrived. He was surprised to see a large hole in the side of the house. But that surprise meant that he was not surprised at all when Amelia Bones came from the side holding her wand. Who is Kingsley? What are you doing here? She asked, lowering her wand, but not putting it away. There was an attack in London. Tonks' father is dead. There was an attack here as well. Riddle's followers. The Caro twins decided to tell us about the attack on the Tonks family. It was the last thing they did. Amelia said. Bellatrix killed Amicus and Alecto got her head taken off by Harry's newest bodyguard. Well, that's good news at least. We don't have a clue who attacked the Tonks family. Kingsley sighed. I wasn't expecting my time as your temporary successor to be quite so busy. You should have expected it. She said, a faint smirk. Nothing has been by the book since the day Harry started going to Hogwarts. Narcissa looked at her body in the mirror. There's a small bump. It will hide easily enough when I wear my robes. She placed a hand on her stomach and smiled softly. This child. This one will be healthy and will grow up loved. We will not have another Draco Malfoy in the world. No, you Lilith Anne will be a smart and powerful witch. You will bring honor to our family. She thought about Harry. He had already been through so much, but he never seemed to have anything but a smile when he looked at Narcissa, or any of the women in his life. She leaned against the wall. I'm not that old really. I could have another child after this one. Tonks snuggled closer to her husband's side. His warmth was comforting, and she needed that. Her father was dead. A tear fell from the corner of her eye as she found herself dreaming of a tree house. This was her place. Her father had built this tree house for her when she was 6 and now it was her refuge from the world. An adult Tonks sat there, looking at her father. Hello, love, he said, smiling softly. Dad, I'm so sorry. She began. They targeted you because of me. They targeted me for more reasons than that, I'm sure. Ted Tonks looked out the window for a moment. He's good for you. The two of you balance each other. He's a teenager going on 30, and you're in your 20s and act like a teenager. He smiled softly. You picked a good one. Do you think? If I had asked him out, he would have froze and then stuttered, but eventually, he would have told you yes. But the real question is, would you have fought for him? Ted looked at his daughter. Would you have stood beside him when Molly Weasley told you that you were too old? When Albus Dumbledore worked his machinations to separate the two of you? At this point in your life I know you would, but what about at the time? Tonks thought for a moment. I could probably handle Molly on my own. But I never saw Dumbledore coming. Harry paced in front of Hedwig's cage. Could she really be a witch? If she is, how do you change someone back? Hedwig, for her part, was staring intently at her master. The servant hadn't slept well. She hadn't slept well since that dream. Who was the bee-owned witch? Who was the fallen brown-haired witch? Who had the strange pale man that attacked the two witches been? These questions continued to gnaw at her. Thankfully her master had been good about letting her out to stretch her wings. Lately the cage had felt even more confining, as if part of her was bursting to get out. She watched her master pacing. Something was on his mind, she knew, but she could not help him. Unless it was a letter he needed delivered, all she could do was watch him. Harry heard a soft cough and turned. Tonks was standing at the doorway, looking pensive about something. What's on your mind? He asked her. So, Rhiannon thinks I might be pregnant. She said she could smell it on me. Crazy, right? Tonks said, offering a weak smile. I mean, there's no way that fate would be cruel enough to give you 3 pregnant witches at the same time. Besides, I would be a terrible mother. I don't think so, Dora. I think you'll be scared at first. The same as I'll be. But you'll love our baby and you'll do your best. Harry came to her side and pulled her into his arms. I'm sorry that your father died because you are close to me. He said softly. Tonks drew in a quick breath. It's not your fault, Harry. Riddle is an evil prick. He would have killed my dad just for being Muggleborn. I had a dream about him last night. No one did, kiddo. Dad, I'm so sorry that you died before you'll get a chance to meet my grandson. Rhiannon said she smelled it on me. I'm terrified. She sighed softly, looking at her father. Ted Tonks chuckled softly and drew her against him. When your mother told me she was pregnant, I fainted. Did she ever tell you that? We were in our usual broom closet, just talking, and she blurted it out. The first thing I did when I woke up was ask her to marry me. I never looked back. Her father smiled and took her hand in his own. Don't be so sure that you and your husband won't be ready for this. He's already got 2 children coming, so one more isn't that big an issue. Will you do me a favor though? What? Tonks asked. Ted looked at their hands and then to his daughter. Take care of Andy for me. You and Harry, keep her from going crazy in that house all alone. Make sure she eats enough, sleeps enough, stuff like that. Harry squeezed Tonks gently. So do you think your mother will want to move in, or should we just visit? I don't think we can shift the sleeping arrangements much more, at least not without putting every wife in my bedroom. That doesn't sound so bad. We could do some enlargement charms and get the room and the bed big enough for 5. Or maybe 6 or 7 if you keep flirting with Bones. Amelia. But that's only 6. Who else? Harry said, confused. Rhiannon was used by Greyback whenever he wanted an easy shag. It was his right as her alpha to take her whenever he wanted. You're her alpha now, and eventually something will happen and she'll offer herself to you. You'll turn her away because of course you would. You'd see it as taking advantage of her, and then she'll be yet another of us who've fallen in love with you. Tonks grinned, and this one, unlike the first smile she'd given him when she walked in, this one was real. Appeline wasn't ready for the letter that had came to her. It was the reading of Jean-Luc's will. She already knew most of it, but it was the act itself that tore at her heart. When this is over, my husband will be gone forever. She thought back to the dream. Jean-Luc had all but ordered her to be happy. But what would make her happy now? What could make her happy now? Mrs. Delacour, are you ready to leave? It was Susan, the youngest of the women Harry had brought with him. She said softly before rising and walking towards the door. Susan moved out of the way to let her enter the hallway. Were you friends with Harry before all of this? Apolline asked. I doubt it. The poor young man never seemed to have any friends except Hermione and that Weasley boy. The actions of the Weasley family had earned them her undying hatred. The fact that the twin brothers had acted in order to warn Harry and his wives was sole reason she hadn't forced Jean-Luc to call for an honor duel against the Patriarch. Not really. I mean, I knew who he was, how could you not? But I never really had much to do with him because we were in different houses. Then in second year we all thought he was the heir of Slytherin and were scared he would petrify us. Fourth year I was an idiot and blamed him for being named the second champion, and then in fifth year when we weren't getting any instruction in defense, he set up a club. I asked to join and he let me in without demanding an apology for how I'd treated him. Susan sighed softly. Then he saved my life and my aunt's life. I have no idea how to apologize to him for how I treated him. I had one idea, but Andromeda Black talked me out of it. What was that? It was stupid. I don't want to even think about it again. Susan sighed sadly. Harry has 4 beautiful wives. I don't stand a chance in getting his attention. Thoughts like that seemed to be common today. Rhiannon Cosgrove was having similar thoughts. So I finally meet someone who treats me like a person and not a monster, and he's married to my best friend. King hell. It's like life has a running challenge to kick me in the balls that I don't own. It doesn't matter. Harry is out of my league. No lord ever falls for a half-blood werewolf. This isn't a fairy tale. If it was, that owl of his would have sang a song by now. Rhiannon leaned against a pillar on the front steps of the manor, looking down at the cigarette in her hand. What the hell am I supposed to do to prove myself to my alpha? I can't shag him. He cooks better than I ever could. The only thing I can do is fight for him, but he's damn good already. She groaned in annoyance. This was harder than it should be. She had her life all planned out before her dad got sick. She was going to be an Auror like her mother. She remembered her dad telling her about the day her mother wouldn't come home. Rhea, please come here. Albert Cosgrove sunk into his chair and drew his daughter into his arms. Daddy, did they find Mommy? Is she coming home? I'm sorry, baby. They found her, but someone hurt her really badly. She can't come home. She died. We barely had enough to send me to Hogwarts. Then when Dad got sick, I couldn't force him to keep killing himself to send me to school. Rhiannon finished her cigarette, using her wand to apply a quick freshening charm to remove the smell of smoke from her clothes and herself. Apolline, Fleur, Gabrielle, and Harry sat in the chamber at Gringotts Paris. Tonks and Rhiannon sat in the foyer watching the door. There was a B-owned wizard who kept staring at the door, though. Tonks, you see it? Rhiannon said very quietly, her eyes never leaving the wizard. Yeah, bloke's been staring at the door like there's a million galleons behind it. Tonks answered, her hand resting near her wand holster in her robes. In the chamber proper, Harry was listening as Maîtresse Griff de Peace, Master Coinclaw, Apolline had informed him, went over the documents. Coinclaw had been the Delacour account manager since Jean-Luc's grandfather was a young man. Madame Delacour, we have everything ready. This begins the last will and testament of Jean-Luc Gilbert Delacour. The goblin tapped a small disc and the silvery face of Jean-Luc appeared before them. Dearly beloved, we have gathered here today to get through this thing called life. I am sorry, but I could not help myself. I, Jean-Luc Gilbert Delacour, being of sound mind and body, do hereby make my last will and testament. Master Coinclaw is presiding as my witness. To Harry Potter Black, I leave the headship of House Delacour, all of my properties, save whichever one my beloved Apple wishes for herself, and the general's uniform and sword which I leave for my flower. Harry, my family is yours now, my son. Please take care of them for me. Be the Lord Delacour that I know you have in you. Apple, I have no regrets. Nothing in my life could have prepared me for the privilege of being yours. Please, my heart, live. Live for me. Live for yourself, live for the small horde of B-owned granddaughters that Harry and Fleur will no doubt have. More than live, be happy, my angel. We will see each other again when past that great shroud you come. In your private vault I have instructed Master Coinclaw to deposit 30% of House Delacour's funds. My sweet flower, you are the finest student I have ever trained in fencing. Your husband is the lord of your house now, and you are his lady. Guide him, help him to find his way in the world. You and Harry have the holdings of House Delacour, use them to make the world a better place. Finally, my sweet Gabrielle, my little jewel, I will watch over you from my place in the heavens. You will never be alone, so long as you can look up and see the clouds or the night sky. Your trust vault will get you through your time at Beauxbatons, and when you come of age Master Coinclaw will give you access to your inheritance vault. Listen to your mother my jewel, listen to your new lord and lady as well. I may be gone from the mortal world, but I will find a way to place you over my knee if you misbehave. At that Jean-Luc chuckled softly, thus concludes my will and testament. So I have spoke, so mote it be. Coinclaw scratched out some notes on his parchment and then produced a familiar-looking rune-covered bowl and dagger. Harry held out his hand, and with a few drops of blood he had a new ring signifying his place as Lord of House Delacour. The four rose and prepared to leave the chamber. They had scarcely walked out when a man stopped them. Greetings, Madame Delacour. May I offer my most heartfelt condolences on the passing of your husband? He said, taking her hand and keying it, a key Harry noticed had not been appreciated as Apolline withdrew her hand. I thank you, Monsieur Mentiers. She began, faint distaste etched onto her face. You know, madam, your status may cause some issues with regards to your house's standing. I would be willing to act as your protector. Monsieur Mentiers, that is unnecessary, I can promise you. Allow me to introduce you to the new Lord Delacour, Harry Potter Black. Harry stuck out his hand, knowing that he would be expected to be at least somewhat polite to the man who reminded him greatly of Lucius Malfoy. Mentiers, however, did not offer his own. Potter Black. This is the gosse who murdered my cousin Lucius. Mentiers spat. This enfant cannot protect you. He is certainly not a child as you seem to think. He has already protected my family. I will not have you disparage him. Apolline could feel her hands growing warm. She had to will the fireballs from manifesting, a feeling she noticed, that her daughter shared. Let us see about that. Harry Potter Black, I challenge you to a duel to the death for your titles and properties. Mentiers smirked. How do you respond? I accept your challenge. Harry said simply. You aren't going to trick me into turning you down. I remember what Mr. Weasley said, that would cost me my magic and my status. Very well, Potter. I will meet you on the pitch at Maison Mentiers. Feel free to bring Madame Delacour with you. As well as whatever fool you find to serve as your second. I will send you an owl with the directions. With that, Mentiers walked away. Tonks and Rhiannon came to Harry's side. What was that? Tonks asked him. Apparently a cousin of Lucius Malfoy just challenged me to a duel. Harry replied. Alpha, I want to be your second. Rhiannon said. Let me stand beside you. Bella and Sissy are going to love hearing that I have to fight another duel to the death. He challenged you to a what? Bellatrix practically growled. Another idiot challenging you to a duel. I had to accept it. If I declined I would. You'd lose your magic. I know. Bellatrix sighed. When will it be held? In 3 days. Harry looked to Apolline. That's just before we are supposed to meet with your mother. Do you think that time will work? We will most likely be returning that day. I doubt Mother would want us to spend the night in the Enclave. Apolline smirked softly. She will see you as a threat to the chastity of the younger Vila. Harry's face reddened slightly. I think the Delacour family members are all the Vila I need. Good answer. US Band. Fleur said. Dotting Harry's cheek softly. At Maison Mentiers the plans were being made for the duel. He is lucky enough that he could overwhelm you. Renard said to his cousin. He killed Lucius by throwing him against a pillar. True. I was actually thinking, since the little fool didn't choose the weapons, I would do that for him. Mentiers said with a nasty grin. From what you heard when your daughter went to Hogwarts with the Beauxbatons delegation, did they mention anything about fencing? Why no, they did not, my dear cousin. It is reasonable to assume that Lord Potter Black's education is lacking in that regard. Renard's grin matched his cousin's. You wouldn't be interested in giving the lad a lesson in swordplay, would you? Of course, dear cousin. It should prove to be a most interesting lesson indeed. Mentiers stepped away from Renard and looked at a glass case, similar to the one in the Delacour home. Inside it sat a gleaming silver rapier. I believe that grandfather's sword will serve admirably to teach the lesson that if you involve yourself in the affairs of your betters, you may find yourself staring at death. Renard chuckled softly. I will send an owl to our master. I'm sure he will find it most amusing that the boy who lived will find himself the boy who died thanks to your swordplay. The plan was a simple one. He would duel, but with swords rather than wands. Outclassed, Harry would be skewered and would bleed out, and then everything would belong to Mentiers. He would have the lordship for houses Delacour, Potter, Black, and any others that he controls. Even better, I will have control over the Delacour women. Apolline will finally be mine. He had lusted over Apolline Delacour for years now. Ever since he first laid eyes on her. She was perfect and she would be his. That little mustachioed prick Delacour is dead, Potter will be dead, I'll have her. I'll have her daughters too. Fleur will be useful in securing an alliance with one of the other families. The other one though. The little one. I think I'll keep her and raise her to take her mother's place when I'm tired of Apolline. At the Villa Enclave the preparations were complete. It was time, Celestine thought as she watched the group blink into place before her. The apparition point was in front of her throne, and so she got her first look at Harry Potter. He doesn't seem like so much. He is small and thin. Almost scrawny. If he were a girl they would call him a waif. Now, let's focus on the women with him. My daughter, of course, she's his guide here. Then there is my granddaughter. To his credit, she seems like she wants to be with him. The others must be his other wives. Apolline did say they were older than him. There is something wrong about him though. Celestine Dubois was easily one of the most stunning women he'd ever seen. She wore a long white gown, and with her silvery owned hair cascading down her shoulders, she looked like a goddess come down to earth as she sat there regally on her throne. Except she was regarding the entire group like there was a foul smell under her nose. All right, Potter, keep calm. Act like you are in control, be in control. Also don't let Bella kill anyone. Or Tonks. Or Rhiannon. Just don't let anyone kill anyone. Everyone who is not both a Vila and a member of my family, with the exception of my granddaughter's husband, leave us. Celestine spoke in a voice that told Harry she was very used to being obeyed. The Vila all left without a word. His wives, Amelia, Susan, and Rhiannon as well, did not leave quickly. It took a look from him to Narcissa and Bella, one that said I'll be all right, to finally get them to go outside. What foul magic does this child have over you? I can feel it from here. Celestine said, looking to Fleur. Tell me, granddaughter, what has he done? He has done nothing, grandmere, except risk his life for me and my family. Fleur said, Ari is a arrow. He would never try to control his wives. Do not lie to me. I can practically smell the evil coming from him. Celestine spat. What have you done, boy? She rose and crossed from her throne to stand before Harry. I've done nothing except love your daughter. I loved her from the day we first met. Had Albus Dumbledore not interfered, I would have asked her to be mine in our first letter after the Triwizard Tournament. Harry said, looking to Fleur. Fleur is one of the most amazing women I've ever met. That is the allure talking. Non. Ari is immune to the allure. Fleur said, taking her husband's hand and squeezing it gently. I know. I tried to use it on during the first challenge of the tournament. She said very softly. I tried to cheat and he still saved Gabrielle from the bottom of the lake. He still saved me in the maze. He saved me again from a man who tried to take my free will with potions. Mother, Harry risked his life to save us all. We were attacked by servants of the Dark Lord. I lost my Jean-Luc. Apolline said, not all wizards are Gilbert Delacroix. Do not speak that bastard's name. Celestine said, rounding on her daughter. Never say his name in my presence, you stupid girl. She went to slap Apolline, but something stopped her. Looking at her wrist, she saw it was caught by Harry. Let go, she said in a dangerous, low tone. You will not attack a member of my family. Harry said, his voice just as soft. You are sleeping with her as well, aren't you? Suddenly Celestine saw a pale hand practically touching her face. Harry's hand had shot out and he had caught Apolline's. No one is slapping anyone. We're here to see if you have something that can help the Longbottoms. That's all. Finally, Harry lowered his hands. Each woman rubbed their wrists, neither willing to speak. Now, what foul magic is it that you sense in me? He asked Celestine. There is something dark. I am going to use my full allure. If you are in fact immune, it will do nothing more than allow me to channel my magic to see what the taint is. If you aren't as immune as Fleur believes, then she will see you as you are. Celestine closed her eyes and then touched his temple. When she opened her eyes, there was a pinkish haze clouding the icy blue. Celestine gasped and sunk to her knees. I have seen everything. It was all true. All those stories I thought impossible, and his childhood. I felt the love he has for Fleur, for all of them. There is a fragment of a soul inside you. Something dark and very powerful. She looked at him. I believe it is. It's Tom Riddle's soul, isn't it? I don't know who that is. Is it his name? She asked him. Such a mundane name for the most evil wizard since Grindelwald. Tom Marvolo Riddle, otherwise known as Voldemort. Or as Rhiannon likes to call him, that snaky jackass. He smirked. So I have piece of him stuck in my head that actually explains a lot. I've had nightmares where I've seen him, seen his plans. You've had this inside of you your whole life. How are you this sane? Anyone else would have fallen to the wayside by now. Celestine looked to his scar and then turned to Apolline. Take his wives to the library. The book you have came for is waiting for you. I must prepare for what is to come. Bellatrix poured through the book. So the curse is similar to the Cruciatus curse, but different in that it works in cycles rather than constantly, so the trick to ending the curse would be finding the moment in between cycles. From what I've heard, that would probably be when they are their most lucid. If Augusta would allow it, I could try this counter curse. Narcissa watched her sister. While it was true that Bellatrix had been an above-average student before she was taken from Hogwarts, she had never applied herself the way she did now. She's going to memorize everything in that book until she finds exactly what she's looking for. And judging by the smile, I'd say she's found it. Good news, I trust? Narcissa asked. Yes, replied Bellatrix. I think I've found something. It's a counter curse that essentially forces the magic backwards. It wouldn't change their physical selves, they would still be the physical age they are now, but they would be restored to their mental state from before the attack. Harry came into the library looking concerned. He sat down beside Bellatrix and took her hand in his. What's wrong, Harry? She asked. I haven't seen him look like this before. He's so pale. Celestine found something inside me, that foul magic. Apparently I'm a Horcrux also. Bellatrix was stunned. A Horcrux? Your scar is a Horcrux. She looked at the lightning bolt mark on his forehead as if expecting it to rip open and shout at her. Celestine is preparing a ritual. Hopefully she can remove the thing from my head. Harry closed his eyes and sighed. This explains why I kept getting flashes of what he was planning, or why I kept feeling pain when he would do something. We're connected. That connection is most likely why he needed your blood to resurrect, Narcissa offered. The two of you are connected. I doubt Riddle knows, Bellatrix said. If he did, he would have put Harry under a petrification charm and left him hidden away somewhere. Amelia watched them. Damn it, Harry, how do you have part of Voldemort in your head? She wanted a way to take him from all of this, hide him on an island, and then have her contacts in the Muggle Armed Forces firebomb wherever Voldemort was hiding. Fleur and Apolline stood at Harry's side. Mother is an incredibly powerful witch, Harry. She will find a way to remove the thing from you. U.S. band. Grand Mir will find something. Fleur wanted to say something to make that look on Harry's face vanish. He looks so scared, I don't blame him. We're all terrified right now. Fleur reached down and took Harry's hand. No matter what, we are with you. You have worked so hard to help us. Of course I did. Your family, Harry said softly, squeezing Fleur's hand. I wouldn't want to imagine a world without all of you in my life. Rhiannon felt her heart squeeze as she saw matching looks of love on the faces in the room. What I wouldn't give for someone to love me like that. But no one could ever love me, that's what Richard said. Richard Holder had been her one attempt at a normal life after the attack. So we've been together for a few weeks now. And she took in a deep breath. You're really sweet, and funny and I don't want to lie to you about anything. That is the kind of setup people use when they want to see other people. It's not like that. I don't want to see anyone but you. I just want to tell you the truth about who I am. She moved the neck of her robe down. I was attacked a few weeks ago before we met. You were attacked. By who? A werewolf. Her voice turned pleading. Please, this has been killing me since we key. Ed, I think I love you. Please tell me we have a shot. You're a werewolf, a monster, sure you're fine now, but what happens during a full moon? You'll kill me if not me. What happens if we have a kid? You'll end up eating it. He turns and bolts from the cafe, leaving her sobbing at the table. Rhiannon brushed the tear from her eye. Harry isn't Richard. He's a good man. But he's married. He's got 4 wives, one of whom is your ex-girlfriend. Still, treacherous thoughts of a life where she was loved kept playing in her mind. Life was simple. She loved her husband and her wife, and they loved her. She found her dream job, working as an oar with their wife. She and Tonks were inseparable, a team just like your mother and Alexandra Tate, Madame Bones described it. Each morning, Harry had their breakfast waiting, and each evening, dinner was sitting waiting for them. They lived in a Muggle townhouse. The 3 of them liked the creature comforts of the Muggle world. Harry was a stay-at-home husband. After all, someone had to take care of Harry and Laura. It was an unusual marriage, but they made it work and no one would ever tear them apart. This time she smirked at the idea of a happy and loving relationship. It's a nice little dream, she thought, but it's not for me. But Tonks deserves that happy ending, so I'll keep her and Harry safe. The French ministry was buzzing with rumors. Harry Potter Black is here. He was seen at the Delacour home, and then it was attacked by Death Eaters. Director Henrietta Lamille sighed as she read the report filed by Aura Renard, by way of Aubrey Mentures. She noted, "That's not Renard's handwriting still. It's not the first time Renard has had his cousin fill out the paperwork for him. The Mont's handwriting is atrocious." There was a knock at her office door. "Entres," she said, and her secretary opened the door and a tall man with a gold earring entered. "May I help you?" she asked. "I am acting DMLE head Kingsley Shacklebolt. I am filling in for Madame Bones while she is on leave. I wanted to see if you had time to discuss the events at Maison Delacour." Kingsley said. Madame Lamille had been described by Amelia as a smart woman, but not necessarily a person who saw the details. So, instead of writing a letter, Kingsley had decided to speak with her directly. "I don't see why not, Monsieur Shacklebolt. Please, sit down." Kingsley did as directed and the two began to look over the report. "Wait. There's something missing," Kingsley said, frowning slightly. Aura Renard had a prisoner. She was stunned when he left. But here it says she resisted and was put down. She was stunned. Protocol is to put them in a cell before reviving them. Here's another discrepancy. We had names for 2 of the Death Eaters. They were the Caro twins, Amicus and Electo. Kingsley withdrew a piece of parchment from his robes. "This is a statement Director Bones made for me." Director Lamille sighed as she read the statement. "It seems I have not been as diligent as I should be. I will send a few of my Aurors to investigate this case further. Something is wrong here." Tonks and Rhiannon walked out of the library towards the end of the compound that served as the ritual chamber. Apolline said that Harry needs to be calmed down before the ritual. She sent everyone except for her and Fleur out. Tonks frowned at the idea of not being able to help her husband. "I don't like this, Tonks. I should be in there. What if something happens?" Rhiannon scowled, her hand reaching into her pocket for her cigarettes, but a look from Amelia brought her hand back out. "Like I was stealing from the cookie jar. I don't like it either, but we have to trust them right now. This is Vila territory. We don't know their customs here, but I do know we are dependent on the good graces of Celestine Dubois, so we've got to do things their way." Tonks, lips thinned in annoyance, "Hopefully we can get this finished and let Harry get some rest before we have to prepare for the duel. His father-in-law was murdered in front of his eyes. He lost his other father-in-law to a second attack. He's challenged to a duel and he finds out he's got a chunk of Dark Lord stuck in his head." Rhiannon let out a soft curse in Welsh. "Uffern ffycin. The amount of shit that he's dealt with in just this week, Lezu grist. In the library, Apolline and Fleur began their task of trying to draw out some of his stress. They both activated their allure in order to draw upon its magic. Fleur touched her husband's shoulder with her left hand, her right hand going over his heart. Look at me, my US band. I love you so much. You are my arrow. Apolline put her hand on Harry's other shoulder and took his right hand. Focus on our voices, Harry. Feel the tension in your body flowing out like water pouring from a faucet. Harry looked into Fleur's eyes. She's so beautiful without really meaning to. Harry leaned in and captured Fleur's lips in a key. She melted into the key, her arms going around his waist. Apolline smiled softly. He could resist two Vila using the full strength of their allure on him. That was impressive. Most wizards, even strong ones, had trouble ignoring even partial allures. But Harry, he took both of ours at the same time. He even resisted Mother's allure. Apolline could feel something tugging at her. That's his magic, calling to both of us. The pull on her core was just as strong as when she and Jean-Luc first admitted their feelings. This is what you were telling me, isn't it, Jean-Luc? Apolline drew in a long breath and released it, letting her magic mingle with Harry's. Harry could feel something touching his core, believing it to be Fleur magic. He let it was over him. That was when he felt it difference. This was not his wife's magic. That could only mean one thing, Apolline. He said softly, looking into her eyes. We, Harry, our magic sang to each other's. Just then Avila entered the room. Pardon, but Madame is ready to begin the ritual. It's time. The ritual chamber reminded Harry of the one in the basement of Grimmauld Place. The only real difference was that it was bigger. It was a very spacious room with white marble walls. The floor was granite and in the center of the room runes had been etched into the floor. Celestine met him at the entrance. Strip and then stand in the center of the runic circle. She directed before shrugging off the thin robe she was wearing. There can be nothing between us, I will be going into your mind. Celestine was a woman in her 60s, Harry mused, but she was just youthful as a woman in her 40s. Harry began to undress. Once the task was completed, he stood in the center of the runic circle. Celestine moved into the center with him. As I did when I first touched your mind, I will use my full allure to power this ritual. You will feel me enter your mind, do not resist it. Harry nodded. Thank you for this, he said, to which Celestine merely raised a single golden eyebrow. I am not doing this as an act of charity, you are indelibly connected to my granddaughter. It would not do if you were possessed. The ritual began. Celestine let her allure flare, a pink haze filling her eyes as she stared into Harry's own. Her hand came up and touched his forehead just at the side of the scar. Flashes of green light filled her eyes as a red-haired woman fell before him. A pale-skinned wizard cast a killing curse which flew back at him, destroying his physical form. The same boy, a few years older, being beaten by a screaming man. You will not embarrass us, you freak. He spits as he strikes the boy again and again. 11 years old and living in a cupboard. When the letters came, the fat man and family took the boy away. Hiding him from his destiny, or trying to. He saved his friend from a troll. He fought Voldemort in his first year. He fought a basilisk his second year. He stabbed a basilisk fang into a diary containing part of the soul of Voldemort. He gave mercy to the man who'd betrayed his parents. He saved the lives of his godfather and a hippogriff. He traveled through time and cast the Patronus charm. He met Fleur in his 4th year. He outflew a dragon. He saved Gabrielle from the icy waters of the lake. He saved Fleur from Devil's snare. He is used to resurrect Voldemort in a dark ritual. Before they separated, he and Fleur share a hug and a key. She promises to right him, and he returns the pledge. She sees his godfather die at the hands of his first wife. She can feel the pain and anger as he casts the torture curse at Bellatrix. Then the possession by Voldemort. The summer has been full of many emotions, but the most dominant is love. He is loved by many and he shares that love freely. Harry looks into Celestine's and saw tears in them. He could feel something and so he concentrates on it. She is young. She has fallen in love with a handsome wizard who seeks a job in the French ministry. She thinks he loves her, but soon discovers that he loves what she can do for him. He uses her as a beautiful trophy. She becomes pregnant and he abandons her. Her daughter does not listen to her warnings and falls in love with a British wizard. This wizard is dangerous. Celestine does her best to end that relationship. The only way to do it, she finds, is to destroy the letters the wizard sends to Apolline. Eventually they stop coming. Her daughter cries for days, but it's better this way. The little pain of disappointment now will fade in time, whereas the pain of betrayal never fades. Apolline finds love with a French duelist. This time she cannot destroy letters, so instead she disapproves of everything the French wizard does. It backfires and Apolline goes away. She is lonely. No one has ever looked at her the way the young wizard before her looks at his wives. No one has ever loved her like he loves her granddaughter. Then Harry screamed as a burning pain filled his head. He drops to his knees, an action mirrored by Celestine. Their arms go around each other, each one trying to gain comfort from the other as the darkness inside Harry's mind is forced out. Their link splitting the pain between them, Harry looked at the squeezed shut eyes of Celestine. I can feel him staring at me. The pain continued to flash through them in waves. But it was slowly dissipating. They both drew in deep shuddering breaths. Are you all right? He asked her softly. I will be fine in time. How do you feel? She opened her eyes and gasped. His scar had split open, blood pouring from the wound. He drew in another breath. I feel strange. Like something was bottled up inside me and the bottle was opened. The taint inside you was most likely blocking you from accessing your full magical ability. She brought her wand up and cleansed the blood from his forehead. What happened in that ritual? I saw. You saw nothing, she said firmly. I will not stand here and explain my pain to you. The door of the chamber opened and one of the villa attendants stepped inside. Madam, is it? It is finished, Sabrina. Give us time to dress and then you may allow the others to come in and see their husband. Celestine went to grab her robe. She slipped it back on and turned to see Harry buttoning his trousers. It was Bellatrix who came into the chamber first. She rushed into Harry's arms, hugging him. How do you feel? She asked. Better, he replied. Celestine said that it may have also been blocking part of my magic. We will need to test that theory, Narcissa said before coming to Harry's side. There is a practice range on the other side of the library. We will go there and have you test a few spells. Sweet Merlin. Narcissa felt her jaw drop as Harry's banishing charm shattered one of the targets. Holy shit, Hubs, that Ponce Mentures isn't going to know what hit him. Tonks said. Rhiannon nodded. I'd bet that would pop him like a grape. Amelia leaned against a tree on the edge of the training yard. That's it. The second he graduates, he's going in for Auror Academy. She walked forward to the group. Damn impressive, Harry. Why don't you try something a bit trickier? Try summoning something to you. Accio Amelia Bones, he said, pointing his wand at her. Amelia let out a very undignified yelp as she found herself propelled towards Harry. She crashed against him, the pair falling to the ground. There are easier ways to get me on top of you, she said softly, a little grin playing on her lips. Perhaps, but this was fun, he replied with the cheeky grin she was coming to adore. To hell with it. Amelia leaned in and keyed him. You were right, that was fun too, she said after the key broke. Ah hell. My boss just keyed my husband. Tonks grumbled to Rhiannon. He's handsome and powerful. What witch wouldn't want to key him? Rhiannon said, the second part much quieter than the first. You too, It doesn't matter, Tonks. It wouldn't work, so I'll just keep it nice and one-sided. Rhiannon said sadly. He'd never want a freak in his bed. If you are quite finished putting your tongue in the mouth of Director Bones, it's time we made our preparations to leave. Bellatrix said, a teasing grin on her lips. Meanwhile, Fleur and Apolline were back at the ritual chamber speaking with Celestine. Are you all right, Mother? Apolline asked. I know the ritual is supposed to be quite draining on the part of the caster. I feel miserable. Fine, my daughter. I have seen Harry's memories, and his heart. She looked to Fleur. You are a very lucky young woman, Fleur. I have never felt a love as the one I felt when his memories turned to his wives. Harry is an amazing man, Grand Mère. Fleur replied in French. He loves us. He fights for us. That is a rare thing. I must confess that I am envious of his love for all of you. He fell in love with you at the Yule Ball. Celestine said, looking to Fleur. He watched you dance. Celestine's eyes grew thoughtful, a bit envious. Fleur noticed, you were his first real key. She said to her granddaughter. I would have happily been his only key. But fate, it seems, wants Harry to have many loves. Fleur said softly, it is strange, you would think that his love would feel thinly spread, but he loves us with his whole heart. It is to his credit then. You will not find a man like him often. Celestine said, I never did. Until he came here with you. I told you, mother, he is not Gilbert Delacroix. Apolline said softly. That you did. Celestine said. Then she noticed something, your magic has tied to his. It did. When we return to the Maison, I will explain it to him. Apolline said, looking to her mother, Jean-Luc told me to live after his passing. He wasn't so bad for a son-in-law. Celestine admitted, he loved you and your daughters enough that he gave his life protecting you. I will mourn him as family. Fleur and Apolline left the chamber. Celestine was left to her thoughts. His magic has bound him to 7 different women in some form or another, perhaps 8. She looked to her hands and sighed, I have stayed on the grounds of the enclave for so long. Perhaps I should go with them to Maison Delacour. Celestine had decided to come back to the Delacour home. She looked at the house and grounds. So much damage, this battle was even bigger than Harry saw. She found herself staring at the spot where Jean-Luc had fallen. He spent his entire magical core in building that shield. I was too harsh on him. Outside, Harry and Rhiannon began to practice for the duel, not knowing that it wouldn't be a wizard's duel. Harry, with his magic unblocked, was able to cast spells faster now, but with that speed came a loss of control. He was focusing on precision now. Rhiannon conjured a point of light and Harry sent a stunning spell at the point. All right. Now we'll do the same but faster. Rhiannon's wand moved quickly now. Harry tried to focus, but his stunners came just a moment or two after the point of light moved. Keep at it, she said and began the practice round again. Bellatrix watched her husband practicing. Once he's got his eye in, he will be devastating. He's so fast and the spells are more powerful. Riddle is in for a world of pain. She smiled at the idea of her husband being the hero of the wizarding world as the conqueror of Voldemort. He could run for minister. Hell, Sissy will probably put his name down for minister no matter what. The idea of Harry as minister for magic was an appealing one. They were Slytherins after all. Ambition was one of their calling cards. If Harry became minister, we could do just about anything. Of course, we'd have to wait for him to graduate from Hogwarts unless Riddle dies early. If he dies before Harry finishes school, the Wizengamot would give him just about anything. Aubrey Mentiers and Alain Renard were preparing for the duel as well. They were practicing their fencing maneuvers when they heard the pop of someone apparating onto the property. Renard put his sword down and turned to look at the doorway. There was a tall willowy brunette witch standing there. Jeanette Lalaurie smiled as she looked at her fellow Death Eaters. Hello boys, a little bird at Gringotts told me that the two of you would be hosting a little party here for the boy who lived. I do hope you had planned on inviting your favorite necromancer. She said with a dangerous smile. It was unwise to slight Madame Lalaurie or her sister Genevieve, a fact that many would-be suitors had learned too late. But of course, madam, the duel isn't for another hour yet. I was going to send my house elf with the invitation personally. Mentiers said, bowing to the beautiful and extremely dangerous witch. I am sure, she said, her smile dropping and her eyes taking on a dangerous glint. So, tell me what surprises you have in store for the hero of magical Britain. This will not be a wizard's duel, instead I am planning to use swords. The boy has no training in them that we could discover, Alain began, before Jeanette cut him off. So, the plan is to cheat. Bravo. I am sure his minders wouldn't notice that you are planning a scenario where he has no chance. It doesn't matter, madam, what they notice. They didn't seek to set the terms of the duel. So it falls on myself as the sponsor of the duel to make the terms. As it stands, we have swords until one of us dies. At stake is our fortunes, our magic, and our lives. So you have everything to gain then. Jeanette said with a sly grin. You realize that if you were to lose, our master would be most displeased. He may be angry if you kill the boy instead of letting him do it. I would be willing to help you evade his anger. And what would the cost be? His body. He is a handsome young man, and provided you don't damage his face or anything I would miss, the proper spells to keep his body moving and free from decay would allow me to have my fun. She smiled at the thought of making the body of Harry Potter into her toy. People look at me in disgust, but they don't understand the power of raising the dead to act as your servants. As this is a familial affair, I believe we should go to the duel with Harry. Celestine said to her daughter. I do not wish Gabrielle to witness this. What if something happens? Apolline looked over to her youngest daughter, giggling as Tonks shifted her features from a cat to a bird and then back to a woman's. If something happens, mother, please. I will take her to the enclave and keep her hidden from the clutches of Aubrey Mentiers. She promised Apolline. She can remain here with Madame Bones, niece Susan, while we tend to matters at Maison Mentiers. That was when the house elf bearing a burlap sack appeared before them. I am Elon, house elf of the family Mentiers. He looked around. I am here to bring Harry Potter and his second to the duel at the estate of my master. I am Harry, Elon. Harry walked up to the house elf. My second is Rhiannon. Hello. Rhiannon said, looking at the tiny house elf. He's got broken bones in his hands that cut. Looks like someone hit him with a severing charm that barely nicked him. Are you alright, Elon? She asked the elf. Elon is happy to serve the family Mentiers. He said quickly. A little too quickly, Harry thought. Are you treated well? You remind me of my friend Dobby. He's also a house elf. You count a house elf as a friend. It is little wonder my master seeks your death. The house elf's eyes grew wide as he realized his mistake. Elon has said too much. He will punish himself later. How does your master seek to kill my husband? Bellatrix asked, coming to the other side of Harry. That Elon can't say, madam. However, he can say that this battle will be with swords rather than spells. Harry paled. I don't know how to fight with a sword. I've only ever held one, and that was the sword of Gryffindor. Fleur retreated in the house, returning a few moments later with the rapier Jean-Luc had showed him. Try this, Ari. Perhaps the general will guide your aunt. Harry took the rapier in his hand, drawing it from its scabbard, and held it the way Jean-Luc had just a few days earlier. It felt heavy in his hand, but not uncomfortably so. Let me help you, my son, he heard a voice in his mind, and then a chuckle. Yes, Harry, it is your favorite father-in-law. The powers that be are aware of the treachery plotted by Mentiers, and they have granted me a chance to assist you. Harry put the sword back into its scabbard. Rhiannon and I are ready, he said, reaching out for the elf's hand. You may be, but this concerns the entire family. We are all going. I want Madame Bones to accompany us to ensure that Mentiers does not try anything during the course of the duel. Celestine's tone was firm. This was not a matter for discussion. Elon can only bring 2 at a time. But he will bring your family to the manor. The house elf looked to Harry. Are you ready then, sir? Yes, Elon, thank you. Rhiannon and I will go first. He held back out his hand. The elf took his and then Rhiannon's, and they vanished. Maison Mentiers reminded Narcissa of Malfoy Manor. It was opulent and foreboding at the same time. The Auror they had met before, Renard, was standing beside the man that Narcissa assumed must be Aubrey Mentiers. He looks like Lucius, she noted. There were a few differences, mostly in the length of his hair and that his eyes weren't blue. But there were enough similarities that it couldn't be a coincidence. Malfoy came from France. So it would stand to reason that there would be some distant cousins here and there. Ah, I see you brought a cheering section. Aubrey Mentiers smirked. His eye fell to the sword at Harry's waist. I see Elon told you what to expect. I will ensure that he punishes himself severely for that. Provided you win. If I win, and he becomes my house elf, I will thank him for being a better person than his former master. Harry said. Rhiannon looked at Harry and then to the challenger and his second. They smell like. Oh shit. They are Death Eaters. Her hand stayed near her wand. Harry continued speaking with Mentiers. It's not a cheering section, as you put it. It's my family. Family. Mentiers scoffed. Your whores will belong to me soon enough. I'm sure I can find uses for most of them. The one at your side is too skinny for my tastes, but I'm sure a whorehouse would take her. Please, Aubrey, a whorehouse isn't a charity, here for you to dump your mongrels. A woman's voice came from inside the entrance to the manor. Sell them the villa, but that one isn't worth the time it would take to break her into a proper whore. I say kill her and the old ones. Madame Lalaurie will be joining the festivities as my guest. Mentures said with a snide grin, so I suppose you have your onlookers and I have mine. All right, enough flirting. Let's get this started. We know it's a sword fight, and the terms are to the death. Rhiannon spat at the French wizards. As you say, let's get this started. Mentures led the group towards a ring of sand. Step inside, boy. When you hear the crack from Madame's wand, start fighting. We'll see how long you keep your status as the boy who lived. All right, my son. Just relax and let me guide you. Harry heard the voice of Jean-Luc Delacour in his mind and did as he asked. From her vantage point, Apolline stifled a quiet gasp. That is Jean-Luc's stance. Harry seemed to watch the duel as an outsider as Jean-Luc's spirit guided his body through a complicated series of parries and thrusts. Mentures was skilled, but with the way Jean-Luc moved him, Harry was wearing him down little by little. He is an evil man, Harry. Do not feel guilty when you strike him down. He heard in his mind. A little smirk formed on his lips. Don't worry, Jean-Luc. I'm not going to feel guilty at all. He threatened our family. He's losing. Aubrey is actually losing. Renard couldn't believe what he was seeing. Aubrey Mentures, a skilled swordsman, was being bested by a teenager. I'll keep my wand handy no matter what. That boy dies today. He was unaware that he was being watched by Rhiannon. If that frog even blinks wrong at my alpha, I'll take his head off. Rhiannon might not have finished Hogwarts, but her adulthood had been full of doing whatever it took to survive. She had learned a few very handy spells over the years. She considered the blasting charm her best one. I'll leave him a severed head in a smoking hole. And that other one. The by.ch up there watching Harry like he's her favorite snack. That is my alpha. If she thinks she's getting in our family, she's got another thing coming. Tonks watched alongside Narcissa, Bellatrix, Celestine, and the Delacours. How did he get so skilled, so fast? There's no way unless maybe the sword is enchanted. Could it be doing the work for him? Suddenly there was a gasp as Harry darted forward and the point of the rapier went through the chest of the man before him. That is my husband. He gets challenged to a duel and he kills the idiot who challenged him. I didn't know I would enjoy watching Harry risk his life like this. Amelia found herself thinking he's so multi-talented. I wonder what else he's good at, judging by how loyal his wives are to him. I can make a few guesses. It's been so long. He wants me, I can tell. And Merlin knows I want him. I think when we return to England I'll ask him to accompany me to the ossuary. She pumped her fist as Harry defeated the challenger and thus claimed the property and magic of House Mentures. Well, I'll be damned. He won. Knowing Elan, he'll do something stupid. I know the apparition point for Maison Delacour. I think I'll pay the champion a little visit. With a pop, Jeanette Lalaurie vanished, leaving Elan Renard to make his decision. You have murdered my cousin, you little shit. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse sailed towards Harry, who without thinking raised a marble slab and blocked the curse, not noticing that he hadn't used his wand. Elan saw 7 different colored lights speeding towards him. Nimbly, he dodged most of them, but still caught a cutting hex from Celestine. You by.ch. He threw his wand up, sending a banishing charm that knocked the Vila off of her feet. Renard raced towards her and cast another killing curse. I missed. Damn, what is that cold feeling? He looked down and saw the blade of Harry's rapier protruding from his chest. Celestine saw Harry kill the man who had tried to murder her. All around him, the witches stopped moving. They could feel the power coming off of Harry like waves in the ocean. Such power, Celestine thought as she rose from the ground. Are you all right? Harry asked her. Celestine nodded. I am fine, Harry. I thank you for coming to my aid. That's what you do for family. Elan appeared before Harry. You have won. You are Elan's master now. The elf looked as happy as if he had been given his wildest dream. It reminded Harry again of Dobby. In that case, come with us back to Maison Delacour, Elan, and we'll figure out what to do from there. Harry said, the group apparating back to the Delacour home. At the Maison Delacour they found an alarming sight. Jeanette Lalaurie holding a wand to Susan Bones' head. First person to raise their wand gets her brains splattered onto their robes. She said with a grin. Gabrielle came forward. Stop hurting Susan, you. Xian. Gabrielle hurled her first fireball. It struck the witch with just enough force to cause her to release Susan. You little. Jeanette slapped Gabrielle, who, to her credit, did not fall, though she did stagger. Try again, Putain, Jeanette said, leveling her wand. Gabrielle closed her eyes and conjured another fireball, throwing it at the woman. She heard a shriek, and when she opened her eyes, Jeanette Lalaurie was no more. Her only remains was a pair of legs. I did that, Gabrielle said, more to herself than anyone. You certainly did, Fleur said, the feathers on her arms vanishing along with the second fireball she'd had readied in case the first one had failed. That night, as everyone settled into rest, dreams came as dreams often do. In the room she shared with Susan, Amelia found herself dreaming of a life that could have been. The young woman was a few years older than Tonks or Rhiannon. She looked a bit like Susan, but her features were a bit longer. She didn't quite have the rounded features of a Bones. The young woman smiled and walked over. As she got closer, she noticed that the woman had very familiar green eyes. Harry Fox eyes. It's so good to finally meet you, the woman said. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Emily Fox. Amelia's eyes grew wide and she felt tears budding. Emily. Yes, Mum. She smiled and embraced Amelia. This is what I would have looked like. I think I would have turned out all right. What do you think? You're beautiful, Emily, Amelia managed. You have my hair. And Dad's eyes. Emily smiled softly. If everything had went according to that plan of yours, I would be receiving my badge as a senior Auror today. Senior Auror. I'm sure Harry would have loved his wife and his daughter both being Aurors, Amelia said with a smile. You could just ask me. Came a familiar voice from behind her. Harry Fox walked up, his arm going around her waist. I would have supported the both of you doing what you loved. Harry, it's okay. Melia, the powers that be gave us this little chance to talk so we could tell you that if you and Harry Potter end up being a couple, we approve. Harry Fox said, pressing a key to her temple. Live, Mum. Live and be happy, Emily said. Amelia woke with a start. She wiped the tears from her eyes and whispered into the darkened room, I will. Fleur sighed as she stared up at her ceiling. Harry saved our lives again. This time he saved us from being the property of Aubrey Mentures. She remembered all the times that her father had spoken about the man, calling him a pig and a criminal. It had been Jean-Luc's dearest wish that he could find some reason to have him arrested. I suppose being a Death Eater would have been enough, Papa. But now, instead of merely having him arrested, he is dead and his fortune is now part of ours. Beside her, Harry slept soundly. This had been an eventful day for her husband. She keyed at his temple and then put her arms around him. Finally her eyes closed. She found herself on a park bench. In front of her 3 little owned girls played happily. They were identical, with long curly hair and bright green eyes. They raced around the park, one tagging her sister and then running off. Sabine, Dominique, and Victoire. Came a voice from beside her. Fleur turned to see a strange woman sitting beside her. Pardon. Your daughters, they're named Sabine, that's the one chasing. Victoire, that's the one being chased, and Dominique is the one watching them. The woman had long curly dark hair. She leaned against the bench. My name is Hecate. Who are you? Fleur was confused. Who was this woman introducing her to her own daughters? Hecate. Last name is unimportant. All you need to know if this little glimpse into the future is to remind you that Harry is tougher than you seem to think he is. I know how strong Harry is, I do, but it kills me seeing him being forced to fight so much. Why can't he just have time to live? Fleur sighed, then looked out to the little girls playing. Why can't he have this? He will. Hecate's voice was softer now. When these 3 show up, you will have that time. Triplets, though. Fleur looked at her stomach and then back at the girls playing. Poor Harry. Delacour women tend to be grumpy during pregnancy. He'll have had some practice by then. Hecate smirked. Fleur rolled over in her sleep, unconsciously snuggling in closer to Harry. A little smile playing on her lips as she dreamed of 3 little owned girls. Back at the safe house, Hermione was having trouble sleeping as well. She had found a picture of herself in her Hogwarts robes in first year. Mum and Dad wanted a picture of their little witch. It had forced her to think back to first year, and that led her to where she was now. Remembering the first time she'd met Harry Potter. She didn't know it yet, but she'd just met her best friend. At first she thought he was just an average kid, then he saved her from a troll. Then he fought a basilisk, he destroyed the shade of Tom Riddle. Then they traveled through time together. Riding on Buckbeak she had held onto him tightly. She had rationalized that it was so she wouldn't fall off, but the real reason had been something that terrified her. She had been in love with Harry Potter. The idea seemed absurd now, but the more she thought about it the more sense it had made. No one had ever stuck up for her before him. No one had treated her like a person, rather than a brain on legs. That's why she had stood by him in fourth year. That's why it had bothered her so much when he hadn't asked her to the Yule Ball. He hadn't seen her as a girl, instead she was just Hermione, the best friend. It had crushed her. Even worse, Ron had thought she was angry that he hadn't asked. As if she would have ever wanted to be with someone who constantly argued and spewed food at her. She sighed softly. Still, if I was with Harry, I wouldn't have learned how amazing Fred is. She smiled, thinking about her boyfriend. Mum and Dad actually took it pretty well. Dad only threatened him with his shotgun once. She would have never imagined falling in love with Fred Weasley, but she did. She loved him. He loved her. And provided they both survived this war, who knows what would happen. She finally was able to fall asleep. Frederick Gideon Weasley, you get in here right now and explain why my office is full of pink feathers. Hermione stormed into the workshop her husband kept in the basement of their house. Wait, they're pink. The feathers were supposed to be orange. Fred grinned as he pulled Hermione close and keyed her, doing his best to distract her from being angry. Don't worry, my own, they'll vanish in a few minutes. Hermione did her best to be angry, but that damned grin he gave her always managed to ruin her plans. Why is my office full of feathers of any colors? She asked, her arms around his neck holding him close. Just testing a new prototype. Fred said, was it suitably surprising? It made me want to kill you, so you tell me. Fred just grinned and keyed her again. Hermione smiled in her sleep. Fred might be a bit of an idiot sometimes, but he was her bit of an idiot. Not everyone was asleep though. Tonks and Rhiannon were awake. They had went out onto the patio. For a time neither spoke. They just sat there and looked at the stars. Finally Tonks looked over to Rhiannon. So, this is what you thought would happen, Rhi? Which part? Becoming the bodyguard of the most important person in the wizarding world. Being his second at a duel to the death. Rhiannon sighed and turned to face Tonks. It's better here, but I keep waiting on the other shoe to drop. There is no other shoe. You're part of our family now. Now, let's talk about that happy ending you keep talking about. There's nothing to talk about. I've seen what happens when you tell someone you care about that you are a werewolf. They leave. So I'm used to being alone. Rhiannon said, when I told my boyfriend he called me a monster and said that if we had a kid I'd end up eating it. Then he's an idiot. No one here cares that you're a werewolf. Why is this so important to you, Tonks? You know you matter to me. Do you have any idea how many letters I sent to your house looking for you? Tonks asked quietly. We were together and you didn't even send me a letter before you vanished on me. Yeah, I know how many. I kept them. They're in my trunk. You kept them. Of course I did, Tonks. I didn't want to leave, not Hogwarts and not you. But I was a stupid kid who thought she knew what to do. I kept every letter but I couldn't write back. Rhiannon said, her eyes starting to grow very bright. Now you have a husband and even though he knew what I was he took me in and treated me like I mattered. So yes. I like him. But it doesn't matter. He's got 4 wives, one of whom is you. He's flirting with Amelia Bones. If he wanted me, he would have said something. Or you could stop feeling sorry for yourself and talk to him. Tonks said. Reaching over she took Rhiannon's hand in her own. If you actually ask him what he thinks about you, you might just be surprised. What if he says no? Her voice was soft. Tonks, it almost killed me when Richard called me a monster. What if Harry is only nice to me because of you? That's not Harry, Rhi. He'd be polite, but he wouldn't have trusted you enough to make you his second. He'd still have arranged to get you the Wolfsbane potion though. Tonks squeezed her hand gently. I can tell you this now. Harry has the biggest heart I've ever seen. If the two of you want it, there's plenty of room for you in there. I'll talk to him. Apolline and Celestine were talking in the master bedroom. I have been thinking about Harry and his magic all day, Celestine said. His magic has been drawing women to his side, almost like our allure draws men. What are you saying, mother? Is Harry part Vila? I do not believe so, but we could explore that possibility later on. I believe that his magic is drawing women to him in order to finish building a coven. Celestine looked at her hands as she remembered what she had seen. During the ritual, I saw Harry's injuries at the hands of Lucius Malfoy. In order to heal him, the first 3 wives formed a partial coven in order to join their magic to his. Now, I believe that since it was only 3 witches that formed the coven, his magic is seeking out more. If that is the case, then why hasn't he said something? I don't believe he knows. Apolline was quiet for a moment. She thought back to earlier that day. Harry had found his way into the conservatory. There, he found Jean-Luc's violin. He had picked it up and touched the bow to the strings. At first it had been a cacophony, but as he continued, he seemed to find his way. Suddenly it sounded like Jean-Luc was playing. That had been what drew Apolline into the room. She watched him play until he noticed her and put the violin down. I'm sorry. Don't be. You are very good for someone who's never played before. How did you know I've never played? I heard you pick up the violin. She smiled teasingly. Jean-Luc used to play for me. She flicked her wand at the still violin and it rose, playing itself. She took his hand and led him in a slow dance. Fleur told us about the Yule Ball. Not my best moment. May I ask why you were so eager to sit there and be angry? I wanted to ask her to dance, but I was scared that she'd laugh at me or worse that she'd say yes. Harry chuckled softly. I wasn't ready to dance with Fleur then. They continued to move around the room in silence. When the music stopped, he continued to dance with her. We don't have to keep dancing. The music stopped. I still hear music, he said smiling as he dipped her. Apolline looked to her mother. If he needs me, then I will be his. My magic has already sung with his. Mine as well. Celestine sighed softly. Why in Circe's name did I have to meet someone like him now? Why couldn't I have met him first? Before. Delacroix. You've met him now, because this was the time to meet him. Apolline sighed softly. If this is the completion of a coven, he will need us to help guide it. We will discuss this with the others in the morning. Celestine had spent her morning figuring out the best way to explain everything she believed was going on. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. Harry's magic has been seeking out witches to complete the partial coven that began when Narcissa performed the ritual to heal him. So, what does that mean? Do we not actually love him? Does he not love us? Tonks asked. Not at all. This coven was formed out of love for Harry. So, in order for his magic to seek someone out, they have to be either in love with him already, or compatible. Celestine said, turning to Apolline, you said his magic sang to yours, correct? Oui, mother. It didn't feel the same as when I bonded with Jean-Luc, but it felt just as strong. She looked at her hands and then back up to Celestine. I cannot call it love yet, but there is a spark of something. I know I'm attracted to him. He reminds me of a time when I wasn't the Iron Lady of the DMLE. Amelia said, if I have to share his attention, so be it, he's worth it. Rhiannon looked at the table. What if this really is just his magic seeking us out? Is that why it feels so nice when he smiles at me? I'll talk to him today. Have you spoke to Harry about this? Bellatrix asked the Vila. Not yet. I wanted to discuss with the witches involved first. Harry is involved as deeply as any of us. Narcissa pointed out, we can't just expect him to accept that there could be another. She looked to Apolline, Amelia, Celestine, and Rhiannon. 4 possible wives. I'm not expecting anything of the sort. You do not need to be married to him in order for his magic to bind with yours. I am far too old to marry him, so I would not be taking that step. Celestine said, not willing to think about how appealing the idea of being with Harry felt. In any event, this is all academic until we actually do talk with Harry. I don't think he would be particularly comfortable with the idea of being connected to so many witches. Narcissa said, Celestine, it's your theory, you should bring it up. Harry was pacing in front of Hedwig's cage. I saw in the dream Could you actually be a witch named Alexandra? He sighed and kept pacing. Hedwig watched him from her cage, golden eyes following him. The servant watched as her master paced. Who is this, Alexandra? The servant is called Hedwig, by the master. But that name, it sparked a memory within the servant. I'm telling you, Jane. The Zabinis are involved. Herschel and his wife are up to something dirty. The bee-owned witch said to the brown-haired witch. I'm sure you're right, Alex. But we've got to be careful. Bones said. Bones says a lot of things, very little we actually listen to. The servant blinked as one of the other witches, the eldest one, came into the room. So my magic keeps linking with other witches. Harry was confused. Not just your magic, your heart as well. I have seen your past, as I know you have seen mine. You grew up without love, so now you seek it out without knowing. And due to the incomplete nature of the coven that healed you, witches have been binding themselves to you, by magic and by their hearts. Celestine said, you are to be commended. Lesser wizards would use this binding to enjoy base pleasures, but you have continually treated the women in your life as precious. Well, they are. Any one of them would be plenty. The fact that I'm married to Bella and Sissy and Dora and Fleur is amazing. Harry said, and I know there's something between Amelia and I. Rhiannon needs someone to see her as more than just a werewolf. Then there's the connection I feel between Apolline and you. I can feel you as if you were standing the same place as me. That is a good sign. It means neither of us have rejected the bond. That could have had unfortunate consequences. What happens if a bond is rejected? Harry asked. I don't want to trap anyone in a relationship they don't want. If a bond is strictly one-sided, it will wither and fade and no harm will come. However, if the bond is accepted by both parties and then one party rejects it, that person will suffer a weakening of their magic, possibly even its total absence. Celestine looked out the window for a moment. As an example, if we were to lay together, pledge ourselves to each other, and then later you were to break my trust in some manner, you would at the very least lose some of your magic. Well, I wouldn't do that. I've been lied to so many times, I couldn't do that to someone else. Harry said. You are a good man, Harry. Thank you, Celestine. Can I ask you something? I had a dream in it. I saw a woman. She was an oar, but she was changed by Riddle into an owl. This owl. Harry said, pointing to the cage where Hedwig sat. An animagus trapped in their form. It's rare, of course, but there are a few different spells that can cause this sort of thing, especially if there was a trauma involved. Celestine looked at the owl. She was an Orrham. Amelia is in charge of the oars, is she not? Yes, she's the head of their department. Bring her into the room, please. You mean, you think that your owl is my missing oar? Amelia looked at Hedwig. Alexandra Tate wasn't an animagus as far as I know. She could have been unregistered. There's quite a few of them around. My father was one, so was Sirius and Peter Pettigrew. Harry said. The woman in my dream said that she was Jane Cosgrove. And Jane was Alexandra's partner. What did the woman look like? Amelia asked. She looked a lot like Rhiannon, but her face was fuller. She had the same short dark hair, but her eyes were blue. Harry replied. Her voice did this thing where she was Welsh. Harry. Her voice always had a sing-songy tilt to it. Amelia sighed. She visited you in your dream. She thanked me for helping Rhiannon find a purpose. Harry looked back at Hedwig. Do you think? I have no idea, but regardless, we'll see what we can do. It was later. Celestine had shooed Harry from the library so that she could research a possible counter curse to free Hedwig, or Alexandra rather, from her owl form. Harry found himself sitting underneath a tree at the edge of Maison Delacour's front yard. His eyes were closed and he was just starting to relax enough to doze off when he heard a twig snap. Turning, he saw Rhiannon preparing to sit down. Hey, Harry, can I ask you something? Sure. What's on your mind? Rhiannon took a deep breath. She focused on her promise to Tonks. What are your feelings about me? He smirked softly. Jump right in. I've got a lot of time to make up for. Harry sighed and looked into her eyes. Well, you're strong. Much stronger than you seem to think you are. You're impulsive, but only because you try to do the right thing. The people you take into your heart are extremely lucky, because you'd do anything for them. You seem to think pretty highly of me, Harry. Rhiannon said softly. Harry smiled. Well, you were Dora's first friend. Apparently you were a few of her firsts. Is that weird? As talking and Tonks and I being have been together? Not really, Harry said, it just means that the two of you loved each other then and possibly never stopped. Why would that bother me? Most men are intimidated by the idea that a woman doesn't have to be only attracted to men. Those men are idiots. So, do we want to try this? Rhiannon asked, surprising herself again by her forwardness. If you want to try being more than just my bodyguard, then I say we see what happens. Rhiannon leaned in and keyed Harry for the first time. Inside her she could feel the beast urging her to claim him, to become his mate. She let the key deepen, and then pulled him into her arms. From her place on the second story, Tonks watched the pair from a window. Go get him, she smiled and turned away from the window and made her way back downstairs. Claiming the Menteur's fortune had been a simple matter. Master Coinclaw had taken care of the paperwork for them. More complicated had been the aftermath of the death of Alain Renard. Renard was a Death Eater. Director Lemel had looked as if she was about to be sick. Yes, Henrietta. As was Aubrey Menteur's. Amelia said. They both had the mark on their arms. Oh, Merlin Quell Gotchis. Director Lemel rubbed her temple and then looked to Harry. It appears that we are in your debt. I promise, on my magic we will begin a thorough inspection of the Auror Core and we will root out any more Death Eaters. I would recommend Veritaserum. That will get us names. Amelia said. It isn't strictly legal, but it works. Harry sighed as he looked at the cage before him. Hedwig, she was possibly a witch. Celestine had taken her into the ritual chamber at the Enclave, along with several books. Monsieur Potter Black. A voice came from behind him. It was Sabrina. The Vila that Celestine had trained as her apprentice. Sabrina, right. Is everything all right with Hedwig? Harry asked. The young woman nodded. Monsieur. Madame wishes for me to bring you to her. She has asked for her daughter and granddaughter, as well as the Madame Director and your bodyguard. Sabrina held out her hand. If you will allow me, we will depart now. Harry took her hand and with a pop they arrived back at the Enclave. Celestine was standing in front of a silver perch. Sitting there was Hedwig looked annoyed. Amelia and Rhiannon were standing together talking quietly. Fleur and Apolline came to his side. Harry, Mother thinks she's found something. Apolline said, but she is concerned that too much time spent as an owl may have altered her mental state. So, what do we do? Harry was confused now. Is there a way to help her? Yes, Mother wishes to channel her full allure through you, while Fleur and I do the same. She believes that will be enough magical power to do what needs to be done. Apolline said. Then once the spell is broken, Amelia and Rhiannon will try to help guide her mind back into its natural state as opposed to the animal mind she's used to. Okay. What do I need to do? Harry said. The last time I was involved in a ritual here I had to be nude. Will we have to do that again? Just come here, Harry. Place your hand on Hedwig's head and then we will channel our allure through you. Concentrate on the woman you saw in your dream, the one that was turned into an owl. Celestine directed him. You may need to coax her human form out of hiding. Harry nodded and crossed the room. Hey Hedwig, he said, stroking the owl's head fondly, we're going to try something that may help you. I hope it does. He felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned and saw it was Rhiannon. Are you ready for this? She asked him. I suppose so. He gave her the best he had for a confident smile. Rhiannon keyed his cheek softly. When we get back to England I want to take you somewhere, all right? He nodded and she smiled. It's a date then. She walked away and the three Vila walked up to him. If you are ready, Harry, we will begin. Harry nodded and placed his hand on Hedwig. He felt the three women touch him and then felt the energy push through him as their allure crashed into him. He concentrated on Hedwig, and the woman he had been told was Alexandra Tate. Something was happening. The servant's cage was breaking. The servant. She was looking at the world with the same eyes, but the colors were duller. She still heard things, but not as sharply. The loss of sensation was painful. She grabbed her head. Wait. She had hands like her master, like he does. She looked into his eyes. He was equal parts scared and thrilled. Her head whipped around. She saw two witches looking at her. One was familiar in a way she didn't understand, the other one, she wasn't familiar but she made her think of someone. Jane. The bee-owned haired witch who stood at the perch where Hedwig had been had a soft voice. Soft but harsh from disuse. She stood before the group nude. She had the whitish bee-owned hair he had seen in the dream, as well as the soft golden eyes. She had a number of small freckles that matched the black markings on Hedwig's white feathers. Jane's my mum. She's been dead for a while. Rhiannon said. She had been given a cloak by Celestine before the beginning of the ritual and now was draping it over the woman's form. I know the name, but I don't know why I know it, the witch that had been Hedwig said. My name is Hedwig. I know that much. Actually, your name was Alexandra. You were an or. Amelia provided. You were a damn good one at that. Or. I don't understand. Hedwig. That's her name after all, Harry mused, seemed confused. Tell us what you remember. Harry said. Hedwig's golden eyes focused on him. This is good, she thought. I know him. He is the master, the one I serve. I remember nothing. I can't remember anything. Hedwig frowned. But then how did I know the name? Jane. Celestine had a theory. It could be that the trauma that forced you into your owl form has forced your mind to create a block. What if I'm not a woman turned into an owl? I feel more like an owl turned into a witch. Hedwig said sadly. I don't feel like a human. If I ever was, I think that is gone now. Well, we'll just have to help you find it. Harry said to her. Kingsley had returned to London. He had 2 tasks set before him by Amelia. The first, and easiest, was to begin a second check for marked Death Eaters. This time, anyone suspected would be given Veritaserum and questioned. There's no longer a time for observing them, now it was time for action. The second and much harder task was to go to Andromeda Tonks. Luckily he had someone to accompany him. Tonks had came back to London early using his portkey. She was already at the Tonks house and Kingsley would be going there after he finished his work at the ministry. At her childhood home, Tonks had done nothing except hug her mother and cry fresh tears over the loss of her father. Andromeda wasn't crying anymore. She didn't have any tears left, she had explained. Mum, I'm sorry that you were targeted because of us. Harry has done everything he can to make us harder to attack. When they targeted the Grangers, I should have known they'd come after our family members next. Tonks said, her voice soft and miserable, and her hair the dull mousy brown that signified she felt awful. Your father was a brave man. He would have been murdered no matter what. Andromeda's voice was nearly inaudible. She took in a breath. Nymphadora, would it be alright if I stayed at your flat? I can't be here anymore. I want to sell this place and you have your husband. Of course, Mum. Let's go there and get you settled. I'll come back here and get everything packed for you. Tonks took her mother's hand and apparated them both to the apartment. I can apparate you, no dear. Andromeda said, a vague undercurrent of humor in her voice. I know you can, Mum, but I was worried. You don't look like you've been eating, or drinking water, or sleeping. Tonks watched her mother look around the flat. Well, you've gotten better about cleaning, I see. Actually, that's Dobby. Tonks began, but was interrupted by a pop as the house elf revealed himself. The great master Harry Potter, Sirs, Mrs. Nimmy has called for Dobby. The words came out in almost a blur as the excitable creature looked from Tonks to Andromeda, as if anticipating an order. I didn't, Dobby. And please, just call me Tonks. I don't need you to give me a name that takes more than one breath to say. Tonks pointed to her mother. This is my mum Andromeda, she's going to be living here. Will you please make sure that she eats something while I'm away? Yes, Mrs. Just Call Me Tonks. Dobby will make sure that Mrs. Just Call Me Tonks. Mother has a good dinner. The elf vanished again. So, Dobby is on a permanent sugar high. It comes from being bonded to Harry, I think. Tonks grinned. For the first time since seeing her mother, an actual smile graced her lips. Speaking from experience, Andromeda said, her eyebrow quirking up and a ghost of a smile played on her lips. It's not what I expected. But it's been amazing regardless. I found out that I'm pregnant. Tonks said, placing a hand on her belly. I sent you the owl just before we left telling you how I had been feeling off well. That was why. A grandchild. Fresh tears filled Andromeda's eyes. Ted would have been so happy. I think so too, Mum. Tonks put her arm around her mother. I was thinking, do you think Dad would mind, if the baby is a boy, if I named him Theodore? Another Ted running around. I think Street. Peter will have to put a stronger lock on the pearly gates to keep him from coming back down. Alexandra Tate. No damn it, my name is Hedwig. I'm not a witch, I'm an owl. Everything I remember is being an owl. Hedwig poked morosely at the plate of bacon in front of her. Hungry? Ma, Harry had asked her. She nodded. Starving. Harry led her back to the kitchen. There, sitting on a platter, was her favorite thing. Bacon. Eagerly she began piling strips of bacon onto her plate. There are other things besides bacon, he said with a little smirk. Perhaps, but this is the thing I love most. Actually, from what I remember, you were a vegetarian, Amelia said from her own spot at the table. The fork clattered onto the plate. My name is Hedwig. I'm an owl that has been turned into a witch because Harry had a dream where someone told him I was a witch first. I'm not a witch. I don't remember being a witch. I don't remember you. I don't remember this. Jane. Woman, I don't remember anything. Hedwig could feel tears prickling at her eyes. Harry's hand went to her shoulder. Hedwig, I. Suddenly she screamed. Everyone turned to see Bellatrix standing there, a look of horror on her face matching Hedwig's. That led to a number of questions from everyone. Did Bellatrix know who she was? Unfortunately she did. I was there when they captured them. Yaxley killed one and Riddle cursed the other one. Bellatrix said, looking at her. I was the one who took her to Ilops. Why? Amelia asked. I don't know. I had been ordered to break her wings and leave her in the forest for the animals to devour. But I was able to resist. I couldn't fix what had been done, so I conjured a cage and placed her in it. Then I apparated to Ilops and left her at the door. Bellatrix said, looking to Hedwig, do you remember anything about that night? Hedwig sighed. I don't remember anything. But I don't understand how I reacted to her like that in my normal form. She is just Harry's favorite mate. But in this form, I'm nearly paralyzed by fear of her. She walked over to the window. Outside she saw Harry and Jane. Wait, no. That is Rhiannon, that's Jane's daughter. I caught her when she fell taking her first steps. Suddenly images filled Hedwig's mind. She saw herself as a witch walking behind a dark-haired toddler while the witch she knew as Jane and a tall bald wizard stood in front of her. Come along, walk to Mama, Dad. Jane held out her hands with a smile as her daughter took one step, then another. Then she fell backwards and was caught by Diolch Alex. Jane said. She smiled and pressed a key into the little girl's hair, making her giggle. No problem, Jane, I'll always be here to catch ma. Hedwig felt a tear run down her cheek as she whispered the word, goddaughter. Bellatrix was miserable. I've tried so hard to fix as much of the damage I've done as I can. But what if it's not enough? What if Harry finally has enough of my past coming back to haunt us? She was lost in her thoughts and didn't hear Narcissa walk into the room. Bella, the portkey will be activating in 3 hours. Do you need help packing? What? Bellatrix turned and saw that it was her sister. I've got it. The only thing extra I'm bringing is the book Celestine gave us. You look worried about something. What's wrong? Sissy, am I lying to myself? Bellatrix asked quietly. It seems like everything that bastard forced me to do comes back to haunt us. You didn't do anything wrong this time. You placed Alexandra somewhere safe. Narcissa replied, placing her hand on her sister's shoulder. They were both in my year, you know, Bellatrix said. I remember Jane Thornton and Alexandra Tate. Jane was the seeker who beat Amicus in the final Quidditch match against Hufflepuff. Our 4th year Alexandra was in Slytherin. She was my study partner for charms. Maybe that's why you were able to resist killing her. She was a friend. Narcissa offered, but Bellatrix scoffed quietly. We hated each other. She was the best in our year with charms. That's why I asked her to be my partner. Then why did she say yes? Narcissa asked. A voice behind them answered, because she needed the help. She wanted to make a present for her boyfriend. Hedwig stood there at the door. You remember that? Bellatrix asked her. What else do you remember? Not much. I keep getting little flashes. But that's all. I heard you talk about the match and I remember watching it beside Albert. Hedwig sighed. I think I called Amicus a shit for bashing into Jane. You did. Bellatrix said with a smirk. We could hear it across the pitch. This is frustrating beyond belief. I see a desk. I know it's a desk, but when I tried to write my name, I couldn't do it. It's as if I'm watching bits and pieces of her life. I get flashes with no context. I get names but no faces. Hedwig began. It feels like I've been thrown into a different person's life and I can't help but think I might be happier staying an owl. Can you change back? Narcissa was curious. What magic can you remember? Hedwig closed her eyes and concentrated on her real form. She opened her eyes. Damn it. Everything is still fuzzy. I'm stuck in this stupid flightless shape. We'll get you a new wand and help you relearn the spells you've forgotten. Perhaps once you've gotten back in the proper mindset you will be able to change forms again. Bellatrix said, I remember James studying a text on animagus transformations in our 5th year. James, he was the one who snuck into the common room to see you. Hedwig said, I remember you jumping when he appeared from behind you. He was using his grandfather's invisibility cloak. Bellatrix replied, smiling fondly at the memory. We were from rival houses, so he used that in a map he and his friends created to see me. He used to sneak muggle chocolate into your satchel. He did. Bellatrix smiled at the memory. He's probably the reason you aren't dead. I loved him. That love gave me strength. Each time Riddle tried to make me kill someone who looked like James the First was able to fight him. Those little cracks made it easier for me to fight him on other things. Did I ever? You had a thing with a Ravenclaw, but I don't remember his name. I think it was Roger Dorset. Hedwig frowned as she tried to force a memory to the foreground of her mind. Roger Dorset was her complete opposite. He was short where she was tall. He was thick-set where she was slender. He joked often while she was by the book. After all, her ambition was to become director of the DMLE one day. He supported her dreams. He had been Rhiannon's godfather. Then he died. He was murdered at the potions shop he ran. Someone had forced a bottle of concentrated manticore venom down his throat. It had burned through his neck. It had been the first of the series of murders that sent her and Jane to investigate the Zabinis. Hedwig opened her eyes. Roger was murdered by Herschel Zabini. He was murdered by his wife Teresa. Narcissa said. Good. Bellatrix looked at the former Auror-turned-owl. I was never part of the group that carried out those murders. She swore. I actually wasn't as vital as people seem to think I was. For the majority of the First War, I was only useful to Riddle when it was someone that I didn't know. Outside, Rhiannon and Harry walked together through the grounds. I have a charm set to tell us when we have an hour before the portkey apparates, so we've got plenty of time. 4. I want to make this work. But you have to understand something, Harry. The last time I opened my heart to someone, they crushed me. Rhiannon looked down at the grass at their feet. If I can't always express how I feel, please just be patient with me. I'm not going to push you away. For starters, you don't deserve that kind of treatment, and secondly, Dora would kill me. Harry said, and the pair smiled at each other. Yeah, she would. I think she likes the idea of her girlfriend and her husband being together. Rhiannon grinned at the look on Harry's face. We haven't done anything since Hogwarts. Calm down. I doubt she would let me get in her knickers without your approval. Harry sighed. You know, most people my age consider a pimple their biggest issue. That must be nice. Arriving back in England, plans were being made to move from Grimmauld Place to the former Malfoy Manor. Grimmauld Place is fine when it's only a few people, but with the number of witches already connected to our husband, we need more space. Narcissa had said, I can contract Gringotts to remove Lucius' little toys and dispose of them properly. Once we do that, it can be made into a fine home for our growing family. If that is your wish, I also want to bring in a team of Aurors. Amelia said, if there are any documents that I can use to find more Death Eaters, we need to get them out before they can do any more harm. All right, if you'd like we can leave today while Harry and Bella visit Madame Longbottom. Amelia nodded. She wasn't sure what they would find, but it would be worth to investigate. Give me an hour. I'll go to the ministry and relieve Kingsley. Then I'll see which Aurors I want to bring with me. The plan made, Amelia vanished, apparating to her office. Narcissa turned to Apolline, Gabrielle, and Celestine. She knew that the eldest Vila would be traveling with Harry and Bellatrix to St. Mungo's to perform the counter curse. Gabrielle, if you'd like, while your mother and grandmother are with Harry and my sister, we can go into Diagon Alley. I believe I would enjoy a nice ice cream cone. What about you? May I, Maman? Gabrielle asked her mother. Apolline smiled and nodded. I don't see why not. So, Renard is dead. Not just Renard, but Mentures and your dear sister, Voldemort said to the woman kneeling by his chair. Yes, my lord. When I heard the news, I came straight to your side. I knew that you would wish to know immediately. Genevieve Lalaurie said, not looking up to her master. Your sister would have kept this news from me. She always believed that she could do as she wished. I'm glad to see that you are the smarter of the two sisters. Thank you, my lord, she said. Jeanette was a fool. She would have kept the corpse as a toy. Genevieve had never understood her sister's fascination with reanimation spells. She supposed it all stemmed from when their father killed the half-blood stable boy her sister liked. Jeanette had taken the body to a cave and animated it, pretending that he had never died. She did that for 3 years before someone stumbled upon the cave. Where are you taking me, Jean? She asked as her sister pulled her down the path towards the river. You'll see, Jean. That was their mother's final joke on the girls. Before she died, she had named them Jeanette and Genevieve, thus making sure that their names could each be shortened to a diminutive that sounded the same. They arrived at the cavern. They had played in her for hours as children during their summer holidays. Now it stunk like rotting meat. But she noticed that Jeanette didn't seem to care. Henri, come out and say hello. Her sister called. A few moments later, Genevieve heard a horse mow, and in shuffling footsteps. She gasped as the mutilated figure appeared before them. Who hurt you, Henri? Jeanette said, rushing towards the animated corpse of her first love. There was a large burn mark and a hole through the body's midsection. Its head lolled forward, dull glassy eyes not looking anywhere. Jeanette's eyes filled with tears. It was those filthy muggles down the road. That's a mark from their rifle. Those bastards. I'll kill them. What have you done, sister? Genevieve had heard of spells like this, but had never seen it performed. She had made the stable boy into an infernal. Papa wouldn't let me have Henri. He tried to take him away, so I found a way to keep him. Now those muggles have tried to do the same. The wards won't let me hurt Papa, but there are no wards that will prevent me from hurting those animals. I let her kill them all. Later I snuck back to the cave and destroyed the infernal. That was the day she found a loophole in the ward scheme and killed our father. What are your orders, master? She asked Voldemort. You will remain here in England. No doubt your sister's activities have come to light with her death at the hands of Harry Potter. However, no one knows you here, so you are perfect to act as my spy. I want you to go into London. If you find Potter or his whores, I want you to activate this wardstone. It will let me know where you are and I will send all of my Death Eaters. Rise. When Genevieve stood, Voldemort handed her a small black stone. Remember, Harry Potter prefers to be where his precious mudbloods can see him. Keep to the populated parts of the alley. When you activate the wardstone, apparate back here. If they fail to capture him, we will try again. Yes, master, she said, vanishing as he waved his hand in dismissal. Amelia sat at her desk finishing the paperwork she needed to send a team to Malfoy Manor. Once that was complete, she decided to send another message, one to a friend of hers that now worked as the magical bodyguard for the royal family. Dear Diana, I have returned from my trip abroad. The next you are free, send me an owl and I will get permission for you to flow over. I think there's some very interesting news for you. Amelia. With the letter sent out to be mailed, Amelia rose from her desk and walked to the bullpen. Orrs, Proudfoot, Roberts, Smythe, and Laverne. You are with me today. She led them towards the flow. Ma'am, where are we going? Constance Smythe asked as she hurried from her desk to the flow. Malfoy Manor. It's being cleaned out today. Lord and Lady Potter Black have graciously allowed us the chance to root through Lucius Malfoy's personal effects to see if any names come up. Amelia responded. Amelia was first through. When she arrived, Narcissa was standing there waiting with Gabrielle. Madam Director, she said as a greeting. Narcissa knew that until Amelia decided to become a Potter Black, it was best for them to act as if they hadn't spent the past few weeks living together. Lady Potter Black, thank you for the opportunity. If we find something worthwhile, we could save a lot of lives today. Amelia responded. Right, Proudfoot, you and Roberts check the upstairs. Laverne and Smythe, you check the downstairs. With that, the oars dispersed and the two women were alone. So, what do you think we'll find? Amelia asked Narcissa. The bee-owned witch chewed her lower lip for a moment in thought. I'm not sure. Lucius was careful, but he didn't really have a chance to hide anything from the day of the duel. Ma'am, we've found something. Smythe said. Coming back from the study, it seems Malfoy had been sending some letters. We need to speak with Pius Thickness. It seems he and Lucius Malfoy were planning to move some ministry funds. Amelia smiled. Good to know. Take the letters you've found and give them to Shacklebolt. I've finally got something I can use on that Weasley little bastard Thickness. The group arrived at St. Mungo's after stopping to discuss the plan with Augusta and Neville. So this counter curse? Augusta began to ask. Bellatrix held up her hand. I can't promise that it will work. But it may. If it does though, they will be confused. So much time has passed, but to them it will still be that day. Do it, please. Bellatrix looked at the spell. It seems simple enough, but the problem will be finding the exact moment to cast it between cycles. Harry watched her. She was staring at the nearly comatose Longbottoms. Now, she said and held her wand. Confractus animo reperere. A jet of white light came out of the tip of her wand. It turned into a silver mist and connected with the minds of Frank and Alice Longbottom. Now it was time for the truly hard part. Inside Frank's mind, Bellatrix saw a jumble of emotions racing by. Pain, anger, hurt, sorrow, nothing was positive. Frank knelt in front of her, caged by those emotions. She concentrated, pulling magic from the velas that had touched her as she began the ritual. Her wand shot out a yellow light and the cage shattered. Hello, Frank, she said softly as he looked up. Be Bella. His voice was ragged. He had screamed so much in his mind that his voice didn't feel right anymore. Frank, I'm so sorry this happened. I was put under a compulsion charm. I didn't let them hurt Neville. He's waiting to see his mother and father. My little boy is all right. Frank smiled at that. Bellatrix nodded. He is, only he's not as little as you remember. It's been a while. Take my hand, Frank. I'll guide to Neville. And to Alice. She held out her hand and after a moment, Frank took it. For Frank, it felt like being submerged in cold water. He opened his eyes and saw Bellatrix standing there, behind her 3B-owned witches, and behind them. James, he said. The man he believed to be James Potter shook his head sadly. Harry Potter, Mr. Longbottom. Harry, but you're so big. I'll explain everything, he said. Bellatrix turned back to Alice and prepared to cast the same spell. Inside Alice Longbottom's mind it was similar to Frank's but more suffocating. All she could hear were whispers telling Alice that Neville was dead because of her. She couldn't protect her son. He died because she was weak, because she was a bad Auror. Bellatrix banished the cage in front of her. She is not prepared for Alice to launch herself at Bellatrix ready to fight. You killed my son. You ch. Alice snarled her hands at Bellatrix's throat. He's alive, Alice. He and Frank are waiting for you. You're lying. Alice's grip tightened around her neck. I swear on my magic. He's alive. He wants to see you. Trust me, please. Bellatrix made no move to use her wand. Alice looked into Bellatrix's eyes. Her hands moved from her neck. If he's not breathing, you won't be either. Take my hand. Alice opened her eyes and saw Frank, looking much older than she remembered. Augusta was hugging him. Beside them James Potter was standing with a wizard who looked familiar, but she couldn't place him. James. What happened? She asked confused. The unfamiliar and yet strangely familiar wizard spoke then, Mum. Suddenly things began to make some sense to Alice. Neville. Hedwig, still unable to call herself Alexandra, had asked Harry and Rhiannon to accompany her on a trip to Diagon Alley. Harry, eager to let the Longbottoms have their reunion, had agreed. Rhiannon was happy for the opportunity as well. Seeing a happy reunion like that reminded her of the loss of her mother. Rhiannon watched as Harry and Hedwig went into the wand shop. She barely remembers anything about her past life. That's my godmother, and she doesn't remember anything. She sighed and reached into her pocket for her cigarettes. Taking one out and lighting it, she took a long drag and leaned against the wall. Diagon Alley wasn't as bad now. Back when she was running with Greyback, she wouldn't come within 10 miles of Diagon Alley proper. She only went into Nocturne to the pawn shops or to the pubs where she would meet contacts for the pack. Too many Aurors back then. Now the Aurors weren't her enemy. She was part of the Potter Black family now. Tonks and Amelia kept her safe from the Aurors as surely as she kept Harry safe from dark wizards. There was one such dark wizard nearby. Rhiannon could smell someone familiar, but she didn't see them. The smell is coming from behind these trash cans, she thought, walking towards them. All she saw was a fat brown rat nibbling on a tossed-away sandwich. Someone is here. I know it. Her hand slid into her sleeve, pulling her wand free. The rat squeaked and rushed away. Rhiannon sighed and shoved her wand back into its holster. I'm jumping at shadows, she muttered. The rat, one Peter Pettigrew by name, hid from the witch. He knew who she was, of course. He had seen her with Greyback before. But so long as Voldemort didn't use the mark to summon him, he wasn't going to risk seeing if she was here to bring him back. He watched for her to leave, and when she did, he crept back out. He continued to eat the sandwich he had found, glad that unlike breakfast, his lunch wasn't moldy. In Ollivander's shop, Harry and Hedwig went to the counter. Mr. Ollivander walked out from his stock room and greeted them. Mr. Potter, Holly and Phoenix Feather, 11 inches long. Then he looked at Hedwig and his eyes widened with surprise. Ms. Alexandra Tate, I haven't seen you in nearly 20 years. Hornbeam and Dragon Heartstring, 10 inches. Mr. Ollivander. I mean Alexandra was forced into her animagus form. She's lost her wand and she needs a new one. Harry explained. Beside him, Hedwig bristled at being called the name she still considered wrong. But being in this shop, it called back a stubborn memory. She had came here with her mother. Her father had died a few years prior of dragon pox, so it was just the two of them. She had looked into the silver eyes of Garrick Ollivander, where most children were frightened of him. She hadn't been. Hornbeam and Dragon Heartstring, that's a stubborn wand, fit for a witch with a good heart and a strong will. He said, smiling as she took her wand from him. Well, I'll see what I have that might fit her. Of course the wand chooses the witch, so we'll have to see what speaks to her. Her time as an animal might have changed her magic. Ollivander said as he began to place wand boxes on the counter. Wave your hand slowly over each box and we'll see what jumps out at you. Ollivander said as he continued to place boxes down. Hedwig did as she was directed. Her hand passed over each box until she stopped at the third from the end. Ollivander opened the box and drew out a small light-colored wand. Most interesting. Beach and unicorn hair. This wand is suited perfectly for someone who is dedicated to the cause of the light. Hedwig took the wand from him. She could feel the wand. It was practically singing in her hand. She held it up and concentrated on a memory of a little bee-owned girl trying her first spell, Igniculos Argentum. Silver sparks shot from her wand. Hedwig grinned and looked at Harry. I did it. It's not much, but it's a start, she thought as she saw Harry's smile match her own. Pious Thickness had not gone quietly. He had tried to use his position in order to bully the Aurors assigned to arrest him into letting him go. Amelia had ended up taking control of the arrest and had stunned him. Auror Smythe, take him to the holding cell and contact the potion master for a vial of Veritaserum. When you have it, give him 3 drops. I want him singing about every single deal he and the late Lucius Malfoy had concocted. She directed the senior Auror. Right away, Director. Auror Smythe saluted and levitated Thickness from his office. I'll nail that little bastard to the wall with this unless Fudge is involved. Then he'll try and find a way to get him off the hook. She wasn't sure why she thought about the minister at that moment, but the more she thought about it, the more sense it made. There has to be a reason he keeps covering for people we know are Death Eaters, that's it. Starting today I am preparing my case to have him investigated. At St. Mungo's the Longbottom family was finally able to reconnect. Frank and Alice hugged their now nearly fully grown son. Frank had hugged his mother tightly, thanking her for looking after their son. Next time though, Maybe tell Uncle Algy to keep the death scares to a bare minimum. He told her with a little grin, I remember when he took me to the top of Winchester Cathedral and keep trying to push me off. It's worked so far. Augusta said fondly. Then she turned to Bellatrix. I don't have words to thank you, Bella. I tried when I was there the first time to resist. I promise you. But I was too weak. Bellatrix began, only to be cut off by Alice. Bellatrix, you were under a compulsion charm crafted by one of the most powerful dark wizards the world has ever known. The fact that you managed to get free now is amazing. She put her hand on Bellatrix's shoulder. You kept my baby safe. Of course I did, she said with a faint smile, her eyes bright with unshed tears. Neville was Augusta's first grandchild. I told her I would give her the first one, but since that didn't happen, I had to look after Neville for her sake. You know, if you hadn't disappeared, you and James would have been Neville's godparents. Frank said. The most feared witch in England, godmother to the child whose parents she tortured into insanity. Bellatrix sighed softly, but a ghost of a smile traced her lips. There's a headline for the Prophet somewhere in that. Genevieve Lalaurie looked at the flat she had chosen. Its former owner, a muggle, was currently looking at her from under a glass, transfigured into a spider. She finished the last of the wards she needed to place and then turned to the accountant turned spider. I think this will work nicely. Your home is close enough to the alley that I can keep this as a base. Now, I am going to remove the transfiguration from you. She lifted the glass and waved her wand. Where a tiny brown spider had been, now a young man with ashy owned hair and glasses sat. Now, you have a choice, little muggle. You can either be put under the Imperious curse and be forced to obey me, or I can kill you and anyone who comes to look for your body. What do you want from me? He asked her. The man, Peter Davis by name, was still reeling over the fact that magic existed and that a witch had just turned him into a spider and back again. Your home is the perfect location for me. I'm looking for the brat that murdered my dear sister Jeanette. Since it's a muggle home, the magical world won't think to look for me here. We might hate your kind, but you are useful enough. She explained. If I put you under the Imperious, I will let you live. I will even be kind enough to put a memory charm on you so that you just think you had a live-in girlfriend for a few weeks. Peter rubbed his temple. I knew I shouldn't have opened my door. I wasn't expecting anyone. Everyone knows that I don't leave my house. That's why I work from home, so I don't have to be outside. It's not like anyone would believe me that you're a witch. Hell, they wouldn't even believe that I had a woman living with me, so you saying you're a witch might be more believable, he said. Will your curse keep me from working? He gestured towards his desk where a large stack of papers sat beside a strange-looking contraption. What is that thing? She asked him, for the moment all thoughts of mind control or murder gone from her mind. It's my computer. I work from home as an accountant. He explained. She raised an eyebrow and then shrugged. I doubt it will interfere over much. Now then. She raised her wand. Imperio. She cast the spell. Once it hit him, she whispered into his ear. I am your girlfriend from France who is staying for a while. You will not tell anyone that I am here. You will not react in any way if I vanish or appear in front of your eyes. You will continue to work on your little box over there and will, as much as possible, continue your pathetic little routine while I do my work. She grinned, watching him go back to his desk and begin work. I think I'll take a few days to enjoy being waited on, then I'll go find Potter. It had been 2 weeks since she arrived in London. The first 8 days of it had been spent here in apartment 14B. Genevieve had thoroughly enjoyed her stay thus far. Her new boyfriend, Peter, was attentive. It was almost a shame that I will end up killing him after I'm done here, she mused. Peter, for his part, trapped inside his mind, hated every moment. Yeah, she's beautiful, but I'm a zombie right now. I can't do anything except what she wants. Being trapped in one's mind, at least gave one plenty of time to think. Peter darling, I think it's time you prepared a lovely meal for me. I'll be going out soon, and I think it only proper that you ensure I don't leave hungry. There's no harm in treating my little toy like he matters. He doesn't, obviously, but as long as I act like I might like him, I don't have to worry about him trying to escape the Imperious. Genevieve smirked as Peter saved his progress on his computer and rose to begin preparing dinner. He was quite good. Better than any house elf. Perhaps I could keep him as a pet. I've yet to see how he is as a lover though. If he's worthwhile, I could keep him until I get bored. Time to feed the wicked witch, he muttered inside his mental cage as his body prepared dinner for them. She liked seafood, something that he hated, which of course led to her commanding him with that infuriatingly say why voice she used when his girlfriend wanted something to buy fish more times than he ever had before. Ah, superb, you make a good little chef. She grinned as she took her first bite of red snapper. When you're done, you can clean the kitchen and then come back and give me a foot rub. She liked foot rubs, he'd learned. Given her time spent wandering something called Diagon Alley, she often came back demanding foot rubs. Dinner was on its way, sautéed shrimp with broccoli and cream sauce over fettuccine noodles. As he began to boil water for the pasta, he didn't notice her watching with a calculating eye. He's handsome enough, I suppose. If I put him in some proper robes, I could pass him off as a wizard. Genevieve was busy making plans for after Harry Potter was defeated. Lord Voldemort will undoubtedly keep his fortune. I'll have a position of prestige. Perhaps he'll make me the new French minister for magic once he takes the continent. If he's a decent lover, I'll keep him as my pet and let him keep my house clean and my bed warm. She'd never been in a real relationship. Ironically, this was the closest to normal she'd ever had. Learning from her sister's mistakes, she had never attempted to get close to anyone until after her father was dead, and by then she'd stopped caring for anyone except herself. She allowed her sister her grave robbing. She had been content to study the art of poisoning and curse work. How long, darling? She asked. Peter felt his body answering, about 20 minutes, dearest. I hope to God you're allergic to shrimp, you miserable cow. That was his only chance, that he would one day find something she was allergic to. Maybe I'll get lucky and the curse breaks when she dies. Bon, come here then and sit with your beloved. She commanded sweetly. He sat down beside her on the couch, internally flinching as she put her arm around him. I do not like your choice in aftershave. When you go to purchase more groceries, you will buy a new brand. Yes, dear. He heard himself say. She smiled brightly. Bon. Now, I want you to buy some suitably romantic flowers for the table. We need to make sure that any potential visitors see us as the loving couple we are. Yes, dear. Genevieve grinned. This is easy. I should have tried something like this years ago. In the intervening period, Malfoy Manor had been cleansed of dark artifacts and rewarded the same way that Grimmauld Place had been. The ossuary had been repaired and Amelia was deciding what to do with it. Once Susan comes of age, I suppose I'll deed it to her. Amelia and Harry had begun their first tentative steps to a relationship. It had started with a trip into Muggle London. Amelia muttered to herself as she went through her clothes, I don't have anything to wear for a trip to Muggle London. Maybe I can transfigure something out of my robes. Standing at the mirror, she began to cast spells on the plain gray robes she had been wearing. Eventually settling on a slate gray skirt that went an inch or so below the knee and a white blouse, she looked at the mirror and nodded. That'll do. You look great, Amelia, Harry said, before leaning up and kissing the tall woman on the cheek. Thank you. So what did you have planned? There's a movie that's planning in one of the Muggle cinemas. I remember from the stories you told us about Harry Fox, that the two of you enjoyed those. It's a martial arts movie called Mortal Kombat. That movie had been one of the most god-awful things either of them had ever witnessed, and they had loved every moment of it. Eventually tiring of the film, she had keyed Harry through the last act. Dinner had been enjoyable, a meal at a local pub. The food was similar to a meal from Madame Rosmerta in Hogsmeade, so Harry went with his standby when they were at the Three Broomsticks. Shepherd's pie please, and a Coke to drink. Harry ordered. Amelia looked at the menu. I'll have the fish and chips and a Guinness. Conversation had been light, mostly due to where they were. It wouldn't do if a bunch of muggles overheard them discussing international portkeys, or what Harry was going to do as steward of the Menteur's fortune. Then walking back to their apparition point, they had been mugged. Well, the young man had attempted to mug them, but he had said the wrong thing. Okay, Granny, hand over your money or Junior here gets it. The armed man said, brandishing a knife first at Amelia and then at Harry. I'm sorry, did you just call me Granny? She said, reaching into her pocket. Would you prefer old bag? Hurry up with the money. The would-be robber held his knife back at her now. Amelia pulled out her wand, Petrificus Totalis. The man went down stiff. She sent a messenger Patronus in the form of a silver falcon to the DMLE and waited. In a few moments there was a loud cracking sound and Kingsley appeared with another oar. Senior Oar Shacklebolt, Junior Oar Thomas, please have this man processed and obliviated. He attempted to rob Harry and I. She directed. Kingsley nodded, grabbing the Mont's arm and vanishing along with his junior. Well, that was a fine end to the night. She said, shall we go back to the manor? We don't have to go back. We could stay the night. That's what I usually do on date nights. Harry said, Grimmauld Place is empty, we could go there, or we could find a hotel. Back in the present, Amelia grinned, leaning against the wall. That night, spent at a high-class hotel near King's Cross named Great Northern Hotel, they had relaxed watching a much better action movie. Die Hard would have been a favorite of her dear departed Harry Fox, she had thought at the time. Her current Harry seemed to enjoy it well enough. At Hogwarts, Minerva McGonagall was discussing the upcoming school year with her new Dada professor. Professor Potter Black, I trust you've spent the time since your acceptance here devising a lesson plan. She asked, drawing out some papers and packing them into an envelope alongside a pair of silver badges. Of course, this year the 1st through 3rd years are going to learn basic stuff, dark creatures, names of spells, things like that. The 4th and 5th year students are going to learn curses and their counters. 6th and 7th are going to be cataloging magical injuries, possibly with a field trip to St. Mungo's, or at the very least having someone from St. Mungo's come speak to the students. Tonks said, pulling out her lesson plans, my mum has agreed to either guide the tour, or be our speaker, whichever you decide upon. Moving a number of students is too difficult, especially now. It would be best if your mother came and spoke to the children. McGonagall finished her notes and sealed the envelopes, placing them on the table in front of Tonks. What's this? Tonks asked, looking at the envelopes, one marked to Harry and the other for Hermione. The school letters for Mr. Potter Black and Miss Granger. Included in the letters are their badges. Making my husband a prefect. Tonks grinned, images of surprising Harry on late-night patrols filling her mind. I've got to remember to thank Amelia for setting this up. Back at apartment 14B, dinner had went well. He really is a very good cook, Genevieve mused as she watched Peter washing the dishes. Yet another point in favor of keeping around for a while. The Imperious Curse was a stopgap solution. The best option, she had decided, was to dose him with love potion. That was an easy thing to make work. She could easily get him to take the potion. Once he took the potion, it would be even easier to give him the next dose and the next dose. She leaned back on the couch and let her mind wander. He kept the house tidy for her, he fed her delicious things, and he was a talented enough lover. Those things made it easy to keep him alive. She supposed there was some level of affection as well, he was a favored pet after all. He came up and ed her, she smiled, breathing in the scent of his aftershave. He had bought 30 different brands until she found the one she preferred for him. You are the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. It didn't matter to her that it was the potion talking, she heard the words and that was good enough. She nodded to herself, she'd make a trip to Nocturne Alley while he was working. She knew a friendly potion maker that stayed open late. I'll be back soon, dearest, why don't you finish your work? She rose from the couch and vanished. Yes, dear. He called without turning around. It was a full moon that night. Luckily Rhiannon had taken her potion, securing herself in the dungeon of the former Malfoy Manor. Upstairs Harry and Tonks were in the training room. She wanted to run Harry through his paces before the beginning of term. Come on, Hubs, you've got to get better at dodging, she said with a grin as she flicked her wand at him. A bolt of light shot from her wand. Harry twisted his body and sent a leg lock hex at her. Tonks grinned as the hex was absorbed her shield. Harry cast 2 weak stunning spells in quick succession. They hit the shield, weakening it just enough that the Incarcerous spell managed to hit home. Tonks fell to the floor, wrapped in magically conjured robes. You got me, Tonks said, trying to wiggle out from the robes. Harry just grinned and watched his wife writhe on the floor. All right, cancel the spell so I can get up. Harry looked as if he was in thought and then smirked, pointing his wand. Evanesco, he said, watching as the vanishing spell removed Tonk's outfit, leaving her in just her underclothes. Harry, what are you up to? She asked, looking askance at him. He just smiled and pointed his wand at the lamps in the training room. Knox. In the darkness she felt his hands go to her hips. It turned out, Tonks would later think to herself, that with the proper cushioning charms the floor of the training room was actually quite comfortable. The next morning Harry busied himself with making breakfast for his family. Susan came down before anyone. She watched him for a time as he moved from one pan to the next. That smells good, she said. What are you making? Eggs, sausage, bacon, toast, and potatoes. He replied, adding salt to the frying potatoes. I figured since we're going into London to get our books for the new term, we might as well have a Hogwarts breakfast. A green light from the flow announced the arrival of Hermione and Fred. Fred stayed long enough to key Hermione and then shouted, Potter's Prank Palace. And vanished again. Potter's Prank Palace? Harry asked Hermione, looking confused. I thought they called it Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes. They've rented a building in Diagon Alley. They may have mentioned that you were a partner. Hermione said, turning slightly red, so they decided to name it after you to capitalize on your name. I trust they plan on paying my husband well for the use of his name. Narcissa said as she came into the room. She came to Harry's side and key at his cheek, then turned back to look at Hermione. Sissy, I don't need anything from them. If it hadn't been for Fred, George, and Hermione, I would have never known about the plan to dose me with love potions. Harry put his arm around her waist and squeezed gently. If they think using my name will get them more business, then so be it. That is entirely too charitable, Harry. What if they were to use your name for something that goes against your interest? I trust them, Sissy. They are family. He said simply, then broke from his wife to move the food he had been preparing onto trays for service. The smell of breakfast brought everyone from their respective bedrooms. Everyone except Rhiannon. Harry loaded up a plate and exited the kitchen, going down to the dungeon. He found Rhiannon sitting on the threadbare mattress in the cell. Hungry? He asked her. She looked up and smiled weakly. Starving. The Wolfsbane potion lets me keep my mind, but the change itself is still very stressful. Gratefully she accepted the plate from him. Harry sat down on the mattress beside her. So, will you come with us to the alley today? Rhiannon nodded. Of course. You're my alpha. I follow you. In that case, we'll have to get you some textbooks for Hogwarts. Harry said. You didn't finish, so you might as well go back with us and finish. Harry, I'm 22 years old. I don't think your teachers want me in the class. She began, but Harry held up his hand. I get my own apartment as Lord of House Potter Black. At the very least you'll be there as my bodyguard. You might as well get something out of it. Just let me talk to Professor McGonagall. If she doesn't approve, then we'll get you some correspondence lessons. Harry took her hand. I know not graduating has been eating at you. You've said as much before. If we can get this to work, you can have that. It wouldn't matter, Harry. No one hires werewolves. We're dangerous beasts. She said sadly. It's a nice dream, but that's all it is. It doesn't have to be. Harry and Rhiannon turned to see Amelia standing in the doorway. If you get your NEWTs, and they are the right scores, I could see about getting you enrolled in Auror Academy. No one needs to know about your situation. Unless I get assigned to work at night. Rhiannon said. Amelia raised an eyebrow. Rhiannon. I think I know how to schedule my Aurors so they have the time they need. Rhiannon sighed and looked at the floor of the cell, then back to Harry. He squeezed her hand gently and drawing in a breath she squeezed back. All right, Harry. Let's see what happens. Harry rose, taking Rhiannon with him. I'll send a letter to Professor McGonagall. Wait, I don't have an owl anymore. The flow password is Hogwarts, Headmistress McGonagall's office. Amelia told him. I had to speak with her at length regarding your wife's placement as the Dada professor. Genevieve stretched in the comfortable bed at apartment 14B. Another day in paradise. She thought with a grin. Dearest. Bring your loving girlfriend a cup of coffee, please. She called out. From his place on the floor at the foot of the bed Peter rose, internally grumbling. Yes, dear. He said, walking out of the room. When you are finished, you can start on our breakfast. You will be coming with me to pick up a few things. She told him, as she rose from the bed and inspected her form in the full-length mirror. Beautiful as always, Genevieve, she thought with a smile. Tonight we'll get that love potion running through his system. I've denied myself some fun for long enough. He'll either be a good lover, or I'll teach him. Either way, Genevieve, my girl, you are in for a good time. She allowed a small giggle to come forth. In his kitchen, Peter bustled about preparing the coffee. All right, cream, 2 sugars. I hope she spills it on herself, then she wants breakfast. How about a big plate of, go F.K. yourself? Dutifully, however, as the curse he was under would allow nothing else, he took her the cup of coffee and then went back and began to prepare eggs and bacon for them. In the bedroom, Genevieve shrugged off the thin nightgown she had been wearing and, draining her coffee, walked into the bathroom to take her morning shower. As the hot water poured down, she had time to think about her plans. I'm not marked, so I could just take him back to France as my pet, ward the Lalaurie estate so that none of his servants can find it, and then just let him be my house elf and say, S. Avenue. But Potter needs to die first. He killed Jeanette. She might have been disgusting, but she was my sister. In the Lalaurie family, affection was regarded somewhere alongside where Grandmere Yvette kept her spare teeth and the wages paid to house elves, that is to say, there was none. Genevieve smirked. As far as my family goes, I've been treating him extremely well. Who knows, maybe one day I'll take him off the potion. I'll just let him know that he's in France, and if he tries to leave me, I'll kill him. Breakfast is ready, my love. Peter heard himself call out. In his mind, he rolled his eyes and tried to shake the bars of the cell that kept him trapped. He had learned that, especially early in the morning like this, he was able to shift the door to his mental cell very slightly. It wasn't enough that someone outside of his mind would notice, but it was something. It's not like I don't have time to practice, my body has been on autopilot ever since she put that curse on me. Quickly toweling herself off, Genevieve dressed and walked into the kitchen. Ah, bon. This looks wonderful, my dear, she said. When she smiled at him, she could actually feel that some of it was real. He is a very good cook, she mused as she sat down to her breakfast. We'll be heading into the magical part of London. I'll have to get you some proper robes. Check in my closet. There's some in the box marked costumes, he heard himself say as he sipped his coffee. Did you go to a party as a wizard? She asked him, a little condescending smile on her lips. Actually, I don't know where I got it. It's always been in that box. Maybe I wore it once and forgot. I just couldn't throw it away. His shoulders shrugged and he took a bite of his bacon. The guy who owned it first had the same first name as me, though he was Peter Pruitt. The Pruitts were a relatively well-known pureblood family. I wonder, do you remember much about your childhood? She asked, the possibilities dancing in her mind. He might be a squib. If he is, then that will make this much easier for me. I won't have to hold his hand the entire time. Not really. My mother said when they adopted me I had been in a car accident. He dipped his toast into his egg yolk. I remember my 16th birthday, but that's as far as I can clearly remember. 16 is a bit old, but the Pruitts were on the side of light. Maybe they took pity on him. She frowned in thought as she cut into her egg and took a bite. Ah, perfectly over medium. The yolk is nice and thick and the bacon isn't too crunchy. She smiled as she chewed. In Peter's mind, he was continuing to struggle with his cage. He watched her. That's a real smile. Her nose crinkled. When she smiles at me, it stays still. He had become a fairly decent observer of Genevieve Lalaurie, but then having so much time trapped with nothing better to do, he supposed would give anyone time to become familiar with their captor. The meal finished, she rose, leaving her plate on the table. Clean this mess up, dear. We'll leave after you finish. Not bothering to wait for his, by now standard, yes dear, she made her way into the bedroom and opened the closet. Let's see here. Sure enough, in a small box marked costumes, she found an old robe. He really was a wizard. She smiled and pulled the robe out. Madame Malkin's work, she's not the best, but it's proof that he was from a family of some means. The robes were old though, too old to be work in public now. But that can be fixed. She laid them upon the bed and drew her wand. A few transfiguration spells later, she had a more modern-looking adult-sized robe for him. I wonder if I would even need to use a love potion if I gave him back his memories of our world. An awful nagging thought crept into her mind unbidden. Why do you care if he is willing? He's a squib, and you know he hates you. Keep to the plan. She pushed those thoughts out of her mind and walked into the living room. Your robes are on the bed. Change quickly, dearest. When he said, yes, dear, she smiled, watching his retreating form. After breakfast, Amelia had went into her office at the ministry. Sitting on her desk along with the morning's post was the letter she had been waiting on. A response from one of her oldest friends, Diana Spencer. Amelia, good to hear from you. Our post is shoddy on my side, unfortunately. I had to send this with one of the duffers from number 10. HRH has given me permission to get away from Froggy to spend some time with you. Password for the royal flow is Gimlet. Diana. Typical Diana, Amelia thought with a grin. She really does hate that man. Diana had been charged with acting as a magical protector to the royal family for 10 years now. She took it as a mixed blessing. Amelia knew she loved HRH, Her Royal Highness, like she was her own mother, but she hated the man she referred to as Froggy. He looks like someone key. Ed a frog to turn into a prince and got stuck halfway. Amelia chuckled as she remembered Diana's description of her charge. As it would be considered unseemly for an unattached man and woman to be seen together as often as her job required, Diana had been forced to give the appearance of marrying Froggy. I think I'll have time to speak with her and get the flow open for travel just after lunch. Amelia penned a quick reply and sent the letter to be sent out with the noontime post. She took out her wand and cast a quick tempest spell. Harry and the rest will be in Diagon Alley by now. I hope they enjoy the extra security I've sent out. Harry set the book down as he picked up the other ones he would need. Apolline and Gabrielle walked through the stacks of books. Apolline was looking for a book to help Harry learn French. After all, she mused, Harry is the new Lord Delacour. He will have to represent our family in the Congrès des Sorciers. Outside of the bookstore, Genevieve led Peter into Diagon Alley. Does any of this seem familiar, darling? She asked him. Keep her hand in his. Just in case he is really a muggle after all, she told herself. Not really, but I also don't leave my home often, he admitted. Genevieve smiled and pulled him closer to her. We will have to fix that. Or I suppose when I take you to Lalaurie Manor I'll just keep you in the house. You crazy harpy, I will not go to France with you, Peter said in his mind. His body, however, just smiled and squeezed her hand. He felt her snuggle in closer. She's being very cuddly. I suppose that is how she's going to explain the fact that I couldn't see anything in that bar without her touching me. Lunch in the Leaky Cauldron had been interesting. He had let her order for him. This is a butterbeer. It's a very common wizarding beverage. Try it. He took a sip. It tastes vaguely like butterscotch. It's all right. Do you think they have Coke? She had laughed at that. He noticed that her nose crinkled this time. I doubt that you will find anything made by muggles here. Lunch itself had been shepherd's pie for him, while she had contented herself with just a second butterbeer. While we are in the alley, we will stop at Gringotts to find out if you are a Pruitt. If you are just a squib instead of a muggle, it will make our time here much easier. We can find your files and register you for the use of international portkeys. That'll make it easier when I take you home with me, she explained. Why would you want me to come with you to France? He heard himself ask as his body cut into the food. Simple, dearest. When my business is completed here, England will be a most uncomfortable place for your kind, whether muggle or squib. She reached over with a fork and speared some of his mashed potatoes and popped it into her mouth. It would be better for your continued health if you were kept safe with me. In exchange, all you have to do is keep my house clean, my meals delicious, and my bed warm. Peter saw a bee-owned haired witch standing outside of a bookstore. Something about her seemed familiar somehow, but he wasn't sure why. Hedwig watched as a man and woman walked into Gringotts Bank. The bee-owned man seemed familiar, but she wasn't sure why. She closed her eyes and tried to concentrate on that sense of familiarity. She had just came home from her first year as a Slytherin. Her childhood friend hadn't went to Hogwarts this year. His mother had told her that he was sick, he couldn't go all the way to Scotland. She snuck into his room late that night. She had climbed a ladder and knocked on the window until he opened it. "Hogwarts is amazing, Peter. You won't believe it when you see it," she exclaimed and pulled a small parcel from her pocket. "I got you this. It's a model of the castle." The years passed in a similar manner. He was too sick to go to Hogwarts, but when she visited him, he seemed fine. Finally, in her 5th year, she was told that his illness had been too much and he died. She didn't believe Martha Pruitt. She had never liked her, and once she became a Slytherin, Mrs. Pruitt's attitude had gotten even worse. Then she heard from Peter's cousin Gideon. He had never shown proof of magic. Finally, his mother had given up and had him sent away. Slytherin was the house of the ambitious. Her ambition was to become the head of the DMLE so she could find his file and bring him back. Hedwig shook her head, frowning. These flashes were upsetting. Besides, I can't just walk up and say to him, "Hi, do you remember being kicked out of your family?" Amelia stepped through the royal flow. Having given the password of Gimlet, she stood before her childhood friend, Diana Spencer. Diana was dressed in a crisp blue pantsuit. She looked every part the modern princess. However, when she sees Amelia step out of the fireplace, she let out a laugh. "You look like you've been doing well, Bones. Who's been warming your sheets?" Diana asked with a grin. "Charming as ever, Dee. For your information, it's Harry Potter Black," Amelia said. She was very used to the forwardness of her friend. It always was a surprise that Diana had been in Hufflepuff with me. She always acted more like a Gryffindor. "Shagging the boy who lived, what will the papers say?" Diana sank into the chair closest to the fire. "Then again, he can't be as bad as Froggy." "No, for someone as young as he is. He's very enthusiastic," Amelia said, a lazy grin forming as she sat down in a chair opposite her friend. "It's incredible. I'm part of a coven with 8 other witches right now." 8. Yes. There's a good chance there'll be more later. Susan has expressed interest in being with Harry ever since he saved our lives from Mulciber," Amelia said. "Mulciber attacked the family home. Harry appeared thanks to the timely intervention of Fawkes." "Fawkes? But he's dead." "No, not Harry Fawkes. Fawkes, the Phoenix. He brought Harry to the ossuary just in the nick of time to save us." Amelia chuckled. After that, Susan wanted to snog him senseless, to use her words. She wasn't the only one. "We started flirting after that. Then we decided to try it and we clicked. Makes me wish I wasn't stuck with Froggy. That gawky bastard is like an octopus with halitosis." Diana sighed. "This assignment is miserable." "Well, I've got something that might interest you more. I'm finally investigating Fudge," Amelia said, watching the grin on Diana's face come back. "It's about time. He forced me to take this post or be sent to Azkaban on permanent assignment. That bastard knew how bad it would have hurt me to see Sirius in there suffering even if he was guilty of the crimes," Diana said sadly, thinking back to her Hogwarts boyfriend. A Hufflepuff and a Gryffindor. It was like a bad schoolgirl romance novel. But somehow they made it work. Sirius was a prankster, and Diana was very by the book. It had been a big surprise to her when Sirius and James Potter joined the academy the same year she did. But Sirius had taken the lessons to heart. He wasn't guilty, Diana. All your pushing for him to be tried wasn't for nothing. It was Peter Pettigrew who really betrayed the Potters. Genevieve saw a group coming out of Madame Malkin's. That's him. She reached into her pocket for the wardstone but couldn't find it. I must have left it in the flat. Damn it. She grabbed Peter's hand and apparated them away. In the apartment, she began to tear through everything looking for the wardstone. Throwing cushions around and pulling drawers out and pouring the contents out onto the floor. Where is it? Come on. Come on. Come on. It has to be here somewhere. Have you seen it? What is it? It's a small flat black stone. It's got to be here. She looked frantic. Peter felt his body move to comfort her. He heard himself speak softly. I'll look in the bedroom. Maybe it's in your pockets. He noticed she seemed to calm her very slightly. His body disengaged from her and went into the bedroom, going through the pockets until he felt something. He grabbed it, squeezing it unintentionally. When he pulled it out, it was glowing softly. He looked at it and then rose from the bed and walked back into the living room. I found it. I think. Is it supposed to glow like this? He asked her confused. No. You have activated the wardstone. I hope for my sake and yours that Harry Potter is still in the alley. She looked at him. If he isn't and I have to explain to the Dark Lord what happened, he'll kill us both. The Death Eaters arrived in Nocturne Alley led by Mulciber. Disillusion spells and silencing charms up. We walk to the alley entrance and if we see him, we strike. He told his team before each Death Eater began to cast their spells. Suitably camouflaged, the group began to travel towards Diagon Alley. Tonks had just walked out of Flourish and Blots when she noticed a strange shimmer out of the corner of her eye. It's almost like she would later credit the fact that she wasn't hit by the killing curse to her training as an Auror, however it was most likely simple luck. The green light struck the wall beside her and the battle was joined. The Death Eaters, having dropped their illusions when casting began, moved forward. Come on lads. One shouted. There's 10 of us and only 6 of them. Hedwig was frozen inside the shop. All I can do is shoot silver sparks. I don't remember any spells. She held her wand and tried to remember something from her past life as a witch. Come on Hedwig or Alexandra or whoever I really am. Harry is out there being attacked. Try this spell Alex. Say, Flipendo. Jane said, the wand movement is like this. She showed her, bringing her wand up and then back with a small twist. Flipendo. Alexandra shouted, pointing her wand at a tin of peaches in syrup Roger and taken from the Hogwarts kitchen. The tin can shivered in place but didn't move. Try again, you can do it. Jane Thornton was, as always, her biggest cheerleader at Hogwarts. Concentrating, Alexandra pointed her wand again and shouted. Flipendo. Hedwig shouted as she moved into the alley, sending the spell at a Death Eater and causing him to fall onto his back. Rhiannon took advantage of the Death Eater's predicament and stunned him. Nicely done Maudriby. The young werewolf said with a grin. As a child she had called her godmother that name, Auntie in Welsh, the child had explained to Alexandra. Hedwig remembered that and smiled at the memory before ducking a bright red flash of light. Tonks sent word to the ministry via a flash of silver from her wand. That done, she moved back to Harry's side, throwing up a conjured block of marble to shield them from an oncoming wave of hexes. They seem particularly upset today, she said, her voice surprisingly calm to her ears. Well, we have been putting a lot of them in jail or in the ground. Harry replied, casting a stunning spell around the block at one of the Death Eaters. There was a series of cracks as Aurors began to appear in the alley. Upon seeing their arrival, the Death Eaters began to activate their emergency portkeys. Is everyone all right? Harry called. He looked at the street before him. Luckily the only bodies seemed to be Death Eaters. He noted, watching as the Aurors began to apparate away with them. It looks like it, Tonks said as the group reassembled. Rhiannon and Hedwig came up first, followed by Hermione and Susan. We're fine, Hermione said. Susan and I stayed behind the rubbish bins and fired stunning spells where we could. I remembered a spell, Hedwig said smiling. I cast it on one of the Death Eaters. Yeah, it was Flipendo really ruined Mulciber's day. Rhiannon said grinning. I can't wait to see what you've got once you remember what else you can do. It was much later in the evening when Genevieve returned from reporting to Voldemort. Her master had not been pleased with the events of the day. The wardstone was activated somewhere in Highgate. Why precisely was it activated so far away from Diagon Alley? His voice was cold. It was that very dangerous soft tone of voice that let her know she could be standing on the wrong side of an Avada Kedavra. There was an accident, my lord, that is all. The wardstone was at the base and when I went to retrieve it, it activated. She explained from her kneeling position on the ground. So, you left my wardstone, and activated it after you had left the alley instead of apparating back and scouting ahead. Please my lord she screamed as the torture curse hit her again. It had taken all of her strength to come back to apartment 14B, the moment she had arrived she collapsed onto the floor. This isn't the floor she thought as she awoke in the bedroom. A glance at his alarm clock told her that it was a few minutes past 9 in the morning. Looking down she realized she wasn't in her robes, she was instead in a pair of men's pajamas. He must have found me and put me to bed. She sat up and looked around. He's not in here. He must have already gotten up. She noticed that the armchair he usually put the next day's clothes on was cleared of laundry. He probably slept there. Or not? She mused, noting the rather large coffee cup beside the chair. The bed creaked as she moved, and in a few moments, she found him entering the room. Are you all right? What was that? He asked her. Finding Genevieve collapsed on his floor had not been something he had expected. Nor was suddenly having his mind back. At first he thought whomever her master was had killed her. He had wanted to celebrate. The woman who had taken his freedom from him had been killed. But then a slew of new problems occurred to him. How would I get rid of a body? If someone saw me, they would think I killed her, and I doubt saying she was a witch would make things easier. Then he saw her shudder. He went to her side and checked for her pulse. It was there. However, when his hand touched her neck, her eyes shot open before closing again. In that moment, when his blue eyes met her brown, he knew that while he wanted her out of his life, he couldn't actually hurt her. Ha! All my hopes that she'd choke on a fishbone, and now the idea of her being hurt because of my actions is uncomfortable. Against his better judgment, he lifted her into his arms and carried her into the bedroom. He could feel her body shaking as he brought her to the bed. As he went to move away and let her rest, he felt her arms tighten against him. Stifling a groan of irritation at the situation, and at the little voice that told him he couldn't just toss her on the bed and start shouting about witches until showed up, he lay on the bed beside her. Eventually she fell asleep and he was able to move from the bed. Still, he watched her shudder in her sleep, murmuring apologies to someone. Against all rational thought, he sat in his chair opposite the bed and watched over her. And so that is what happened. Lord Voldemort punished me for the mission failing and has charged me to try again before Harry goes back to school. She explained to him. What happened when I came back? Peter explained everything. I found you on the floor. I picked you up and put you in bed. Your robes were torn, so I put you in a pair of my pajamas. Why? I wasn't able to put the Imperius back on you. You could have been free of me. Believe it or not, Genevieve, I'm not a killer. You were on my floor twitching and crying for mercy because of something I did, so I put you to bed. He said, maybe now you'll leave my home. You are a good person, Peter Davis. I swear on my magic that I will never use an unforgivable on you ever again. She said, feeling her magic well up within her. She rose from her spot on the bed and walked into the kitchen, pouring 2 cups of coffee. For a moment she hesitated, then she went to the cabinet and took a small bag from her trip to Nocturne. From the bag she took out a small vial. She added a small strand of her hair and watched it fizzle and turn from pale yellow to pink. She poured the potion into 1 cup of coffee and then returned to the bedroom. Thank you for what you did for me. Here, she said, offering him the dosed cup of coffee. Peter took a sip and then set down the cup. I don't think I've ever noticed how beautiful your eyes are or your lips. He said. Thoughts of how amazing Genevieve Lalaurie was filling his mind. The scent of lemo zest and the shampoo she used filling his nostrils as he came close to her and kissed her. He didn't notice a single tear falling from her eye. At least this way I can hear you tell me that you love me. No one had ever tried to comfort her before. Certainly not her father. He had seen his daughters as the reasons the love of his life died. Not Jeanette either. After the death of Henri, the witch who had been her closest friend as well as her sister had closed off from the world and preferred the company of the dead. This muggle, no, this man, who had every reason to slit her throat while she was helpless, or at the very least drag her into the street, had lain beside her while she was hurting. He will never understand what that meant to me. So if I have to use the potion to simulate having him, then so be it. I promised to never use the unforgivable curses on him. A love potion isn't a curse. At the ministry, Amelia had said goodbye to Diana, who had went back to her thankless task of protecting the royal family from magical threats. Amelia sat at her desk looking over reports. It's odd. I should have heard something from Director Lemmel. I'll have to send a follow-up letter. Her thoughts were interrupted by a knock on her door. Enter, she called as Mafalda Hopkirk entered her office. Amelia, I have a missing clerk. It's not like her. She was taking some leave to be with family, but that was over a week ago. Who is it? Amelia asked, taking a clean piece of parchment and preparing to take notes. Sarah Miller. I was going to recommend her to the Magical Observer program when she returned from her leave. Mafalda said. Amelia looked up from her parchment, So, she would have been placed as a teacher in a Muggle school and looked out for signs of accidental magic. Yes. She had expressed to me interest in becoming a teacher. Mafalda said, reaching into her pocket and withdrawing a shrunken file. Expanding it, she handed it to Amelia. When Amelia looked at the picture in the file, her eyebrow raised over the rim of her monocle. Mafalda, I'm sorry, but I don't think she'll be coming back anytime soon. This woman was captured in the attack on a family connected to Harry Potter Black. She was a marked Death Eater and was taken into the custody of the French ministry. Mafalda looked pale. No. Not Sarah. There's no way she was a Death Eater. Her mother is a Muggle and she loves her. All she ever talked about was getting into the Observer program so she could be closer to her. Do you know where her mother lives? Amelia asked, frowning in thought. She was there. I saw her myself. She lives in Kent. Sarah lives with her mother. Mafalda looked to Amelia. I'm telling you, it doesn't make sense. Sarah Miller is one of the most cheerful, decent people I've ever worked with. I cannot believe that she would work with he who must not be named. He would kill her mother. No, there has to be a reason. Mafalda, I promise I will go to Kent myself and talk to Mrs. Miller. Ms. Reynolds. She divorced her husband while Sarah was at Hogwarts. From what she's told me, he was abusive to both of them. Mafalda said, since I am her boss, would it be easier if I came with you to talk to her? I'm sorry, Mafalda, but that is too risky. I will handle it myself. I promise I will let you know what I find out. Amelia said, before rising. If you'll excuse me, I will go to the Kent apparition point. It took Amelia a few moments after apparating and transfiguring her robes into a more Muggle-appropriate pantsuit to find the home of one Cynthia Reynolds, formerly Cynthia Miller. Cynthia, a short and very slight brunette, looked confused at the tall redhead who had knocked on her door. May I help you? Ms. Reynolds, my name is Amelia Bones. I am the director for the DMLE. I work in the same ministry as your daughter. May I come in? Amelia said, watching as Cynthia nodded and then led her into the home. This is a very typical home. Amelia noted, taking in the pictures of Cynthia with her daughter. This is about Sarah taking the mark, isn't it? Cynthia asked directly. She told me that something would happen. People don't go up against Harry Potter and come out on top. She told me. Tears filled the woman's eyes. My baby is dead, isn't she? She was in custody the last I saw her, Ms. Reynolds. But more to the point, you knew that she was a Death Eater? Amelia asked. Curious, why would someone with such a good relationship with her mother, who is a Muggle, join a group dedicated to killing Muggles? She joined the group because of me. Cynthia sighed. My ex-husband was a Death Eater. I didn't know it at the time. But he was. When he died earlier this summer, I received a letter stating that it was my job to take the mark and serve my husband's master, or they would kill me. Sarah found the letter and the tears came freely now. She came home with that thing on her arm. She promised me that they think I'm dead. She said she was going to France. The last thing I said to my baby was that she was a fool for going to them. Amelia sighed. I am sorry, Ms. Reynolds. From what I've heard, your daughter is a good woman. She is. Cynthia smiled. Disappointed her A.S. of a father from the moment she went to Hogwarts. Apparently being sorted into Hufflepuff was a bad thing in his eyes. That was my house. From what you've told me, it makes sense she was loyal enough to you that she took that mark in your place. Amelia said. Before rising, I'll speak with my counterpart in the French ministry. Perhaps we arrange something for her. Not leniency, of course. She did take place in an attack that killed the head of House Delacour. But in light of the circumstances, perhaps we can keep her in a lower security wing of Azkaban. Cynthia took Amelia's arm. Please, if you bring her home to England, tell her I'm sorry all this happened because of me. I will. Amelia promised before moving from her and vanishing back to her office. At the former Malfoy Manor, renamed to Potter Black Manor, Harry and Bellatrix were making final preparations for their trip to Ireland. Do you have all the clothes you want packed? Harry asked, dodging a flying black blouse as Bellatrix searched for something in the closet. Nearly. I'm looking for something. Wait. Ha. She moved from the closet holding a small dress in her hands before placing it carefully in their trunk. What was that? Harry asked, leaning over to look before Bellatrix slammed the lid shut. A surprise, My dear husband, you will be taking me to a suitably fancy restaurant for dinner that night. She smirked. If you are a good boy, you'll see that dress and what I plan to wear underneath it. At apartment 14B, Peter heard soft sobbing coming from the spare bedroom. Genevieve had taken it over, placing several items from their shopping trip in the room. There's that lemo. Why smell again? He thought as he went to the door. She was hunched over a cauldron. A small pink vial sat on the table in front of her. She was crying, something he had never seen her do before. He reached out, placing his hand on her shoulder. Genevieve flinched when she felt her touch. She drew in a deep breath. Oh. Hello, darling. I didn't hear you come into the room. She said softly, giving him a watery smile that didn't reach her eyes. What's wrong, Genevieve? You're crying. He reached out and brushed a tear from her eye. Unconsciously, she leaned into his touch. This isn't real. He doesn't love me. He can't love me. I've done so many bad things to him, and I will continue to do them. I can't be in a world where he sees me for what I am. She blinked back the tears and looked closer at him. It's nothing. Just being an emotional woman is all. He put his arms around her, letting her rest against his chest. She inhaled his scent. It's not real. This isn't real. It can never be real. He will never love you, you stupid girl. Testing a theory, she had made a batch of potion using one of his hairs. Taking another deep breath, she thought back to the scent of the potion. His aftershave smells just like pine. His shirt smells like fresh linen. A decision was made. With trembling hands, she took her wand and vanished the bottles of Amortentia. Maybe if I show him the life of luxury I can provide him. We need to return to the alley today. I have something I need to show you, she said, drawing in another calming breath. In Diagon Alley, Arthur Weasley was sitting in a cafe with Mafalda. Ever since he had cast Molly from the family, he and Mafalda had shared their evening meal. He hadn't been to the burrow except to sleep since all of this began for him with Bill walking into his office. Mafalda toyed with her salad, not really hungry. Amelia said that one of my clerks had been revealed as a Death Eater. But Arthur, I knew this girl. There's no way. Her mother is a muggle and all she talks about is getting into the Observer program and working as a school teacher. Arthur sipped his gilly water and sighed. That is strange. Normally even the ones who've hidden from us were unpleasant. I can't really think of any of them who had been cheerful or friendly. I know, and that's Sarah on the nose. She's always the one who wants to be with the kids when they are scared of their accidental magic use. Mafalda rested her hand on the table, her fork forgotten. Was I blind? Was she just pretending? If she really is a Death Eater, then I must have but. All I can see of her hugging a little muggleborn who thought she was evil because she made a bully's hair fall out. Arthur took her hand, squeezing it gently. I don't know. I know from my experiences with Harry Potter that there are at least a few Death Eaters in the world who didn't choose that path. Maybe she was forced into it. He was about to say something when he saw a man that shouldn't be in the alley. Confused, Arthur called to him, Peter. Peter Pruitt. Peter turned, seeing a strangely familiar red-haired man calling him by the name on his robes. Sorry. It is you, you're Molly's cousin Peter. He rose, Mafalda following him over. The woman beside him tugged Peter's hand, urging him towards Gringotts. Who is Molly? I'm sorry, but before I was adopted I was in an accident. Who are you? Peter asked, the strange feeling that he should know this man making ignore Genevieve's tug on his hand. Arthur Weasley. I'm Molly's. Well, I married Molly. It was shortly before your. Arthur stopped as the woman pushed Peter into Arthur, causing them to fall. At their feet a fireball scorched the ground. That by.ch is a Death Eater. Came a shout as a tall owned woman rushed forward, a fireball forming in her hands. That's Fleur's mother, Arthur noted as he rose from the ground. The woman held a wand at Apolline Delacour. Where is he, Vila? Where is the Batar that killed my sister? Genevieve spat. Peter saw a little owned girl rush to her mother's side. It wasn't Ari. It was me. You couldn't kill a spider if you stepped on it. Genevieve sneered. Where is Harry Potter? Mafalda was stunned. I can't fight this woman. I'm not a fighter. I got a troll in defense each year. She used her wand to summon the Aurors. Thanks Circe that she's not looking at me. Peter looked at Genevieve. Surely she's not going to hurt a child. Not my love, she wouldn't. She. His head felt foggy, as if he had a swarm of bees in his brain. Genevieve leveled her wand at Gabrielle. Since no one wants to tell me where Harry Potter is, you'll come with me until they are ready to talk. She grabbed Peter's hand and Gabrielle's before vanishing. Apolline dropped to her knees and let out a keening wail. My baby is gone. She apparated back to the Potter Black Manor. Harry can save her. If there's anything I've learned, Harry can do impossible things. Andromeda Tonks carried her basket of laundry back towards the flat that her daughter had let her stay in. I know Dobby could do the laundry, but I need something to focus on. She heard something as she passed by her neighbor Peter's apartment. It had surprised her greatly to see Peter Pruitt in the building. Peter Davis. She corrected herself. While the Black family hadn't associated with the Pruitts, everyone knew when a squib was born into a magical family. Andromeda had played the part of the friendly neighbor well enough. Yes, I'm Andromeda Abernathy. My daughter Martina has the flat beside yours. She's on a vacation and I'm looking after the place for her. She offered her hand, which he shook carefully, balancing a basket of laundry against his hip. Martina, yes, we've spoken a few times. He had said. A brown-haired woman had stuck her head out of the doorway. Peter darling, who is this? She had looked at Andromeda as if determining if she was a threat or not. Now she could clearly hear shouting. That woman's voice, and another, is that a little girl's voice? Rushing back to her apartment, she drew her wand and summoned Aurors to her location. Peter stood between the little girl and Genevieve. Please, love, put down your wand and talk to me. Don't call me that, you Batar. You don't love me. It's a potion, you've never loved me. Genevieve felt the tears starting now. She held her wand out. Now move. This little girl is going to tell me how my sister died one way or another. Gabrielle peered around Peter. I told you. I burned her with a fireball. Lies. There's no way a slip of a girl could kill Jeanette. Now move. She commanded Peter. Please move. I have to do this, she urged him silently. Peter didn't move. Genevieve. He stepped closer to her. Please, listen to me. You don't want to hurt a child. This isn't you. Of course it's me, I put you under the Imperius. I fed you a love potion after you tended to my wounds. I'm a heartless ch and you know it. Then why are you crying? He asked her quietly. He was so close, she could smell pine and linen. Unconsciously she lowered her wand a fraction of an inch. If you are so heartless, why are those beautiful brow eyes filled with tears? Peter, please. Just move so I can do what I have to do. Then I'll leave and you'll be free of me. Genevieve felt her wand shaking slightly in her hand. Gabrielle held out her hand and concentrated as hard as she could. I've got to do this. She thought as she tried to summon a fireball. It worked and she hurled a small fireball at the witch. It struck home, singeing her hair. Why, you little. In that moment, Genevieve reacted blindly. Her wand whipped past Peter. OSR. She felt a sharp pain at her temple and then felt nothing. Peter held the rolling pin he had grabbed from the counter. Leaning down, he checked her pulse. She's alive, just unconscious. Are you all right? He asked the little girl. Gabrielle nodded. I want my mother. May I please go back to my mother? Peter sighed. As soon as we figure out how to get you to her, I don't know where that alley actually is. At that moment his door burst open. Apolline and Tonks were leading the way into the flat. Apolline had her wand trained on Peter. You helped kidnap my baby, you. Non, Maman, this man saved me. Gabrielle said, tugging her wand hand back down. She was going to curse me and her with a rolling pin. You saved my Gabrielle, Apolline said, processing what her daughter had said. When Peter nodded, she rushed to him, hugging him. Merci, you are my hero. When Genevieve awoke, she knew she was his bed again. Not opening her eyes, she smiled. It was a dream. I have a chance to make things right. Then she opened her eyes and reality came crashing down around her. Amelia Bones stood at the foot of the bed, flanked by Aurors on either side. From the half-opened bedroom door, she saw Peter sitting and talking quietly with Apolline Delacour and her youngest daughter. So, you're awake. Genevieve Lalaurie, You stand accused to kidnapping the daughter of Lady Delacour. Further, you are accused of using love potion and the imperious curse on Muggle Peter Davis. Amelia said, you are a known Death Eater. As such, you will be taken to a ministry holding cell until a formal trial date is registered. Amelia looked at the woman. For a Death Eater, she definitely doesn't seem too upset that she's going to prison. Do it then. There's nothing for me here. The only person to show me any kindness, and I put him under a love potion. Genevieve sighed and rose from the bed. May I speak to him before I leave? Amelia thought for a moment. You may. We will keep Potter Black here to watch the two of you. Tonks stood away from Amelia as the other Auror and the DMLE director left the room. Peter stepped inside a moment later. Peter the First will not beg your forgiveness for what I've done. I don't deserve it. But, I am sorry. I wish I had picked a different flat. No, I don't. Fool that I am, I wouldn't trade meeting you for anything. Genevieve looked at her hands for a moment. That's all right, apparently I won't remember any of this tomorrow. He said, I'm still considered a Muggle, so once they leave with you I'll have my memories altered. That might be for the best. I was a horrible girlfriend. She said, a tiny smile creeping onto her lips. Well, if you had been less curse happy, things would have been better, he said, maybe if we'd have met in better circumstances. Like you not being here to kill someone. While the two spoke, Apolline spoke with Amelia. I cannot believe you want to obliviate the man who saved my Gabrielle. Amelia sighed. I have to. That's the law. He's a Muggle, so he cannot know about our world. He saved her life. Surely there's a consideration for something that in the law. I wish there was, but Muggles cannot know about our world unless they have a magical child. Amelia looked at the door. Peter had his hand on Genevieve's shoulder. He's a more forgiving person than most. He means something to her. Gabrielle told me how she refused to use a curse with him in between herself and my daughter. Apolline said. In the bedroom, Tonks watched as Peter comforted the woman who had imprisoned him in his own mind. He's treating her like he cares about her. There's no way. You don't fall in love with the person who puts the imperious on you. Maybe it's pity, a thought shared by both the Auror and the prisoner. Genevieve didn't know Peter's feelings about her. She knew what she wanted. Access to a time turner so she could go back to her childhood, leave her family, come to England, and meet him in a life where she wasn't a Death Eater. Genevieve thought of something. You aren't a Muggle though, you are Peter Pruitt. I don't remember that life, Genevieve. I don't remember anything before I turned 16 and woke up in the orphanage. But you are Peter Pruitt. Surely that man we met in the alley, Arthur Weasley, he could do something to help you. She turned and looked at Tonks. You, or. This man is no Muggle. He is a squib. His family took his memories. Tonks looked at Peter. Is that true? Peter nodded. Apparently, I had a set of robes with the name Peter Pruitt written inside it, plus a man named Arthur Weasley did tell me I was someone named Molly's cousin. I'll talk to Madam Bones. I don't particularly like removing memories, especially not in cases like this where it's multiple weeks removing that many memories can be dangerous. Tonks turned to the doorway. Madam Bones, can I speak with you in here? Amelia walked to the doorway. Yes, or Potter Black. Ma'am, this man might not be a Muggle. There's a possibility that he is a non-magical member of House Pruitt. Tonks said, we might not need to obliviate him after all. Arthur Weasley could not let the idea that he had just seen Molly's cousin Peter for the first time since his wedding go from his mind. Molly hadn't said much about Peter. No one really did. Well, no one except Fabian and Gideon. They talked about him plenty. Pete's a good kid. Shame that he hasn't shown any magic yet. Yeah, Aunt Martha is convinced Uncle Al is going to have him sent away any day now. Arthur looked over at Peter. He was dancing with his friend Alexandra. For a Slytherin, she would have made a good Hufflepuff, he noted. Most magical kids shun friends who end up being squibs. Arthur sat down at the table beside his new wife. He nudged her and pointed with his glass before taking a sip. If they aren't careful, there'll be another wedding soon enough. Molly looked in the direction he had pointed and then rolled her eyes, scoffing slightly. I wouldn't worry, Arthur dear. Peter doesn't show any talent for magic. I heard my aunt and uncle talking about it. He'll be sent to the Muggles when Hogwarts starts its next year. Surely they don't have to do that. There are families who keep all their relations, not just the magical ones. Arthur said, taking another sip of his cider. He's not capable of living in our world, besides just look at the girl he brought to our wedding. She's a Slytherin for Merlin's sake. Arthur sighed. Molly didn't hide her disdain for muggles very well back then. Or really at any point. Mafalda opened the door to his office. Are you ready, Arthur? We promised Jack and Stephanie Holcomb that we'd stop by their house for their anniversary. Arthur nodded, rising. Yes, Mafalda, I even remembered the gift. Mafalda chuckled softly. Can you believe they wanted those prank candies from your son's shop? Whatever are they going to do with Tung toffees? I could show you. Arthur thought before going slightly red at his own implication. In her bed that night, Cynthia Reynolds had trouble sleeping. That wasn't unexpected. She had found out that her daughter was possibly in Wizard's jail in France. She blamed her ex-husband. She also blamed herself. If I hadn't let her find that damned letter, they'd have killed me, but my baby would still be on her way to becoming a teacher. That had always been Sarah's dream. Even before she learned she had magic, she had wanted to be a teacher just like her hero Mrs. Cole. Anna Cole had been her art teacher. What was more, as they would find out later, Mrs. Cole had been a witch. Part of the observer program that Sarah had wanted to join. Finally sleep came, and with it a dream of her daughter. Sarah stood there before her mother. She was dressed just as she had been before she left, in a navy blue blouse and a black skirt that had reached below her knees. Hey Mum, she said with a smile, embracing Cynthia. Sarah, are you all right? I am now. I won't be coming home though, Mum. I'm dead. Cynthia felt the tears begin flowing. Dead. Sarah nodded. I got caught during the attack. The Auror turned out to be a Death Eater. He killed me to keep me from confessing. Baby, I'm so sorry you got into this. It's okay, Mum. I'm in a better place, as trite as that sounds. Sarah chuckled. Sorry that you won't be getting any grandchildren though. In spite of herself, Cynthia laughed at that. I wasn't that bad about grandkids. Sarah joined her in laughing, then sighed. Mum, what happened isn't your fault. I made my choice and I knew that this was a possibility, more like a given really, considering who we were going after. Who was it? The family of Harry Potter is kind of a big deal in the magical world. He was the one who stopped the Death Eaters the first time around when he was a baby. Sarah sighed. We were sent to attack one of his wives' families. Sarah took her mother's hand. Please don't blame yourself. I don't blame you. All right. Cynthia whispered in her sleep. I will. Then rolled over, a single tear falling from her eyes. Harry and Bellatrix arrived in Ireland early the morning of the concert. Dressed in Muggle clothes, they made their way to the bed and breakfast the goblins had reserved for them. Tonks and Rhiannon arrived afterwards, apparating with a crack as they appeared. Bloody hell, Harry. Gringotts didn't muck about, did they? Tonks said softly. This place is a palace. The bed and breakfast was a quaint little place named the Country Squire. The cheerful-looking Tudor manor home sat on the outskirts of Dublin, surrounded on three sides by oak and ash trees. When they got to the door, they were met by a plump older woman. Good morning, I am Mrs. Madison. Do you have a reservation? Yes, ma'am. It should be 2 rooms under the name Potter Black. Bellatrix said, handing the woman the identification card that Gringotts had prepared for her. Ah yes, Mr. and Mrs. Potter Black, and the other room is set aside for their employees. Well, I see Mrs. Potter Black and the employees, but I suppose Mr. Potter Black had to stay home. No matter. I'm sure your son will enjoy his trip to Dublin. Mrs. Madison said, smiling as she looked back at the registry and filled out the required information from Bellatrix's ID. My mother. Harry sent a look over to Bellatrix. She barely raised an eyebrow, but it was enough to send a simple message, play along. Yes, my husband was unavoidably called back to London, so it's just me and my little Harrikins. She said, grinning and ruffling his hair fondly, thoroughly enjoying the look of annoyance on her husband's face. Meanwhile, Tonks and Rhiannon were both doing their level best to not laugh at Harry. It took all of Tonks' skill as a metamorphagus to not turn bright red. All right then, your rooms are 4 and 5 on the 2nd floor. You have a shared bathroom between the rooms. Here are your keys. Breakfast is in an hour if you are hungry. The woman handed Bellatrix 2 keys, the one marked 5. She handed to Tonks. Let's put up our things, dear. Then we can come back down and have a big breakfast for my little boy's special day. She said to Harry, eyes twinkling as she teased him again. Once they were out of earshot of the proprietress, Harry grabbed Bellatrix's bottom and squeezed it. You'll pay for that, he said lowly. She leaned in and keyed him deeply. I hope so, she whispered. In her office at the DMLE, Amelia was busy writing out the documents for what to do regarding Genevieve LaLaurie. She's promised to cooperate fully with the operation against Riddle, provided we keep her under house arrest. The Muggle wait. The squib Peter Pruitt has agreed to keep her there for now. We have orders standing guard day and night just to be safe. Her wand has been locked away for safekeeping here at the ministry. She sighed. This would be easier if I had just arrested her. But I think Harry is making me soft. All of her assets have been frozen, pending Harry's return from Ireland. Her assets belong to House Delacour, and he is the current lord of that house. She finished scratching out her report and set it aside to be mailed. Now it was time for a task she knew she would enjoy. Down in the holding cell lay a stunned wizard. Severus Snape had been arrested for the crime of poisoning James Potter in their 6th year. Thanks to the memories pulled from Petunia Dursley, Amelia would have a relatively easy time getting him put in Azkaban. Enervate him, Amelia said as she entered the room. Proudfoot nodded and hit Snape with the spell. Snape sat up, groaning softly as he rubbed his temples. Where am I? He said. Take a look, Severus. It should be fairly clear. You're in a holding cell. My holding cell. You are charged with the crime of poisoning James Potter in your 6th year at Hogwarts. Amelia moved closer to the door. Do you have anything to say? I received a full pardon when I switched sides for all past crimes. Snape said, sneering. You have nothing current on me. Actually, Severus, I do have something very interesting for you. Did you know that when we take a subject's wand, we check its magical signature and put it up against unsolved crimes? Amelia kept her smirk hidden as she watched Snape go pale. Your wand was at the attack on the ossuary. Now, why would an upstanding fellow like yourself be present at an attack on my home? I'd say that attempted murder of a ministry official would be a current crime. Actually, 2 counts as my niece was there. Oh, and the attempted end of an entire house. That's a big one. So you've got 2 charges that guarantee at least a decade at Azkaban and a 3rd charge that could send you through our lovely little veil downstairs. What do you want from me then? Snape asked, hoping that she wanted him to cut a deal. I'll give you the information I used to give Dumbledore. I am in the inner circle of the Dark Lord. Can you tell me where he is hiding? She didn't hide the smirk this time as she watched his face go paler still. You can't, can you? That means it's most likely under either a Fidelius or a Blood Ward. You want to turn that trip through the veil into a life sentence instead. Tell me what area his base is in. I don't need the town, I just need the general vicinity. You won't be able to find him, even if I tell you exactly where he's hiding. The charm that keeps him hidden will prevent you from seeing the base. Snape said. Well, I think we'll let you cool your heels here for a few days and we'll try a different tactic. Amelia turned on her heel and walked to the cell occupied by Dumbledore. Your second trial is in a week, Albus. I do hope you have a better defense than, it was for the greater good. Albus Dumbledore didn't say anything. He had a plan, one that would get him free and hopefully get Harry Potter back under his control. Auror Constance Smythe was on guard inside Peter's flat. She watched as he worked on one of his files while the prisoner sat at the table writing down a list. Genevieve had clear orders from Amelia Bones. If I want to stay here and out of Azkaban, I have to make myself useful. So I will. I'll hand her this list of continental Death Eaters. Peter looked up from his file. It's lunchtime. Ms. Smythe, would you like something to eat? He asked the short witch. I'm not really supposed to eat on duty, she said. However, I'm not being relieved until 8 this evening. So what's for lunch? Well, it seems I've bought a lot of seafood recently. I was thinking I'd fry some cod and make fish and chips. He said, then turned. Genevieve, does that sound all right? That sounds fine, Peter, she said, looking up from her work. I'm sorry you bought so much fish because of me. It's starting to grow on me, honestly. he said as he went to the counter and placed his cutting board on it. As he worked, slicing the cod into strips and then doing the same to some potatoes, he let his mind wander. Why did I allow her to stay? She had promised that she would do anything for him. She said that if she went to Azkaban she would most likely never leave it alive. That same damn fool part of him that told her she had beautiful eyes had done the talking, and he had allowed her to stay in the second bedroom. She seems determined to gain your approval. Amelia had told him. She refused to tell me anything unless I kept her here with you. Maybe she thinks she can use a love potion on me again. Peter had said. Doubtful. We are confiscating all magical items in the house. Between that and constant surveillance from my Aurors, you'll be perfectly safe. Besides, Amelia said with a wry grin, from what I've seen you are handy with a rolling pin. It still might not have been his best idea to let her stay, but it was the decision he had made. He shrugged as he heated the oil to begin frying. I can't help but feel bad for her no matter how hard I try to stay mad. I keep seeing her trembling. I think she was trapped by her own bad decisions. Dan Granger had made a bad decision of his own today. He had left the practice during his lunch break to see his lover. Dan hadn't been faithful to Emma since he met Stacy last year. She was young, pretty, and most all she thought he was brilliant. Dan had felt stifled, living in a home with two women who, to his mind, thought they were smarter than him. Stacy was not very smart, in his estimation, but she was very flexible. He was right about one thing, Emma Granger was very smart. She'd had suspicions for a few months now. She waited for Dan to leave for lunch and then followed him. This wasn't the first time he had been unfaithful. During their time in college he had cheated with her roommate Ashley Monroe. He had sworn he would never stray again. Shows how good you are at keeping your promises. That was what led her to where she was now, parked across the street watching her husband be met at the door of a council flat by a bottle B. Owned 20-something. She snapped a photograph of the two dotting and drove off. When he came back to the clinic after lunch she would have some words for him. 6 words to be precise. I want a divorce, you bastard. Daniel Granger was a man who thought he had a good grip on life. He had a successful dental practice, a daughter commonly referred to as one of the most brilliant young magical minds in a generation, and a wife who was oblivious to his affair with his secretary. He thought this right up until he entered the safe house with his Auror guard and found Amelia Bones standing with his wife Emma and another Auror with his suitcase sitting on the floor. Emma dear, are we moving again? No, dearest. But you are, she said with false sweetness. I followed you on your lunch break today. Would you like to guess what I saw? Dan paled, just as the Auror beside him paled. Auror Klein, you are discharged from this assignment for not keeping your charge under observation. Report to Senior Auror Shacklebolt at once for reassignment. Amelia said, watching as the Auror vanished with a crack back to the ministry. Mr. Granger, you will be moving to a ministry-approved safe house, as Mrs. Granger. Thornton. I'm not keeping his last name. Emma interjected. Very well. Ms. Thornton does not wish you to be here. Amelia finished. Your bags are packed and Auror Jenkins will be taking you to the site. Do you have anything you need to add? I know what you saw looked bad. But I can explain. Dan halted as he found the business end of Amelia's wand pointed at his face. Mr. Granger, I will stun you if you try to weasel out of what you have done. I will enjoy it, Amelia said, one thin eyebrow raised as she gestured by nodding at the suitcase. Pick it up. Upstairs, Hermione was crying against Fred. She had been crying almost from the moment she overheard her mother talking to the Auror. I need to speak with your boss. My husband will not be staying with us any longer. Ma'am, Auror Thomas Jenkins said, looking confused. I caught the bastard cheating on me. If he stays here I cannot promise that I won't kill him. I'll send a messenger Patronus to headquarters. The Auror turned and in a moment a silver hound raced through the closed door. I just don't understand how he could do that to her, Fred. Hermione said miserably against his by now very moist chest. They've been together for so long. Fred held his girlfriend, not knowing what to say. I am completely out of my depth here. I don't know. I do know that he's an idiot though. She made a little noise against his chest that Fred wasn't sure if it was a laugh or another sob. But he felt her tighten her grip on his shirt and her nuzzling closer, so he figured it was probably a laugh. At apartment 14B, Peter had visitors. Apolline and Gabrielle had came to see him. Not wishing to make things awkward, Genevieve had retreated to her bedroom, or Smythe had followed her to give them privacy, and to keep an eye on the former Death Eater. Arthur Weasley sent word to us that he had something to give you. Apolline told him, taking a small package from her pocket and then enlarging it with her wand. Peter opened it. Wrapped in brown paper had been a small, thick book. It's a scrapbook, he thought as he flipped the pages, nearly dropping the book in shock when he realized the pictures were moving. What the wait, there's a letter. Dear Peter, I found this while cleaning out my house to make some room. It's a scrapbook of pictures from the Pruitt family. I believe that there are a few pictures in there that you would be interested to see. Check out the 10th page especially. I've heard that you won't be obliviated, so if you'd be willing, I'd love to come over with Mafalda and discuss the Muggle world with you. Please consider the scrapbook a bribe, because it was definitely sent as one. Kidding. Mostly. Arthur Weasley. Thank you, Peter said, looking back at the scrapbook. He flipped it to the 10th page and looked at the picture. He saw himself, at what looked like 10 years old, posing beside A.B., owned which about the same age. She looks so familiar. But I can't really place her. A dim memory played in the corner of his mind, but it wasn't enough to actually give him a name. She was his best friend, the only one who would play with him. She didn't care that he couldn't cast any spells, she cared that he wasn't afraid to play with a girl. She cared that he didn't expect her to act like a proper lady. She called him petty, and he called her the name wouldn't come. But he could see her giant blue eyes as clear anything. She looks like the Auror that Harry freed from her animagus form. We all know her as Hedwig, but I believe her real name is Alexandra. Apolline said, looking at the smiling girl who had just pulled her best friend into what appeared to be a very sweaty hug. Alexandra, that name tickled in his brain for some reason. He looked closer at the picture. Two kids playfully shoving each other as they walked down the dirt path behind a house. A blushing boy looking down as a serious-faced girl tended to a cut on his knee, fussing at him about trying to force his magic to show up. A first key. In the snow during Yule, her 3rd year at Hogwarts. She had came home to visit her family and to give him his present. A dance at his cousin Molly's wedding. I think I remember her. He said softly, looking at the picture. Her father didn't approve of his daughter hanging around with a squib. My mother didn't approve of her being a Slytherin. Apolline looked at the man before her. If he remembers Hedwig, perhaps she would remember him. Would you mind if I bring a friend with me the next time I visit Peter? No, of course not, Peter said, unable to get the images of a teenage Peter dancing with Alexandra. Back in Ireland, Harry and Bellatrix had went to explore the city after their breakfast. They walked hand in hand, Bellatrix bringing back her Josephine Reed personae once they were away from the bed and breakfast. Behind them, also holding hands, were Tonks and Rhiannon. Tonks leaned into Rhiannon's side and whispered, I'll bet Harry has something planned to get her back for calling him Harrikins. Rhiannon grinned and nodded. If he doesn't, I'm sure she'll think of something else to do to him. In reality, neither Harry nor Bellatrix were planning anything devious at all. For the first time in what felt like forever, they were safe. No one knew they were there. No one knew who they were, since they were staying clear of magical Ireland at the moment, and thanks to her glamour, Bellatrix was safe from would-be vigilantes who would try to hurt Bellatrix Lestrange. Harry squeezed his wife's hand. When she looked at him, he smiled and pulled her in for a key. Very affectionate today, I see, she said with a smile. Harry returned it. I'm with you. Of course I'm affectionate. He chuckled softly. So, how's James doing? Your son is happy that we aren't traveling by Portkey anymore. He also wants his father to know that he would like us to have something spicy for lunch. At Bellatrix's comment, Tonks spoke up. Spicy sounds good, let's get curry. Rhiannon rolled her eyes. Tonks, you are going to end up glowing in the dark one day. What can I say? I'm hot-blooded, Tonks replied, pulling Rhiannon in and keying her. This is a very good day, Harry thought as he led his wives and bodyguard into a record shop. Seeing the look on Bellatrix's face, he knew she was going to enjoy herself here. In his holding cell, Dumbledore had finished his plan. It was a very simple one. Call upon Fawkes and use the Phoenix to get him away from the Ministry, then find Harry and use whatever spells he needed to in order for Harry to obey him again. Then have Harry forgive me for my slightly overzealous dedication. There was one problem. Thus far he'd been unable to summon Fawkes. Normally his familiar would have came when he thought the bird's name, but thus far Fawkes had been curiously absent. He wouldn't break our bond. I am Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the light in 300 years. Dumbledore looked over to where sat his former man on the inside regarding Voldemort. Severus seems determined to have his mind wiped clean by obliviation. He continues to try and convince the Aurors that he knows something valuable, but he refuses to tell them what it is. For his part, Severus wasn't just planning on what next to say when Amelia Bones came to see him, but more importantly how to get revenge on the ones responsible for his incarceration. He knew Harry Potter had to be to blame. When I get out of here, I'll use Sectum Sempra and cut him into one part for every minute I've been stuck here. Back at apartment 14B, Peter's guests had left and Genevieve had returned to the living room. She and Peter sat on the couch going through the channels on his television. Auror Smythe sat across from them in a recliner. Thus far Constance Smythe had found this a relatively easy assignment. The Death Eater had shown no interest in trying anything. She seemed content to write the names of Death Eaters she knew of and make moony eyes at the squib. Constance thought it might have been cute, if the witch in question wasn't a terrorist. But she was, so no matter how cutesy the witch acted towards Peter, she was ready to blast her with a stunning spell at a moment's notice. It was late in apartment 14B and Peter was still at work. The Auror assigned to this shift was sitting in Peter's easy chair doing her best to stay awake, but the clicking of keys as Peter worked was almost hypnotic. Peter liked working at night. It was relaxing to him. He could sit with a cup of herbal tea and type out reports without having to worry about surprise calls from clients. So why is this report so damn difficult? It was probably because of the events earlier that day. Apolline had came back to visit him again. She had brought another witch with her. This was the one he remembered somewhat. Alexandra, though she prefers Hedwig. He reminded himself. Apparently they had been childhood friends, each other's first key. And nothing. I still don't remember anything except those flashes I got looking at the pictures. He groaned and rose from his chair, taking his mug with him to the kitchen. At the entrance to the kitchen, he looked over and saw the light in Genevieve's room was still on. Against his better judgment, he walked over to her open door. She was sitting up in the bed reading. She had become interested in Muggle novels since becoming his guest. He supposed it was due to the fact that if she wasn't working on her lists for Amelia Bones, she didn't really have anything else to do. Maybe I should try to help her find a hobby of some kind. Enjoying your book? He asked, startling her and causing her to jump slightly. The copy of The Diary of Frida Kahlo, falling onto the bed. I am. Thank you for getting it for me. She said. We have one of her paintings at the Lalaurie Manor in Alsace. It's a painting called The Two Fridas. She looked at him. Why are you up so late? I can't sleep, so I was working on a project for one of my clients. He sighed. I was going to fix a midnight snack. Would you care to join me? I would love to, she said with a tiny smile. I'll be in a moment. He returned to the kitchen. Doris, I'm making a snack for Genevieve and myself. Do you want something? Doris Creedmoor wasn't as nice as Constance Smythe, but she also wasn't as loud. The gray-haired senior Auror reminded him of his adopted grandmother, short, rail-thin, gray as an old memory, and as mean as a snake. But he had loved the old woman anyway, and she had loved him in her way. I wonder what Grandma Annie would think of me technically being a wizard. Knowing her, she'd roll her eyes and tell me to stop that foolishness and do some work. He grinned as he pulled a sheet pan from under his stove and preheated the oven. Depends. What are you making? By now all the Aurors assigned to guarding Peter and keeping an eye on Genevieve knew two things. Peter was a good cook, and that he would pester you until you ate something. I'm baking some chips, and while they're going I'm making some curry sauce. He said, chopping an onion, setting the pieces in a bowl and then starting to peel and core an apple. Too heavy for so late at night for me. You two enjoy. the older woman said, going back to her copy of the Daily Prophet. By the time Genevieve had came out of her room, the curry sauce was simmering and the chips were in the oven. Peter was at the sink washing his dishes when she came to his side and gently pushed him from the sink. Budge over, you're cooking so all clean, she said, taking the dishcloth from his hands. In truth, Doris found them to be rather cute. If she wasn't a Death Eater, these two would be downright adorable. Doris was a grandmother herself. 2 6-year-old girls called her Grandma. She looked at the paper and smirked. Madam Bones might be in line for a new position as minister. These articles about Fudge possibly taking bribes are going to get him mad, and when he gets mad, he'll get stupid. Well, more stupid. Damn it. Genevieve dropped the knife she had been washing. A thin cut on her index finger began to bleed. Peter reached over and took her hand, without thinking. Genevieve gasped as she felt the cut heal. You just performed magic, she said, her voice just above a whisper. In Ireland, Harry and Bellatrix were finding their seats in the Point Theatre for the concert. This should be good, he told her as they sat down. This show, Riverdance, Bellatrix learned as she looked at the program, was a combination of music and dancing. She continued to read her program. Thank you for bringing me to this, she said softly, squeezing his hand. She leaned in and Ed, her husband. This is already amazing, just being here with you. Amelia grinned as she watched Cornelius Fudge be dragged away. You can't do this to me. I am the Minister for Magic, he shouted as he fought against Orr's Proudfoot and Stapleton. Correction, you were the minister. Now that we have the proof, we need to put you away for taking bribes. There will be an interim minister chosen by the end of the day. Amelia said. Now then, you'll be placed in the low security ward at Azkaban. I do hope you find the accommodations suitable. You miserable ch. I will get out of this, and when I do, I will ruin you. Fudge swore. You are more than welcome to try, former minister. However, for now you will excuse me, I've got to make sure that your files are moved to my office. I'm sure you've got some friends out there that we haven't caught yet. Amelia turned back to the door, but we will. Harry and Bellatrix clapped as the group completed their final performance of the show. Harry smiled as he watched his wife's face. She looks so happy here, he thought as he looked at the wide grin on her face. Have fun, he asked her as they rose from their seats. I did. This was amazing, Harry. Thank you for bringing me. Ed him softy. A key, he returned and then deepened. So, I'm thinking we need to get back to our room as quickly as possible after dinner tonight. Bellatrix whispered against his lips. I have some plans to thank you for our day today. Remember that surprise I said I had for you? I think you've more than earned it. Dinner was a quiet affair for the four of them at a local cafe. Tonks and Rhiannon sat apart from Harry and Bellatrix, allowing the pair their privacy. This is nice. It's like here there's no riddle, no Death Eaters. We can just be Harry and Bella, she said as she looked at the menu. I almost wish we didn't have to leave. We have to though. Your record player is at the manor, Harry said with a grin. My classes start pretty soon, so I'd be back no matter what. Still, we are rich enough, we could afford a house in Ireland, she said, deciding on a shrimp dish. Maybe we'll find a place somewhere, like the vacation home we have in France, he offered, still looking at the menu. Their waitress arrived and the orders were made. Harry heard Tonks laughing and smiled. He turned his head and watched as she and Rhiannon were talking about something. This is good for them, being together like this, Bellatrix said. I know what it's like to live your life with a missing piece of your heart. You mean my father? For a time, yes, James Potter was the love of my life. But then you came along and something clicked, and that missing piece of my heart was back with interest. She smiled and took his hand. I love you, Harry. I would not trade anything for the life I have with you. Narcissa heard a commotion from the bedroom Bellatrix had chosen. Confused, she made her way up the stairs, her wand drawn. A human revealing charm didn't show any people in the room, but she still heard music. She opened the door and peeked in carefully. There, perched on the headboard of Bellatrix's bed, was Fawkes, the phoenix familiar of Albus Dumbledore. What are you doing here? She found herself asking the bird. Fawkes' answer, a trilling sound like laughter, wasn't spoken words, but Narcissa found that she knew the meaning. You saw him perform magic? Or Smythe asked Or Creedmoor. That's amazing, Doris. I've never heard of a squib displaying accidental magic before. The younger Orr's eyes widened. You are sure that it was magic? Yes, girl. I've seen magic before, believe it or not. The older woman replied acidly. Without a wand or an incantation, he managed a low-level healing spell. She flicked her eyes meaningfully towards the bedrooms. She cut her hand doing the dishes and he healed her. He healed her. Really? Constance's eyes widened. It's a shame that she's. You know. A Death Eater. Well, yes. Otherwise they would be so cute together. Constance smiled for a moment. That would be straight out of one of the romance novels they sell at Flourish and Blots. In his bedroom, Peter had just woken up. He groaned and rolled over. Damn, 8:35 already. He pressed the snooze button and closed his eyes to gain another 9 minutes of freedom before the world intruded on him again. In her bedroom, Genevieve continued to sleep. She was not a morning person, and one of the few benefits of being on house arrest was that there weren't guards to force her to rise at dawn. She rolled over in the bed, dreaming of her sister. Hello, Jean. Jeanette LaLaurie did not resemble the madwoman she had been. Rather, she looked as she had before Henri had been killed. She smiled to her sister. How've you been? Jean, you sound different. I should. My madness was healed when I came to this place. Henri was waiting for me. She smiled warmly to her sister. His poor heart had been breaking watching me delve deeper into necromancy, trying to bring him back to me. I thought I would end up in hell. But Henri wouldn't let them. We are scheduled to be reborn. Reborn? Yes, Jean. They have given me this chance to warn you. Voldemort is planning something with the Muggle government. If you do not act, Peter will leap in front of a killing curse for you. Jeanette looked down for a moment. He'll do it without a single regret except that he'll miss you. That was when she awoke. Her heart was pounding and her face was covered in a sheen of cold sweat. I've got to warn Madame Bones. Genevieve rose from her bed and wrapped her robe around herself. She rushed out of the room and stopped in front of Constance. Or Smythe, you must warn Madame Bones. The Dark Lord is planning an attack. How do you know this? Did they send you a message? Constance asked. I didn't hear anything or see an owl. I can't explain how I know, but I know there's going to be an attack soon. Genevieve said, watching as the Auror drew her wand and sent out a silvery butterfly out the window of the apartment. When Harry, Bellatrix, Tonks, and Rhiannon arrived back at the manor, they were met by Narcissa. Harry, you have a guest upstairs in yours and Bella's bedroom. She said, it's Fox. I don't know how, but Fox arrived here sometime last night. Fox is here? Harry asked, but how'd he get here? He's a phoenix, Harry. They aren't bound by wards. Phoenix fire can travel through any barrier. Bellatrix said, he's got to be here for a reason. Harry ascended the stairs with Bellatrix and Narcissa following him. When he opened the door, he found Fox perched on the headboard of the bed. Fox trilled a greeting to them and then stared, first at Harry and then at Bellatrix. The bird gave a very human-like nod and then vanished in a small fireball, leaving behind a small black egg. Well, that was odd and strangely anticlimactic. What happened? Bellatrix wondered aloud. She walked over to the black egg and picked it up. It's warm, she said. She nearly dropped the egg when it began to crack open and a fledgling phoenix came forth from inside. The baby fox looked up at Bellatrix and a soft light surrounded them both. This time it was Harry's turn to ask, what happened? Bellatrix looked down at Fox and then back to Harry. I think we just bonded. Amelia arrived at apartment 14B to find Genevieve looking pale, her eyes darting to a confused-looking Peter. Constance rose when she appeared. Madam Director, there's something LaLaurie thinks you should know. Very well. What is this something I should know? Amelia asked. She looks like she's about to be sick. Amelia had received daily reports from both Aurors assigned to guard the apartment. Smythe thinks they are going to end up running away to France and Creedmoor thinks she's going to end up pregnant. Madam Director, I can't explain how I know this without sounding insane, but I have received a warning. The Dark Lord is planning an attack on the Muggle government. Genevieve said, that is all I know, unfortunately. An attack on the Muggles. He's getting brazen if he's decided to start attacking them so openly. Very well. I will see my contacts in their government and assign more guards. Amelia looked to her. If this pans out, it may result in time served against your sentence. Thank you, Madam Director. Genevieve looked to Peter and then back to Amelia. Please ensure extra protection for Peter. I worry that he will become a target once I am no longer deemed valuable enough to keep here. Why would Riddle want to attack him? Amelia asked. Besides the obvious reason that he hates muggles. He knows that the ward stone used to alert the Death Eaters to attack Harry Potter in Diagon Alley was activated here. Genevieve said, perhaps it would be best if you moved Peter somewhere safe. I will go to the holding cell at the ministry. It would break her heart to leave him, but this was the only way to ensure Peter's safety. If he's not near me, then he will be safe when the Dark Lord sends the curse at him. After everything I've done to him, after the kindness he has shown me, I would happily die if it means he is safe. I will consider it. There are only so many warded properties I feel comfortable using. We have constant guard here, that plus extra wards should suffice for now. Amelia said, what caused this sudden desire to separate yourself from him? Before you told us that you wouldn't reveal anything if you were kept apart from him. Madam Director, I am not worthy of the feelings he puts inside of me. I have done things that at one time I wouldn't have thought twice about. But now I am sickened by the way I treated him. And others. I nearly cursed a child. I gave him a love potion after he tended to my wounds. He needs to be safe from the fallout when the Dark Lord becomes aware of my turning informant. Genevieve sighed. I would rather be trapped in the deepest cell in Azkaban and know that he is safe, than to be a risk to him now. She does love him. Apolline was right. Amelia looked at the woman. She's practically begging us to take him away from her, but her eyes are begging to keep him close to her side. She thought for a moment. I will see about moving the both of you to a different location then. Tonks was putting her clothes away when she heard a knock on the door frame of her room. Turning, she saw Harry standing there watching her. Watch her hubs, what's up? Nothing, Dora. I just wanted to see you. He said, smiling. He walked into her room, his arms going around her. She leaned against his chest and turned to Key. Him. So, you and Bella had a good time? She asked, smirking. I did. What did you and Rhiannon do while we were at the concert? Harry asked. Well, I think we might have to show rather than tell, she said before Key. Dotting him again. So 3 babies are on their way so far. Sissy has apparently been going nuts clearing the old nursery. 3, that's crazy. The good kind, I hope. Oh, it's the best kind. I grew up without a real family. Now I'm going to be a dad thanks to 3 of the most beautiful, amazing women in the world. Harry pulled her in for another key. Fox bonded with Bellatrix. He told her. Well, that will go over good with the people who still think she's evil. Tonks smirked. Phoenixes are seen along with unicorns as the animals most closely linked to the light. In her bedroom, Bellatrix was stroking the feathers of the still tiny phoenix. So, we bonded, but why? The phoenix looked up at her and trilled softly. Bellatrix smiled and stroked his head fondly. The prophet is going to have a field day with this. At the place once known as Riddle Manor, now known as Gaunt Manor, Voldemort was indeed making his plans to attack the Muggle government. Too many things have gone wrong this year. The best course will be to let the idiots kill themselves and then take over the scraps that remain. To that end, he had a plan. Send a squad to Buckingham Palace and kill the Queen of England. A death that big to the Muggles, especially one done in a way that no one could ever obliviate enough people to hide it, and they will start rioting in the streets. The attack doesn't even have to work. If the attack is public enough, even a failed attempt will cause the chaos I want. He used his mark to begin summoning his minions. The first to arrive was Peter Pettigrew. Perfect. Wormtail, you have failed in the task I have set for you. However, I have a new task for you. You will take a group of our recruits and prepare them for an attack on the Muggle royal family. Do this, Wormtail, and I will reward you beyond your wildest dreams. I will make you the master of every Muggle in Britain. Fail and I will ensure that you will beg for death until your vocal cords tear themselves apart. Voldemort waved his hand dismissively. Go to the ritual chamber. When the recruits arrive, I will send them to you. Make sure that they are prepared with killing curses and blasting hexes. I want this attack to be loud and violent. Do you understand? Yes, my lord. It will be as you say. Amelia found herself stunned by the news she received. She knew that with Fudge removed there would be a Wizengamot meeting called in order to place a new minister. However, she didn't know that she was considered on the short list. She had only found out after bumping into Arthur Weasley. Amelia, have you heard the news? The ginger-haired man asked when she came through the hall. What news, Arthur? I've been dealing with the Lalaurie case. Marchbanks is planning on nominating you for minister. Arthur noted the look on her face. If it's any consolation, I think you would be a great minister. I know that Greengrass is planning on nominating Ogden, but I believe you would be better for the job than Tiberius. Arthur, anyone would be better than Tiberius Ogden. He just wants to keep his pockets filled. He'd be no different than Fudge. And then I said if nominated I would serve. She sighed softly, before making her way into her current office. I don't want to be the damned minister. I'm an Auror at heart, this is where I belong, but if the option is myself or Tiberius Ogden I know who I would choose. There was nothing truly offensive about Tiberius Ogden, except for the fact that he was the kind of shrewd businessman that if he was a slightly less well-meaning sort he would be called corrupt. He was a man who thrived on backroom bargains and the good old boys club would do well with him in charge. We can't have more of that. We need a ministry dedicated to justice for all, not just for those who can afford it. Amelia had made her mind. She would be the minister, if chosen, that would turn this ministry into a sanctuary for those fleeing from dark magic. She sat at her desk and penned a note, preparing it for delivery to the Potter Black Manor. It's time for Narcissa to take her place as Lady Potter Black and vote in the Wizengamot. Genevieve looked at herself in the mirror. What happened to you, Genevieve? You were the most beautiful girl in your year at Beauxbatons. Now look at you. Those are bags under your eyes and there are gray hairs mixed with the auburn. She heard a soft ahem at her door frame. She turned and saw Peter standing there, 2 cups of coffee in his hands. I brought you your coffee, he said, motioning with his head at the cup on the left. Thank you, Peter the First. I'm glad that you are here. I wished to speak with you, and if I do it now, I don't have to worry about losing my nerve later. She came over and took the cup from his hand. Taking a sip, she closed her eyes and smiled almost imperceptibly. He makes the perfect cup every time. What's on your mind? Is it about your talk with Madame Bones? He asked, taking a sip of his own. I think you've been useful enough that I doubt she'll send you to that wizard prison. It is about that conversation. I fear that my time needs to end here. For your safety. When the Dark Lord finds out that I am the reason his plan fails, he will hunt me. He knows the area that the ward stone was activated in. It would not take much effort on his part to find wards with my magical signature on them. It would take even less effort for him to destroy them. She placed her cup down and took his arm. You are in danger because of me. I can't let that happen. You are the only good thing to come along in my life. Even considering how I treated you. I can't let him hurt you. More to the point, I can't let you get hurt by you doing something noble and idiotic. She looked down, not willing to meet his eyes. No. It's nothing. She said softly, blinking back a stubborn tear. She felt his hand go to hers and with a gentle squeeze she looked up into his eyes. She felt the smile building as she looked at him, but she managed to keep it down. What were you about to say? He asked her. Genevieve took a deep breath. I wanted to ask you to do something for me. What is it? He could see warring emotions in her eyes. She wants to ask me something, but she doesn't. She says she needs to leave, but the way she's holding my hand, it's like she's afraid of being pulled away. Love me. Before they take me and throw me in that prison. Lay with me. I swear on my life, nothing will happen to you. Except that, hopefully, I can make you feel good. She shrugged off her robe, standing beepedy before him. For everything I have done to you, please let me try to make it up to you. She keyed him deeply. It wasn't a loving key. It was a desperate one. She keyed him as if the act of dotting him could heal all the pain inside her. Peter was stunned. Slowly, he felt her arms going around him, squeezing him against her nude form. Slowly, his body began to respond to her keys. From her place in the living room, Auror Smythe heard the soft rhythmic thudding of a headboard and a wall. She knew that her job would tell her to stop them. She also knew that unless she heard shouting, she wouldn't move from her spot. It was quite some time later. Genevieve lay on the bed. She was clinging to him, her head resting on his chest. She pressed a key to his chest. Was it all right? She asked him quietly. It was amazing. He stroked her hair softly. I have to admit, I never thought I'd meet someone like you. That is probably for the best. Maybe. But every time I think about how I am supposed to hate you, I keep losing myself in your eyes. He sighed then. At first I thought it might be residue from the love potion. But according to Apolline, they don't last that long. What are you saying? She didn't dare hope, but her heart beat faster as she watched him. I think I might be in love with you. And that doesn't make sense, but there it is. She looked up and at him, then when it broke she sighed and put her head back down on his chest. You shouldn't love me. It will do nothing but end up hurting you. But I am glad for it. I love you too and it terrifies me. Narcissa received the message from Amelia with the morning's owl post. Narcissa. There is going to be a vote at the Wizengamot. At stake is the position of minister. I have been informed that Griselda Marchbanks plans to nominate me. The other candidate that I have heard of is Tiberius Ogden. I wanted to make sure that you were aware of the upcoming vote. Amelia. She thought about it. Amelia would make a good minister. It would allow them to become comfortable with the idea of a minister Potter Black. Narcissa liked the idea of a minister Potter Black. Harry is too young for now, but when he becomes an adult. Minister for Magic Harry Potter Black. With his lady Narcissa Potter Black at his side. She smiled at the thought before rising, smoothing her robes as she did so. She paused at the fireplace to check her robes a final time before using the flow to travel to the Potter Black office at the ministry. Once there she left to find the Longbottom suite. In her office Augusta had a fairly easy decision to make. On one hand she had Tiberius, a man she liked at a party but didn't trust with a government. On the other hand, she had Amelia Bones, a woman she did trust but who, she felt, was as friendly as a sick Kneazle. When Narcissa knocked on the door Augusta paused for a moment. Who can that be? She frowned but still called out, enter. Ah, Lady Potter Black, how are you? She asked. Narcissa had not been a person she cared for, when she was Narcissa Malfoy. However, as Narcissa Potter Black, she was different. Harry's influence, she mused. I am well, Lady Longbottom. How are Frank and Alice? Frank and Alice are as well as can be expected given the number of years they lost to Riddle. They have taken Neville to spend some time at one of our other estates. So, I take it you are here to speak to me about the election. Augusta had never seen the point in drawing things out. She had no time for subtlety or carefully orchestrated plans. She had been a Gryffindor in her time. She believed the best way to act was to get in front of things. I am Lady Longbottom. I would ask you to cast your vote for Madame Bones. Narcissa said. I believe that she would be the more effective leader during this war with Riddle. I can't say that I disagree, Narcissa, but what about after the war? Amelia Bones doesn't have the reputation of someone who I feel would be effective in peace times. Her personality is best suited to dealing with criminals, not tax plans. She will have advisors, Augusta. I doubt very seriously that anyone expects Amelia to do it all by herself. Narcissa said. Augusta held up a bony hand. You mean she'll have you and the other Potter Blacks? We all know about her closeness to Harry, Narcissa. He saved her life, and the life of her niece. Narcissa nodded. Yes, Amelia and Harry have decided that they wish to pursue a relationship. She has joined the coven that I and my sister are in. We love Harry, and we want the best for him, but we will not steal from the public trust to do so. I will think about it. Come along now, the session will open soon. Augusta rose and motioned for Narcissa to follow her out the door and to the chamber. Apolline arrived at apartment 14B with Hedwig. Constance was still watching the still-closed bedroom doors with a little grin. She jumped slightly at the sound of a knock but turned and checked the peephole. Lady Delacour and that which she brought with her last time. She opened the door, allowing them both into the flat. Is Peter in? Apolline asked. She took note of the rather guilty look that flickered in the Auror's eyes. He is, but he's taking a nap right now. Constance said, but mentally screamed no, He's in his bedroom shagging that Death Eater and I'm letting him. I must be the worst or. I see, do you think he'll be asleep for very long? I wanted to take him to Gringotts to meet his former cousin Arthur. Mr. Weasley has something for him. Apolline replied, she's hiding something. My Vela blood can feel passion. He's. Oh sirs, Peter is in his bed, but he's not napping, he's in bed with Lalaurie. Perhaps it best that I come back in a little while. Will you let him know both that I was here, and that I will be back shortly? Yes, ma'am. Constance let out the breath she hadn't known she was holding once the two walked back outside. Just then the pair came out of the bedroom, dressed in slightly rumpled sleepwear. Thank Merlin you two didn't come out a minute ago. You had a guest. Lady Delacour and A.B. owned which, they want to take Peter to Gringotts something about a man named Arthur. Constance said. Peter frowned in thought for a moment. He must want me to explain something about the Muggle world. He sent me that scrapbook as a bribe of sorts. Peter and Genevieve used the time before Apolline returned to dress and fix it so that they didn't look like they had spent the morning having say. Eventually though Apolline did knock on the door. She and Hedwig walked into the apartment. I remember calling you Petty, Hedwig said as a greeting. You were what got me to become an Auror. I've been looking at the photographs Arthur sent me. You were my best friend. Peter said, bringing the scrapbook and setting it down. Would you like to look at some of them? Perhaps when we return, Peter. Apolline interjected. We are running a tighter schedule now. Arthur Weasley will be meeting us at Gringotts. Harry will be there as well to take control of the Lalaurie estate. Peter could practically feel Genevieve flinch at that news. Still, she knew it was part of the terms of her house arrest. She had to give up control of her family's fortune. Apolline noticed the look on his face, concern for her, yet more evidence that it isn't just say. Between them Vela were creatures of passion. Love, for them, was more than just emotion. It was a joining of mind, body, soul, and magic. She could sense the love coming off of the two. His love was there, but it flickered and wavered like a candle's light. Hers was more steadfast, but it seemed broken. They love each other. They need each other, but her actions have scarred their hearts. It will take them time. Time they might not have, depending on what Amelia plans for her. Apolline led to the flat Andromeda stayed in. She would be assisting in apparating Hedwig and Peter to Diagon Alley. And so this august body names Amelia Susanna Bones as the new Minister for Magic. Griselda Marchbanks sat back with a little grin as she watched the crowd clap for Amelia. She'll shake things up in the best possible way. My fellow witches and wizards, I want to thank you for your belief that I will be a good steward for your people. I will say that the ministry will dedicate itself to the removal of the followers of he who must not be named in the short term, and in the long term the creation of a world where blood purity has no place. My first official act as minister is to name Rufus Scrimgeour as the director for the DMLE. Amelia stated. It wasn't the longest speech ever given, but it was direct, and that was what people knew about Amelia. From her seat Narcissa watched the various responses. Ogden seems upset that he lost the job. No surprise there really. Bulstrode is angry his daughter is in Harry's year, I believe. The results had been unsurprisingly mixed. The neutrals had favored Ogden over her, but the Light Coalition had swayed enough that while close, Amelia's victory had occurred. Philip Bulstrode was in fact very upset. He'd had a plan worked out with Derek Greengrass, get Tiberius Ogden in as minister and then leverage his placement to get better terms for their import-export business. Now that Bones Buy.ch is in, she'll probably raise the import tax in order to pay for something stupid like a broom for every mudblood. Scrimgeour as DMLE director is going to be another thorn in my ass. He's as ruthless as Bones, but even less likable. I wonder if the Dark Lord has any plan to remove him. Perhaps we could get the new head Auror under the Imperius. Peter really hated apparition. He had still managed to not vomit, but each time it was a near thing. Andromeda looked at him once she had disengaged from holding onto him. You all right, Peter? Fine, thanks. Peter said, taking in a deep breath, just waiting on my stomach contents to all go back into my stomach. Right now breakfast is hovering somewhere north of my lungs. Andromeda chuckled. That's not an uncommon feeling. Sighed along. Apparition isn't very gentle on passengers, still it's more comfortable than the night bus. The night bus. Peter asked, "What's that?" "Enchanted transportation for magicals who have splinched themselves one too many times. Or are too drunk to use the flow." Andromeda explained, "If you ever get a wand and you need a ride, you hold it up. The bus shows up and you pay a fee and climb on board. I really don't recommend it though." "Fair enough. Alright, so this is my first time that I remember in Gringotts. Any tips?" 1. Don't stare at the goblins. They dislike us enough without a reason. If you stare, then you'll give them one. Arthur was waiting at the door with Mafalda Hopkirk. "I must say, seeing you with Andromeda Tonks is much better than seeing you with a Death Eater," Mafalda said, turning slightly pink when she noticed the looks on Andromeda and Peter's faces. We're not together. She just brought me here." Peter said, "He's handsome and all, Mafalda, but Ted has only been gone for a little while. I'm not quite ready to date yet." Andromeda said, the self-imposed mention of her late husband causing her smile to drop immediately. "Oh, I am so sorry, Andromeda. I didn't mean to." "It's all right, Mafalda. I guess a man and a woman apparating in each other's arms does look somewhat suspiciously like romance." Andromeda allowed a tiny smile to come back. "Maybe in a few months we can talk about something like that." Her voice held a slight teasing edge. Peter knew that Andromeda didn't know about him and Genevieve, but if she ever did ask him over for dinner, she would learn then. Arthur shook Peter's hand. "Peter, good to see you. Come on, I have another bribe for you. Your last letter about the uses of the felly tone were very intriguing." Peter couldn't help but like Arthur Weasley. In fact, had they managed to keep in touch, Peter had no problems imagining that they would have been very good friends. "Harry is inside. He and Fleur are wrapping up taking over the Lalaurie estate. Peter, you and I need to speak with the Pruitt account manager. With you back in our world, you are the head of House Pruitt," Arthur said, suppressing a grin as Peter's eyes grew large. "Wait, what now? You are the head of House Pruitt? It's not a large estate. You've got some land near Chelsea but nothing on it. There's probably a few galleons in the family vault. Molly was never able to touch them since your mother left specific instructions in her will that no one except her son could touch the family vault." Arthur explained to him, "From what Gideon told us, she regretted sending you away. She made your father name you his heir regardless. Martha Pruitt cried for 3 days after her son was taken away. It had to be done, love. What would the neighbors think if they knew it wasn't an illness, it was that our son was for all intents and purposes a muggle?" Alfred Pruitt tried to reason with his wife. "You listen to me, and you listen well, Alfred. That was our only child that you let have his memory wiped. I spent 9 months carrying that boy. Do you think I give a toss about the neighbors?" Martha nearly drew her wand on her husband. "He's out there somewhere. He doesn't remember anything. You know that Tate girl will never forgive us for what we've done. Martha, her never speaking to us again will be the one good thing that comes out of this. You said it yourself at the wedding, he shouldn't have brought a snake to Molly's wedding. She was the one thing he asked me about before they wiped his memory. If he loved her enough, would he still dream of her?" Martha Pruitt died of a broken heart less than 3 years after her son was sent to the Muggles. Peter tried to remember his parents. He knew what they looked like now, thanks to the scrapbook, but he tried to remember them. Mum liked to sing while she was cooking. Father drank fire whiskey. "So, what do I do?" Peter asked. "I've never been made the head of a magical house before. Essentially, what will happen is the account manager will take some blood from you, just a drop or two, and that will summon the Pruitt ring. Then you'll be given a key and we can visit your vault. Since you'll be in our world, we'll have to have the goblins exchange some of your muggle money for ours. That way your account fees will be covered." Arthur looked at his former cousin. "It's a lot to take in, I know." Hedwig looked at Peter. Again memories began to flow into her mind. "I see the things that happened, but they still don't feel like they happened to me. It feels like I'm watching a play be acted out in front of me." One memory was particularly strong now. She could see herself dancing with a young Peter. Peter was a terrible dancer. She knew that by the end of the party she would have to apply bruise remover to her feet. Finally she led him back to the corner table they had claimed. Peter had seemed nervous the whole night. Finally she couldn't take it anymore. "Petty, are you all right? You've been a million miles away." "I'm fine, Alex. It's just I've had a lot of my mind today. I keep thinking about Arthur and Molly and I wonder if I'll ever have that. Alexandra frowned slightly. What do you mean? I mean, will there ever be a wedding party with my family for Peter Pruitt? Most of my family shun me, so will there ever come a day where they'll be come to wish me well when I find someone? The answer was no, and she knew that. Fabian and Gideon Pruitt aside, the Pruitts were that most tiresome type of light-aligned family. They talked a good game about how we're all in this together, but they didn't associate with anyone except purebloods or wealthy half-bloods. In her new office, Amelia penned a letter to Diana Spencer. I have been named Minister for Magic. To that end I've made a few decrees today. I think you'll be interested in a few of them. First decree. Diana Spencer is hereby recalled to active duty as an Undersecretary for Minister Amelia Bones. Second decree. Magical protection details will be tripled at 10 Downing Street and Buckingham Palace. Third decree. Sirius Black has been given a full posthumous pardon. When you get this letter, please come to my office as soon as possible to make the arrangements for your new post. Amelia. Amelia placed the note in the emergency folder and watched as it folded itself into an airplane and took off for the Express Owl office. Harry wondered if taking over an enemy house's fortune would ever stop being weird. House LaLaurie had been extremely rich and now it was his. Fleur had been very interested in the list of properties. They now owned a Wand Grove. That will be a wonderful source of income for our family, she said, smiling. Wand Groves are hard to establish, so getting one that is already prepared is perfect. Harry smiled at his youngest wife's enthusiasm. So that's in Germany. That makes 3 countries our family has property in. They were having lunch in a small cafe in Muggle London. Harry found that he preferred to spend his free time away from the magical part of the city. No one paid attention to him here, whereas in Diagon Alley he could hardly go 2 steps without someone trying to convince him to listen to their new investment scheme. I'm thinking that we're going to need someone to oversee our businesses. With Narcissa handling the Wizengamot, I don't know if she'll have the time to cover this as well. Maman would do well. She handled the Delacour affairs when Papa was busy with his own work. She took a sip of the ice water she had requested. If you would like, I will ask her. We'll both ask her. Their meals came and they were quiet as they ate. At the ministry, Amelia looked at her new stack of paperwork with disgust. She knew that Fudge would have just rubber stamped everything or foisted it off to his underlings. Amelia wouldn't do that. She would do this work herself. But Merlin, she didn't want to. I need to have Harry come visit the ministry if I have to deal with this nonsense. The least he could do is give me one of those foot rubs he gives his wives. After all, his girlfriend is the minister. His girlfriend Amelia had trouble believing it herself sometimes, but she was in a relationship with Harry Potter Black. Her lips curved into a smile at that. She and Harry had been out a few times now, normally to Muggle London. Sometimes he would be in a glamour and would have the appearance of an older man. Other times they would go out as Harry and Amelia and let people think what they would. We need to go out again soon. There was a knock at her door. Enter. She called out, watching as the door opened and Diana Spencer came into her office. Hello, Amelia. So, I'm finally free of Froggy E.H. The B-owned witch grinned at that thought. You said something about being your new undersecretary as well. That's right. I want you to work with the new DMLE director to enhance the magical security of Parliament and Buckingham Palace. I've received word that you know who will be attempting something. In that case, Amelia, after I meet with your new director, I need to get back and warn HRH. My mother-in-law needs to be aware that the magical world's favorite psychopath is planning to blow up her house. Diana said, I was planning on spending time with my friend, but then she had to tell me about a murderous bastard instead. How about you come to the manor for dinner tonight then? You haven't met my family yet. Amelia offered. Besides, I think it will rather amusing when Harry sees who my friend Diana is. Peter returned to his flat a few hours later. Clutched in his hand was a note written to him by his mother. There had been a second note addressed to Alexandra. Hedwig, as she referred to herself now, had taken it to read in private. Peter hadn't been able to wait though. He had opened his in the vault. To my son. I cannot ask your forgiveness for what I have done, or what I allowed your father to do. My only hope is that through some miracle of fate you found your way back to us and I never need to have you receive this letter. If that isn't the case, then all I can tell you is that there was never a moment that passed once you were taken away that I didn't regret it. Barring any male Pruitts still living, you are now the heir to House Pruitt. This vault holds some 600,000 galleons that Molly Weasley née Pruitt tried her best to get at. Do not trust her. Arthur Weasley is a good man, but he is happy to ignore what's in front of him if it means he can have a happy life. In case she isn't with you, either as your wife or your friend, please tell Alexandra for me how sorry I am for how I treated her. I left her a note as well, but I wanted you both to see it. I am not long for this world. The healers have looked me over and could find nothing wrong, but I feel my heart breaking more and more each day for what has happened. Be happy, my son. Be happy in spite of the actions of your father and I. I never stopped loving you. Mother. Genevieve noticed the look in his eyes when he walked back in. Ignoring Apolline and the other two witches, she drew him into an embrace. What is it, Peter? Why do you look so troubled? His arms went around her waist. From somewhere behind him, he believed he heard Andromeda gasp slightly. I found out that I really was a Pruitt. I am the head of House Pruitt, which means I have a minor vote in something called a Wizengamot. I also found out that my mother basically grieved herself to death after my memories were taken. She heard him draw in a breath. When he did, his voice was soft, and that she never stopped loving me. Genevieve pulled him close against her. Peter. I am so sorry, love. She didn't know what else to say. Genevieve had never needed to comfort someone before. Instead of saying something, she just held him. I will have to speak with Amelia. Even knowing what she tried to do with Gabrielle. Being a Vila, Apolline knew of the power love had. It was a magic all of its own. She could feel the waves coming off of them now. True love. Apolline decided on a plan of action before she had lifted her wand to apparate back to the manor. I will speak to Harry. Perhaps there is something we can do. You want me to ask Amelia to do what? Harry asked. You are seriously asking me to ask the Minister for Magic to commute her sentence to time served because she hugged someone. It wasn't just a hug, Harry. It was love. Actual love. As strong as the bonds between you and your coven. Apolline said. I didn't believe it at first. I thought she was just trying to trick him. But you can't replicate that kind of a bond. So she loves him. And he loves her. Okay, that's great and all, but the fact remains that she kidnapped Gabrielle. Harry pointed out. I am aware of that. Apolline said softly. I am not saying return her fortune. Make her house a vassal to yours. She doesn't have a house. I absorbed House LaLaurie the same way I absorbed Houses Mentiers and Renard. Harry shrugged. Not unless you think she's already looking to get married and become the Lady Pruitt. I don't know if she'd ever want to be the Lady Pruitt. While the connection between them is extremely strong, she doesn't feel worthy of it. Apolline looked at Harry and then down to her hands. I can feel it when I concentrate on their bond. He is open to the idea of being with her. But she is afraid that he will see her the way she sees herself. I'll talk to Amelia. Harry promised. Apparently she's bringing home a friend for dinner tonight. At their safe house, Emma Granger, soon to be Thornton, had finished writing to former classmates from her university days. She wasn't going back to the clinic she had shared with Dan. Instead, she would join a new clinic, or perhaps start my own. Harry had came to visit with Hermione and the twins and had heard about the situation. Whatever you need, I'm here. He said, if you want to start your own clinic, I'm sure I can afford to give you a loan. A loan? How rich are you? She asked with a small grin. Harry returned it. According to my current bank statement, I am technically the 16th richest person in the magical world. In that case, maybe I'll take you up on that offer. She replied. Their talk interrupted by Hermione and Fred coming downstairs. Maybe I should take him up on that. Emma mused before going into the kitchen to prepare some lunch. Harry had been utterly gobsmacked when Amelia had introduced him to one of her oldest friends, Diana Spencer. That was Princess Diana, who's apparently a witch, and an Auror. So this is Sirius' godson. Diana took in the young man standing before her. From what she had been told, Harry was incredibly powerful, more powerful than anyone who had tried to harm him. He's handsome too. I bet I could make Amelia go red if I flirted with him a bit. Don't be afraid to shake my hand, Harry. I don't bite. Not where it leaves a mark anyway. She said with a sly smirk, thoroughly enjoying the dark look Amelia was giving her. Diana is still excellent at being a desperate old woman. Amelia said with a deadpan expression that swiftly turned into a smirk of her own. You should have seen her when she was with your godfather. Those two went to every broom closet in the castle at least once. Twice, I'll have you know. Diana corrected, and in the case of the one on the third floor by the portrait of Sir Wellington de Bouffe, 3 times. Amelia turned back to Harry. While the house elves work, you need to take me upstairs. It's high time you gave your poor, suffering girlfriend a foot rub. She grabbed his hand and started to lead him upstairs. Make yourself comfortable, Dee. We'll be up there a while. Diana found a seat in the study and pulled out a copy of The Daily Prophet. As she was reading it, a flash of green heralded some more guests. Hermione practically fainted when she saw who had came to dinner. Princess Diana. Hermione had calmed down, slightly, by the time Fred had returned with Emma Granger. Like her daughter, Emma had reacted strongly to the casually reading Diana Spencer. Hermione, is that? Yes, Mum, that is. I am right here, you know. You could always just say, hello. Diana said, not looking up from her paper. I'm not just a princess, I'm an Auror who was assigned to watch the royal family. I had to pretend I found that froggy bastard Charles attractive enough to marry. My family is posh enough that I was considered suitably royal for the Muggles. Diana flicked her eyes up from the paper and held a smirk as she watched the wheels turning in the eyes of Hermione and Emma. So, you are the Grangers. Amelia told me about the two of you. Apparently Hermione here is smarter than 2/3 of the Wizengamot. This time Diana let the smile come. That's good. A Muggle born with more talent than the pure bloods means that you should be able to disabuse some notions when you get ready to get work. I want to work in the ministry. My goal is to draft laws that will make abuse of house elves the exception instead of the rule. Hermione said proudly. Diana quirked an eyebrow up at that. Laudable goal, but I would recommend either making a lot of powerful friends first, or get something big passed with your name on it. The Ponces like smacking their elves around. They're not going to stop just because you ask nicely. Hermione had not expected Princess Diana to be so expressive. You are very different than what I've seen on the television. She said, to which Diana laughed. Yeah, this is the me that doesn't have 10 pounds of makeup and 15 pounds worth of sound equipment stuck to my body. Diana grinned, so tell me about Amelia's boy toy up there. Amelia and the boy toy were laying on the bed holding each other. Harry leaned in and keyed her sweaty temple gently. I take it the new job is stressful, he said softly. Stressful. I feel like I'm pulled in 90 directions at once. Every single document I get sent has conditions attached. If I sign it, I make this group of idiots mad. If I don't sign it, I make another group of idiots mad. She looked over to him. I may have to kidnap you and keep you locked in my office to use as my stress relief. She grinned and pulled him closer. As fun as that sounds, I thought you wanted me to get my NEWTs so I could become an Auror and you could eventually make me the DMLE director so I could work under you. Harry teased. I am the Minister for Magic. I could just have them give you O's for every single class. Amelia returned the tease. Dotting him again, but I suppose you're right. I'll just let Nymphadora take your job instead. At apartment 14B, Peter and Genevieve were eating dinner. Auror Creedmoor was abstaining tonight, contenting herself with some crackers she had brought while the couple shared a meal of slow-cooked beef over rice. Bon Peter, this is absolutely fantastic, Genevieve said as they ate their dinner. I wish I could take you to the Maison and set you up with a proper kitchen. You do such good work with our tiny one here. Imagine what you could do with a kitchen the size of the flat. It suddenly occurred to them both that she referred to the flat as their home. It wasn't just his home that she also lived in, this was home. He was home. Peter noticed the slight redness on her cheeks and he took her hand. Our place is small, but it's as big as we need. However, at some point I'll need to inspect the land I now own. Maybe one day we could put a house on it. Genevieve looked down at their hands and smiled in spite of herself. You are planning ahead, I see, my Lord Pruitt. Then she smile left her face. You are assuming that they allow me my freedom once I am of no use to them. Hey now, look at me. Peter said softly. Genevieve looked up and he smiled at her. We will figure out a way to make this work. Hedwig lay on her bed looking at the letter she had been given at Gringotts. Alexandra, I do not know if you are reading this as my son's best friend, or as his bride. In either case I wish to express my sorrow for what I have done and have allowed to be done to Peter. You were his first friend, his first dance partner, and unless I am mistaken, his first key. The day we took him away he asked me that if he loved you enough, would he still remember you? It broke my heart to tell him that he wouldn't remember anything. I dearly hope I was wrong. I hope that he did remember you. Or that you found him somehow and brought him home. Everything is his, he is the Lord Pruitt. Please help my son fit into the role he will be expected to take. He is a brave and loyal boy. Had his magic developed, I would like to think he might have been a hat stall while the Sorting Hat tried to determine between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. You are a Slytherin and I know that I treated you poorly for it. I apologize, especially once I learned what your ambition was. When you stormed into our house and declared that one day you would be the DMLE director and that you would find him, I saw that there was more to you than a snake. If you are the Lady Pruitt, then I know the family will be in good hands. If you are reading this as his friend, please ensure that the woman he brings into his life loves him the way we should have. Martha Pruitt. Hedwig blinked back stubborn tears as she set the letter back on her nightstand. She closed her eyes and tried to concentrate on that day. It was foggy, but eventually she began to see a 15-year-old Alexandra Tate shouting at Martha and Albert Pruitt. You sent Peter away. You horrible, you miserable. You are the worst excuses for parents I've ever met. She had came by the see Peter a few days after the end of term. She had brought him a present, as she had done every year. But he hadn't been there. He was gone, sent to be with his kind, the drunken lout known to the world as Albert Pruitt had told her. That had earned him a punch in the nose. She had pushed her way into the house. When she looked around she had nearly dropped to her knees. Everything that reminded her of Peter was gone. He wasn't in any of the remaining pictures, even the ones he had been in before. Those pictures had a noticeable vacant spot where he had been. Albert Pruitt was still holding his nose. Martha looked as if she was going to be sick. Alexandra, however, was on a roll and proceeded to tear strips out of the two adults. You took my best friend from me. But I promise you this, I will find him, and I will bring him back home. But not your home, even if you two are still alive he will never be told. Finally, she had turned and stormed out. Peter deserved better than the life he had gotten. He seems happy as a muggle. Hedwig sighed. It was time to go downstairs and join the others. Gabrielle had taken one look at Diana and had decided that she needed to sit on her lap. Climbing into it, she looked up into Diana's eyes. Are you really a princess? She asked her. Yes, technically I am a princess. Diana said, smiling. That question to several more as Gabrielle got more and more excited. Apolline looked at her youngest daughter fondly, then turned back to Harry. I can assist you with the magical side of your fortune, but I do not have the knowledge of the muggle side. I would recommend that you either talk to someone at Gringotts, or perhaps Peter Pruitt. I guess we could talk to Peter. I have a decent enough relationship with Gringotts, but it would be stupid to have all of my business dealings in one place. Harry said. Narcissa, who had been shamelessly eavesdropping, nodded. That's true. It's always best to branch out. Keep your money in more than one place. Dinner was served now and conversation halted. Harry was eating when suddenly he felt something touch his leg. He looked down and saw a retreating foot. Looking back up he saw Diana watching him with a grin. Amelia seems well rested now. I'll have to try one of those foot rubs for myself one day. A common thought raced around the dining room table. Sweet Merlin, Princess Diana is hitting on Harry. Peter looked at the file in front of him and let out a soft whistle. This is more work than I did in a year with my old clients. The Potter Black family has a lot of non-magical businesses. Beside him Genevieve looked at the other documentation that had been delivered to him by Apolline. Mon Dieu, there are so many things for you to keep track of. She looked to him, and this is merely the muggle side of it. She noticed with some measure of pride that her love didn't look worried, he looked excited. I know, this is going to be a great challenge. I'll have to shelve my other clients. I'll try to find them good homes before I do though. He said. He was going to mention that he had a friend who could probably help when his phone rang. He rose from the table and crossed the room, picking it up. Hello. Is there a reason you haven't checked in with your mum and I? Drawled a familiar voice. No, sir. Major. I've just received a new client that's looking to be bigger than any of my others. Peter looked to Genevieve and mouthed the words, my father, to her. You're expected over for dinner, tonight. Malcolm Davis told his son. Your mum has been worried to death that you haven't called or came to visit. I'm sorry, Major. I've just been ran ragged trying to find my old clients' new accountants. They've been with me for years, so I couldn't just leave them to find their own way. Peter explained. I'll be there tonight. See that you are, son. Your mum is making spaghetti bolognese tonight. Malcolm finished the call and hung up. He looked at his own paperwork stretched out over his desk. Our contacts in the other ministry want to beef up security. They're going to send more of their men. Malcolm Davis had been in Her Majesty's Armed Forces for close to 40 years at this point. On the day he had been promoted to major, he had been given information that had shaken what he thought he knew. Magic was real, and Britain had two worlds that occupied the same space. He had been sworn to secrecy and he had held that secret ever since. He looked at the picture on his desk. Peter had been found on the side of a road in Devon. The lad, believed to be 16, had been taken into a hospital for evaluation. He had no memories of anything that had happened before waking up that morning. Malcolm and his wife Beatrice had wanted a child for years, but had been unable to conceive. When they went to the foster home, they found him sitting in the backyard watching the others play. He'd been a quiet boy. Polite and thoughtful, he became their son that day. Diana Spencer had an important task ahead of her. She needed to die in the Muggle world, or at the very least vanish. I could apparate from a moving vehicle and let it crash. No, that won't leave a body. I could put a body in the car and that could work, but I'd need a body. They don't just leave corpses hanging around for someone to use. Well, not since the 50s. The ministry changed its laws regarding necromancy in 54. She sighed softly. Killing yourself is hard work. What if I used a simulacrum? That might work. I could set it to vanish after the accident. She smiled. That was the perfect plan. She would grow a simulacrum, put it in the car, and then stage an accident. It'll be in the news cycle and the fluoride in the water. Crowd will call it a hoax, which it will be. But that should keep their eyes off of me long enough to get back to my old life. That life, the life of an Auror. The thought of it made her smile. She hadn't been truly herself in years. Not since being shackled to Froggy HRH's fine. I think she hoped that I would actually care for the duffer. But that wasn't going to happen. Froggy is a jackass with grabby hands and terrible breath. She looked at a picture on her desk. It was from her first year as an Auror. She and Sirius had been dating since 6th year and they were planning on moving in together. Then things went bad. The Potters died and Sirius was blamed. She had never believed that Sirius would hurt James or Lily, so when they put him in Azkaban she had tried time and again to force an actual trial. I'm not going to let your memory fade, Siri, I promise you that. Auror Doris Creedmoor sighed in frustration. You want me to let you take her out of the flat at night to go to your parents' house? Peter nodded. That's the size of it, Doris. I mean, you are welcome to come along and watch from the outside. The older witch frowned. Well, obviously I'm going to do that. How do we get there? Peter shrugged. Normally I take a cab. Can you make those robes look less conspicuous? Doris rolled her eyes and lifted her wand. A muttered spell later and she was standing there in a rather dour-looking dress. Peter smiled. That's perfect. Now can you do something, Foe? His words stopped as Genevieve walked out of her bedroom. She had brought Muggle clothes with her. This had been the first time she'd needed them. How do I look? She asked him, smirking softly at the stunned look on his face. She came up to him and pressed a key to his cheek. I take it from your slack jaw that you approve. Approve. The dress wasn't especially revealing, but compared to the robes she normally wore it was like night and day. This dress was a soft burgundy with a gold rope belt around the waist. You look amazing. He managed after a moment. Where have you been hiding this? I've had it in my trunk since I came here. I did change the colors a bit. These are the Gryffindor colors. Well, nearly color is too bright for my tastes, she said, indicating the dress with her hands. All right, I'll call the taxi and we'll set off. Peter leaned in and keyed her, his arms going around her waist. Arriving at the Davis home, Genevieve tried to gather her nerves. This was out of her experience, she had never met her. What precisely were they? Boyfriend didn't feel strong enough, but they weren't promised to each other yet. Beside her, Peter smiled and gave her hand a reassuring squeeze. Don't worry, my folks are good people. The Major is a little intimidating, but he's mostly harmless. The Major? She asked him. Yeah, Peter said, shrugging. He's my dad, but he's also a major in the SAS, that's the Special Air Service, so I call him Major as a sign of respect. I'll call him Dad at Christmas or on his birthday, but for the most part, he's the Major. Peter rang the doorbell. Behind them, Doris applied a strong notice me not charm and stood by the bushes. After a moment, the door opened and a tall bald man with a carefully groomed silver mustache opened the door. 5 minutes late for battle's son, and who's this? Malcolm had never seen his son bring a girl home before. Dating had never really been Peter's thing. Major, this is Genevieve, my girlfriend. Peter made the introductions. Genevieve called on her skills at occlumency and at attending society parties. Hello, Major. Peter has told me quite a bit about you. You have made quite an impression on him. Well, hopefully it wasn't all good things. I'd hate to think he's blowing smoke up your dress. Malcolm said, smirking. Then he turned his attention back to his son. Go on in and say hello to your mum, she's about to go spare. It was only 5 minutes. Peter said, shrugging. Malcolm laughed at that. You've never been late a day in your life, son. She was going spare, wondering where you were. That does sound like you, Peter. You keep everything exactly to schedule, at least until the cab driver decided to try and take us the long way here. Genevieve said with a grin. Thankfully you noticed and got him to turn around. Doris did most of the convincing. Even when she's not using her wand, she is intimidating. They entered the house. A small white dog wandered towards them, sniffing Peter and then her own shoes. The dog, having decided that they weren't important enough to bother with, went to its pillow and laid down. A short, plump gray-haired woman walked into the living room. Before she could say anything, the woman embraced Peter and then herself. Welcome home, love. And who is this beautiful lady? Mum, this is my girlfriend Genevieve Lalaurie. Hello, madam. Genevieve said, smiling politely. Beatrice Davis smiled to her son. So polite as well. Come on everyone, dinner is ready. Genevieve had no experience with an actual happy family. Her father hadn't wanted anything to do with her or her sister. Jeanette had been her closest friend, until she went insane. Peter was as close to family as she'd had in nearly 20 years. His father, while stern-looking, had a wonderful sense of humor. His mother, though, filled Genevieve with envy. She's so loving towards him. I wonder if my mother would have been like this had she lived. Yvette Lalaurie had been the most beautiful woman in Avignon. Part of her mystique had been the whispers of Vila blood. No one knew for certain, as Yvette's parents had died fairly young, just like she had. Genevieve liked to think that, had her mother lived, they could have had a strong relationship. Beatrice asked her son question after question about Genevieve. Where did you meet? How long have you been together? Where was your first date? And then the big question. Do you think you'll end up getting married? Back home and safe from the probing questions of Beatrice Davis, Peter had started in on the files for the Potter Black estate. He had some soft music playing on his radio, nothing with lyrics. When he worked on accounts, he preferred instrumental music. Today's choice was a concerto by Vivaldi. Peter frowned as he noticed something strange. This line showing a 2% deduction in profits each quarter being transferred to Vault 311 at Gringotts, but 311 isn't marked as Potter Black Vault. He grumbled under his breath as he typed out what he was seeing. Someone is stealing from him. He would give a copy of this to Harry via Andromeda, he decided. He rose with the printout and checked his clock. It's 10 o'clock. I'll wait and give it to her in the morning. He sat back down, then turned his head and looked at Doris Creedmoor. Hey Doris, if I found evidence of embezzlement, Would I send it to your department, or is there a specific office for that? Doris came over. Technically all money-related matters are handled by Gringotts. We only get involved if it involves 2 or more noble houses. Those usually turn violent. Why? He showed her the file. Someone has been stealing from Harry. They've had an instruction put to drain 2% per quarter from the Potter Black vault to this vault. Doris frowned. If you'd like, I'll copy this and take it into the DMLE. Scrimgeour has been trying to find a way to ingratiate himself to the Potter Black family. Maybe catching the person responsible as the ticket. Peter shook his head. I need to show it to Harry. He'll decide what to do with it. I'd be a pretty poor employee if I didn't go to my boss first, you know. The old witch nodded. I understand. I would have liked the pay raise for giving Rufus away in though. Peter laughed at that. Peter and Genevieve weren't the only people who had went out that night. Harry and Tonks had stopped by to see Andromeda, arriving only moments after Peter and Genevieve had left for their dinner. They apparated into the living room just as they had the day Tonks had brought him to the flat. Apparition was more stressful now for her. She, like Bellatrix and Narcissa, were beginning to show. Her magic did not want her to exert herself more than she had to. This will make teaching class a boatload of laughs, she thought, frowning. Then she looked down at her stomach and the frown faded. It's taken some getting used to, but I'm looking forward to meeting you, Teddy Potter Black. Andromeda came from the bedroom to greet them. Right on time, you two. Dinner is on the table. Dobby made roast beef and Yorkshire pudding. She embraced her daughter and then her son-in-law. So, tell me about the trip to Ireland, she said as she led them into the kitchen. Harry sat down beside Tonks. It was a good trip except for one thing. Oh, and what was that? Andromeda asked him. They thought Bella was his mum. She played it up too, called him her little Harrikins. Tonks said, laughing. Harry gently nudged his wife. Shut it, you. Tonks smirked and leaned over. He, dotting his cheek, it was hilarious, mum. But Hubs didn't throw too big a tantrum. He took us to a record shop in Muggle Dublin. Bella got what had to be 50 new records. It was 10, Dora, Harry said, rolling his eyes. Anyway, then I took her to the concert. She enjoyed that a lot. I'll say she did, especially considering how hard you two were snogging when we got back to the B&B. Tonks said. And I thought we'd have to bang on your wall to get you to quiet down. Andromeda watched her daughter's teasing with a fond smile. I'm so glad she found someone like Harry. Andromeda had always worried that Tonks wouldn't find someone. Especially not after a tear-stained letter came home telling her and Ted that her best friend Rhiannon was gone. It was later, after Tonks had given her the entire story, that she knew the depth of the relationship the two had shared. She wrote that girl over a dozen letters before she finally gave up in her 7th year. Andromeda shook her head softly, focusing back on her daughter and son-in-law arguing, teasing each other really, about whether or not Tonks could hear Harry and Bellatrix that night. Merlin, I need to get out more. Ted wouldn't want me to be a shut-in forever. But who could she open up to? At first she toyed with the idea Mafalda Hopkirk had suggested. Peter is a decent man, very loyal, and not terribly bad to look at, but that loyalty is exactly why he's living with a former Death Eater. There were others. Before she had met Ted, she had dated Kingsley Shacklebolt briefly. Shaq's a good man, but right now he's married to the Oracore. Andromeda cut into her dinner, not noticing that Tonks' eyes had flicked over to her mother with a calculating look in them. Suddenly Tonks rose. Hey mum, Harry, I need to run up to the ministry for something. I'll be back in a little bit, don't wait up Harrikins. She teased her husband. He, dotting him and then vanishing from the room. I don't think she needed anything from the ministry, Harry said, to which Andromeda chuckled. You would be right, I think she wanted to leave me alone with a handsome young wizard. Andromeda smirked, and suddenly, Harry was reminded of Bellatrix in the days before she had broken the compulsion. Would you like to help me get some revenge on her for assuming that I must be too old and ugly to find a man for myself? Tonks hadn't went far. She apparated to a park her mother used to bring her to when she was a little girl. She sat on the bench and allowed herself a daydream of the day she would bring their son here. Teddy was much more athletic than she had ever been. Takes after his old man, Harry had said proudly. He did also take after his mother though, The 4-year-old playing on the swing set currently had bright green hair. "Thank Merlin for notice me nots," she said softly as she watched him play. Then she felt a soft key on the side of her face. She didn't need to turn around to know that it was Harry. "Watch her hubs. How was your appointment with Bonesy?" "Not bad, Dora. Apparently with you decided to stay as the defense professor. Amelia thinks I should speak with Minerva about starting an elective class for students who want to become Aurors." The two of them working together at Hogwarts was a very appealing idea, and Tonks smiled at the thought of it. "Careful none of the 7th-year girls trap you in a broom closet," she teased him. "I know some of the Slytherin girls thought you were hot stuff when you were a student. Imagine what they'll think when you come back as my buff husband and a kick-ass Auror trainer." Tonks smiled and leaned back, letting the cool evening air wash over her. Back at the flat, Harry and Andy were sitting on the couch together. The couch wasn't especially large, it's practically just an overstuffed chair. Andromeda thought. Due to Andromeda showing Harry a photo album, they were sitting very close together. It would in fact be fair to say that she was practically in his lap. "I guess this is why they call them love seats," Andromeda thought. "She smells nice." Wait a minute. Put that thought back in your pants, Harry. She's one wife's mother, and 2 wives' sister. Harry frowned at his traitorous libido, before going back to the pictures. "Harry is hot. I mean warm. His leg against my thigh feels so nice." "I mean warm, it feels very warm." Maeve's left nipple. "Andy, it hasn't been that long, has it?" Andromeda tried to shift over, but the damned couch wasn't that big. "Remind me to practice my expansion charms," she muttered to herself. "What?" Harry asked her, looking up from a picture of a BPD 1-year-old Tonks running away from Ted, who was trying to put a dress on her. "Nothing, It's nothing. It's hot in here, do you think?" she asked him, each comment rolling off the previous one disjointedly. Harry shrugged. "It is a little warm." "Oh damn it all. I can smell him now." Nymphadora must have bought the aftershave for him. That's Ted's brand. I can recognize that smell anywhere. Andromeda felt stubborn tears prick at her eyes at the thought of her husband. Harry heard a small sniffle. He looked up and saw that Andromeda was crying. He did the only thing he could think of. He hugged her. With that hug the dam broke and Andromeda began weeping loudly as she threw herself into the embrace. "Teddy bear, please forgive me. But it feels so good to be held right now." She looked down at Harry and made her decision. "Sissy and Bella told me about the coven. I suppose he might as well collect the set. I'll give him my strength, and in exchange, I won't be so lonely anymore." Andromeda keyed him deeply. That key led to another, and finally a hasty run to the bedroom. Andromeda could feel her magic connecting to Harry's, just as he could feel his connecting to her. When Tonks returned, she found a nearly perfect line of clothing stretched towards the bedroom. She knew the sounds of lovemaking fairly well at this point, so when she heard the muffled groans and giggles, she smiled and sat down on the couch. Harry wasn't quite sure how precisely events had led to this moment. He was BPD, in bed with an equally BPD Andromeda Tonks. She was sleeping beside him, her arms around his chest, with her head on under his chin. His arms, for their part, had wound around her, his forearm just under her breasts. Holy Morrigan, I just shagged Dora's mum. I just shagged Sissy and Bella's sister. Do I just have a thing for the black women? I'm kind of glad that Druella and Walburga are both dead. I'd hate to see how fate would have thrown me together with those two." Harry thought as he unconsciously cuddled closer to the woman in his arms. She is beautiful though. For Andromeda, her dreams were peaceful for the first night since Ted's death. The simple warmth of another person holding her seemed to keep the sadness away. Or perhaps it was Harry. After all, it was their magic that sought each other out. In the dreamscape, she was sitting on a bench in Hyde Park, near the Tonks' home. She was watching a 6-year-old Nymphadora play in the sandbox. She remembered this day. This was the day that her daughter climbed into the crib of one Harry James Potter and went to sleep beside him. When she had awoken, she had declared that when they were bigger, she would marry him. She got what she wanted, Andy. She did marry him. A familiar voice said from behind her. She turned and saw Ted Tonks standing there. "If you tell me you feel guilty, I swear I'll haunt you, he said with a grin. Haunt away. Because I do. He's married to our daughter, and my sisters, not to mention quite a few others. She said sadly. Ted came around the bench and sat beside her. Andy, they are happy. I want you to be happy too. If he brings you comfort, then be with him. But I don't want another man. I want you. Andromeda said softly, I want my husband back. Love, I wish I could give you that, but it was my time. I'm here, watching over you though. Ted put his hand on hers. You'll be all right in time, for now just find your happiness again. Andromeda awoke for a moment. Groggily she felt Harry's arms around her, her own wrapped around him. She closed her eyes and pressed a sleepy key against his temple before snuggling back into him. The next morning, Tonks had to face the music. She had set up her mother and husband to sleep together. Hopefully they didn't wake up hating each other, she thought as she rode the lift up. She saw Peter standing at the lift doors when they opened. Watch her, Peter. How's the hostage? She asked, teasing him. According to Mum, we'll need to get you two some wedding gifts soon. Genevieve is fine. Martina, I mean Tonks. Sorry, I still have to get used to not calling you the name I knew you by for 5 years. Peter said. Actually, I'm glad I saw you. I need you to take something to Harry for me if you would. Actually, he's visiting my mum now. Come with me and you can give it to him now. Tonks said. Just in case one or both of them want to skin me alive. Fantastic. I'll pop back over and get the file. Peter said, turning and walking back towards his door. Tonks called. Hell, bring Genevieve with you, the more the merrier today. If I could fit the holy head harpies in my flat, I would get every last one of them in there. The holy head harpies, sadly, were unavailable. Instead, she was treated to Peter showing Harry that someone had been siphoning money from his businesses. Here's the kicker. It wasn't set up for a certain number of them. Each new thing you've acquired by combat has went in, and each of them has been putting out a percentage of their profits in this vault. Peter showed Harry the information, drawing a circle around the vault in question with his finger. Gringotts will be interested in this. Someone stealing from a client is considered an act of treason against the Goblin Nation. Genevieve said, her hand resting on Peter's shoulder. Andromeda had led Tonks into the kitchen. Applying a quick silencing charm on the door, she turned to her daughter. We need to discuss what happened last night. You left and Harry and I ended up sleeping together. I know you've been hurting, so I wanted to see if being with someone like Harry could help. Tonks started. I know I should have. Andromeda held up her hand. Nymphadora, yes, you should have talked to us first, but last night was the first time since your father died that I didn't have a nightmare. It was the first morning where I didn't look at an empty bed and cry. She smiled weakly. I'm not saying that I'm cured, or healed, or anything like that, but I am saying that it helped to have someone to hold on to last night. Tonks embraced her mother. I miss him too, Mum. I miss him so much. Finally, the two Tonks women get the moment they needed. Time and the release Andromeda had gotten last night came together and they were able to cry together instead of separately. Back in the living room, Harry was pacing furiously. So, someone has been stealing from me. It's got to be Dumbledore. No one else had access to my family's vaults. Peter rubbed his temples. It could be anyone who spent enough time with your parents to see their business papers. I'm not saying it isn't that Dumbledore guy, I'm just saying it could be literally anyone who was in their office enough to add this to the paper. The only way to know for sure is to go to Gringotts and ask the goblins themselves. Harry finished for him. Congratulations, you just got a raise, he said as he turned and knocked on the closed kitchen door. After a moment, Tonks opened the door. What's up, Hubs? Dora, I need you to take me to Gringotts. Peter uncovered evidence that someone has been stealing from my business accounts. We need to speak to Griphook. Harry said, will you take me there? Of course, but won't you need Peter? Tonks asked. Andromeda spoke up. I'll take him. Genevieve sighed almost imperceptibly. I will go back home, Peter. Please tell me how it goes. Peter key. Ed her, his arms going around her. I will. We should be back soon. She broke from the key reluctantly, and made her way back to apartment 14B. With that, the foursome vanished, to appear at Gringotts. Narcissa looked down at her list of names. These were all families from the neutral-aligned houses. The Greengrasses, the Abbotts, the Davises, and the Patels, each one is regarded as a respectable house in the Wizengamot, and each one would be a fine addition. But if we were to gain all of them, House Potter Black would be nearly untouchable. She drafted a short letter to each head of house, making sure to use their proper title. There isn't a Lord Abbot after all. I'm sure Lady Abbot wouldn't enjoy being referred to as Lord. Dear Lord, Lady. As the speaker for House Potter Black, I request a chance to speak with you privately in regards to the formation of an alliance and a voting bloc in the Wizengamot. Please respond to this message with a time and place where Lord Potter Black and I can meet with you to discuss this. Yours, Lady Narcissa Potter Black, Seneschal of House Potter Black. She sealed each envelope with red wax and then rose. She left the study and listened for the sound of music. Where that is, Bella will be. She found it coming from the ritual chamber downstairs. Bella, would you mind asking Fox to deliver these letters for me? We don't have an owl anymore, so it's either him or I go to the owl post in the alley. Narcissa said, standing in the doorway. Bellatrix nodded and walked over to the perch she had gotten for Fox. Fox, would you please deliver some messages for us? She asked the color bird. Fox trilled in the affirmative and allowed Narcissa to attach a small leather pouch containing the envelopes his leg. Lords Greengrass, Patel, and Davis, as well as the Lady Abbot. Thank you, Fox. The phoenix trilled and then vanished in a small fireball. That will make a definite impression, sissy. A phoenix is a damn impressive way to send a letter. Bellatrix said, smirking. What was this all about? Asking the heads of house for those families to join in the alliance we have with House Longbottom. Narcissa said. You're building a consensus in the Wizengamot? Bellatrix asked. Narcissa was quiet for a moment. No, I'm building an army. At Gringotts, Harry had just finished explaining things to Griphook. You see, Master Griphook, my accountant traced the funds as being siphoned to Vault 311. Peter watched as the goblin in question peered down at the paper and growled lowly. It appears, Lord Potter Black, that the owner of this vault has indeed been stealing from you. Give me a moment to find the owner in our records. Griphook closed his eyes and waved his hand over a small ward stone on his desk. He frowned after a moment. That vault does not exist in our records. Someone has managed to hide an entire vault from us. Lord Potter Black, Lord Pruitt, please follow me. We need to speak to Lord Director Ragnarok. Lady Potter Black, please wait here. Griphook rose from his chair and motioned for Harry and Peter to follow him. Tonks grumbled as the door closed on the meeting room. Lousy say. East Goblins. Lord Director Ragnarok was not a happy goblin. In general, he was an unpleasant being, but he took pride in being ruthlessly honest in his business dealings. To find that someone had managed to confound Gringotts' own records was not what he wanted to hear about. You mean to tell me, Master Griphook, that it took a human to find something that we should have known about immediately? Yes, Lord Director. Lord Pruitt found this and brought it to my attention. Griphook said, not looking up from the floor. He looks like he might piss his trousers, Harry thought. Looking over at Peter, it was clear that he had the same thought. The 300s are old vaults. 310 is owned by the human founder Hufflepuff. 312 is owned by the Emrys family. Both are abandoned now. Ragnarok turned and spoke sharply to his guard in the goblin tongue. After a moment the guard saluted and left the room. Archivist Rook will check the older records, not the self-updating ones we use day to day. Lord Potter Black, we will send you an owl the moment we know what has occurred here. Lord Pruitt, Ragnarok said, turning to Peter, you are a very observant human. We thank you for finding this oversight. The Goblin Nation will grant you one boon. When you are ready to name it, please send an owl to set up a meeting with me. Peter nodded. Thank you, Lord Director. With that, the group was allowed to leave. Griphook looked to Peter. That is a sign of great respect, that Lord Director Ragnarok would offer you a boon. That is rare, very rare indeed. He seems furious that someone would insult your nation like this. I can respect that. If someone stole from my family, I would want to fix the problem as quickly as possible. Peter replied, I know our people aren't always cordial with each other, but I've had humans lie to me, not goblins, so you're fine with me. You are a poor wizard then. Griphook said. To which Peter laughed. I'm a good muggle though. Well, squib anyway. The goblin actually chuckled at that. It's time. Amelia sat in her new place in the Wizengamot. The minister's box was protected by subtle but strong shielding charms. After all, one never knew when someone would decide to enact violent political change. After Yaxley, we had these spells strengthened, they could probably stop a muggle bullet at this point. She thought as she looked down at the papers. Harry sat between Bellatrix and Narcissa in the Potter Black seats. By the end of this trial, the man he had considered his greatest ally would either be marked for death or have his magic bound. Harry had loved Albus Dumbledore like he was family almost from the day he met the man. And he had repaid that kindness by lying to him, by using him and the people he loved as pawns. Harry sighed softly, but not so soft that his wives didn't hear him. Narcissa squeezed his hand gently, putting her arm around him. Of the sisters, I should have the most experience with a teenage boy, but Draco was never my son. She offered Harry a weak smile and leaned over, pressing a soft key to his temple. Bellatrix clenched her teeth to prevent from calling for them to bring Dumbledore out so she could kill him herself. He deserves worse than the relatively gentle deaths they could perform on him. She had never hated anyone the way she hated Dumbledore for the look of pain she saw on Harry's face at that moment. Below them sat the Velas. Apolline turned to Gabrielle, admonishing her quietly in French to be silent during the trial. Gabrielle nodded and looked at the large chair in the center of the room. Tonks stood beside the minister's box with Kingsley. They had been hand-chosen by Amelia to act as her guard during this trial. Tonks noted, with some measure of pride, that there were far fewer people that she would consider Death Eater sympathizers. Either in Azkaban or the ground. She thought as a smirk formed on her lips. In the common seats, Diana sat watching the events. This was her first Wizengamot trial in nearly 20 years, and I picked a doozy. She looked to her the seat beside her. This going to be intense. Hermione, are you sure you don't want to go wait in Harry's office? No, Hermione said, keeping a determined eye on the chair in the chamber. He hurt my best friend. I want to watch him be punished for it. Diana nodded. I know the feeling. Sirius never got a trial. Then the trial began. Two Aurors half-dragged Dumbledore forward, before slinging him into the chair. The enchanted chains snaked around him holding him tightly. Acting Chief Warlock, Tiberius Ogden was introduced by Kingsley and then Amelia spoke. Albus Dumbledore, you stand accused of a number of crimes related to the Potter Black family. Those crimes are line theft through the use of love potions on Fleur Potter Black née Delacour, attempted use of a compulsion charm on Lord Potter Black, embezzlement of Potter Black monies, and memory charms used on Bellatrix Potter Black. How do you plead? Dumbledore looked at the assembled group before him. My friends, I stand accused of terrible crimes. My only crime is doing everything in my power to keep Harry safe from the hands of Voldemort. I am innocent of the crimes I have been accused of because I, as Chief Warlock, pardoned myself of them. Amelia allowed the murmuring to die down before she looked at her paperwork. I see the pardons. Sneaky Albus, you tried to sneak them in during rulings about cauldron thickness. However, we will deal with these in the proper manner. Those who think we should allow these pardons written by a man trying to save his own hide. There were a few lit wands, but far less than Dumbledore had hoped for. All those in favor of destroying these pardons and continuing the trial. The lights were much more numerous. Amelia smiled down at Dumbledore. Please administer the Veritaserum or Shacklebolt. Harry listened as Dumbledore, under the Truth Serum, confessed everything. He had already known that the man was guilty. Everyone in his family knew it. But somehow, hearing it was worse than he had expected it. Dumbledore confessed to changing the appointment of Harry's guardian. Worse, it had been him who had convinced then Minister Bagnold to allow Sirius Black to be sent to Azkaban with no trial. Damn it, I trusted you, hell, I loved you like you were family. He confessed to obliviating Bellatrix next. His plan, as he explained it, was that Petunia Evans wasn't showing the skill needed to make it at Hogwarts, so he allowed the attempt on James Potter's life to occur. When Bellatrix came to speak with him about it, she lost her memories of the event. Amelia had enough at this point. Administer the antidote. I want him lucid for this. As the haze left Dumbledore's mind, he heard Amelia speak out. Albus Dumbledore, of the crimes you stand accused of, I find you guilty as charged. Your punishment will be chosen by this august body. Those who believe that he has earned death by the veil. Nearly a third of the wands went up at that. Those who believe he should face obliviation and be cast into the Muggle world. A bit more than a third this time. Those who abstain. The rest raised their wands on this. Very well. The punishment has been selected. Aurors, take him away to have his magic bound, his memories of our world wipes. Put him in Muggle clothes, and let him find his way on the streets of London. You can't do this to me. I am Albus Dumbledore. I am the only wizard that Voldemort is afraid of. Dumbledore noticed that he didn't get a response this time. Time to try my plan. Fawkes. Attend your master. There was a flash of light and the phoenix appeared. He flew around the room, before landing on the shoulder of Bellatrix. She smiled and stroked Fawkes' neck. I'm sorry, Albus, but it appears Fawkes has decided that you are not the person he believed you to be. The phoenix trilled, a sound that cut Dumbledore to the quick. The fight left him at that moment. He slumped into the chair and allowed the Aurors to take him away. Fawkes has chosen Bellatrix Lestrange as his new mistress. I am considered worse than a Death Eater in his eyes. This session is adjourned. Please clear the chamber. Kingsley shouted as the assembly began to file out. Harry felt the stress bleed away from him as he watched the former headmaster be led away. It's over, I'm finally free of that manipulative bastard. He felt tears of relief sting his eyes, followed shortly by tears of grief at the fact that he'd missed out on so many years that he could have spent with his godfather. Narcissa noticed the tears when she felt one land on her hand. Seeing him crying, she pulled him against her. She pressed a key to his head. It's over, she whispered. He can't hurt you. Not now and not ever again. In a few hours' time, he'll be a crazy vagrant shuffling around behind a grocery store. Harry gave her a watery smile at that image. You're getting better at comedy, sissy. He leaned up and keyed her, softly. Thank you, he said as the assembled Potter Black family, along with Hermione, left the chamber to head for their private flow. Narcissa stayed back in their Wizengamot office after everyone else left. On her desk were 4 letters, responses from the houses she had contacted. Lord Greengrass wants a promise of protection for his daughters. Now that we have Andy, there are only 2 spots left in the coven, and I doubt that Harry would give them to 2 girls he barely knows. Susan Bones and Pansy Parkinson would make better covenmates. However, he could offer them consort status. I'll discuss it with him at home. She was proud of her husband. Until the very end, he didn't let his emotions bleed through. He had been the perfect figure of a young lord. At the end, though, he was just a normal teenager who had been betrayed by someone he considered family. Narcissa sighed and closed her eyes for a moment. I swear, on my magic and my life, no one will ever treat Harry like that ever again if I have any say in it. She began to draft the responses. It turned out that wanting a spot in the family wasn't just Lord Greengrass' idea. Instead, each of the houses had requested something similar. Lady Abbott had specifically requested a line continuation agreement so that the Abbott name would live on. Lord Patel wants his daughter Padma to be a wife to Harry. He doesn't seem to care what happens to Pavarti. Perhaps he has an arrangement for her. She frowned as she read the letter. Lord Patel was much more business-like than the others. He reminds me of how Lucius would have been if Cassiopeia had been born. He would have sold her to the first of his friends who'd asked. Harry is different. He would never treat Lilith Ann like a commodity. She smiled at the thought of their daughter, her hands going to cup her now swollen stomach. Just a few more months and you will see your mother and father, little one. That night found Minerva McGonagall a very uncomfortable woman. A nightmare continued to play havoc on her mind as she tried to sleep. Row upon row of black-haired children. Potter Black after Potter Black. An entire year's worth of students with one last name. Each one covering for their brother or sister. 3 bushy red-headed girls, with the mind of Hermione Granger and the sense of humor of Fred Weasley. Visiting on Hogsmeade weekends found B-owned girls coming to see their family. Pranksters all. The assorted Potter Black horde drove many veteran teachers into retirement, or in the case of Professor Slughorn, a second retirement. Each time she tried to find the culprit of a prank, They just smiled and said, "It wasn't me, Auntie Minerva." Minerva bolted awake, a cold sweat on her brow. "I hope the Potter Blacks at least try to parse out the children. I don't think my heart could take more than 2 Potter Blacks at a time." Now awake, Minerva rose from her bed and went to her desk. It was far too early to actually do any work, but sitting up out of bed usually helped her get tired again. It was something she had learned during her time at Hogwarts. She sighed softly as she settled into the chair. "Severus was arrested by the Aurors. Hopefully Horace will respond to my message, otherwise I will need to draft an advert for a new potion master." Horace Slughorn was not the ideal choice, Minerva knew. He was far too interested in collecting powerful or influential people. He was, however, an excellent potion master. Students had always said that they learned well from him. To be safe, I had best make a list of possible replacements. Someone with a healer's background would be a good choice. Minerva began to write names down on her parchment. Once it was time, she would send the letters out to her possibilities. Dreams came easier to Tonks. It was her night with Harry. He and Rhiannon had piled into her bed. Harry was nestled between his wife and their lover, curled comfortably against Tonks. His hand rested protectively at her stomach. In her sleep, Tonks smiled and found herself dreaming of a little boy. Teddy Potter Black was the happiest child she'd ever seen. It wasn't hard to understand why. His mother and father loved him and each other desperately. He also had a ready-made best friend in the form of Laura, Rhiannon's daughter with Harry. They were 4 years old now, chasing one another around the grounds of the manor. Teddy had inherited his mother's abilities as a metamorphagus. Currently his hair was a brilliant, bright pink. Tonks watched the children playing as she leaned against Harry's chest. "Not a bad life, Mrs. Potter Black," Harry said softly against her ear, his arms going around her waist as he keyed at her temple. Tonks shivered and then turned so she could key his lips. "Not at all, Mr. Potter Black. In fact, I'd call it pretty damn perfect." "Language, Dora. Remember, they can talk now," he said, teasing her. She pouted and let her eyelashes grow longer. She fluttered them innocently. "Have I been bad?" She grinned then and at him. "Maybe you should give me a spanking." "Maybe I should," Harry said softly. The pair heard a soft mocking chuckle. Turning, they saw Rhiannon standing there. "Keep it in your pants at least until you get inside the house and the charm's cast all right." Tonks rolled closer to Harry, her head coming to rest on his chest. She smiled again and let her dreams fade into deeper sleep. "Dear Mum and Dad, I'm writing this in my new common room. I got sorted into Hufflepuff, so make sure that you tell Aunt Amelia and Dora for me. Lilith Ann got sorted into Slytherin. She was hoping that I would be too, but I'm a Badger now. Teddy made it into Gryffindor with Laura, so at least you have 2 of us in Dad's house. Everyone is asking if I'm really your son. I've told them that I really am the son of Harry and Bellatrix Potter Black. Most of the students have been okay about it, but there have been a few jerks like Mum thought there would be. My real friends won't care. They'll know that my mum and dad love each other and love me, and that's what matters. Your son, James Cygnus. P.S. If you get a letter from Aunt Hermione, I didn't accidentally jinx the triplets." Bellatrix rolled over in her sleep, a dream of receiving a letter from the child currently growing within her playing in her mind. James Cygnus Potter Black, heir to the Potter Black estate. He had his parents' dark hair. His was messy like his father. His eyes were dark blue, nearly his mother's violet eyes. He was a happy child, with never a bad word to say about anyone. His closest friend was his half-sister, Lilith Ann, daughter of Narcissa and Harry. His aptitude hadn't been in dueling like his mother, or in defense, like his father's. Instead, he had taken after his Uncle Neville. He liked magical plants. Lilith Ann wanted to be a Medi-Witch, and there was little question where it would be that she would purchase the ingredients she would need for her potions and salves when the time came. She saw him growing into a handsome young man. He had opened a small apothecary in Diagon Alley that he had named the Potter's Pestle. He found his love with a young auburn-haired girl. She had been a Slytherin, and at first had been one of the students who had taunted him. Somehow, like his father, he managed to see the good in her long enough for her to see it in herself. The dream ended with James Cygnus and his wife happy and very old, surrounded by children and grandchildren. Bellatrix awoke for a moment as she felt the baby inside of her shift positions. She smiled sleepily at her stomach and placed her hand on the taut flesh. Soon enough, little one. At his apartment, Peter was doing some more work when he heard a tapping at his window. Turning, he saw an owl sitting on his windowsill. What in Morgana's name is an owl doing here at this hour of the night? Doris asked from her seat by the bookshelf. I don't know. I mean, I know that mundane owls are nocturnal, but that one is wearing a harness. Peter said as he walked to the window and opened it. The brown owl hopped inside and flew over to his desk. On his leg was a small rolled up parchment. That's a Gringotts owl, Doris said, noticing the small golden token on its harness. Peter took the note and unrolled it. Lord Pruitt, I am Archivist Rook of Gringotts. Your name was told to me by Lord Director Ragnarok. You are the one I am to thank for uncovering a hidden vault. You are also the one I must blame for all the extra work this has caused. Vault 311 was indeed an old vault, so old that it had been abandoned. It was being used by Senior Account Manager Master Ragsnarl. The now former account manager has confessed to working with Albus Dumbledore to steal over 500,000 galleons from the Potter Black vaults since 1981. His reasoning was that he had been told the money would be used to strengthen Dumbledore's order for when the Dark Lord inevitably rose again. Ragsnarl has been stripped of his post and of roughly 12 ounces of flesh by the guards. Lord Potter Black has had his funds returned. The same amount has been taken from the Dumbledore vault, with half placed in Lord Potter Black's vault, and the other half placed in yours. It takes a keen eye to spot a theft like this. Should you ever wish to strike out on your own from Lord Potter Black's affairs, I believe Lord Director Ragnarok would be willing to offer you a spot in our oversight department. I have been authorized to remind you of the boon offered by Gringotts. When you are prepared, send the letter directly to Lord Director Ragnarok and he will reply with a meeting time. Archivist Rook, Head Archivist for Gringotts London. That is damn near a love letter as far as goblins are concerned. Doris said once Peter finished reading the letter aloud, that means this had to have been bigger than they are letting on. What do you mean? Peter asked, putting the letter away to show to Genevieve in the morning. Goblins have 3 ways of dealing with humans: barely restrained contempt, just plain contempt, and grudging respect. That letter was a 4th option. You were treated like one of them. No non-goblin has ever worked in the oversight department, that I've ever heard of. Doris chuckled then. So, any ideas about what you'll use the boon for? I do actually. I want them to help me set up a foundation for squibs. I want to give them a place to stay when their parents want to get rid of them, help them get training in how to live in the Muggle world, that sort of thing. Peter said, I barely remember anything before my 16th birthday when I woke up on the side of the road beside a crashed car. There's got to be a better way to help these kids. Very admirable, but they'll never let you keep those kids near magical London. You'd have to take them out into the country. Doris said, I guess you could always build a school on that land you have near Chelsea. Peter thought about it as he said goodnight and went into the bedroom he now shared with Genevieve. As he climbed into bed, she moved closer to him. He pressed a key to her forehead and closed his eyes. Evangeline Marie Davis. You get back here now, young lady. Peter shouted as his daughter zoomed past on her broom. Daddy, I want to keep flying. The little girl shouted as she banked left and then rose up into the air. His daughter was possibly the most headstrong, stubborn woman he'd ever met. She was, he supposed, her mother's daughter. Speaking of her mother, Peter saw Genevieve walking out of their house, coming to him. She wants one more lap. She asked her husband, grinning. This is her 5th. One more lap. He replied dryly. Apparently James showed her a new move when she spent Easter with them and now she's trying to master it herself. She has it bad for him. Too bad he is with that Slytherin girl, Genevieve said. I wonder if Harry would consider a betrothal agreement. After all, his son will need a Lady Potter and a Lady Black. Jean, we agreed, no marriage contracts. Peter said in a softly warning tone. Genevieve grinned. I'm only teasing, my love. Peter didn't know yet, but Genevieve was having a very similar dream. As the pair slept, magic did as it willed, and a soft silver light infused the pair. They didn't know it, they merely cuddled together and slept peacefully. Amelia found herself at the ministry early that morning. It was time for her least favorite activity, paperwork. I almost understand why Fudge was so lazy. These stacks seem to get larger with each passing day. She sighed and dug into the papers. Philip Bulstrode wants a decrease in the tariffs we levy on foreign-grown herbs. He only wants that because he runs a potion-making business and is too lazy to grow his own. The tariff reduction is only for the Bulgarian growers. The same growers that he uses. That's too much of a coincidence. Amelia made the note to request Scrimgeour to investigate the business dealings of Philip Bulstrode. She looked at the next request. Rita Skeeter wants an interview with the new minister and a future Mrs. Potter Black. She's being surprisingly solicitous. I know that she's worked out a deal with Harry and Narcissa, but this is still very polite for her. The ticking of her clock told her that the day still had at least 7 hours and 55 minutes left. She contemplated blasting the clock from the wall, but thought better of it. If I did that, then someone would have to come and fix the wall, and I would be even more late getting out of this damned office. Why did I accept this post? That was the million-galleon question. She knew the answer. Really. She had taken the office of minister because with someone like Tiberius Ogden in, nothing would have changed. Oh, there would have been lip service to be sure. Ogden was very good at pretending he cared about retired Ors or spell-damaged Muggleborns, but at the end of the day what he cared about was making the best deal for his house possible. Amelia knew that change had to occur at the top, and that was she had become minister. If the wealthy and powerful were the only ones who could enact change, then change would never happen. I might also be rich and well connected, but I have no problem with the succeeding minister being Muggleborn. Harry's friend Hermione would make a good candidate one day. Diana Spencer left Buckingham Palace that day to begin the process of moving her belongings back to her new home. Luckily for her, she didn't have nearly as many belongings that were hers compared to the ones that belonged to Princess Diana. Those things can all be burned well except for the things Lizzie has given me. I'll keep those, poor old lady, it's too bad her son is such a pillock. Charles, the man otherwise known as Froggy, had not been happy at all to find out that his wife would be leaving. I was told by Cornelius that you would be here until I said otherwise. He said, standing at the door to her private apartment in their wing. You were told that Fudge is no longer the minister. He is in fact in a cell facing charges for taking bribes. The new minister has recalled me. You'll have to try to find someone who can stand you. A hard task, I'm sure. Diana smirked as she tossed a stuffed bear dressed as a beefeater into her luggage. You were supposed to be mine, Charles said, coming to her side and grabbing her arm. Unfortunately for him, he had chosen the arm that didn't have a wand holster. Suddenly Charles was staring at the point of a rosewood wand as Diana looked evenly at him. Listen, Charles, we both know that if I curse you, all that will happen is your mother will ask me to remove the curse. She will not punish me. You have no power over me anymore. Charles winced as he felt a warm stain appear on his trousers. Diana quirked a slender eyebrow and continued speaking. Here is what I suggest, you foul little toad. 1. You will remove your hand from my person and never touch me or anyone else without their consent ever again. 2. You will leave my room and go find something to do. 3. And this is a big one. You will never be in the same room as me unless there are at least 3 impartial witnesses. That will keep me from cursing you in a way that I won't be able to fix. Diana smiled serenely as Charles let go of her arm and then stormed off. Lousy prick. She thought as she finished her packing. She was nearly finished. She felt another presence. Turning, she saw that it was the Queen, watching her sadly. I wish you didn't have to leave, Diana, she said. Diana zipped her suitcase and turned to face the older woman. I'm sorry, ma'am, but I've been recalled. Your son will have someone else assigned to him. Not a witch, though. Not if I have any say in the matter. Where will you go? Elizabeth asked the woman she had dearly wished would have become her daughter-in-law for real, rather than the false ceremony Charles had insisted on. Wiltshire. I've been invited to stay with a friend until I find a place of my own. Amelia Bones, the new minister for magic, and I attended school together. She offered me quarters with her family. Diana explained. I'll be staying with the other members of her coven, along with the wizard at the center of it. You've told me something about that coven when you explained why you were leaving. I can't believe so many women are drawn to a boy. He's not just a boy, ma'am. He's lord of several houses, by birth or by right of conquest. He's been fighting the darkest wizards since Grindelwald, practically since the day he was born. Diana said. They've all joined because they love him and they want to combine his magic with theirs in order to make him strong enough to finish the fight. And what of you? Elizabeth asked softly. Will you join this coven? Diana thought for a moment. If asked. I know that he's close to 13 now. 13 is a powerful number in our world. A lot of rituals can be performed with that many witches working together. I can't say I feel that strongly about him yet, but who knows? He does seem to prefer mature women. All of his current wives are older than him. Amelia is my age, the other 3 are older as well. Hell, one of them is only slightly younger than you. Elizabeth chuckled at that. He enjoys collecting antiques then. Diana shook her head. She's a magical being known as Avila. Herself, along with her daughter and eldest granddaughter, are part of the coven. Apparently Harry saved the daughter from a love potion, and then saved the mother from an attack by that dark wizard's followers. The grandmother and he are joined by some ritual they perform to cleanse him of a curse. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. Perhaps I should meet this young man. If he's half as impressive as you say, then it would be a very interesting conversation. Diana nodded. All right, ma'am. I'll speak with the coven and then come back to arrange a time for you. It was time for another attack on Diagon Alley. Theodore Nott Sr. watched as the newest minister for magic prepared to give a speech. The Bi.ch isn't alone, of course. There's a handful of Aurors at her side and probably more hiding in the crowd. All need to be careful. At her podium, Amelia looked down at her notes when she felt someone walk up to her side. Turning, she saw Kingsley with Harry beside him. Harry, I didn't know you were coming to hear this speech. Harry smiled. I wanted to support you, Amelia. I figured after the speech was over, we could get some lunch, just the 2 of us. I'd love that. Who brought you here? Amelia asked. Dora and Rhiannon. Harry said. They are picking up some books for Hermione. She's helping Hedwig relearn her magic. The Potter brat is here. This is too perfect. Nott activated his wardstone. Suddenly his tiny alley was full of black-robed Death Eaters. More of the mercenaries Travers hired. He thought as he turned to face his squad. All right. You are to kill Minister Bones, capture Harry Potter if possible, and bring him back to our master. Get to work. With that dismissive statement, Nott vanished. The Dark Lord doesn't want to risk his inner circle until the next attack. It was a jet of purple light racing towards Amelia that first told Harry there were Death Eaters in the area. Reacting without thinking, he pulled her down so she was hidden by the podium. Amelia winced as she heard the curse strike the wall where she had been standing. King Death Eaters. Amelia hissed as she drew out her wand, summoning all available Aurors to her location with a flash of light. Inside, Flourish and Blot's Tonks felt her wand buzz in its holster. Turning, she saw commotion outside the window. It's an attack. She turned to Rhiannon. Leave the books, love, there's a fight outside. Rhiannon dropped the book on remedial charms and followed Tonks outside into the alley. She scanned the street until she found Harry and Amelia by the podium. Drawing her wand, she raced up to their side to join the fight. At apartment 14B, Constance felt her wand buzz. Something is wrong. The minister is in trouble, she said, looking to Peter and Genevieve. I'll be back. She vanished, apparating to the source of her alarm call. Your former master? Peter asked. Genevieve nodded. Most likely. I wish there was something I could do to help. She sat down in the chair and sighed. I feel useless without my wand. You are far from useless, Peter said, putting his hand on her shoulder. You've provided Madame Bones with a lot of good information. She leaned into his touch. I am a witch, Peter. Without a wand, I feel like part of me is missing. If I'd had my way, we'd be in France by now, hiding from all this. That would go well. I've never been to France, at least I don't think I have. I might have, or it might have been a weird daydream. Peter said, sighing. I have this image of a little girl pushing me into a fountain for some reason. Genevieve felt the smile sink back from her lips. Think hard on that memory for me, please. Peter concentrated on the image of the little girl again. Bonjour, je m'appelle Genevieve. The little girl was very pretty, Peter thought. He knew the word bonjour meant hello. Hello. He said, do you speak English? Non, pourquoi devrais-je? C'est la France. She replied, anger flashing into those very beautiful brown eyes. I'm sorry, I don't understand you. Peter said. Apparently that was the wrong thing to say as she grew angry. Pourquoi vedendras tu un endroit où tu n'es pas parler la langue? The little girl shouted at him, before shoving him into the fountain. He felt his head hit the marble and then nothing until he awoke in a hospital bed. So that's what I remember. She kept saying things to me in French, and I didn't speak the language. My parents always relied on some kind of spell to translate what they heard. Peter said, I must have insulted her, because she pushed me into the fountain. I hit my head on the fountain. I woke up 2 days later. He turned to see tears brimming in her eyes. Peter the First. I'm so sorry. She threw herself into his arms. Sorry for what? He asked, confused. Genevieve didn't look up. Her answer, while muffled, was understandable enough. It was my fault. I'm the one who pushed you into that fountain. If you hit your head, it could be my fault that you never showed magic. Peter frowned in thought. It was you. Genevieve nodded against his chest. I'm the reason you lost your family. You're the reason I have my family. The Pruitts thought so little of me that they threw me away. That's why I'm Peter Davis. And I'm proud to be a Davis. He said softly. Plus, from what Arthur has told me in our letters, I would probably be dead if I'd been a Pruitt during the First War. She pulled from his chest. Looking up, she met his blue eyes with her own brown ones. How are you this good to me? This forgiving. Peter smiled and leaned down to key her, because I love you. In the alley, the battle ended as suddenly as it began. The Aurors were taking away the dead or incapacitated Death Eaters. Harry was sitting on a bench while Amelia fussed over a cut on his arm. Harry, I am the most well-protected person in magical Britain. What in Merlin's name possesses you to constantly leap in front of curses that are aimed anywhere near me? Harry winced as he felt the wound closing thanks to her spell. I can't help it. I imagine a world without you, or Dora, or any of you in it, and that's the worst thing I can imagine. So I will risk taking an organ crusher to push you to safety. Amelia rolled her eyes and then ed him. You are a good man, Harry Potter Black. If you aren't careful, Diana will be in love with you within a week. It would be hard to have a relationship with a woman who lives in Buckingham Palace. Harry said, shrugging. Amelia grinned. Apparently you didn't hear the discussion at dinner last night. Diana will be staying with us at the manor until she finds a place of her own. I feel like I haven't cursed my father or godfather in a while. Harry said at the thought of yet another witch coming to live with him. The press are going to have a field day with this one. Diana's room was near the library. It had been the room of Narcissa's supposed son, Draco. She had found out when she began putting her things away. Don't worry, Narcissa had told her. All cursed objects, dark artifacts, and dirty pictures have been removed and destroyed. I really didn't want to think about this being the room where the youngest Malfoy polished his broomstick, she thought with some disgust as she put the last of her clothes away. She placed her stuffed beefeater bear on the top of the dresser and stepped back to make sure it was in the perfect spot. Are you finished unpacking? Came a voice from behind her. Diana turned and saw that it was Harry standing at the doorway. Just finished. So, any particular reason you wanted to check up on me? It's a new environment for you. I was just seeing how you were settling in. At that response, Diana smirked. It's a very large stately manor. If my former residence hadn't been an actual palace, I would call it one of the fanciest places I've ever seen. You should have seen the albino peacocks the previous owner had strutting around the grounds. They were the first things to go when I took over the manor. Harry said, chuckling. Nothing against birds in general, but those peacocks were awful. They kept chasing me when I wanted to walk out to the Quidditch pitch. So, is that how you keep sane with all this craziness? Diana asked him. Fly on your broom. I'd think there are better ways to lower your stress level. You're married to 3 and are shagging at least 2 others. Diana decided that the look on his swiftly reddening face was rather amusing. Genevieve had awoke from a terrible nightmare to find Peter holding her, a look of concern in his eyes. Are you all right? It was just a dream, Peter, she told him, not willing to disengage from his arms. I saw you lying on the ground. Dead. Because I couldn't protect you. There were tears in her eyes as she recounted the dream. You threw yourself between me and the Dark Lord. And you died. Peter, promise me that you will never do that. If there is a killing curse coming at me, don't put yourself between me and it. I can't promise you that, Genevieve. I love you. I'm going to do everything I can to keep you safe. And if that means I jump in front of something, then so be it. He told her, squeezing her gently. As bad as you would feel if I died, that's how I would feel if something happened to you. But if I died, you'd be free to find someone else. If you were to die. She sighed. This will sound incredibly selfish, but if you were to die, I would never see the outside world again unless there was a crack in the wall at Azkaban. He hugged her again. How about we just try to stay out of positions where it may become necessary to jump in front of curses aimed at our loved ones then? He asked her. She looked up to him, her eyes shiny from the unshed tears. We can't make that promise. After all, what would stop them from targeting this building? Your apartment is warded so that they couldn't apparate in, but what would stop them from just blowing up the building? If we can't make the promise, then there's no sense in worrying about it. Peter said, shrugging. Besides, I'm not totally unarmed. I've got my Browning. You're what? Genevieve asked him. Peter shifted and reached into his nightstand's drawer. He pulled out a strange-looking object, one that Genevieve had never seen before. This is a Browning high power. It fires 9mm caliber bullets. It's got enough of a punch that if someone means to do me harm, I can defend myself. He said, it's not loaded, but just to be safe, keep it pointed away from us and don't touch the trigger. He handed Genevieve the gun and watched as she turned it over in her hands. It's heavier than I thought it would be, she admitted. So, this is how Muggles defend themselves. It's one. My father prefers rifles over handguns, but since this is a flat, it's a little easier to control this. Peter explained. What can it do? Genevieve asked him. Can it conjure anything? It can conjure a hole in a bad guy, but that's about it. Peter said, shrugging. I'm not really a fighter, but the major drilled into me from practically my first week with them how to take care of and how to use this gun. Could you teach me? She said, looking down at the gun in her hands. I would prefer a wand, but perhaps I could learn to use this. I don't know. I'd have to get you to arrange for lessons. I doubt Doris or Constance would like that very much. Peter sighed. Taking the gun from her, he put it back into the drawer. I have an idea. It's not a gun, but what if I could get you a wand? But I'm not allowed one anymore. How would you? Gringotts owes me a favor. I'm going to call it in and get you a wand. Peter said, rising from the bed and dressing hurriedly. I'll ask Andromeda to take me to Gringotts. He ed her. I'll be back soon. I love you. I love you too. Mared, he's going to end up thrown into Azkaban. I've got to stop this. Genevieve rose to stop him, but he was already out the door. Where's Peter going? Constance asked her. He's going to see Andromeda Tonks to ask her to take him to Gringotts. He's going to do something stupidly noble and not at all thought out because I had a nightmare. Genevieve said, he's going to use his boon from Gringotts to get me a wand. Damn it. I'll send word. Hopefully Doris is still in the bullpen. Any of the others might just arrest him. Constance sent out her Patronus with a wave of her wand. Genevieve watched the silvery butterfly vanish out the window. Damn you, Peter Davis. If you end up getting arrested, I swear I'll kill you. Incendio. Hermione shouted, aiming a gout of flame at the target in front of her. Hedwig watched in awe as the flames hit the wooden Death Eater. All right, Hedwig, your turn. Hedwig pointed her wand and tried to mimic the motions Hermione had used. Incendio. She called out. The tip of her wand glowed and a small trace of smoke came out of the wand, but no flames. I can't get it. I've been trying all morning and I can't cast this stupid spell. Hedwig said, forcing herself not to stamp her foot. I keep trying and trying, but I just can't do it. That was more progress than you've made before. You got light and smoke, you're almost there. Hermione said soothingly, you've made excellent progress from when we started. Hedwig leaned against the wall of the training room and huffed in annoyance. I shouldn't need to review this. I'm an adult, I should know how to cast these damned spells. I know I used to. I can feel it. Let's take a break then. Come on, we'll get a sandwich and think about something else. Hermione offered. Hedwig nodded and holstered her wand before turning to follow the younger witch out of the training room and towards the kitchen. Sandwiches in hand, they made their way out of the kitchen and into the parlor. Hedwig sat down on the chaise lounge and began to eat her bacon sandwich. Hermione took a bit of her own egg and cress sandwich and looked over to the older witch. What does it feel like? Being a witch again, I mean. Hedwig frowned and finished chewing. Imagine for a moment that everyone knew you as Nancy. Everyone except you know your name was Nancy. That's how I feel. I'm surrounded by people who knew me as Alexandra, but I can barely recall anything from that life without prompting. Like that scrapbook you borrowed from Peter Davis? Hermione asked. Hedwig nodded. Like that, or seeing Rhiannon for the first time. She made me remember her mother and that Rhiannon was my goddaughter. It's also how you remembered your first 2 spells. When you got your wand, you remembered a spell that shot silver sparks, and during the Death Eater attack, you remembered the knockback jinx. Hermione said, perhaps you need to concentrate on the act, rather than trying to pull up a memory of doing it before. Hedwig shook her head. The memories are what helps me find my way to the spells. She closed her eyes, trying to draw up a memory. 3rd year, Yule. She had came home to see Peter. He had been so hopeful that he could go to Hogwarts with her this year, but it hadn't been possible again. He had gotten her a present though. It was a silver owl that bobbed its head and hooted. His present had been her first-year spell book, with notes in the margins written so that he would understand the procedures better when the time came for him to come to Hogwarts. You'd better be ready soon, Peter, otherwise I'll be a 7th year before you get your first class. She teased him. If you're a 7th year by the time I can go to Hogwarts, I won't want to. I can't imagine being at Hogwarts and not being with you. He said simply. Alexandra felt her heartstrings tugged by that statement. It was well known that she was best friends with Roger Dorset. Many, however, believed that there was more to it. The truth was, her first inkling of romantic feelings was standing in front of her. She sighed softly. Peter, even if you never learn a single spell, I'll always be proud to stand with you. You're my best friend in the world. He smiled at that. You're my best friend too. I just wish my mum and dad wouldn't give us such a hard time. So you're a Slytherin, who cares? They do, unfortunately. Alexandra said. I don't understand what's so bad about my house. Maybe your parents think we're going to run away together. She teased him. Peter laughed. If we were to elope, they might just give us the gold to find a house and never stop in at Pruitt Manor ever again. It had grown colder and both teenagers were shivering. Want to see a spell I learned from Professor Flitwick? She asked him. When Peter nodded, she drew her wand and shouted. Incendio. Suddenly Hedwig realized that she had cast the spell while daydreaming. She hopped up off the smoldering chaise lounge and watched as Hermione doused it with the water-making charm. I did that. That's amazing. Hedwig felt the urge to dance in celebration. Hermione, however, continued to douse the flames. Good job, Hedwig, but let's save that memory for the training room or for whenever we get attacked again. Diana smirked as she watched the young wizard in front of her process what she had just said. The Queen, like the actual Queen of England, Queen Elizabeth II, that one, wants to meet me. That's what I was told. Anytime we have available, she'd like us to drop in so she can meet the Savior of the Magical World. Nice title, by the way, very dashing. Diana grinned. I told Elizabeth about your harem. She found it very interesting that one of your ladies was almost her age. Harry paled. You don't mean. Diana laughed at him. Believe it or not, but not every woman wants a ride on your Nimbus, Harry. I mean, I wouldn't mind it, but that's because I've been without since getting stuck with Froggy. Elizabeth is quite happy with Philip, so you don't need to worry about her wanting to shag you. She held out her hand. I'm still keyed into the palace wards, so if you're ready, let's go meet the Queen. Harry believed that he would never be ready to meet a sitting monarch, or really any monarch that didn't have the word butterfly attached to it, but nevertheless he took Diana's hand and they vanished. Peter and Andromeda had just arrived in the lobby of Gringotts when he was stopped by 3 witches. Aurors Constance Smythe, Doris Creedmoor, and his girlfriend Genevieve appeared before them. Do you have any idea how dangerous what you plan to do is? Let alone how illegal. Doris began. She is forbidden to have a wand. If someone catches her with one, if she survived the arrest, she would be in Azkaban for the rest of her life. You would be in the cell beside her for buying the thing. Peter sighed. I know it's risky and probably stupid. But, he turned to Genevieve, I want you to feel safe. If the best way to do that is to get you a wand, then that's what I have to do. Genevieve looked to him. Peter, thank you for thinking of me like this. I can never fully express how happy you make me. How inadequate I feel in the face of your love. But, she drew in a deep breath, if you end up going to Azkaban because you broke the law for me, I will stop at nothing to make you regret ever hearing my name. Do you understand me? She took his hand and squeezed it. You are the best person I've ever met. I will not let you wind up in a prison cell because of that gigantic heart of yours. Peter sighed and looked at their hands. Genevieve, what am I supposed to do then? I love you. I want you to feel safe. She smiled softly and leaned into him. You do make me feel safe. You make me feel like I'm at home for the first time in years. I don't need a wand. Your love is all the magic I need. Doris and Constance shared a significant look. The elder of the two Orrs looked at the couple. Right, you two? Come with me. Constance, Mrs. Tonks, I'll deal with them. I'll have them back soon. Constance nodded and vanished. Andromeda watched them for a moment longer and disappeared with a crack. Doris walked to Peter and Genevieve and looked from one to the other. We're going to Ollivander's, and Peter, you'll be buying 2 wands. One for yourself and a spare. That spare is for you, she said, pointing at Genevieve. The only reason we are doing this is because Minister Bones gave me this when I arrived at the ministry. Doris showed them a small form letter with Amelia's signature, apparently her beau put in a good word for you. You've been given time served and probation. Andromeda found an owl sitting on her windowsill when she arrived back at the flat. Opening the window and allowing the bird in, she saw that it was a Hogwarts owl. What's this? She asked aloud as she took the parchment from the bird's leg. Dear Andromeda Tonks, you have been selected as a possible candidate to fill the position of potions professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You were selected for this due to your scores in potions from your time as a student, your current background as a Medi-Witch, and my personal belief that you would be an excellent teacher. If you are interested, please come to Hogwarts to discuss this. Sincerely, Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. Andromeda sank into her chair and read the letter again. Potions professor, I suppose if that greasy git could do it, I could as well. Minerva seems to think I'd be good at the job. But did Andromeda? She knew that she was talented with potions. After all, Cygnus Black had been a master with potions of all sorts, and he had insisted that each of his daughters learn something of the brewer's trade. Bella had taken to potions as a way of pulling pranks on Sirius. Sissy had wanted to be a Medi-Witch, same as me. Still, she was always better at poisons than poultices. Andromeda knew that she would go see Minerva, at the very least to hear her out. She rose from the chair and apparated to Hogsmeade. The walk from the 3 broomsticks would do her some good. Harry found a thought running through his head that he never thought he'd have until this very moment. I'm standing in Buckingham Palace with Princess Diana and we're about to meet Queen Elizabeth. Maybe this is all the strangest, most bizarre dream possible. Maybe I fell off the roof at Privet Drive and did in fact hit my head on the way down. Give me a moment to find Elizabeth and I'll bring you to her. Stay here and for Merlin's sake don't look like a lost puppy. Your green eyes are very cute and I'm easily distracted by them. She winked and then walked out. Diana left him in the chamber that represented the apparition point for the palace. Harry looked around the room. Opulent was the word that came to mind. It was very flashy. Every piece of furniture seemed to have some gold or silver inlay. Harry frowned hearing a trio of raised voices. One of those is Diana's. He rushed out to find Prince Charles, an owned woman who looked vaguely familiar to him, arguing with Diana. How dare you come back here? You are not welcome in my palace. Charles shouted at Diana. Diana, for her part, hadn't gotten quite to yelling yet, but her voice was definitely raised. I am here, Charles, as a guest of the Queen. She's already said that, should I wish it, I could come and visit any time that I wished. My mother is too sentimental for her own good. I am the future King of England and I say that you are banished from this palace. Harry heard the other woman, the one who reminded him of someone he didn't much care for in Slytherin, gave a quiet word of encouragement. Good thing that you're only the future king and not the one who matters then, Diana said. Her words infuriated Charles, who raised his hand, only to be knocked into the wall by Harry's Expelliarmus. Wahoo! Who are you, you miserable brat? The bee-owned woman spat at him. She reached into her purse and drew out a wand. She's a witch, wait. That's who she looks like. She looks like Theodore, not in a wig. Harry was broken from his reverie as the witch started to cast a spell, only to be stopped when Diana put her own wand under the woman's chin. I don't think you want to do that, Camilla. Harry is a rather important person. He's so important, in fact, that the Queen wanted to meet with him personally. Diana said with a little smirk. So, why don't you put your wand down and take care of Froggy with the charm Harry used? He hit that wall hard enough that he's going to need some help getting to his bed tonight. Camilla was going to reply, but was stopped by a voice from the other door. Harry turned to look and saw Queen Elizabeth standing there. You must be Harry Potter Black. I've been looking forward to this, she said with a little smile. Diana dear, please stop proving to Camilla why she will always be the silver medal and come along. And now for the sneak peek at my next FIC. Chapter 1. The End, and what came next. The Battle of Hogwarts. Voldemort lay dead. Harry stood triumphant. For a moment her heart sang as she saw him there. And then he fell. She wasn't sure how she managed to get down to the courtyard as quickly as she did. But she reached him before anyone else. Harry, she cried, pulling him against her. Fleur, I didn't know you were here. His voice was soft, too soft she thought. He's dead. Voldemort is dead. He smiled weakly. When he opened his eyes she noticed that he wasn't looking at her. He wasn't looking at anything. You did it, Harry. You won and were safe. Madame Pomfrey will. She started, but stopped as she saw the great crimson stain spreading under his left arm. Promise me something, Fleur. He whispered, his face turning pale. Promise me you'll be happy. Harry Potter died in her arms. He saved the world, and hers ended. And the Tonks flat, one evening in late summer. They were sitting on her bed. She placed a hand on his knee. I know what you're planning, she said softly. You're going to bring the war to him. He nodded. I have to. It's the only way to free the world from him. You're mad. You know this, right? She chuckled softly. Before you go, I want to do something for you. She ed him. That night they sleep together. The way her body responds to him terrifies her. When it's over, she's laying there, her arms around him. Tonks. If you finish that sentence, I swear I will obliviate you. You cannot love me. This was just say. You're going to be risking your life for us. Least I could do was show you a good time. Her voice is soft and deadly serious. Her arms move from around him. Maybe I should sleep on the couch. His arms came back around her, and against her better judgment she slept in his arms. She was gone when he awoke. Peter thought that the wand shop reminded him the most of an old-fashioned shoe store. Row upon row of boxes stacked high behind the counter, and a silver-eyed man watched them with an unreadable expression. Doris Creedmoor, 11.5 inches, ash and manticore hair. He said by way of greeting, and who are these? This is Peter Davis, Lord of House Pruitt, and his Lady Presumptive Genevieve Lalaurie. They need wands, and for Lord Pruitt, it will be his first. Doris explained, motioning for Peter to step up to the counter. An adult getting his first wand. How unusual. There's a story here, isn't there? Ollivander asked, looking at Peter and setting out a few boxes. While you tell me, place your hand over each box and tell me if one in particular calls out to you. Peter brought a hand up and placed it over the boxes, moving slowly from left to right. I was obliviated at 16. They thought I was a squib apparently, though it might have been an injury that blocked my magic. This one. Peter said, pointing at the third from the last box. Very interesting. 9¼ inches hawthorn and unicorn hair. That's a healer's wand if ever I've sold one. Ollivander said as he opened the box and handed it to him. Just give it a flick. Peter held the wand in his hand. He could feel a tingle in his hand. Was this magic? Nevertheless, he flicked the wand, watching in awe as a blue light came out. Splendid. Lord Pruitt, may I present your first wand? Ollivander said, smiling as he watched the man bonding with the core of his wand. And now for you, Ms. Lalaurie, he said, turning his gaze to Genevieve. She stepped forward. My previous wand was walnut and dragon heartstring, she offered, to which Ollivander nodded. Very good, but people can change and wands don't always work as well for them as they used to. Genevieve's wand was a surprise to her. 10 inches, vinewood and unicorn, the same unicorn that supplied Lord Pruitt's core. Your wands are matched. Ollivander chuckled. That's as ringing an endorsement as one could ask for. After paying for their wands and a set of holsters, Doris led the couple back to the leaky cauldron so that they could apparate back to the apartment. She took Peter, allowing Genevieve to apparate herself. Arriving in the flat, they found Constance staring in shock. Doris took the letter from her pocket and gave it. Constance, Minister Bones gave me this when I was at the ministry. Technically, we've been reclassified as their bodyguards, not her jailers. I have a wand now, Peter said, showing it to the women. Mr. Ollivander said that it was a healer's wand, hawthorn and unicorn hair. Our wand cores are matched, Genevieve added. Apparently, the same unicorn produced both cores. That fact was what shocked Constance more than Peter's wand being meant for someone with a healer's skill. Matched cores are very rare to come across, and for a couple to have matched cores is rarer still. It's fate, it has to be, thought Constance, who then had a different thought. It's like something out of one of my sister's romance novels. Harry couldn't believe that he was standing in front of the Queen of England. The Queen, who had given him permission to call her Elizabeth while they stood in the private wing of Buckingham Palace, looked at him for a moment. From what I've been told, both from Diana and from the magical guards stationed here, you are a very famous young wizard. You've already saved us, and more than once at that. To that end, I think it only right that I knight you. Harry was stunned. Kay knighted. Elizabeth nodded. Yes, it would have to be a secret ceremony, as no one in the mundane world can know about your world. But I would like to offer you a knighthood for your endeavors against that monster. Harry would be delighted and honored to accept Elizabeth. Diana said for him, placing a hand on his shoulder. I will speak to the members of his coven, and when you are ready for the ceremony, I'll bring them here. We will hold the ceremony in 3 days if that is acceptable, Elizabeth said, to which Diana nodded. No one noticed Camilla listening at the door. I'll have to let my dear cousin Theodore know about this. I'm sure the Dark Lord could sneak a few servants in disguised as waitstaff. She smirked and walked to the royal flow to make the call. At Hogwarts, Andromeda sat inside the headmistress's office. Minerva looked up from her paperwork and set down her quill. Andromeda, you had some of the highest scores in potions during your time at Hogwarts. You placed in the top 5 for each year you attended. I know that you understand the curriculum enough to excel as a potions professor. As well, I feel that your presence would prevent some issues from arising with our new defense professor. Nymphadora, what sort of issues do you think would occur? I know it might not always look like it, but my daughter always takes her work seriously. Andromeda replied. Minerva sighed. Yes, but let's not forget that her husband will be one of her students. Not only that, but his bodyguard Rhiannon will also be studying to take her tests with the students. I know that she and Nymphadora were close during their time at Hogwarts. They were in a relationship, Andromeda said. Now they share that relationship with Harry. Minerva, they are dedicated to keeping him safe. I seriously doubt that they would do something to jeopardize that. Perhaps so, but with you here I would feel more comfortable. I doubt anyone would accuse Nymphadora of impropriety or favoritism if her mother was also on staff. Minerva said before sliding a piece of parchment towards her. These are the terms of employment. Essentially, you would take an oath to protect the students and guide them as best you can. Andromeda read over the paper. Not that it matters anymore, but the pay is less than I got at St. Mungo's. Luckily, being a member of the coven means all of the money is shared. All right, Minerva. You've got yourself a potions professor. I just won't tell her right now that I'm also a member of Harry's coven. Harry and Diana left the palace via the public entrance wearing glamours. They resembled nothing so much as a painfully ordinary middle-aged couple out for a day trip to London. So, where to next? Harry asked, trying to deepen his voice to match his older form. Let's just see where the day takes us. I haven't been on this side of London without being followed by the press in years. Diana replied, taking his hand and leading him out onto the street. The next few hours were a whirlwind of shops, museums, and strolls through nearby parks. Harry could tell that Diana was lonely. It's obvious that she hasn't been able to be herself in a very long time. Diana, for her part, was thoroughly enjoying the time spent free from the worry of being spotted by the press or by being forced to act as if she wanted to be around Charles. This is nice. She hadn't been lying when she told Elizabeth that she was interested in joining Harry's coven. Harry on his own was powerful, with a group of witches joining their power to his, he would be even more so. Plus, from the way Amelia looks at him, he must be dynamite in bed. She wasn't interested in pledging undying love and loyalty to Harry, not yet anyway. For now she was more than happy to just enjoy a fling with the savior of the wizarding world. Eventually though, their stomachs told them it was time for a meal. Popping into a nearby cafe, they were seated and given menus. Seated a few tables away was Rita Skeeter, dressed in Muggle clothing. This was her off day, her chance to recharge her batteries in an environment that wasn't outright hostile to her. Magical London loved her stories but hated her, so when she needed a break, she headed into Muggle London. She was just about to take a bite of her roast chicken when she heard something from the older couple that had just sat down near her. It true, Harry. Amelia said that you. It was just a snippet, but those two names were enough to cause her to turn. Magical glasses are a very interesting construct. With the right charms they can pierce basic glamours as if they didn't exist at all. Rita's eyes widened as she realized that sitting at the table was Harry Potter Black and Princess Diana of Wales. This is huge, Rita said, desperately wishing she had her quill and parchment, as it was a Muggle pen and her napkin would suffice. Listening harder, she managed to get some more of the conversation. Diana was an Auror assigned to watch Buckingham Palace. She's since been recalled. Wait, what is this now? Harry is going to be knighted. That was the kind of information that could make her wealthy, possibly as wealthy as the Potter side of Harry's family. But a nagging little voice began to whisper in her ear, "You gave your word that you wouldn't write any stories without Harry's permission." Rita stifled a groan and balled the napkin up. Damn it, Rita, you're going soft. She looked over and saw Harry take Diana's hand, squeezing it gently, then leaning in ed him. Rita sighed and turned back to her food. Enjoy your date, Harry. I'll get another exclusive from you soon. The Queen wants to knight you. The question had been directed at him from nearly everyone in the manor. At this moment though, it was Bellatrix that Harry answered. Yes. Apparently she feels that fighting Riddle over and over again means I deserve some kind of recognition. So, she wants to hold a private ceremony in 3 days to make me a knight. Harry replied, trust me, I find it just as odd as you do. No, I don't think you do, Harry. You've had a few hours to process the information. We're only just now hearing about it. Hermione spoke up. Emma nodded. It's not every day that a family friend is a knight. Here I thought my accepting a job as the new potions professor would be the biggest news of the day. I didn't even get to be the biggest news of the half hour. Andromeda said, teasing Harry. And we're all invited. This came from Rhiannon, her eyes wide at the thought of going to the palace as a guest. Harry nodded. This my family, so yes. These are the people I want with me when I get this. Well, this is almost everyone. I want to ask Pansy if she and her mother would like to come along. After all, they are the reason Hermione and Emma are here now. Use the flow and call on them. Narcissa said, while the Muggle world can't know about this, I think it might be a good idea to prepare a small statement for our world. It will make it easier to form connections with the Muggleborn and half-blood families. Speaking of connections, have you had any response from the messages you sent out? Bellatrix asked. Narcissa nodded. I was planning on discussing it with Harry privately, but the responses I've gotten all involve binding our families through marriage or line continuation contracts. Which families? Harry asked. I'm not really interested in adding any more wives than what is needed for the coven, and I think we're there now, aren't we? Very nearly. Between your current 4 wives, Andromeda, Apolline, Celestine, Rhiannon, and Amelia, there are still spots for 4 others. Narcissa explained. 13 is the ideal number for rituals. With 13 we can grant you portions of our magic to strengthen yours. I would like the chance to enter this coven. The bastard responsible for Sirius being sent to Azkaban need to die, and this is the best way I can help. Diana said. Besides, Harry is a good key. She added with a cheeky grin. I would like to join as well. Hedwig said. I still don't remember everything, but I know enough to know that I'm this way because of him. That leaves two. Then I'd like to ask Susan and Pansy. Harry said, looking to Susan. We don't have to be in an actual physical relationship, but. Harry, Aunt Amelia already knows my feelings on this. Ever since you saved our lives, I've wanted to hold you down and snog you senseless. I'd love to join your coven, and if we ever decide we both want it, I am going to snog you senseless. Susan replied with a grin. At Peter's apartment he was being given a lesson in magic by Doris. Doris had went to her daughter's home before her shift started and picked up her granddaughter's beginner spellbooks for the task at hand. All right, Peter. Now I want you to concentrate on this, she said, moving her wand slowly. Move your wand like this and then say, Wingardium Leviosa. Aim at the bottle cap and it should float. Shouldn't he practice this in a magical environment? He could damage his computer if his magic flares around it. Genevieve said, concerned. Doris waved her hand dismissively. Part of the wards we've put up shield his muggle machines from magic. Unless he accidentally casts something powerful like a bombarda, he'll be fine. Peter held his new wand and concentrated on the movements Doris showed him. Wingardium Leviosa. He shouted, watching as the bottle cap raised shakily for a moment and then dropped back onto the table. I did it. Did you see that, Genevieve? He practically shouted. That was magic. I actually performed magic. Yes, it was. Congratulations, Peter. She said, smiling. Coming to his side, she keyed him gently. If you keep this up, you'll make through the rest of the first year spells in no time. She teased him lovingly. We've got a lot to work on, Peter. Now, I'm handy with charms and defense against the dark arts. Constance is better with transfiguration and potion making. She's bringing her nephew's potion making kit to get you familiar with what you'll need. Later on, one of us will take you to Diagon Alley to help you get what your supplies. Our goal is to have you at least ready to take correspondence OWLs before we get reassigned. Doris told him. We've got some time. I don't think Minister Bones will let Scrimgeour move us for a while yet, but it'll be good to be prepared. I guess I should grab some paper and take notes then. I doubt I'll remember everything just by watching. Peter said, rising and going to his desk to grab a notebook and pen. It was a few hours later. Peter and Genevieve were laying in the bed cuddled together. She was reading her book about Frida Kahlo while he was studying the charms textbook Doris had loaned him. This is incomprehensible, he said, frowning. 11-year-old children learn this. Some children learn earlier than that. Many parents let their children learn simple spells using their wands. Genevieve told him, not looking up from her place. It will take some time, love, but you will learn. He groaned and put his book up. I just can't believe that this is considered a normal curriculum. It is, she said, setting her own book down and turning off the lights. She put her leg over his body, trapping him underneath her. But I promise you this. If you continue your studies, I will make sure that you receive ample rewards for your efforts. She pressed a key to his lips and tugged at her nightgown. Peter Pettigrew watched as his team practiced their curses on a batch of recently captured muggles. He saw Theodore Nott Sr. coming into the room and beckoning to him. Once he crossed the room, Nott spoke to him. Good news, we have a way into the palace. My cousin Camille overheard the Queen promising to make Potter a knight. The ceremony is in 3 days. Apparently the Queen is planning a private party afterwards. We have the password for the royal flow as well. It'll be easy to get a small group in. Harry Potter a knight, James, you would be very proud of him. Peter Pettigrew had joined the Death Eaters when it became clear, to him anyway, that the Order and the Aurors weren't going to win the fight. He could still remember the old days. They formed the crux of his nightmares now. How could you, Peter? You were our brother. We loved you. The ghost of James Potter spat at him. James, please, you don't understand. I'm not strong like you or serious. I couldn't resist him, he said to the specter of his former friend. We would have gave our lives to keep you safe. I suppose we did anyway. Lily said acidly, my son spared your life and you still betrayed him. What did he offer you, Wormtail? Came a question from the ghost of Sirius Black. Survival. How's that working for you? Yes, you are alive now. But what happens when he falls? And he will fall, Peter. Harry has been stopping him at every turn. This time it was Remus who spoke. All of his friends were dead now. He knew that he should feel superior. After all, he was the single surviving marauder. Why then did that fact feel so hollow? Pansy answered the flow call when she saw that it was Harry. Hello Harry, what's up? Pansy, could I come over for a moment? Harry seemed nervous about something. Pansy nodded. Of course, I'll open the flow for travel for you. A flash of green fire heralded Harry's arrival at the Parkinson home. Harry's been practicing. He didn't trip over his feet this time. She noted with a smile. It's good to see you again. Tell me how your trip to France went. Pansy said after hugging him. Let's sit down. This is going to be a long story. Harry said, taking her hand and allowing her to lead him to the study. And so that's where we're at. I'm apparently going to become a knight in a few days. I want you to come with me to the ceremony as a member of the coven. Harry said, looking to Pansy, it's the same as with Susan, we don't have to ever be physically intimate. But we missed out on what we could have had. After all, we could have ended up dating had things not happened the way they did. I'd like that. I know your wives are all older than me. But maybe someday we could. Harry stopped her line of thought by keying her. If the day comes and we are both willing, then yes. I would absolutely love being with you like that. Pansy's smile told the story of her emotions at that response. In her room, Bellatrix was listening to music, trying to wrap her mind around everything that Harry had told her. I still can't believe my husband is going to be a knight. I'll have to start calling him Sir Harry, to tease him, she thought with a smile. Meanwhile, the music played on. This song was a slower a cappella song written about a time over 200 years ago. Oh, the year was 1778. How I wish I was in Sherbrooke now. Well, a letter of marque came from the king. To the scummiest vessel I've ever seen. God damn them all. I was told. We'd sail the seas for American gold. We'd fire no gun, shed no tear. But I'm a broken man on a Halifax pier. The last of Barrett's privateers. Bellatrix looked over at Fawkes. Was this at all what you expected when you decided I was a better bondmate than Dumbledore? Fawkes trilled at her. The message was clear enough for her to understand. This is fun. Everyone thinks it's a barrel of laughs, right up until the killing curses start flying. Bellatrix said. Laying back on the bed, she rested her hands over her stomach. You, James, had best be a quiet and peaceful child. Your mother and father will be exhausted by the end of all this. Bellatrix felt the baby stir within her as if laughing at her demand. Merde, I do not have anything to wear that is appropriate for meeting royalty. Celestine grumbled as she looked through her clothing. All of my clothing that aren't robes are from before the war. We could always go shopping. Came a voice from behind her. Turning, she saw that it was her daughter. Apolline came into the room. None of us are exactly happy with the clothes we have, plus we need to take Harry to be fitted for a suit. It's been so long since I've worn Muggle clothing, Celestine admitted. It had been a very long time indeed. The last time had been the day she learned that Gilbert Delacroix had been using her. Gilbert was late to their lunch. It was no matter. Celestine knew the way to his office. She was not prepared for the muffled giggling she heard from behind the door. Casting a notice me not charm, she eased the door open. There was Gilbert, his pants around his knees in between the splayed legs of his secretary Lorraine. It was clear they had been together. Celestine's eyes widened as she watched the couple coming down from their mating. She closed the door silently and apparated back to the enclave. She would never contact Gilbert again. She would never let him know about his daughter. Celestine looked at her daughter now. Thankfully there was very little of that man in Apolline. She sighed. Very well, but where will we go? Apolline smiled. Amelia has arranged an international portkey. We will be going back to Paris. Peter stifled, rolling his eyes as Genevieve fixed his tie. The ceremony isn't until 5. It's noon, love. My tie will be rumpled by the time we get there. She touched his cheek for a moment and smiled. Maybe I like playing with your time, my love. She leaned in and kissed him. I still can't believe we were invited to the ceremony. Peter, because you helped me find who was stealing from my vault. I wanted to reward you. How'd you like to meet the Queen? Harry said earlier that morning when Amelia had brought him by. The Queen, like the God Save the Queen? Peter asked. That's the one. I'm being honored in a ceremony today. I'm being made a knight. Harry replied. Genevieve watched the two talk as she spoke with Amelia. He's making amazing progress, Madam Minister. Good to hear you realize, of course, that your pardon is only due to Apolline pleading your case. Amelia said evenly. Being a Vila, she could sense the love the two of you share. Then I am in her debt. Genevieve looked at Peter, excitedly showing off the one spell he knew. She smiled fondly. I love him. More than I ever thought I could love anyone. I do not feel worthy of his love, but I would die without it now. Amelia looked at her. He is a uniquely forgiving man. I was told that the two of you have matched wands. Yes, the same unicorn gave its hair for both our wands. Genevieve smiled again, looking over at Peter, then turning back to Amelia. Our very magic sings together now. Meeting the Queen. That's one for the books. I wonder if I'll see the Major while I'm there. Peter said, pulling her closer and putting his arm around her. He is in charge of the non-magical protection for Her Majesty. Then it would be very likely. With as many people as Harry was allowed to invite, security will be high on both sides. Genevieve said, do you think my red dress will be good enough? If you don't, we can always go shopping. Peter said, immediately regretting the statement as he saw the look in her eyes, as well as in Constance's. I'll need a dress appropriate for the event as well, she said. Peter laughed. I guess it's a good thing I'm rich now. The portkey dropped the group off in the French ministry. Once there, it was a simple matter of traveling into Muggle Paris to find a suitably fancy shop. Harry looked at the entrance to one such shop with the same apprehension he had felt upon facing the Horntail. I have to go in here, don't I? He said to no one in particular. Tonks grinned. You certainly do, but don't worry, and I will keep you entertained while the other ladies pick out their clothes. Narcissa shook her head. No, Nymphadora. You will be fitted for a dress the same as all others. Suddenly Tonks had the same look on her face as Harry. The ladies Delacour, however, were in their element. As they entered the shop they each found an assistant and started in. Harry found a chair and went towards it. He was stopped by a hand on his wrist. Rhiannon stood before him. Sorry, love, but you need to find something nice. I'm planning on wearing trousers myself, so I'll come with you. Harry squeezed her hand gently. He wasn't sure when exactly it had happened, but of all the witches he was connected to that weren't already his wives, Rhiannon Cosgrove was probably the one he was closest to. Part of that was probably the fact that they both loved Tonks. But it was something more than that. Impulsively he stopped her from walking. When she turned to look at him, he grinned and keyed her. So, did we turn out better than you thought? Better than I could have hoped, or dreamed of. It's weird as hell, but I wouldn't change anything. She replied, I have the woman I love, and the man I care for more than anyone else. It's literally what I used to dream about when I was sleeping in the alley, or stuck underneath a sweating greyback. She didn't finish the thought, but the look in her eye told Harry that it was something painful. I'm glad we could make that dream a reality for you, Rhi. It's crazy, but this life. All of you loving me like this. He smiled sadly and continued, when I was in that house on Privet Drive, I used to dream about even just one person loving me. Back in London, Arthur Weasley sighed as he dusted off the robes he planned to wear. Harry invited us to see him become a knight. I'd better never tell Ron or Ginny about this. Mafalda looked at the outfit. Arthur dear, I am going to burn that awful looking pile of rags. We'll get you some better looking formal robes from Madame Malkin's shop. He turned, looking at the witch that had not so much replaced Molly in his life as she had showed him what actual love felt like. He'd known that Molly had used love potions on him once, but after seeing the way she had acted towards Harry and Fleur, he wondered just how many times she really had used them on him. With Mafalda it felt different. They argued, usually over who would pay the bill for their evening meal, or which department fouled up what memo. But at the end of the day, they still found themselves in the same bed. Real love wasn't like the nonsense that a potion created, this had ups and downs. And he wouldn't change anything. Peter Pettigrew was too fat for the waiter's outfit he had taken from the muggle he had just killed. Expansion charms only did so much, he felt as if the suit would explode off of him at any moment. Beside him, one of the new recruits gestured at the bodies. What should we do with these? Transfigure them into trash and throw them in the bin, Flint. I shouldn't have to tell you how to dispose of a body. He snapped. Marcus Flint, former captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team and recently fired from his job as a bouncer at a club in Nocturne called the Sopping Snitch, for assaulting one of the dancers. This was supposed to be his first step into a new life, but they've got me working under a tub of lard that smells like sour ass. Pettigrew looked at the assembled team. He had 15 Death Eaters, each one dressed as a waiter or a guard. All right, take your positions. If anyone figures out who you are, kill them or use the Imperius. As the group spread out, he pulled an ill-fitting glove over his silver hand. This is going to be quite the party. If I survive it, I'll have to snag some of the appetizers. At their home, Hestia and Flora Caro were not happy with the way life had treated them. Their parents, siblings Amicus and Electo, were dead now. That wasn't as awful as it probably should have been. Hestia and Flora hated their parents. Their deaths were probably the best things that could have happened to them. But what now? They needed protection from their parents' master and his cronies, but who? I think we should speak with Minister Bones. Flora suggested. Hestia rolled her eyes. And how, pray, would we get an audience with the minister? I don't know, Hestia. I'm just spitballing here. Flora said dejectedly. Maybe we should try sending an owl to Harry Potter. He killed our parents. If we word it right, he might feel obligated to help keep us safe. That might work, or we could just get him dosed with a love potion and let him knock one or both of us up. Hestia said, before putting her hands up in a placating gesture. I'm teasing, Flora. She said to her glaring sister. I promise, we'll play nice before we start looking at better living through chemistry. I'm the diplomatic one, I'll write the letter. If you wrote it, it would just be full of your favorite say. Dodul positions. Flora replied to her twin before taking out a piece of parchment and quill. To the boy who killed our parents. I bet you thought this letter would start. Dear Harry, well, it's not. You killed the first set of Caro twins, and for that, the second generation thanks you. However, that does leave my dear sister and I in an awkward spot. We are now alone and too young to legally be allowed to live in our home without a guardian. I'm sure you can guess the type of person that would normally be chosen for Hestia and myself. Here's a hint. You killed our godfather with a reducto to the skull. Thanks for that one as well, he was an ass. In any event, we need your help. Make us wards of your house. We don't particularly care about the fate of the Caro line. You could claim it by right of conquest and all we do is ask what kind of cake you'd want at the party. Let us know when we can talk face to face. If needed, we will give oaths that we will not do anything to harm you or yours. Signed, hopefully the future wards of Harry Potter Black. Flora and Hestia Caro. Flora rolled the note up and gave it to her sister. Send this in the morning with Lachlan. She said, that owl hasn't had a decent letter to deliver since our parents went to France and came back in pine boxes. The combined group of Potter Black family and friends arrived via the private royal flow shortly before 5 o'clock. Diana bustled through the group making sure everyone had all the ashes cleared from their clothes. All right, Harry, you and the wives are with me, then Amelia you'll come in with Apolline, Celestine, Gabrielle, Hedwig, Rhiannon, Susan, and the Parkinsons. Emma, you Hermione, Mafalda, and the Weasleys will come in next, and finally Peter, Genevieve, and Doris will bring up the rear. I still can't believe we're meeting the Queen. Peter said softly to Genevieve. Genevieve smiled and turned to him, fixing his tie again. Apparently the unbelievable happens quite regularly to Harry Potter and those around him. Gabrielle moved from her mother's side and looked at the two. Never in a million years had she expected to see this. A Death Eater and a Muggle turned wizard and they are in love. It was like something out of the stories her father used to tell her. Love can conquer nearly anything, my jewel. If two people love each other with all their hearts, then they can perform miracles. Jean-Luc said as he put away the storybook he had read to her. Papa, will I ever find someone like the prince in the story? Gabrielle asked sleepily. Jean-Luc smiled and leaned down to kiss his daughter's forehead. Someday, mon petit, you will find the person who fills the gap in your heart that you did not know was there. Gabrielle knew that her father would want her to forgive Genevieve for what she had done. Jean-Luc Delacour had impressed on his daughters the importance of forgiveness as a balm on the soul. Heavy stuff for a 10-year-old perhaps, but it was still something she wanted to do out of respect for her father's memory. Ms. Lalaurie, she said to Genevieve. There was a pained look on the former Death Eater's face as she looked down at the little girl she had nearly cursed. Peter squeezed her hand gently and Gabrielle watched as the older woman took a breath and steadied herself. What can I do for you? Genevieve asked. How do you have a conversation with the little girl you almost killed? I just wanted to say that I forgive you. Gabrielle said simply. Tears pricked at Genevieve's eyes. Thank you, I don't deserve your forgiveness. Peter pulled Genevieve into his arms and let her rest against him. Thank you, Gabrielle, I owe your family a debt I can never repay. Your mother freed the woman I love. Across the room Mafalda straightened Arthur's tie. It's a handy thing that Madame Malkins carries suits for occasions like this. I don't think she has an invited to see the Queen collection, he said with a little grin, finally taking her hands and bringing them down. I suppose this is as good a place as any to tell you. I've officially removed Molly from the Weasley family. I'm glad she was a stain on th. Mafalda was stopped when Arthur keyed at her. I removed her, because what we had wasn't real. This though, he said squeezing her hands, this is real and when the time comes, I want a Mrs. Weasley that I know loves me the same way I love her, warts and all. I don't have a single wart and you know that, Arthur. She said and then keyed at him, but I appreciate the statement and when the time comes I will be proud to become the next Mrs. Weasley. Camilla watched as the Death Eaters took their places, disguised as wait staff and guards. She smirked. If this works the way I think it will, it'll be Queen Camilla the first on the throne. Charles was too easy, just a simple imperious and he became putty in my hands. She had never liked Diana Spencer. During their time at Hogwarts, she had despised the Hufflepuff who always outshone her, that hatred and drove her to work harder than anyone in their year. Until that by.ch Lily Evans took my spot as the top student. Now I've got a chance to kill her son, she thought as that smirk became a full-fledged grin. Malcolm Davis studied his duty roster with a frown. I'm missing Stebbins, Furtney, and Clark. He rose from his desk and stepped out from his office. He looked at his secretary. Jones, I want Stebbins, Furtney, and Clark in my office the minute they arrive. Yes, sir, the young man said, writing down the notes. I will page you once they arrive. Good lad, I'm going on my inspection. Malcolm left the room and began down the hall. The Queen is hosting some of the other ministry's people today. Apparently some man named Potter is becoming a knight. It was a very surprised Malcolm that found his son and his son's girlfriend with the group from the other ministry. Peter, what are you doing with this lot? Well, watch this, he said turning away from his father and drawing his wand from his sleeve, Wingardium Leviosa. He shouted, aiming at the fire poker and causing it to levitate. Malcolm was stunned for a moment. So, you're a wizard then, son? I take it that means. Yes, Major, I am a witch. Everyone in the room, save yourself, is either a witch or a wizard. Genevieve finished. Peter looked to his father. Why did you look so mad when you first came in? Malcolm frowned. I'm missing 3 of my men. It isn't like them to shirk. That statement twigged as wrong to Genevieve. Major, I would be careful if they show up today. Dark wizards are fond of disguising their servants in order to strike. The wizard receiving the award is known in our world as the one person above all others that the Dark Lord wants dead. Good to know. Any suggestions? Malcolm asked. Speak to them, but do not let your guard down. If they go for their wand, then your best bet is to shoot them quickly. Genevieve replied. Malcolm looked to his son. You showed her the Browning, didn't you? Yes, sir. Major. She was worried about my ability to defend myself since I only know that spell I showed you so far. Peter chuckled. So, I showed her my 18th birthday present. Wormtail grabbed a handful of canopies from the tray on the table, This beats the garbage I was eating." His men were stationed in their places, and then the guests were called in. His eyes widened when he saw the group. He brought all of his wives with him. Wormtail ducked around a pillar to hide, but he had been seen. Alexandra had a few friends at Hogwarts. Jane and Roger were her closest friends, but she had a few others. Being in Slytherin, she knew the importance of a support structure, a group to help watch your back. Grace Jennings had been part of that group. Then someone dosed her with lust potions and locked her in a broom closet. It was a prank. Some members of the other houses had said. She hadn't found it funny. Neither had Jane. It was their first investigation, tracking down the source of the lust potion. Grace hadn't been much help. Once she had been taken to the hospital ward and seen to, all she could remember was drinking a glass of pumpkin juice that morning. Something had compelled her to go to that closet, to drink that potion. But what? Alexandra remembered finding one clue, a scrap of paper with the name. Pettigrew. From the look on the others' faces, she realized that she'd said that aloud. "Why did you mention that ass?" Bellatrix asked. I thought I saw him." Hedwig replied, pointing at the pillar. Rhiannon came over and took a deep sniff. Her eyes widened and she reached for her wand. "I smell a Death Eater more than one." Charles walked towards the chamber, prepared to endure yet another embarrassment thanks to his mother. He didn't recognize the guard standing at the door, but that wasn't too surprising. He rarely paid attention to the servants. That the servant drew out a stick, shouted something, and a green light came from it was surprising, but the prince didn't have time to think about that as his soul was taken from his body and his corpse fell to the floor. Camilla stepped over the body and sneered, "Sorry, Charles, but I'm afraid I'd like to see other people." She smirked, as if she had said something clever, then looked to the Death Eater. "Flint, was it?" "Yes, ma'am." "Good. Join the others and find the queen. I want to watch you kill her. Call me second place. I will enjoy watching them and you." Queen Elizabeth made her way into the chamber flanked by her private guard. Noticing the upturned tables and flashes of light coming from both sides of the room, her guards were quick to move back towards the door. However, being so intent on protecting the queen meant they didn't pay enough attention to the lights coming towards them. Her guards were each killed and Elizabeth found herself moving to hide behind an upturned table beside her chief of non-magical security. Malcolm Davis was firing his service pistol at the ones dressed as waiters, a tiny frightened bee-owned girl hid beside him along with another man she recognized as Malcolm's son. Peter Davis saw his chance to help. Running from cover, he grabbed the pistol from one of the fallen guards. He twisted just in time to avoid a red light coming from one of the Death Eaters and slipped on the floor. "Peter!" Genevieve cried. All thoughts of defending herself gone, she began to throw killing curses at the man who had attacked her love. Marcus Travers would die, not from the killing curse of Genevieve LaLaurie, but from 8.9mm round going through his skull courtesy of Malcolm. "Hurt ma son wul ye, ya ba," he shouted, rage bringing out his accent. Genevieve pulled Peter back towards the table with one hand, a Protega shield in front of them as she moved backwards. Peter's eyes reopened. "I'm fine. I just slipped." "You hit your damn fool head is what you did, boy." Malcolm growled at his son. "Now shake the cobwebs and help me shoot these bastards." Camilla stood in the doorway. She saw her chance to take out the queen and become favored out of all the Death Eaters. She raised her wand and shouted, "Avada Kedavra." The green light struck the table beside Elizabeth, going just over the huddled form of Gabrielle. In that moment, Genevieve saw red. She brought her wand up and cast a powerful reducto. The spell took Camilla's wand, and her hand with it, knocking her back to the floor and out of the fight. Gabrielle peered up at Genevieve. "Are you all right?" The older woman asked the child. Gabrielle nodded. Thank you." Wormtail could see that the odds had turned against him. Changing into his rat form, he tried to rush out of the room, only to be stopped by a voice he hadn't heard since his 6th year. "Petrificus totalis," Hedwig shouted, paralyzing the rat animagus. With that, the small handful of remaining Death Eaters broke off. The odds had become too far out of their favor. Harry saw each one grab a small disc from their pocket and vanish. Hedwig came up holding the petrified rat. "I got one of them. I remember him from Hogwarts. Well, not as a rat, but when he was a student he attacked one of my friends. His name is Peter Pet. Peter Pettigrew. Good job, Hedwig. Mr. Pettigrew is going to have a lot of explaining to do once we get him back into a holding cell. Amelia said, coming over to the couple. Elizabeth stood up with assistance from Malcolm. Minister Bones, as these criminals are from your world, I trust it goes without saying that you will deal with them. Yes, Your Highness. Amelia nodded, taking her wand and using it to summon oars to her location. At the sudden arrival of 6 oars, the Queen frowned. You could summon them that easily. Not during the fight. Common Death Eater tactic is to set up wards that don't fall until they use their portkey first. Amelia replied before turning to the oars. Or Shacklebolt, as you can see we have plenty of dead and wounded for you, and a special gift, we've captured Peter Pettigrew. He is in his rat form right now, so make sure that you keep him petrified or stunned until he's locked away securely. Apolline did something she never expected before this day. She hugged Genevieve Lalaurie. You stopped the woman who would have killed my daughter. I cannot thank you enough. Genevieve looked to Apolline. I could not let harm come to her, not after everything your family has done for mine. She said, looking at Peter as she said the word, mine. Elizabeth dusted herself off. Before anything else happens, I would like to proceed with knighting Harry. Harry, please come forward. Harry came up to the Queen. Kneel please. She said to him. As Harry knelt, Elizabeth looked at her fallen guards. Stepping over to one, she pulled the ceremonial sword from under his body. Elizabeth held the sword out and tapped Harry's shoulders with it. I dub thee Sir Harry Potter Black, Knight of the Empire and Protector of the Crown. Rise, Sir Harry. Harry stood. Bellatrix came to his side, taking her husband's hand. Elizabeth looked to him. Once we've had time to assess the damage, perhaps you and your wives could come back for another visit, one that will hopefully be less energetic. At least Charles stayed in his room, he would have wet himself. She thought, not knowing that her son was laying dead just outside of his quarters. The DMLE holding cell was a place meant for holding wizards that couldn't shapeshift. Amelia frowned as she inspected the room. I need something that he won't be able to slip out of. I have it. Drawing her wand, she set a ward down on the floor of his cell. It was set so that should someone try to escape by turning into a rat and running through the bars, they would be stunned and hurled painfully back into the wall. Try and get out of this one, you little bastard. All right, Shacklebolt, please revive our new guest. Wormtail found himself laying on a cot looking at the current minister and Kingsley Shacklebolt. Good morning, Mr. Pettigrew. Are you ready to spill your every secret? She asked. If it will help you make your decision, I would point out that if you were to somehow get a hold of a wand and try using your rat form, you would find yourself thrown back against the wall with enough force that it would probably snap your neck. You wouldn't overload a ward like that, it's illegal. Wormtail shouted. Amelia laughed at that. I am the minister. To that end, I've decided to take a little page out of Fudge's book. Shacklebolt, should anything lethal happen to our friend here, I'll have a pardon waiting on you. A cold fear gripped Wormtail at that. I'll talk. But I can't tell you much, so much of what the Dark Lord has said has been put under an oath. If I tried to tell you, I would die. Amelia rolled her eyes. In that case, I will be calling upon the services of an unspeakable. After the things you've done to Harry, I doubt very much that he will mind if your brain is mush by the end of it. I should tell you that you, along with every Death Eater captured, will be facing execution after the events at the palace. The Queen was very insistent that the murderers of her son and heir be dealt with. Wormtail shuddered as he watched the minister walk away. He was trapped and he knew it. From his own cell, Severus spoke up. Minister, before you leave, I believe I could be of more assistance in this matter than an unspeakable. Oh really, and how would you be of more use? I am a skilled legimens. I can pry the knowledge you want from the mind of Wormtail, and with the context I have from my time in the inner circle, I could tell you what the information means. He replied, looking evenly to the minister. In exchange I want leniency. I will consider it, once I've spoken with the Department of Mysteries. Malcolm Davis was livid. Some damned fool either on my side or on the magical's side let them waltz through the door. My son nearly died because of that oversight. Hell, the Queen nearly died because of it. He stormed back into his office. Sitting at his desk, he nearly ripped his filing cabinet as he looked at the duty roster. The officer that signed off on inspecting the waitstaff was Stebbins. But Stebbins wasn't there. In fact, he was one of the missing guards. One of them must have posed as Stebbins. But that didn't make sense to him, who knew that Stebbins was the duty captain. He groaned softly and circled the name. He was meeting with his magical counterpart later that morning. The new man is supposed to be a legend on their side. I'll reserve my offer after I've met this Alistair Moody. A little while later found Malcolm thinking about his son. Peter is a wizard and that Genevieve of his is a witch. She cares for him. That was perfectly obvious with all the red lights coming out of her wand when Peter slipped. I need to set the boy up with one of my trainers, get him to work on his balance. I also want to get him permitted to carry his gun at all times. With these maniacs running around, I want him able to protect himself. That wand of his only has one trick right now. Malcolm knew that with his connections, he could easily arrange the permit for Peter. All it would take is a call to Gregory Marsh and I could have a permit for both of them. His intercom chimed. Major, and Alistair Moody to see you, sir. His secretary said. Malcolm put away his paper and pressed the button on the plastic box. Very well, Hawthorne, send him in. Moody was not what he was expecting. All the others they've sent me have looked polished and professional. This one looks like he's been 3 rounds with a meat grinder. Mr. Moody, I believe Minister Bones has already briefed you on the situation. She has. Some of your boys got replaced by Death Eaters. Luckily Harry Potter's little group managed to keep things from getting too cocked up. Moody replied, his false eye spinning in his socket. So, how do we keep them from coming through the non-magical side of the building? Malcolm asked. Moody grinned unpleasantly. We're going to put the same wards on your side as we have on ours. Anyone comes in wearing a glamour, or using polyjuice potion, they'll get stunned and wake up in one of our cells. Next, I want you to pass these out to your soldiers. Minister Bones procured them from the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts department, he said, handing Malcolm a single bullet. What's so special about this? It looks like an ordinary round. Malcolm said. Then he nearly dropped it as he felt a tingle run through his hand. Moody laughed then. That's a little something the wizard selling the bullets in your world added. If you had magic, you would have felt a drain on it just then. If a wizard is shot with these, even if it's in a non-lethal location, they'll find their magic damaged just as much as their flesh. So, your side has had these and never thought to let us use them. Malcolm asked. What changed? Our new minister isn't willing to let the statute of secrecy take precedence over the lives of our citizens, and the Queen isn't willing to let it take precedence of yours. She might not be able to write laws, but as far as the statute is concerned, she is high and mighty enough to make the decision to allow your men to use enhanced tools. Alistair smirked. I've got some more party favors coming once they've cleared the DOM. Bones has one of the Death Eaters ready to sing, and once we get the whole song we'll be paying a visit to a few safe houses. Alistair looked past Malcolm for a moment at the emblem on his wall, a winged dagger, the emblem of the SAS, under it a banner reads, Who dares wins. He gestured at it. That symbol of yours will do perfectly for a little mental warfare I'm planning. Lunchtime found Harry walking through the gardens of Potter Black Manor with Celestine. Harry felt as if he hadn't spent enough time with the woman responsible for cleansing him of the Horcrux. He had decided to make up for it. Well, what is this surprise? Celestine asked him. Harry smiled and pointed. There under a tree sat a blanket and a small basket. I asked the house elves to make a lunch for us. He took her hand, leading her to their picnic. Sitting down he opened the basket. It looks like chicken salad and a baguette to split. He said, bringing the food out. The meal passed in a comfortable enough silence. Finally Harry looked to her. When we sit this close, I can feel I don't know, it's like a hum running through my body. That is our magic mixing with each other's. Your magic recognizes Vila magic, thanks to your marriage to Fleur. Surely you have felt the same thing with Apolline. She's not ready yet. She wants to be, but whenever I'm near her I can feel her shrinking away. I think she's still grieving Jean-Luc. He admitted. So, I'm giving her time to process, and when she's ready, then we'll move on. Celestine raised an eyebrow. You've gotten good at this, haven't you? Harry smiled. I suppose I've had a lot of practice at this point. I've got 13 witches connected to me. Some by marriage, others because they think I'm who they need to solve something, and then there's you and Apolline. Our magic made the choice when we joined our minds together in the ritual. I guess if our magic thinks we belong together, it'd be pretty stupid to fight it. Celestine looked to him. I suppose you are right. I should warn you, I've been in one relationship and it didn't go well. That was the one I saw when our minds joined. I can at least promise you that I won't be like him. Harry offered. Celestine placed her hand on his. I know that, Harry. She looked at the young wizard before him. Her decision made, she leaned in and keyed him. That key opened the floodgates. She could feel her magic surging to meet his own. Her allure spiked as she lost control. Most wizards would be nearly comatose from the combination, but all Harry did was pull her closer to him. When the key broke, she looked at him and then down at their joined hands. You have claimed me. Body, magic, and soul. All are yours now. My husband. Voldemort was furious as the remnants of his strike team came back to the manor. What happened in there? How did a group that large result in only this handful returning? None of the Death Eaters wanted to speak. Voldemort grabbed Marcus Flint by the throat and stared into his eyes. His legilimency was not intended to be gentle, and it certainly wasn't. By the time he dropped the now twitching and drooling Death Eater to the floor, he rounded on the others. You let a group of blood traitors, muggles, and creatures best you. You, the supposed best of pure-blooded society. Let this fool's fate be a warning to you all. Feed Nagini, he said, turning to his familiar. The Death Eaters, to a man, turned their gaze away as the serpent devoured the still-living Flint. There was one final prisoner to deal with. Amelia stood before Camilla's cell with a grin. So Camilla, do you have anything you wish to tell me before I have you thrown through the veil? The bee-owned witch glared at the minister. The only thing I have to tell you is that you have chosen the wrong side. The Dark Lord will destroy all of you. He's tried that before. He's tried to kill my boyfriend at least 6 times at this point. Harry has beaten him every time. Amelia said, thoroughly enjoying the rage building on the face of her prisoner. Since you seem to be unwilling to give me anything I can work with, I have no choice but to submit you to the unspeakables. Perhaps after a few days with them, you'll tell me what I want to know, or you'll be a vegetable. So you know, it's win-win for me. He sighed, putting the paper away. At his side, Genevieve looked over her mug of coffee to him. Is it very bad? She asked. He shrugged. No, it's pretty standard. The news cycle will be talking about Prince Charles's death for the next week or so. Diana had already planned on faking hers so she could go back to the magical world. The Major handled the reporters the way he always does. He called this morning before you woke up. He wants us to come see him. Apparently he pulled a favor with a friend and got us both permits to carry a gun at all times when we are out. But I don't know how to use a gun. Genevieve said. Peter smiled and took her hand. You're helping me learn magic, so the least I can do is teach you how to shoot. She looked down at their hands and smiled. All right, when do you want to go? Peter looked at his watch. He wants us to see him at noon. That gives us a few hours to prepare. Severus Snape was, for the first time in a very long time, a happy man. In a chair, magically binding handcuffs keeping him restrained, sat the man responsible for the death of Lily Potter. Well, Wormtail, before Severus here gets started, what would you like to tell me? The better your information now, the less he'll need to mangle your brain, said the other occupant of the room. Wormtail looked at Amelia Bones with a pathetic expression. Please, Minister. I don't know much. The Dark Lord, he kept me away from the others most days. Arg. He screamed as Severus peered into his mind. Lies, Minister. He was charged with the training for the attack on the palace. It is my opinion that the Dark Lord knew Wormtail would most likely fail in his charge. He merely wanted the chaos that the attack could bring. Severus said, lowering his wand. Very interesting, Wormtail. You've seen what's in store for you if you lie to me. I'm not going to stop Severus here from shredding your mind to confetti if you keep this up. Do you understand me? Amelia said. You caused a fair amount of pain to both Harry and Severus. Harry is content to let the system handle you, but I am not. Wormtail, panting now, looked to her. All right, what do you want to know? Everything. Harry had spent the night in Celestine's room. It had been the first time she'd been with a man in decades. Now, she was sleeping peacefully as Harry began to extricate himself from both her arms and the bed. There was one problem with Harry's clever plan of getting up and heading to the washroom. When he began to slide from her, Celestine's arms wrapped around him, drawing him back against her frame. Harry sighed quietly. I guess I'll just stay here then, he thought as he felt his stomach rumble, reminding him of what he'd done that night and how badly he wanted breakfast. He reached over and stroked her cheek gently. Celestine didn't move, except to curl in closer to him. He heard a soft knock and then the door opened. Apolline stood there, carrying a tray with an assortment of fruit on it. Fleur and I could feel the waves of magic coming off of the two of you. I had a feeling that Mother would exhaust herself, she whispered as she moved to sit beside Harry on the bed. She took a piece of melon and offered it to him. Thank you for accepting her. She's been so long without someone to treat her like she deserves. Harry chewed the fruit slowly. This is another part of my life where I have to wonder if somewhere up there my dad and Sirius haven't been trying to one-up themselves on who can give me the most implausible lover, he said with a little smirk. A Vila queen who hasn't taken a lover since before World War II is up there on the list. But I'm still glad it happened. She deserves love. They say without love, Avila will eventually lose their magic and go mad. Apolline said, taking a piece of fruit for herself. Love is such a strong part of what makes us Vila. Without it, we'd be no better than the Harpies. I'm having a hard time imagining any of you sitting on a craggy outcrop plotting the death of passers-by. Harry said. Apolline shook her head. Harpies aren't like that, not really. Most of them are very similar to Vila, in that they wish to be left alone. The difference is that they can't shift from harpy form to a more human form. They stay in their feathered, fireball-tossing form, and because most people that see them react as if they are monsters, they tend to act like monsters to drive them off. So, what? If 1,000 wizards and 1,000 harpies manage to make things work, would there be a harpy that becomes a Vila? Harry asked, curious. I mean, if enough harpies were loved, would they remain harpies? I do not know. Apolline replied. Perhaps given enough time then a harpy could find the needed magic to transform into a woman. But that is a question better left for philosophers, not a woman who only woke up an hour ago. She chuckled. Harry, may I ask a favor? Sure. What's on your mind? Will you please take me into London, as you have taken the others? We are connected now, and I know you've been giving me space, but I think it's time. Apolline looked to him. You will be going to school again soon, and the ritual to complete the coven will be held at Yule. Before then I would like us to have an evening together. Harry nodded. If you'd like we could do something tonight. She smiled softly and nodded, rising with the now empty tray. Thank you, Harry. Celestine muttered softly in her sleep and rolled back over on top of Harry. As the door closed, a thought occurred to Harry. I should have asked for help. I still need to get up. Severus held his wand to Wormtail's temple again. Peering into his memories, he saw everything the traitor knew regarding the plans of Voldemort. He has the location of several new safe houses, as well as the names of some of the new members of the inner circle, ones that came around after my arrest. Tell me, Amelia said. I want to know every name. Bulstrode, Crabbe, Goyle, Mercer, and Knot. Knot was elevated shortly after his cousin arranged for Wormtail and his team to get into the palace. And just who was his cousin? Amelia said, having a good idea, but wanting to hear it aloud. More to the point, she wanted Camilla to know that she was trapped now. Camilla Bowles, he said with an unpleasant smile. From her cell Camilla shuddered as she watched the gasping form of Wormtail twitch. That could be me next, she thought as she watched the interrogation. Wormtail gathered his strength and spoke directly to Amelia. I will tell you where the Dark Lord is hiding. The moment the words left his mouth, the silver hand began to vibrate. It burst the magical cuff and went to his throat. Wormtail's eyes bulged and he tried to gurgle for help. Amelia raised her wand, sending a cutting curse aimed at the monk's wrist. It cut the hand off, but the hand continued to squeeze. Amelia tried to pull the hand, but to no avail. Peter Pettigrew died that morning. With his final breath, the last marauder fell. Damn. Well, it's a good thing we still have Camilla. Amelia said, looking at the corpse before her. His hand must have had a loyalty charm attached to it, a conscious act of betrayal to his master, and it acted to keep the secret. She turned to Severus. I think it's time we had a word with the woman who tried to murder the Queen of England. Severus nodded and followed her to the other cell. At the door, Kingsley and Tonks watched stoically. Well, Kingsley did. Tonks had thoroughly enjoyed watching the man responsible for so much of the pain caused to her husband being killed by his own stupidity. I know that Harry doesn't know about this part of the DMLE, but I think he might enjoy this bit of news. Peter and Genevieve arrived at the palace a few minutes before they were due to meet with Malcolm. Security was much higher now on the Muggle side now. Peter gave his credentials to the guard at the gate and the two were allowed inside. Malcolm met them at the entrance to his office. Take a lunch break, Hawthorne. I will be speaking with my son and his girlfriend about a family issue. Yes, sir. Major. The young man said, rising from his desk and leaving the trio. Good lad. I had Jones here the day of the attack. He was useless, so I sent him back to the base. Let him be Dunwood's problem. Malcolm said once they were alone. So, you want us to have our permits to carry in public? Peter said to his father. Malcolm nodded. I do. That stick of yours isn't much use at the moment in a fight. Once you've had some training, you'll be able to rely on it more, but for now I want my son to be able to defend himself. Malcolm then turned to Genevieve. That goes for you as well. What if someone took your hand the way you took that by Ch's hand yesterday? Genevieve nodded. I understand that, Major, but I do not have any experience with mundane weapons. Malcolm grinned. That's why you and Peter are going to use my friend's range to take some lessons. Gregory Marsh is expecting the two of you this evening. He has the paperwork filled out and ready for you. I spoke with my counterpart on your side, Genevieve, and he procured identification for you. It'll be waiting with your papers. Mr. Marsh knows about magic? Peter asked. Malcolm chuckled. He's a wizard himself. He's been working with me for years, making sure that the magical guards learn how to use guns just in case. Peter shook his head in disbelief. This has been a crazy series of events. I guess now we need to get Genevieve a gun. I've taken care of that. Call it an early wedding gift. She's got a Browning waiting on her, same as yours. You two go home. I've got some more work to do here before my counterpart gets back from his meeting with Minister Bones. Apparently she's been interrogating some of those bastards. Malcolm led them back to the door leading out to the palace grounds. Dinner, tomorrow night. I want to hear from Gregory that the two of you were crack shots by the time you leave him. Amelia and Tonks left the holding cell once Snape was back in his own. Now safely in her office they could talk. Have you looked at Camilla enough that you could comfortably take her form? She asked the younger woman. I think so. Why? Tonks asked. What's the plan? The plan is to have you contact Nott as Camilla. We'll have a few Aurors go with you for safety's sake, but they'll be disillusioned so he won't know they are there. Then you'll pump him for information. Get everything out that you can. Amelia said. Especially try to get the location of Riddle. He won't give that up. Perhaps not, but if you can keep him talking long enough for us to get something nice and incriminating, then we can bring him to the cell that Pettigrew has vacated in favor of the next great adventure. Amelia said, drawing a file from her desk and opening it. I've got plenty of nebulous connections between Theodore Nott Sr. and the families we have from today's interrogation, but there has to be more. With the pregnancy, my powers have been harder to maintain. It might be safer to get someone to use Polyjuice. Tonks pointed out. Amelia frowned. Perhaps it will. In either case we'll hold off until after Snape has went through her mind. Why are you trusting that git? That is a fair question, Amelia thought as she looked to the young metamorphagus. Simply put, I don't trust him. However, he's useful, and by using him, I don't have to make a request for a ministry legilimens. Do you think he'll give you honest information? Tonks asked. I mean, I'm reasonably sure the stuff from Wormtail was good, but what about with her? Either he gives us good information, or he'll find himself behind the same grocery store as Albus. Amelia said with a little grin tracing her features. Apolline squeezed Harry's hand gently as they walked through a park in Muggle London. He had applied a glamour before they had apparated to the leaky cauldron, and so she was currently holding the hand of a wizard in his 40s with dirty owned hair. It's such a lovely day, and we have the whole of it to explore. She said to him, feeling like a schoolgirl on her first date as she moved to walk closer to him. She could feel his magic within her, humming against her own. It was a strange feeling, similar to the feeling she'd had with Jean-Luc, but different enough that it was unique. Harry pulled her to a cart selling ice cream. He looked at the options. I'll have a double scoop of chocolate, and for you apple. She smiled when he used that nickname for her. I think I'll just share with you. She said softly, you don't mind, do you? Of course not, Harry said, paying for the treat and offering her the first lick. Appeline let him hold the cone as she leaned in and licked it. It was an enticing gesture. Harry couldn't help but to lean in and key her. She tasted of chocolate and something else, something he couldn't place, but he knew it would become one of his favorite flavors. They moved to a bench to share their treat. His arm came up and settled behind her, pulling her close against him. This is nice, she thought as they ate the cone in companionable silence. It was a warm summer day, and somewhere in the park she could hear faint music. She saw a young woman watching her children play on a swing set nearby, and it made Appeline smile, thinking of the day when Harry would be a proud father to his own children. I'm not that old. I'm only a year or so older than Narcissa. There's no reason I couldn't give him another child. She leaned over and kissed his cheek softly. She moved closer to his ear. Will you take me to a hotel tonight? She whispered into his ear. I wish to be yours tonight, and I don't want to share the experience. Camilla was well and truly screwed. She knew this, having seen the corpse of Wormtail slumped in his chair, the silver hand still squeezing his throat even now had told her that much. Snape was sitting in his own cell, looking much more comfortable than he had before. Bastard is probably going to get off thinking about raping my mind. It wasn't supposed to be like this. She was supposed to have been rewarded beyond her wildest dreams for getting them into the castle. But now all she had to show for her attempt at glory was a thin, piss-stained mattress and a ruined hand. She looked down miserably at the still blackened, mangled flesh. It had been healed to the point where it didn't hurt so much anymore, but she would never be able to use this hand again. Even if she managed to see a real healer, they'd never be able to fix the damage done. I suppose if I get out of here I'll need to learn to use my left hand for my wand. Suddenly the doors opened and Amelia and the pink-haired Auror reappeared. Auror Potter Black, please bring Severus over here and give him his wand. Amelia said, walking to Camilla's door. Ms. Bowles, I do hope you are enjoying your stay. Hopefully you're enjoying it enough that you want to thank your hostess by telling her every little thing about your master and his plans. Amelia said as she was rejoined at the door by Snape and Tonks. Minister, I don't know what you think I know. But I assure you, I was only brought on as a consultant to help get the Death Eaters into the palace. That was all, Camilla said, raising her non-ruined hand in a placating gesture. Severus, if you please, Amelia said, flicking her wand at the cell and allowing the door to open. Snape strode inside and touched his wand to her temple. This is uncomfortable. No, it's painful. It's very, very painful. Camilla groaned as she felt her mental defenses being battered by Snape. She's telling the truth, Minister. She wasn't deemed important enough to be given any serious information. Snape said, sounding almost disappointed by the fact. Damn. Well, in that case, let's put you back in your cell. Severus, you've done well. There may be a job for you here as my legilimens. It would keep you out of Azkaban, provided you continue to show this level of dedication to the job of keeping Riddle from gaining power. Amelia said as the door locked behind Snape. What do you think? Would I still be in this cell? For now, yes. Do remember that as far as the outside world is concerned, you are being held until your trial. However, given the proper oaths, I could be convinced to allow you to go home with an Auror guarding it at all times, of course. Amelia said, it's a better offer than you'd get otherwise. Rita Skeeter was practically salivating over the letter she received from Narcissa Malfoy. Harry being knighted is one thing. That'll sell papers easily enough, but helping to save the Queen of England from Death Eaters. Rita, my girl, you are going to be the most famous journalist in Britain. Hell, maybe the world. Looking over the letter, she began to write her first draft. The Boy Who Saved the Queen. By Rita Skeeter. At Buckingham Palace there was a scene of near tragedy. Harry Potter Black, the chosen one, was at hand for a ceremony making him a knight bachelor. That is right, it is now Sir Harry, Knight and Protector of the Crown. The near tragedy of which your dauntless reporter referenced came in the form of an attack on Buckingham Palace by Death Eaters. Sadly, Prince Charles was murdered by the killing curse. The Queen, however, survived thanks to the efforts of the assembled Potter Blacks and their friends. Could Harry Potter Black find himself in line for the throne? Who knows? The current person next in line is Prince Andrew, but who's to say if the Queen wouldn't decide that Harry, Magical Britain's most famous orphan, would make a fine addition to the royal family? For more information on the title of Knight Bachelor, please turn to page 3. For more information on the lines of succession for the royal family, please turn to page 4. Rita placed the article in the outbox. As it turned into an airplane and flew away to the printing office, she chuckled softly. This will make a fantastic chapter in The Life and Times of Harry Potter Black. Harry was good for her business. Plus, if he ended up saving the world from a madman, then she would be happy to be the source for exclusive interviews with the savior of the world. The next day found the occupants of Shell Cottage preparing for their own trip to Diagon Alley. Arthur Weasley would be there along with Mafalda in a few hours. Ron found that he didn't mind his future stepmother as much as he thought he would. At least it's one less witch trying to become a Potter Black. Ginny, on the other hand, hated Mafalda. She hated her father for betraying her mother, and she hated Mafalda for being the other woman. But if she didn't play nice, she wouldn't be going to Hogwarts, and she needed to go to Hogwarts. The Amortentia was brewed and resting safely in her trunk. All they needed was to sneak it into Harry and Hermione's food. The morning owl arrived with Aunt Muriel's copy of the Daily Prophet. Ginny, seeing a picture of Harry surrounded by his wives, glared and opened the paper. Outside the cottage, a pair of seabirds were fighting over a bit of fish that had washed ashore. Suddenly the quiet was broken by an ear-piercing shriek that caused the birds to abandon their meal in favor of being literally anywhere else. Tonks stood in the pub in Knockturn Alley disguised as Camilla. She didn't like this. She knew that there were 5 oars hidden in the pub with her. She also knew that there was a rapidly growing baby inside of her, and if not even breathed wrong, she would leave him growing new limbs just so she could remove them. How did I get talked into this? That thought had raced through her mind several times at this point as she looked at the pint she had ordered. She covertly vanished the contents of the mug, her eyes watching the entrance. Finally she saw her target. Cousin. Last I heard you were a guest of the ministry. How'd you get free? Nott said as he moved to stand beside her. Remember Tonks, haughty, I stonewalled them. They were not prepared for the kind of mental defenses a member of our family possesses. As far as they know, I was in my chamber when the guests arrived, and the death of Charles was an accident. The killing curse I shot out was meant to hit a Death Eater, but went unfortunately astray. Tonks's Camilla smiled unpleasantly. I made the minister herself offer an official apology for the damage done to my hand. They are paying for a healer of my choice to fix all the damage. Needless to say, the quote from the one I chose was roughly 3 times more than it will cost. Clever girl. You've got more of a taste for this sort of thing than I thought. Nott said, smirking. So, I assume that means you'll be free to take your place back at the palace. The Queen tore strips out of the minister, in the most official way possible, of course. Of course. She said that if I didn't have full use of my hand by the end of the week, she would raise hellfire upon everyone in the ministry. Crazy old Bi.ch wants to use her Muggle army to level the alley. Tonks, as Camilla said, the statement drawing a surprised quirk of the eyebrows from the Death Eater. The Dark Lord will be interested in that. If we can allow that attack to happen, it will be all the easier to fill the void left by the destruction of those idiots. Nott said, you've been very busy working for our cause, dear cousin. The Dark Lord is sure to reward you. I would hope so. Any word on your end? Nothing new yet. The Dark Lord is angry, of course, about the failure of the attack and the lack of chaos it caused. Nott frowned. Your news might be the only good news we have to offer him. There was one thing. What's that? He's been in contact with the vampires. Putting out feelers to get them to join up. Nott rolled his eyes. Fancy Ponces haven't made any real decisions yet. We're sending a bunch of muggles from the Wiltshire safe house to an enclave there for incentive. That's it. Tonks let her glamour drop as she drew her wand on Nott. Knott's look of surprise swiftly turned to rage. He went for his own wand only to stop when the oars revealed themselves. Theodore Knott, you are under arrest for supporting the dark wizard Tom Riddle. Tonks said as Kingsley stunned him. Take him to the boss lady's shack, tell her I'm exhausted and I'm going home. Tonks apparated away to the manor, leaving Kingsley the task of transporting the prisoner. At the ministry, Severus Snape found himself sitting in one of the private interrogation rooms with Amelia and a grey-cloaked unspeakable. On the table sat a small vial of veritaserum. Severus, if you'll allow this final period of questioning, I will allow you your freedom as well as the job of personal interrogator for the Death Eaters we capture. The unspeakable here is merely acting as an impartial observer to make sure that I don't do anything that would make the ministry look bad. Snape thought for a moment and then nodded. Very well, Minister Bones. I consent to this questioning. 4 drops of veritaserum later, Amelia began her questioning. What are your plans if given freedom? Amelia asked the man before her. Snape looked as if he was trying to fight the potion, but to no avail. I will perform the duties assigned to me until I find one of the Death Eaters in the inner circle, not the idiots I told you about, but the ones who matter. I will take the knowledge I need from them, and once back at Spinner's End, I will kill the Auror assigned to guard me and then go join the Dark Lord again. Amelia sighed softly. I had a feeling you would say something like that, Avada Kedavra. The killing curse struck home and Severus Snape was no more. The gray-robed person sitting beside Amelia removed their hood, revealing that it had been Bellatrix. Well, I did warn you. That you did. Pity. I was willing to give him the chance, but he was not prepared to work with us. Amelia rose, putting her wand away. I'll have the Aurors clean this up. The official paperwork will say that he went for my wand. You are much more direct than Fudge ever was. Bellatrix said with a little grin tracing her lips. Amelia returned it. He threatened my family. If he'd have had his way, Harry would have never been born. In a small alleyway behind a grocery store named Sainsbury's in Camden, an old man in tattered clothing looked through the dumpsters for food. He was a strange-looking sort. A long white beard hung down to his chest, and with the way his clothing resembled a long bathrobe, the people in the area had taken to calling him Merlin. Foolish muggles, I am the greatest wizard since Merlin. I'll find a way to break the bond on my magic. If that wretched Squib Pruitt could do it, I know that I can. Albus Dumbledore gritted his teeth as he saw his beard resting in a puddle of what he dearly hoped was spilled chocolate sauce. Oi, Merlin, get out of there! Came a shout as a clerk came from the back door with a broom in his hand. Go on. Off with ya. Albus instinctively reached for his wand, forgetting for a moment that it wasn't there. The clerk thrust the broom at the old vagrant. He rolled his eyes when he heard Merlin call him a muggle, whatever the hell that means. The broom connected with the old man's face, pushing him slightly. The clerk watched as the old man turned and strode away, doing his best to look dignified with his beard covered in an unidentifiable brown sludge. They don't pay me enough to deal with these things. The clerk thought as he turned and went back into the shop. Albus fumed as he rounded the corner. He hadn't eaten all morning. Perhaps I should go to that shelter and get a sandwich. You can't plot vengeance on an empty stomach after all. And he wanted that vengeance. Albus knew he would find a way to regain his magic, and when he did, he would show them all. From the stoop of her client's house, a red-haired cleaning woman watched a strangely familiar-looking old man ranting to himself as he wandered down the road. She frowned, trying to recall why he looked so familiar. She saw a couple walking in the opposite direction. The woman was tall and owned, and the boy by her side also triggered a strange familiarity in the cleaning lady. If I had a daughter, I'd do everything I could to get him to marry her. A boy like that looks like he's got it on the ball. Once past the woman, Harry turned to Apolline. The Vila looked as if she was going to start laughing when Harry stopped her by gently squeezing her hand. So Molly No Name ended up a muggle housekeeper, she said quietly. I could only imagine one end more fitting for the by.ch who tried to hurt my daughter. Let me guess, a trip through the veil. Harry said, chuckling quietly. Apolline smiled down to the young man she had spent the evening with. How'd you guess? Harry shrugged. It would be what she deserved, but I wouldn't want to do that to Sirius. Somewhere in the afterlife, a dark-haired man dropped to his knees in thanks to the young wizard's statement. Tonks arrived at the manor and decided that she was going to lie down, and if anyone asked why she was home already, she would hex them. She was exhausted. Holding the form of Camilla had been more of a chore than anything she'd done since learning how to control her abilities. Rhiannon watched her steps and without a word rose to follow her girlfriend. Tonks turned and seeing it was Rhiannon, her frown faded away. Watch her, Why do you look so tired? Rhiannon asked, getting straight to the point. Tonks sighed. Amelia had me play the part of a Death Eater to lure another one out. Holding that form took it out of me. So I decided to come home and get a nap. Teddy didn't like you changing faces, I take it. He did not. I feel fine, so I'm not worried that I squeezed him into a pretzel shape, but he has been doing some moving, she said, placing a hand on the small bulge in her stomach. Rhiannon looked to her. Your mum and Narcissa are up in the nursery. I'll get her to take a look at you just to be sure. Rhiannon turned and walked away before Tonks could stop her. Damn it, she thought, her frown returning as she entered their room and sat on the bed. Kicking off her shoes, she lay back on the mattress. At least we got the bastard and we know the next plan. Vampire enclaves are notorious for keeping out of things like this. But if they get offered a good enough deal, at least a few will join. She stifled a groan as she saw her mother at the doorway. Rhiannon told me that you weren't feeling well, Andromeda said, walking into the room and drawing her wand. Tonks glared at the werewolf standing behind her mother. I'm fine, Mum. I just overdid it a little. Andromeda frowned. You overdid it a lot. The baby is fine, but you, my dear, are going to stay in this bed for the rest of the day. Tonks put her head back down on the pillow and muttered as her mother left the room. Andromeda paused and looked at Rhiannon. Keep an eye on her. If she wants something, just call for Dobby, Creature, or Winky. Harry returned back to the manor with Apolline that evening just in time to find Andromeda, Amelia, and Tonks having a rather heated discussion. Did you have my pregnant daughter transform herself so that a known Death Eater would speak to her in the hopes of getting information? Andromeda asked Amelia, the fury in her voice evident. Mum, I chose this. If you're going to be mad at someone, then be mad at me. Tonks said, I knew the risks when I agreed to the plan. Oh, trust me, Nymphadora, I am mad at you too. Do you know how lucky you are that he didn't draw his wand first? Andromeda said, rounding on her daughter. Get back to bed. I told you I didn't want you to move from that spot until tomorrow. Amelia looked to Andromeda. If we hadn't done this, we would not have found out about the Wiltshire Vampire Enclave. Thanks to your daughter, we were able to save those muggles. If I were still the DMLE director, I would have made her head or for it. You're a bloody hero, she said to Tonks. Andromeda sighed and turned back to her daughter. I'm sorry, it's just the idea of you being in danger like that while pregnant terrifies me. Tonks smiled to her mother. I get it, Mum, I do. But Teddy is fine, I'm fine, and 6 people got rescued. I'd call it a good day. She drew her mother into a hug. Consider this my last bit of excitement before I start at Hogwarts. You realize, Dora, that you just jinxed us, right? Harry said as he came into the room, dotting her cheek softly. Tonks grinned and pulled him closer so that she could her husband more fully. Maybe I did, Hubs, but at least that means the last little bit of your summer vacation will be fun. The loss of support from the Wiltshire vampires was negligible. Voldemort knew that they were at best only going to be allies if they thought he was winning. The real issue was the loss of the safe house. He paced in his throne room. The Malfoy Manor had been a better, more opulent fit for him, but he'd lost that to Potter. He'd attacked the very Queen of England and she had been saved thanks to the efforts of Potter. When he'd received news of the loss of the Wiltshire safe house, he had been furious. Nagini had fed well on the still twitching corpse of Gregory Goyle. The safe house was supposed to be just that. Safe. No one was supposed to know where it was. So how then had a bunch of squib soldiers from the Muggle Ministry found them? There had been Aurors as well. Goyle had seen Mad-Eye Moody leading the soldiers into battle along with a group of Aurors who offered support in the form of shield charms. At first it was comical. Everyone knew that Muggle weapons were incapable of penetrating a wizard's shields. Crabbe had been the first one to come out, throwing a Bombarda Maxima at the Aurors. The combined shields batted the explosion away, sending it into a nearby tree. Then the Muggles fired their weapons. Their weapons pierced Krob's shield and then his head, exploding the hulking Death Eater's skull in a fine pink mist. Now the Death Eaters knew they could be hurt. The fight was relatively short, but it was bloody. One Auror, Goyle believed it was Roberts, was killed by an organ-expelling curse. Another one died from a cutting curse to the throat. The real danger had been the Muggles though. Their bullets burned even when they weren't lethal shots. In due time the Death Eaters tried to escape only to find that the Aurors had put up anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards. Now all they could do was run and hope they hit the ward barrier. The soldiers had been moving, fanning out and surrounding the safe house. As the Death Eaters ran they were picked off one by one. Goyle had gotten lucky. He'd managed to kill the Muggle soldier before he'd gotten a shot off. He'd been hit once. It had hurt worse than nearly any curse he'd ever felt. His magic felt sluggish. Luckily his curse still had enough power to crush the soldier's throat. Goyle made it to the barrier. Before he apparated away he saw the Muggles being rescued and a winged dagger being projected into the sky as the safe house burnt to the ground. Voldemort looked at the bullet he had summoned from Goyle. Keeping it suspended above his hand he could feel it drinking the ambient magic around him. He frowned. This could be a danger to my control over these idiots. He banished it with a flick of his wand and sat in his throne. If the Muggles and the Aurors were working together he would need to find a way to drive them back apart. He needed something to make them hate each other. Perhaps I should look into summoning corpses. A few shambling horrors could sicken the Muggles. Peter and Genevieve left the range exhausted. Gregory Marsh is a South Dot Avenue driver. Genevieve said, rubbing her shoulder as she leaned against Peter. Yeah, that's why he and the Major are friends. When I was first learning how to use my Browning, my dad wouldn't let me stop practicing until I could draw it from the holster and hit the target in one motion. Then when I got that he made me start hitting the center of the target. Peter moved her hand and began to rub her shoulders for her. Neither of us are in the mood to cook, so why don't we get some dinner out on the town tonight? He said, his breath close to her ear. Genevieve managed to control the small shudder of delight as she felt his breath so close to her ear. I like that idea. The idea of being a free woman again was astounding to her. But here she was, no threat of being sent to Azkaban. Apolline had came to see them that morning before she and Peter had left to meet the Major. Genevieve, I have spoken to Harry and we would like to give you something in recognition for saving Gabrielle from that horrible woman. Apolline held out an envelope to Genevieve. She opened it and found a deed. Reading it Genevieve felt tears start to well in her eyes. This is the deed to Lalaurie Manor. She said in disbelief. Apolline nodded. It is yours again. Harry has arranged with Director Lamille to have any dark artifacts removed. Peter will be able to take ownership of it. They are finished. So Peter owns the manor. Genevieve said. Then why give the deed to me? Apolline smirked. Do you really think you won't end up married to the man? Genevieve smiled at the memory. Now that she was a free woman there wasn't anything that stood in their way if they wanted to make their relationship permanent. She took his hand as they stood at the curb waiting for the taxi Peter had called before leaving the range. She squeezed it gently, causing him to look at her and smile. The witch named Hedwig, formerly known as Alexandra, had accompanied Apolline. She had been speaking to Peter while she and Apolline were talking. I had another memory. Hedwig said. It came from reading your mother's letter to me. I broke Albert Pruitt's nose. She said, a smile forming. He was a drunken lout and when I found out that he'd arranged to have you sent away I punched him in his swollen red nose. Peter chuckled. I will say, I much prefer my adopted parents over my birth ones. Martha seemed remorseful. I remember her crying when I was there. Hedwig said quietly. I think she did love you, and she was sorry. That is keeping with the letter she left for me. She kept writing about us as if she expected you to find me and bring me back. He said softly. She said that if you were with me, either as my wife or my friend, that I should let you know how sorry she was. She said the same thing in my letter. I think she would have accepted us, even if we would have had to elope first. Hedwig said, a smile tracing her lips. Do you remember our first key? She asked him. I think I do. I remember. He said softly, if things had went differently. She nodded. We'd probably either both be dead or have a child the same age as Harry running around. Peter looked at her. I've seen the way you look at him when you two are together. You've joined his coven, haven't you? Hedwig nodded. I feel connected to him. Part of that has to be because I was his owl for so long, but the rest of it, it's different. He's a lucky young man. You tell him I said that. Peter told her. Before looking over at Genevieve and Apolline, I'm pretty lucky myself. Peter and Genevieve were in the cab now, on their way to a restaurant he knew of back in Highgate. You'll like the place, I think. Its name is Cote Brasserie. She smiled and squeezed his hand. A French restaurant. You must be trying to ease yourself into life with a French woman. She teased him. Peter shrugged. I figure if we're going to eventually be living in LaLaurie Manor, I should get used to the food. Peter Davis, French citizen, I like the sound of that. She said, leaning into his side. Peter brought her hand up and added softly, what about the name Peter LaLaurie? She turned to look at him. You would give up your name? He nodded. I don't remember much of being a Pruitt. Davis is already a wizarding family, and I'm not in that one. So why wouldn't I take your name? She ed him gently. Is that a proposal? She asked quietly, not willing to move her lips from his any farther than she needed to. It is, if you say yes. He responded. Will you let me become Mr. LaLaurie? She ed her again, and this time the didn't break until they arrived at the restaurant. Peter and Genevieve weren't the only ones out on the town tonight. Harry and Bellatrix had decided to slip away from the manor and find their own entertainment for the night. They decided to have their meal in a restaurant in Diagon Alley rather than in a Muggle restaurant for once. Table for two, please, and preferably near a window. Sir Harry and I would like a view with our dinner. Bellatrix said to the hostess, who quickly realized just who had walked into her workplace. Right away, Lady Potter Black. She said, nearly saluting as she led the couple to a table beside a large bay window overlooking the alley. Harry held the chair for his wife. You didn't have to use the Sir Harry thing, Bella. She grinned. I know, but it was fun. I finally get to go out and about, so why not throw your weight around a little? She teased him. Dinner was a quiet affair, all things considered. The owner had came out to shake Harry's hand, promising that anything he and Bellatrix wanted was on the house. After that interruption to their dinner, no one besides the waitress came to see them. Harry chuckled as they ate in relative peace. I think you still frighten them. Good. Bellatrix said, the falsely haughty look Harry had come to know as her joking expression etched on her face. So, what are your plans while I'm in Hogwarts? He asked her. She took a sip of her water. The same as before, really. Sissy has found a cottage in Hogsmeade and made an offer to the owners. I don't like the idea of being all the way in Wiltshire while you're in Scotland. Besides, when James is a young man, we can give it to him as a graduation gift. I'm pretty sure he'll have had enough of Hogsmeade by then. Harry said with a small grin. Bellatrix cut into her chicken. Perhaps, but at that point he can sell the cottage and use that money to open the apothecary he had in my dream. Harry and Narcissa sat in the Potter Black office at the ministry. He knew that Narcissa had invited the heads of several families to discuss alliances. He also knew that they wanted marriages for their daughters. That wasn't what he wanted, however. He had all the women in his life that he wanted. Narcissa was trying to make him understand. Harry, please listen to me. We need these alliances. Currently it is only myself and Augusta Longbottom that are working for our family's interests. I swore that I would make our family strong, that I would make our name one that no one would stand against. I'm not getting married to anyone outside of the coven. I love you all. I don't want to bring someone in that I don't love. He looked at her for a moment. I thought you of all people would understand how awful the idea of a political marriage is. I'm not asking for you to marry anyone else, Harry. I am thinking more about future marriages. Narcissa said. Harry looked at her for a moment. So, you would trap our daughter like you were trapped? Like Bellatrix was trapped? Do you want Lilith Ann to run away from us the same way that Andromeda ran from the Black family? The hurt look on her face said it all. Narcissa straightened her shoulders. Very well then. You can meet with the families. As I am apparently not doing a good enough job, perhaps you can find a new seneschal as well. Narcissa strode away from him, slamming the door hard enough that a portrait of Fleemont Potter came crashing down, causing the wizard inside to scramble into another portrait. Narcissa didn't bother hiding the tears in her eyes as she apparated back to the manor. Harry doesn't trust me to do the job I swore to him that I would do, and how dare he bring up my marriage to Lucius. It was sheer luck that kept anyone at the manor from seeing her as she stormed up to her bedroom and locked the door with a flick of her wand. Was it merely a few moments or an hour before she heard Harry's frantic voice calling for her? Must want me to look like an A.S. in front of the families instead of him. She thought bitterly as she cast a silencing charm on the door. The only other occupant in the house at that time was Rhiannon. She came from the training room after hearing Harry shouting for Narcissa. "What is it?" she asked him, rushing to his side. "I thought Narcissa was with you. Why are you shouting for her?" "We had an argument. She left and this was the only place I could think to look for her," Harry said. "What if someone has her? He looks terrified," she thought as she looked at her alpha and lover. "Hang on a second, I'll see if she's here," Rhiannon said, taking a deep breath. "I can smell her. Narcissa, are you here?" she called out, before taking another breath and following the scent trail. In her room, Narcissa sat at her vanity, mindlessly brushing her hair, trying to calm her nerves. "Harry compared me to my mother and Aunt Walburga," she sighed, pausing halfway through the 75th stroke of the brush. "Is he right? Are there any better options than offers of marriage for our future children?" Narcissa had been at Hogwarts when she heard about Andromeda being struck from the family tapestry by Aunt Walburga. The very idea that her sister would choose to abandon her family for a Muggleborn was nearly impossible for her. She would do better, she swore. Lucius was a pig. They fought constantly, or rather she tried to fight him constantly. He disregarded everything she said, claiming that he knew what was best for their family. She called him a ponce. He slapped her hard enough to split her lip. She remembered her other sister. Bellatrix had been in love with James Potter right up until her mother and aunt had gotten her to sign the papers that made her the bride of Rodolphus Lestrange. Then she was like a different person. She barely spoke to anyone after that. Narcissa swore that she would never put her child in that position. But here she was, ready to promise Lilith Ann and any other Potter black children to the families she wished to form an alliance with. She heard the soft knock on her door. She reached over with her wand and released the locking charm. Rhiannon opened the door, relief coloring her features. "Thanks, sirs, you're here. Harry is looking for me, I take it," she said softly. "Please send him up." Rhiannon didn't leave. "Are you all right, Narcissa?" she asked. The older bee owned which side. "No, I am not. I broke a promise that I made to my unborn child 20 years before I met her father." "What do you mean?" "I swore that I would never act like my mother or my aunt. That I would never treat my child as a commodity. But when the time came to forge alliances, the first things I thought of was betrothal documents for our children." Narcissa felt the tears sting her eyes, and when Harry refused to hear of it, "I got angry and came here," she sighed softly, "and now he probably hates me." "I don't hate you, sissy. I could never do that." Harry stood in the doorway. "You, more than anyone else, saved my life that night." He moved from the doorway to her side. "But I was prepared to treat our child the way Mother and Aunt Walburga treated my sisters and I," she said quietly. "I'm sorry. I just couldn't think of a better way to form an alliance than through the old ways. Then let's make some new ways. I've asked the families to wait for us to return. We'll think of something that will hopefully make all the parties involved happy," Harry told her, taking her hand and helping her up. Narcissa looked at her husband and then at him softly. "I swear to you, on my life and my magic, I will never force our children into a marriage they do not want." Peter sat down at his computer ready to begin his workday. "I'm beginning it 4 hours later than normal. But that's because I had to try turning a matchstick into a needle," he thought as he powered on his computer. Thanks to the removal of Dumbledore's vault, Peter no longer had to worry about someone siphoning funds from the Potter Black account. Now he was working on turning the entire Potter Black estate into an at least somewhat easy to read document for Harry and his wives. In their bedroom, Genevieve was changing into a clean set of robes. Peter had experienced that most common of magical accidents during his practice today. He'd accidentally scorched the hem of her robes. She chuckled softly, looking at the now ragged edge of her robes. I'll need to send these off to Madame Malkin's. Peter was making good progress, she felt. Admittedly, his control over his magic would probably never be as good as an adult of the same age who'd had time to learn as a child, but Genevieve was certain that he would learn in time. She looked at her clothes, deciding to go with a light blue set of robes. They reminded her of her robes from her days at Beauxbatons. If Peter and I do go back to France, if we have a child, they will be taught there. That idea made her think back to the dream she'd had a few weeks ago. Me, a mother, who would have ever thought? She looked down at her stomach. She and Peter hadn't used protection. She hadn't cast the charm or used the potion since arriving in London, at first because she'd had no reason to. Now she found herself hoping that she would find herself carrying new life within her. He offered to take my name to become Peter Lalaurie. She leaned back against the wall, smiling at the memory. It was incredible to her, the idea that someone like Peter could be in her life. So Peter, Constance began, will you end up moving to France? I'm not sure yet. Genevieve wants to move back. She believes we'd be safer there, Peter said, but I've got my work here somehow. I doubt a 300-year-old wizarding manor is set up for electricity and an internet connection. I'll move past that statement and we'll both pretend I know what the internet is. If you mean Muggle technology, then you could always hire someone to build a separate building to act as an office for you. She pointed out, you build that, then contract Gringotts, Paris branch toward the thing against stray magic. That's a wonderful suggestion, Constance, Genevieve said, coming from the room redressed in her blue robes. You could have your own little bit of the Muggle world while surrounded by magic. All right, I'm convinced. Now all we have to do is figure out who's going to tell my parents. Peter said, turning from his screen and rising, standing beside Genevieve. The best way to do that is when you tell them that we are getting married. Genevieve replied, of course, before that we must go and find an appropriate ring. Oh no, you aren't going shopping for your own engagement ring. Constance said, drawing her wand. I'm sending a message to Doris. This is a job for the both of us. One to escort Peter, dibs by the way, and one to stay here in case of an emergency. What sort of emergency? Peter asked as Constance sent out her messenger Patronus. Constance grinned, like her not getting to see you put the ring on Genevieve's finger. Needless to say, the meeting between the Potter Black family and the other potential members of the Alliance did not start on a good foot. Narcissa took her place beside Harry, who placed his hand on hers for support, and focused on the assembled group. First thing I must tell you, my Lord Potter Black and I have discussed it, and we will not be willing to form this alliance on the basis of marriages. She said firmly. We are prepared to make your houses vassals to ours, as well as make any orphaned children wards of House Potter Black, should anything happen. That is unacceptable. The Patel family will not be made the underlings of a boy and his collection of witches. Arjun Patel stated. House Abbott is willing to continue with our potential alliance, provided House Potter Black can offer a worthy price. Helena Abbott said. Hannah does have more than a passing interest in the heir of House Longbottom. That's squib. Nathaniel Davis laughed. She can have him. Lord Davis, if you ever insult my friend Neville like that again, I promise you, sir, that I will be more than happy to show you precisely how I managed to defeat Lucius Malfoy, Alain Renard, and Aubrey Mentures. Harry said evenly. Neville Longbottom is one of the bravest wizards I have ever met. I fear we are getting away from the point of this meeting. House Potter Black has several businesses in the Muggle and magical worlds. Businesses that either provide a service that your own businesses do not, or provide one that yours use on a regular basis. In exchange for joining the alliance, we are prepared to offer our services at cost, and in the case of providing services to customers that you do not, we will allow you to use our locations as well. Narcissa said, pulling out documents and handing a copy to each of her guests. House Patel is known for their wand groves and greenhouses. House Potter Black has a wand grove in Germany that we are prepared to offer you cuttings from. Twigs will not gain my loyalty, Lady Potter Black, Arjun said. My daughters do not have prospects thus far. They need a man who will keep them protected. I've offered to make your house a vassal. Harry said. That doesn't mean that I'm your boss. It means that if someone attacks you, it is the same as attacking me, and that I pledge to bring the full might of our alliance against them. My girls have both spoken of you, Lord Potter Black. Edwin Greengrass said, Daphne is in your year and is good friends with Pansy Parkinson. I know her. She's usually the hand that's up a split second after Hermione's, Harry replied. If you are willing to take her and Astoria in as wards, should something happen then House Greengrass will stand with you. Edwin said, offering his hand to Harry. Harry shook the hand. Welcome to the alliance, Lord Greengrass. Narcissa smiled as she looked at her parchment. With the exception of Lord Davis, everything seems to be going well. He'll come around in time. The man's a pig, but he knows value when he sees it. It was business that tied House Potter Black to the others. House Greengrass became a vassal alongside House Abbott. Arjun Patel had still been mostly noncommittal regarding if he would join, and Davis was still trying to throw his weight around. If he thinks that he's going to take Harry's place in the alliance, then he has another thing coming. The biggest surprise had been just as Harry and Narcissa were preparing to leave for the day. Hestia and Flora Caro had came to see them. You got our owl, he came back without the letter we gave him. Hestia said. So, will you make you wards? Harry asked, wanting confirmation. Yes. Flora replied. It's pretty simple. You make us wards, we get to continue our education free from the control of our parents' master, and in exchange we'll be your women on the inside for Slytherin. Women on the inside? Harry asked. What do you mean by that? I have Pansy in Slytherin house. Yeah, and she's fine as far as your year or below are concerned, but what about the older students? Hestia said, you need someone who doesn't have a 10 o'clock bedtime. Narcissa had suggested taking them up on the offer, at least to keep them from being forced into Voldemort's clutches. Now they were nominally Hestia and Flora Potter Black, and Narcissa could tell they much preferred that over being Hestia and Flora Caro. The crowd standing at the Hogwarts Express seemed larger than normal. Partially that was due to the Potter Black family and their assorted hangers-on. Harry Key. Ed the wives that were not riding on the train goodbye. Bellatrix held onto him until the train blew its first warning whistle. I'll see you soon, Harry. We'll have everything moved into the cottage by the time you get to Hogwarts. It will have a flow, so you can come see us whenever you are free. Bellatrix didn't look happy about her husband leaving them. She keyed him a final time. I love you, Harry. I love you too, Bella. He said softly, before getting onto the train. She watched with the other wives as the train pulled away. I swear, Harry Potter Black, if you are not in my bed tonight, I will tear that castle apart brick by brick. On the train, it was easy for the casual observer to tell which compartment was Harry's. His was the one with an adult witch standing at the door, fingering her wand. Rhiannon knew that she was being stupid, but he did face Dementors in his third year. Who knows what might show up this time around. In the compartment, Harry sat with Luna, Hestia, Flora, and the Greengrass sisters. Opposite them sat Hannah Abbott, Susan, and Pansy. So, McGonagall made you a prefect. Hestia said to Harry, good on you. James Potter was a terror back during the First War. My dad had a scar where he hit him with a bone crusher during a fight. I need to thank you for that one day. He deserves it. Harry is one of the bravest people I've ever met. Susan said simply. He stood up for Hermione, saved her from a troll during our first year, and when he married Bellatrix and everyone thought she was still a Death Eater, he was willing to stand up to his friends. Pansy smiled at the compliment Susan paid to their boyfriend. Hermione Granger made prefect as well, figures. Not too many people out there that like rules quite as much as that one. Flora pointed out. She likes structure, but I'll have to point out that she flew from Devon to London with Fred and George Weasley this summer. Harry said, stunning the twins. Really? Well then, she might become an honorary snake. Daphne Greengrass said, to which Astoria giggled, a sneaky snake. A sneaky snake, all right, I'll need that one explained. Harry said. Pansy spoke up. We decided that we would form a little group, mostly in case of junior Death Eaters getting ideas. So, it needed a name and we went with Sneaky Snakes because why not? You named your defense group Dumbledore's Army. You can't make fun of ours. Pansy said, sticking her tongue out at Harry. Meanwhile, in the corridor, Rhiannon found herself distracted in the best way possible, well, nearly the best. She thought as she keyed Tonks. Tonks put her arms around her girlfriend, pulling her close. So, How's your first shift at the door? She asked finally. Rhiannon shrugged. Quiet. I've seen the prefects pass by. The lady with the snack cart is due pretty soon. I think I'll snag a chocolate frog. I haven't had one on this train in a very long time. Tonks smiled. Grab two. Teddy is giving me a sweet tooth today. Then she grew serious. I saw the Weasleys. Ginny looks too pleased with herself. Keep an eye on them if you see them. Got it, Tonks. Rhiannon said. There's only one thing about this train that I hate. I can't smoke. You're not going to smoke anymore. Teddy doesn't need his godmother stinking of those things. Tonks said. I especially don't want him growing up thinking he should start up smoking later. All right. You damn harpy. Rhiannon grumbled, but swiftly grinned as Tonks at her again. In their compartment, Ron and Ginny were both making plans. Ginny was thinking of her future as the Lady Potter Black with a grin as she pictured the little bottle of potion sitting inside her trunk. Ron Weasley was thinking of Hermione. The bookworm-made prefect. When I get her back, I'll help her with her patrols. He grinned. I'll help her all the way to an empty classroom and get her to apologize for being with Fred. Lady Potter Black, the power behind the throne. Once he's mine, I'll get him to cast those bints out of the family, then he'll be all mine. Ginny leaned against her seat and let her mind drift as the scenery moved past them. Ginny felt it was an equal partnership. She looked good at his side when they went to society parties, and she was much more acceptable than the old bints he'd been with. So it was only fair that Harry treated her children with Dean Thomas as his own. After all, as far as he knew, they were his. And after all, if something ever happened, then she would be the widow Potter Black. Her children would need a father figure. Dean would make a fine new Lord Potter Black when the time came. She smirked to herself. That was the life she deserved, and she would get everything she deserved. In another compartment, a different witch was thinking along very similar lines. Romilda Vane knew better than to try and slip the potion into Harry Potter's morning pumpkin juice. After all, he's got a bodyguard now. A better choice would be to slip it into something he wouldn't expect. Like a package of cauldron cakes at Valentine's Day. That's perfect. He'll realize he loves me on the most romantic day of the year. Minerva McGonagall looked at the recently opened Lord's Tower. An entire tower for Harry Potter Black and his retainers. He'll need to set up the password once he arrives. She smiled when she walked back out of the towers looking at the portrait. I think he'll enjoy the one Narcissa selected. As she walked away, the figures in the portrait leaned into one another. Do you think he'll be excited? Said the man. He'll either be excited, or think it's strange. But I'm leaning towards excited. Replied the woman. James and Lily Potter stared out at the castle before them. This painting had been done shortly after their marriage, a gift from the Potters. It had been sitting in Gringotts until Peter had finished his inventory of the Potter Black vaults and sent the file to Narcissa by way of a visiting Apolline. Minerva decided to step in and see how her new potions mistress was settling in. She found Andromeda going through the ingredient storage, tossing out-of-date ingredients out and making a list so that she knew what to replace. Everything going well so far, Professor Potter Black? She called, watching as Andromeda jumped slightly, not having known that there was a visitor. What? Oh, Minerva. Yes. It's fine. Just doing some tidying up. Snape left rotten ingredients in a section labeled, Use for Gryffindor classes. So those are all in the bin now. Andromeda said, wiping her hands on the dragonhide apron she had been wearing over her robes. I still can't believe he held such hatred for my house. Minerva said, to which Andromeda scoffed, I don't know how it's hard to believe he was an A.S. and Gryffindor was home to his greatest rival, the woman who scorned him, and their son. A fair point, Minerva thought as she turned from the doorway and walked back out. I need to check on Professor Sinestra next. I want to see if she's prepared for her first day as head of House Slytherin. The trolley had came and went now. Tonks and Rhiannon ate their chocolate frogs in relative silence. Rhiannon noticed a red-haired girl staring daggers at them before ducking back into her compartment. Tonks, I think I know where Ginny Weasley has been hiding. She said, gesturing towards the compartment she'd seen. Tonks frowned and nodded. I got you, We'll keep an eye on them. The hard part is going to be keeping an eye on them at school. I'll be teaching classes all day, so you'll have to stay beside Harry all the time. I'm sure that will be such a hardship though, she said, nudging her. Rhiannon smirked and planted a chocolate-flavored key. On Tonks, I think I'll manage. I'm not promising I won't pull him into our broom closet though. Tonks, hair turned bright pink. I like the idea we can give him a special, welcome back, tonight. Harry and Hermione finished leading the first years to the Gryffindor Tower. Alright guys, this is your new home for the next few years. If you need help, we are here for you, he told the children as they went up to their dorms. Except that we don't sleep here anymore, Hermione pointed out to him. Harry shrugged. That just means we'll get up early enough that we'll be in the common room when they wake up. Now come on, everyone is going to meet us at the Lord's suite so I can set up a password for them, he said, leading her and Rhiannon out of the tower. The Lord's suite was close to Gryffindor Tower. It had been chosen by Professor McGonagall specifically for that reason. Harry saw the small crowd waiting on them. There was a big smile on Tonks and Andromeda's faces as he came closer. Then he saw the portrait. James and Lily Potter were staring at their son. Harry felt his knees go weak, but he stayed upright. Mum. Dad. Yes, son, it's us. James said to his son. We've been waiting to see you ever since we were brought out of the vault. Narcissa Malfoy. Really? Lily said with a smirk, not to mention Andromeda and her daughter. 3 Vila and Bellatrix. James said, that was the one that got me. I always wondered what happened to her. He didn't just wonder. Lily said with a fond smile to her husband, he worked himself sick trying to find her. I'm just glad she's happy. James said softly, you'll have to bring her up to say hello. This place is too damn small. Bellatrix groused as she flicked her wand at her bed, watching as the sheets moved themselves onto it. It was a cottage, and cottages aren't big. This one though, it seemed particularly small. Or maybe that was just because she was used to the manor now. Still, it's worth it to be so close to Harry, she thought with a smile as she sat down on the bed. She heard his voice from the fireplace. Rising, she went into the living area. Harry's face sat in the fireplace. Bella, I need you to come to the Lord's suite right away. There's something I need to show you, he said, smiling at her as his face retreated. She tossed a handful of powder into the flames and with a quick cry of, Lord's suite, Hogwarts, she vanished, reappearing before her husband. So, what's so important? She asked him, pulling him in for a key. Not that I mind you asking me over, she said, smiling to Harry. I just wanted you to see whom the portrait guarding the entrance is of, Harry said, leading her to the door and then out. Once Bellatrix turned around, her eyes grew wide. James. Hello, Bella. Far from Hogwarts, back in London, Peter and Genevieve were making final preparations to visit the Lalaurie Manor in Alsace. Gringotts Paris had already contracted a construction firm and Peter's office would be built within a few weeks. It would be a small house, rather like a groundskeeper's shack, but that was plenty of room for him to work with. Peter looked over to Genevieve, smiling as she was making a list of subjects she wanted Peter to take courses for. Will I have time in the day for my actual job? He called to her, a teasing smile on his lips. Of course, my love, I'm just working out who to hire for your tutors. It's too bad that Constance and Doris have to stay here in England, or I'd just have them come with us. She replied, to which Doris chuckled, I'm due for retirement. If you want to hire me as a tutor, I could be persuaded. It would be nice to have someone I know, Peter said, to which Genevieve nodded. It would, especially considering my little surprise, she thought, a stray hand going down to her stomach for a moment. Peter didn't know yet, but Genevieve was certain that she was carrying their first child. The idea of being a mother, now that was something she hadn't expected. It was terrifying, and yet the more she thought about that beautiful baby girl she saw in her dreams, the happier she was about it. Peter will be a good father, much better than the one Jeanette and I had. Since she began trying to make amends for the wrongs she'd done to Peter and the others, she had grown more comfortable with her new place in the world. She would do her best to make sure that the child she believed was growing inside her would not make the same mistakes she had. You, my child, will grow up with loving parents. You will be taught right from wrong. You will never feel so trapped by your choices that you would resort to love potions. I can't believe they found this. Bellatrix said, placing a hand on the painting and then pulling it away slowly. Narcissa and Apolline arranged to have us brought here to act as the guardians for Harry's suite. Lily said, I'm surprised they didn't tell you. Knowing Sissy, she wanted to keep it quiet, maybe she wanted to surprise me. Bellatrix said, so, how up to date are you? Our son is lord of 10 different houses, 4 of which are French. He's got a coven of 13 witches, one is Princess Diana, one is an Auror I used to work with, one is her daughter, and from what Andy has told us, he's got the makings of a junior coven as well with all the female students that are coming to him for protection, James said with a fond smile to his son. It's not that many girls, Dad, it's just the Greengrass sisters, the Patel twins, Hannah Abbott, the Caro twins, well, the living Caro twins. Dot and Tracy Davis. Harry said, his eyes starting to grow wider, an act that caused Lily and James to laugh softly. So, 8 young witches. Dot, you know, son, when you were a baby, Dora swore that she would marry you. Maybe you could have just stuck with that. Lily teased, watching as Harry and Tonks both seemed to flush slightly. I didn't meet her again until very recently. Harry said, besides, my life has been one long game of, here's someone you could love, oh wait, no, sorry. Quote. He said, my first friend on the train, Pansy, was given a loyalty potion keyed to Draco Malfoy. My first key. Fleur got a love potion given to her by Bill Weasley under the direction of Albus Dumbledore. It took me what feels like forever to actually be loved, and now I wouldn't ask for anything more. I've got some of the most amazing witches I've ever met at my side. It definitely beats being stuck with the Dursleys. Wait, why were you with the Dursleys? Lily asked. I put in my will that you were supposed to go to the Longbottoms, then Sirius, then Remus, then Andromeda. I found that out after the fact, Mum. Dumbledore kept your wills from being read. I didn't even know I had more than my trust vault until Sirius died. Harry said, needless to say, they aren't a factor anymore. Dudley is in a juvenile facility until he turns 18, then he'll be regular lockup. Vernon Dursley got key. Ed by a Dementor for abusing me, and Aunt Petunia is at St. Mungo's being looked after. What happened to her? Lily was confused by this. Why would my sister be at a magical hospital? Well, she was a witch, then she got her magic bound after she poisoned Dad by accident. Harry began, only to be interrupted by James. I think I'd remember that. Or my sister-in-law being a witch. Dumbledore stole our memories, James. I forgot calling for a house elf and getting you to the infirmary. Apparently, Lily, your former chum Severus, convinced Petunia to use a love potion on James. The recipe he gave her was for a poison. He nearly killed James, and Dumbledore used the opportunity to remove Petunia from our school and our world. That miserable, long-bearded son of a. Lily started, her green eyes flashing in anger. It's okay, Mum. He's been caught and he's rooting around the garbage somewhere in London. Harry told her, calming his mother slightly. The Slytherin common room would not do, Hestia thought as she added yet another charm to the door in front of her. Entirely too many junior woodchuck Death Eaters. A similar thought ran through the minds of Daphne and Astoria Greengrass. They had secured their rooms, though Daphne had also took pity on the firsties and warded their chambers as well. If the older students try to sneak in for a game of torture the first years, they'll get a nasty shock. Still, it was dangerous here, too dangerous. Daphne and Hestia each had the same idea. Before breakfast they would get Harry and then speak with the headmistress. There had to be a better place for them to stay. The next morning arrived and the girls who had named themselves the Sneaky Snakes went to find Harry. Luckily for them, it was an easy task. You just looked for the only adult witch at the Gryffindor table, and sure enough, beside Rhiannon, Harry sat eating his breakfast and talking to Hermione. Harry, we need you to come with us and speak to Professor McGonagall. Flora, the self-appointed leader of the delegation, said to him. Harry swallowed his breakfast, took a long swig of his juice and then rose, Rhiannon rising with him. What's up? He asked her, noticing that the other girls did look very concerned about something. We'll tell you when we speak to McGonagall. Needless to say, we will require a change in our living arrangements. Flora told him. Professor McGonagall was surprised to see them on the second day of the term, but as she would later decide, not nearly as surprised as she should have been. Would you mind repeating that, Miss Caro? Miss Potter Black, my sister and I are wards of House Potter Black. We really don't want to be reminded of our parents if we can help it. Flora said, to which Hestia nodded, but, we've all overheard the students whose families are still on Team Death Eater. They are planning on making our time at Hogwarts very uncomfortable this year, the deadly kind of uncomfortable, so we need to be moved to somewhere safer. I wish I knew where I could put you, but there's no room. Perhaps I could get some of the house elves to watch the Slytherin common room. Minerva said, trying to figure out how best to help her students. Professor, I have an idea, Harry said. I know a place here at Hogwarts where there's plenty of room. Minerva had never been in the Chamber of Secrets before. Really, besides Harry, Gilderoy Lockhart, and two of the Weasley children, no one had in decades. But now she found herself standing in front of a giant basilisk corpse. Harrison James Potter Black, Hermione said softly but in a stern voice, this isn't just a big snake, this is a Class 5X magical creature. Minerva said, her voice a near whisper, you killed one of the most deadly creatures in the known magical world at age 12. I had help and he did technically almost kill me. If Fox hadn't came I would have been dead. Harry said, but the point is, I did kill it. I figure we can harvest the body. Bella says that basilisk venom can destroy nearly anything, including Horcruxes. There's plenty of room down here, so we can just hire Gringotts to send some contractors here to turn the chamber into private quarters for students who need refuge. Very well. I'll make the arrangements. I'll offer them the basilisk, minus the venom. I'll ask Professor Tonks to come down and harvest that. In the meantime, it might be a little confined, but I'll have the elves move your trunks into the Lord's suite. Minerva said, directing the last part of that to the Slytherin girls. There were some issues to using the chamber, Harry found. For starters, how to let the others in when he was in classes. Luckily Hermione had an idea. Use Parseltongue to say, open, she told him as she held her wand to his mouth. Harry complied and then watched as Hermione's wand glowed briefly. She pressed the wand to a small blank runestone. In a flash a sigil appeared on the formerly blank stone. There we go, now I'll activate it, she said, squeezing the stone. Harry heard his voice saying, open, and Hermione smiled as the chamber's entrance revealed itself. Perfect. Now we'll make a copy of this for all the others and then, when they need to get in, they'll just press the stone and then they're in. Potter Black House was the informal name given to the chamber now. Bellatrix had been the one to start that. Fox had appeared, landing on his mistress's shoulder. Bellatrix stroked the bird's head fondly. A phoenix would make a fantastic mascot for our little house, wouldn't it, Fox? The phoenix trilled in the affirmative and Bellatrix had steamrolled onward. Now, as for colors, why not something like black robes with light blue trim? I like that, it'll bring out my eyes. Susan said, how light are we talking for the blue? I like cornflower. Hannah Abbott said, to which Hestia scoffed lightly, that's too light, what about sky blue? Eventually the color was selected, a light turquoise that went well with the black of the robe. Perfect, ladies, I'll make the arrangements with Madame Malkins. When the coven is finalized at Yule, we'll make sure that each of you has a proper robe. We need a house ghost. That came from Luna Lovegood. Harry was the one who made the suggestion of Ning Myrtle. Ning Myrtle had been ecstatic. She had kept trying to hug Harry when he made the offer and had immediately tried to change the colors of her robes. Not that it mattered, as like all the ghosts, her colors were faded to the point where you couldn't tell what they were, but it seemed to make her happy. Your job as house ghost is simple. If anyone tries to come in using a runestone and they aren't supposed to be here, you warn us. Harry said. Myrtle nodded firmly. I'll cry extra loud, it should be heard through the pipes. Then in that case, Ning Myrtle, you are officially the house ghost for Potter Black House. He said, grinning. We have a house ghost, Bellatrix is working on uniforms, and we have a mascot, Harry thought as he took notes in charms. We might actually have our own house one day. Ron Weasley scowled as he saw a group of Slytherins walking with Hermione. Why is she with those damned snakes? She's making it impossible for me to get her alone. He just needed one unguarded moment so he could sneak the love potion to her. Even if he had to petrify her, he could pour the potion down her throat. But he couldn't risk it as long as she was being followed by what felt like half of the Slytherin house. Pansy Parkinson looked back at the furious Ginger and smirked. She knew that he was up to something, so just as they had said on the train, Hermione had become an honorary, sneaky snake. That makes her a sister, and sisters stick together. Over the summer she and Hermione had found they had a few things in common. We both enjoy charms the most out of our core classes, Pansy said. Hermione added, and arithmancy is our favorite elective. There is another similarity, we are both either currently, or formerly in love with Harry. Pansy said, everyone always thought it would be you and him. I know that now, but that moment is gone. I'm with Fred, and that's more than enough for me. Fred is smart, and funny. Hermione said. Doesn't hurt that he's pretty handsome either. Pansy offered, to which her new friend laughed softly. He is, Hermione agreed, I think I'll keep him. Hermione led the little group to Transfiguration Hallway. From here she, Pansy, Daphne, and Tracy would go to their class. Hestia and Flora would lead Astoria and Luna on to charms before going down to the dungeons for potions with Professor Tonks. Andromeda Tonks found that she truly enjoyed being a professor. Her first class had been, appropriately enough, the first year's Slytherin with Gryffindor, because Albus just wanted them to hate each other from the beginning. Still, she made them work together. There were 10 of each, so she put them in groups, one Slytherin to one Gryffindor. Any fights, and it will be 10 points deducted from each house. Whichever team works together the best will receive 15 points for each house. Please note that I didn't say, who made the best potion. Anyone who follows a recipe can make a good potion. I want to see you work with your partner. And, surprisingly enough, it had worked out fairly well. The firsties were too young to really have a grasp on inter-house politics. So they wound up working together better than she had anticipated. The only downside to her day had been gutting a 60-foot-long basilisk corpse. The smell. That was all she could think about as she cut into the now fangless mouth of the giant snake. She had to make tiny incisions with her blade so as not to cut into the venom sac. It was tedious work, and it stunk. Merlin did it stink. The team from Gringotts had been very excited to dismember the snake. Fleur had came with the team to act as a liaison between Gringotts and Harry Potter Black. After all, she was now Curse Breaker Potter Black. She had been very excited to see Harry and had taken him around one of the pillars to give him a good morning key, where no one could see. But everyone could tell what had happened when they saw the flushed faces of Harry and Fleur. Andromeda smiled as she saw Harry and Rhiannon enter the classroom for his first potions class. I think he'll deserve a little detention tonight, she thought to herself as she rose to begin the class. After all, Bella got in to see him last night, it's my turn. Peter finished drafting the agreement for Doris. It was a simple enough thing. She would work at the manor as protection, but she would also serve as one of his tutors. He printed out the paper and then showed it to Genevieve. Bon, this is nearly perfect. But there is one thing. I would like to have you write in the agreement that she will also serve as a guardian to our child. She said, deciding that it was finally time to tell him. Well, of course, I'm sure she'll be fine with wait, what now? He said, freezing. Our child. Yes, Peter. I performed the charm this morning. I am carrying our child. She took his hand and pressed it to her still flat belly. You aren't angry, are you? Peter smiled and rose. Dotting her, of course I'm not angry. He half dragged her into the living room. Constance, send a message to Doris. I've got something big to tell you both. Constance sent the messenger Patronus almost casually. Let me guess, I'm about to win a galleon from Doris. What do you mean? Peter asked. Constance smirked. I bet her a galleon that you two would end up having a baby before you left for France. You'll have to come and visit us. Peter said. I'd hate to lose the few magical friends I have just because I'm moving to France. You could always hire me like you're hiring Doris. Scrimgeour isn't as good at his job as Bones was, that's probably why she still acts like she runs the department. Constance said. What do you think? Peter asked Genevieve. She thought for a moment. I can't imagine saying no to that. Doris arrived with a crack as she apparated into the apartment. Pay up twice, Constance said, smirking. Doris frowned and dug into her pocket for her coin purse. She's pregnant and he offered you a job. Constance's smile said everything for her. The last class for Harry was defense. Tonks had insisted on teaching the students how to dodge the binding rope's hex. Right then, when I call your name, come up and stand here in front of me. I'm going to try and catch you. I won't tell you where the spell's coming from, so it'll be up to you to pay attention. Tonks said, rolling her wand between her fingers. Let's start with Blaise Zabini, she said, scanning the room as an olive-skinned Slytherin stood up. As he made his way to the front of the room, Tonks noted Rhiannon's frown. Makes sense, she thought. This is the son of the family that is most likely responsible for the murder of her mother. Blaise Zabini did poorly. He tried an awkward hop when Tonks fainted, so when the hex caught him, it was in the middle of his chest. Blaise's arms were bound by the magical ropes, leaving his legs still mostly free. She cancelled the hex and went down the list. Right, up next Harry Potter Black. Harry rose, turning slightly red at a catcall from Seamus asking if they used this hex on the honeymoon. Tonks frowned. Detention tonight with Mr. Filch and 30 points from Gryffindor for the comment Finnegan. The look on her face had told him that she was going to enjoy his turn at the end of her wand. Harry looked at the rope-covered form of Seamus Finnegan as he packed his satchel and chuckled. Tonks caught his laugh and cancelled the hex. Get out of here, Finnegan. And you, wait, I want a word. Once the door was shut, Tonks cast a locking charm on it. So, what did you think of your first class with your wise wife? She asked, pulling him in for a key. Tying me up with magic ropes. Seamus was more right than he probably thinks. Harry teased her. Well, I only tied your wrists and that was just so I could have my wicked way with you. Speaking of. Tonks grinned and flicked her wand, tying Harry's hands together. Harry, help me carry our man into my quarters. I think he owes us 4. Well, we'll figure that out later. Rhiannon grinned and grabbed Harry's legs as Tonks lifted him from the front. I can still walk, you know. Harry muttered. Tonks laughed and leaned into him again. Yeah, but this is more fun. Ron rolled his eyes as he worked alone in potions class. Everyone wants to work with Potter or Hermione. He didn't care though, he would show them. This is the year that I show them all that Ron Weasley was the real hero of the Golden Trio. Merlin, Ronald Weasley is an idiot. His potion is a completely different color than everyone else. Andromeda noticed as she went around the room. Mr. Weasley, dump that out and try again. Your potion should thin and tinged yellow. Yours is molasses thick and bright orange. From his place across the potions room with Hermione, Harry watched Ron grumble as he went to empty his third attempt at a purging potion. Hermione had taken over the brewing portion, letting Harry concentrate on chopping and slicing their ingredients. How's the potion? Is it ready to be stirred? He asked. Nearly. It has 3 more minutes of simmering, then 20 clockwise stirs. Let's simmer for 5 minutes, and then 30 counterclockwise stirs. Hermione said, looking at her notes. Neville Longbottom, freed from Snape's constant insults, had managed to do a much better job than normal. His partner, Daphne Greengrass, noted as much. Good job, Neville, we might actually beat Hermione today. He smiled. This is so much better. Professor Tonks actually tries to teach us, rather than expect us to just read the directions. Daphne nodded, then cast her eyes at her former table. Poor Millicent. She's stuck with Not Jr. Millicent Bulstrode did look miserable as she tried to fix the potion that Theodore Not Jr. had ruined by letting it boil rather than simmer. Miss Bulstrode, please empty your cauldron and try again. Mr. Not, perhaps you would be better suited by preparing the ingredients instead of controlling the flame. Andromeda said as she passed by. I'll make sure to give Miss Bulstrode an acceptable today, she's at least trying. Yes, Professor. Millicent said as she rose. When she passed Ron, he pushed past her, knocking her cauldron with his arm and causing it to crash to the ground. The cauldron shattered and the failed potion began to eat into the floor. Andromeda rushed over and waved her wand, drawing the fumes up and banishing them. 10 points from Gryffindor. Mr. Weasley, in my class we watch where we are going. It wasn't me, Professor, Bulstrode knocked into me. Ron said, trying to defend himself. Millicent shook her head. I did no such thing, you elbowed me. Prove it, you troll. Ron shouted. 30 additional points, and you will serve detention this week with Mr. Filch. You will not insult students in my classroom, do you understand me? Andromeda said, moving to stand in between Ron and Millicent. Ron didn't say anything, but went back to his table. He's going to be a nightmare this term. Andromeda noted. In the chamber, Bellatrix watched as the bones of the basilisk were piled up to one side. What can we do with those? She asked the goblin foreman. He thought for a moment. They are yours, if you would like, we'll mount them for you. For an additional 5% of the profits on the skin and meat. Bellatrix thought for a moment. That would make an impressive sight, and with the right enchantments, it could be a guardian down here, do it. She said to the goblin, who turned and shouted to his crew in their native tongue. You certainly seem to. Avenue excited Chief Rawtooth. Fleur noted as she came to her sister wife's side. He's going to mount the basilisk skeleton for me. I have some idea for what I want to do with it. Bellatrix responded, I'm going to animate the bones and make it our very own 60-foot-long guard dog. Well, guard snake anyway. I like it. Ari might. Avenue and Art attack though. Fleur said, thinking of her poor husband being surprised by the giant skeleton. I'll tell him when he comes down at lunch. Bellatrix said, waving her hands dismissively. Besides, I'm sure there's something more frightening than some animated bones. This is the scariest thing I've ever done. Peter thought as he knocked on his parents' door. Genevieve stood beside him, holding his hand for moral support as they waited for his mother to open the door. Beatrice smiled as she let her son and his girlfriend into her home. The smile only grew as she noted a small diamond ring on Genevieve's hand. Well, hello you two, what are you doing here? We just came to visit Mum. Peter said as his mother embraced him and then Genevieve. Genevieve, for her part, was getting better at accepting hugs from people that weren't Peter, he noted with some amusement. Well, we do have something to tell you and Dad. Beatrice's eyebrow raised slightly at her son calling Malcolm Dad, instead of the Major. All right, he's in the kitchen having his lunch before going back to the palace, she said, leading them into the house again. Just like the first time, the small white dog sniffed Genevieve before deciding she wasn't important enough to warrant keeping an eye on. Malcolm looked up from his pasty as Peter and Genevieve came into the kitchen. So, here's my favorite two magic users. Gregory said that you did reasonably well at the range. Beatrice went to the sink to begin washing the dishes. If I'd have known you were a wizard, Peter, I'd have asked you to help with the chores more often, she teased. Genevieve walked over, drawing her wand and waving it over the dishes. Beatrice stood back watching the dishes scrubbing themselves in amazement. Now that we have your attention, Genevieve and I have 3 things to tell you. 2 you'll like, but the other you might not. The good news, I've asked her to marry me and she said yes. Peter stopped as his mother rushed up to hug him again. Congratulations, son. Malcolm said once Beatrice went to hug Genevieve, shaking his son's hand. Thanks, Dad. The other thing though. Here, Peter took a breath, we're moving to France after the wedding. Genevieve has a manor in Alsace. Beatrice looked as if she would cry. Even Malcolm seemed to pale slightly at the idea of his son moving so far away. Is it about the Death Eaters? Partially. The other part is I would like our child to go to school at Beauxbatons. That is the school I went to as a girl. Genevieve said, her hand going to her stomach. He asked me to marry him before we found out. I'm going to be a grandmother. Beatrice said, tears forming in her eyes. I'm finally going to be a grandmother. She hugged Malcolm. We're going to be grandparents. That went better than I expected. Peter thought as he drew Genevieve against him. Dotting her softly. Genevieve for her part smiled when the key broke. If it's a girl, I would like to name her after my mother, Yvette Evangeline. She said softly. Peter thought for a moment. What about Evangeline Marie? That way we're including my mother. Your birth mother was also named Marie? Beatrice asked. To which Peter shook his head. No, her name was Martha. I don't really care about that side of my family though. I was thinking more about my real mother. Beatrice Marie Davis. Beatrice pulled them both in a bone-crushing hug. Malcolm watched and patting his son on the back, turned and made his way back out to his car. Keep her safe, son. Keep them both safe. During the walk from potions to care of magical creatures, Harry heard girls shouting heatedly. This can't be good, he thought as he rushed towards the sound, Pansy and Hermione following behind him. Lisa Turpin shoved Luna to the ground while Marietta Edgecombe and Cho Chang had wands drawn on one another. What is going on? Harry asked as he pushed past Turpin and helped Luna up. Loony here needs to learn that Ravenclaws don't run around currying favor with the current flavor of the wizarding world. Turpin spat at him. Luna Lovegood is my friend and she is under my protection. If you even think of touching her again, I promise you I will happily go to Azkaban for the rest of my life after I'm done with you. Harry said in a dangerously soft voice as he moved between Luna and Turpin. Harry turned to Hermione. Will you go get Professor Flitwick? I think he needs to know about how his house has been treating my friend. Hermione nodded and rushed off back to the castle. Professor Flitwick had been furious to say the very least. Detention with me for the rest of the month. 60 points from Ravenclaw for the both of you, and I promise if something like this happens again, you'll have snapped wands and a train ride back home before you can say, Rowena. Turpin and Edgecombe looked miserable and barely managed a, yes sir, before practically running away back to the castle. Flitwick looked to Cho, 10 points to Ravenclaw for being a shining example of what my house is supposed to be. And 10 points to Gryffindor for Mr. Potter Black and Miss Granger for their bravery. Harry looked over to Cho, thanks for sticking up for Luna. He said to her. Luna smiled. Cho Chang is one of the few Ravenclaws who have stood up for me. The other is Padma Patel. Harry nodded. She and her sister are already members of Potter Black House. Apparently being my friend is getting more dangerous, so we've decided to make a safe place here at Hogwarts. Got room for one more then? Cho asked, to which Harry nodded. We'll get you a runestone. It was much later. After dinner as Harry showed Cho the way to the chamber, the goblins have made individual rooms for each person, and best of all. He hissed the opening phrase to the chamber. They put in stairs. When I came down here in second year I had to jump. As they made their way down the stairs, Cho had a moment to think about the young wizard beside her. You know, I really should have went with you to the Yule Ball last year. Cedric was. Not what I thought he would be. Catching Cedric with Roger Davies had not been a high mark on the list of things Cho wanted to see. But they were caught snogging by the fifth-year prefects for Ravenclaw. Cedric's status as champion, and Roger's status as prefect had been the only things that had kept them from being more famous than Cedric already was. She sighed. I should have been more aware that he was a seeker for the other team. He spent so much time on his hair, it was like he sparkled. That ended up being his nickname in our house, Sparkles. She chuckled. Do you think the ball would have went better if we'd went together? Harry nodded. It's not like it could have went worse. Impulsively Cho leaned in and key. Ed him, there. That's the key. I would have given you if I'd have said yes to you. Harry was stunned by the key. Stunned enough that he didn't notice the giant skeleton mounted on an iron frame, nor did he notice the group of witches, 2 of whom he was married to, and others that he was connected to by the coven watching them. You finally key. Ed him Cho. Took you long enough. Susan said, laughing at the look on Harry's face. Romilda glared at the retreating forms of the Gryffindor Quidditch team as they made their way down the halls towards the pitch. There's no way those miserable bints haven't gotten with my future husband in the showers. Well, that's fine. Romilda Vane is no quitter. They can give Harry all the practice he needs for Valentine's Day. She went back to her trunk and opened it, casting an eye around for anyone coming into the girls' dorm before she moved aside her makeup kit. There it was, protected by a freshness charm, her secret weapon to win the heart of the most famous wizard in generations, cauldron cakes, filled with amortentia. You will make him see me as the most beautiful, most desirable witch in the world. Similar thoughts were had by one Ginny Weasley. She was in the middle of her potions class, listening as the mother of whore number 3 explained the method of brewing a potion for curing boils. She had inherited her mother's skill in brewing potions, so this was an easy-o for her. Or she had thought. Andromeda looked at the young witch. Miss Weasley, can you tell me what happens if you drop a bezoar into a vat of wine before grinding it into a powder? Ginny frowned then thought. It negates the alcohol in the vat. She answered. Half right. After it negates the alcohol, it becomes useless. So, remember class, when you go to an apothecary, if they carry their bezoars preserved in alcohol, that it will be largely useless. There may be some small amount of residual magic in it, but most likely it will still allow you to be poisoned. Andromeda said, turning from Ginny to the class as a whole. The homework for the class will be afoot on ways to tell if ingredients are counterfeit or otherwise damaged. Now then, you have until the end of class to finish your potions. Raise your hands if you need assistance. Ginny looked over to her lab partner. Colin Creevy would work as an informant. He was obsessed with learning everything he could about Harry Potter. She put on her best smile. Colin, have you heard any of the latest gossip regarding, Sir Harry? Rhiannon watched from the stands as Harry took to his broom. The Quidditch games were something that she had never had time for during her first time at Hogwarts, though Tonks and I did have quite a lot of fun under the Hufflepuff stands. She thought with a smile. By reflex, she reached for the packet of cigarettes she normally had in her pocket. She withdrew her hand as if stung by a bee. That's right, Tonks made me throw them out. Doesn't want me to be a bad example to the pups. She grumbled and brought her hand back up to rest in her lap with the other one. Being a werewolf, she was immune to the more dangerous aspects of cigarettes. She'd never have to worry about cancer, for example, but they were still addictive. I know I could just get a purging potion from Andromeda, but I need to be strong enough to protect Harry. I can do this on my own. Trying to keep her mind off of the desire for a smoke, Rhiannon cast her mind back to the day before they left for Hogwarts. She, along with Tonks and Harry, had paid a visit to her childhood home. For the first time in years, she was face to face with Cuthbert Cosgrove. Her father looked nearly the same as he had the day he'd left her at King's Cross Station at the end of Yule break. The day she'd turned around once he'd left and went looking for a job. He was still tall, a bit thinner than he had been, but he had the same bald head and slightly larger than normal ears. She remembered vaguely that her mother used to tease him by saying that he got his ears splashed with a swelling solution. Rhiannon. It's been so long, he said, rushing to embrace his daughter. Rhiannon felt the tears start the moment she smelled her father's aftershave. How many times had a sobbing little girl, missing her mother, took comfort in his arms? Hi Daddy, she said in a near whisper. I'm sorry I haven't been round. I was so scared that something terrible had happened when I got your letter telling me that you hadn't went to the castle. I could have kicked myself for not putting you on the train myself. He said, his eyes full of their own tears. A lot of things happened, stuff I'm not proud of and stuff that it won't do any good dredging up. I just wanted you to meet Harry and Tonks. Rhiannon said, breaking the embrace slowly and taking Harry and Tonks' hands, bringing them to her side. Cuthbert Cosgrove was a relatively old-fashioned man, and finding out that your daughter was in a relationship with Harry Potter was a definite surprise. Finding out that Harry Potter was also in a relationship with his daughter's best friend was another fairly large surprise. Finding out that they were all three in a relationship was the limit. No more surprises today, please. I just got a decent bill of health from St. Mungo's. I'd hate to go back on the potions again finding out that you were pregnant. Rhiannon placed a hand on her stomach. No Daddy, Tonks is the only pregnant witch in this house. She wasn't too worried about that at the moment. Female werewolves weren't especially fertile. But this was Harry Potter she was dealing with. If anyone could make her kill a rabbit, it would be him. She would go back on the potion she decided. She could ask Andromeda to brew it for her when they got to Hogwarts. The rest of the day had been peaceful. Harry had given her father the balance sheet for Rhiannon's pay as his bodyguard. It was enough that, along with his pension from the ministry, he would be able to afford the upkeep of his house. Rhiannon was brought back to the real world by a cry from Harry. Instantly she was up, her wand in her hand, eyes scanning the grounds for a threat. She drew in a breath when she saw that his cry was actually a whoop of victory as he caught the golden snitch. Settling back down she sighed, Andromeda will have the potion for me by the time we're ready for dinner tonight. Peter hated portkey traveling more than any other form of magical transport he'd found so far. But it is faster than taking a plane across the channel, especially considering my fiancé doesn't exist in the Muggle world. he thought as he allowed Genevieve to guide himself, along with Doris and Constance out of the French ministry and out into the streets of magical Paris. We will need to apparate to the vineyards on the outskirts of Lalaurie Manor. Genevieve said to the group, however first, it's been far too long since I've had a proper meal in a French cafe. Peter rolled his eyes in a teasing manner. Very well, Mrs. Lalaurie, let on and we shall follow. His belongings would be traveling here thanks to the Royal Air Mail. The office, a small house Gringotts had arranged to be built on the manor's grounds, would technically be their address. Lunch at a French cafe was a new experience for Peter and Constance. To everyone's surprise, Doris ordered for herself in perfect French. Doris looked to the others with a raised eyebrow. What? I'm not allowed to know a second language. I also know German and Spanish. The older woman asked. So all those times I would tell Peter what I wanted to do to him. Genevieve said, her face taking on a look of horror. Doris grinned. Yep. I knew every dirty word of it. Peter and Constance looked at one another in confusion. Doris winked at Peter. Want to know all the things she said? Then she and Genevieve burst out laughing. Okay. I know I'm lost, but how are you, Constance? Peter asked the younger of the two now former oars. As lost as old pocket change. She replied. Genevieve taught me what to say before we left. We wanted to play a little joke on you too. Doris explained, pausing when their meals arrived. I've been to France a few times as part of my job as an oarer, but I always used the translation charm. Then conversation was halted as the foursome began to eat their meals. Andromeda handed the potion to Rhiannon. Here you are, 1 month's dose of contraceptive potion. Guaranteed to prevent babies or double the money you didn't pay me back, she said, grinning. Rhiannon looked at the potion. Well, cheers then. She raised a pinky as she downed the potion. No sooner had she taken the potion than she turned pale and grabbed the closest thing she could, a cauldron, and began to heave into it. Once she was finished, she banished the contents and wiped her mouth on her sleeve. I don't think your potion was right. Andromeda drew her wand. Rhiannon, I know how to make a contraceptive potion. Before I got my healer's mastery, I paid my bills by brewing potions for St. Mungo's. Let me check something. She waved her wand at the young woman. A soft white glow surrounded Rhiannon, then the white slowly turned pink. There's only one reason that a contraceptive potion would fail like that. You're pregnant, and according to my scan you have been for almost a month. Rhiannon paled. No, I can't be. I would have noticed something. I haven't smelled a baby in me. Andromeda shook her head. Women with your condition don't tend to get pregnant easily or often. It's possible you just thought the scent of motherhood was just the result of yours and Nymphodora's inspection of the third-floor broom closets. Rhiannon sank into a chair. This is a disaster. I'm a werewolf. What if I hurt the baby when I shift hell? What if Richard Holder was right and I end up eating it? Harry is going to hate me for this. Andromeda quirked an eyebrow at that. Why would he hate you? You're in a relationship with him. Because we weren't expecting a baby. At no point did either of us say, hey, I've got an idea, let's put a little Harry or Harriet in there. Rhiannon said miserably, the only person who'll be thrilled is my dad. He'll love the idea of a grandchild. Then a horrified look came to Rhiannon's face. What if I pass on my curse to the baby? Andromeda placed a hand on her shoulder. I think we need to get Harry and Nymphodora in here. Quote. You know she hates being called that, right? Rhiannon said, trying desperately to think of anything besides the life inside of her. Yes, I also know that. I think it's a beautiful name, and it's a fitting punishment for all the years she's shaved off of my life with her antics as an oar to call her by her first name. Andromeda said with a smirk as she drew her wand. A few moments later, a silver falcon flew through the closed door on its way to find Harry. Neville sat beside the most beautiful girl in Hogwarts as the pair worked on their assignments in companionable silence. He'd been in love with her from the moment they'd practiced their charms together in the DA. Luna Lovegood smiled at the comforting warmth of the handsome wizard beside her. Neville was one of the very few who had never called her Loony. The library was their place now. It was quiet and peaceful thanks to the dictatorial nature of the librarian. She leaned over and kissed his cheek gently, thoroughly enjoying the look on his face and his swiftly reddening cheeks. What was that for? He said in a near whisper. The Nargles told me you needed to be key. Ed. She said simply. Ginny had detention with Andromeda tonight. She wasn't surprised that would be one of the women keeping her from her man that had given her a detention. Not allowed the use of her wand. Her job was to scrub out the cauldron and then dust the ingredient shelves. Andromeda watched her from her seat. She had decided to grade papers while she had Ginny in the room. It served two purposes. The first was that she did need to have these papers graded, but the second one was that it allowed her to look inattentive, in order to see if Ginny would do something stupid. I don't trust you as far as I can throw you and that by.ch of a mother of yours tried to break up my family, she thought as she scratched out a misspelled word from Vincent Crabbe's paper. She found her thoughts drifting to her conversation with Rhiannon. Harry had taken the news of her pregnancy much better than Rhiannon had, but Tonks had taken it best of all. Tonks pumped her fist. Hell yes. Our kids get to be best friends. She shouted in celebration. Meanwhile, Harry drew Rhiannon into his arms. So, a baby. That's what the lady said. Rhiannon said, a hint of a wry grin on her lips that swiftly faded back. I promise, Harry, I didn't try to get pregnant to trap you. Harry squeezed her gently. How would I be trapped? We're together. So all this really means is what Doris said, your children will be the same age more or less. So, you're not mad? Rhiannon asked, thoughts of the look of disgust on the face of Richard Holder running through her mind. Harry Key. Ed her, no, all it means is a woman that I love is having my baby. Rhiannon blinked an errant tear away. You love me. Of course I do, and when you're ready, I want to make you a Mrs. Potter Black. Harry said to her, when's your Hogsmeade weekend? She asked him, I figure Tonks and I can wear the outfits we had at your knighting. The bride and the groom will both be in trousers, I like it. Harry said key. Dotting her again. Andromeda looked back at her grating and smiled. Ginny looked up from the cauldron. Back to your work, Miss Weasley. Andromeda chided her. Lalaurie Manor was, palatial was the only word Peter could think to use. Aside from Buckingham Palace, of course, this was the largest residence he had ever seen. This place is enormous, Genevieve. It was just you, your sister, and your dad. Yes, Peter, aside from the house elves. Genevieve said, taking his hand and leading him into the foyer from the front yard. Peter let out a long whistle as he took in the massive entrance hall. I am deeply intimidated by this place. It's like being in a museum. Do not be like that, Peter. This is our home. Our child will grow up here, perhaps even a sibling or two. We will make this place somewhere that you are comfortable. She smiled and ed him softly. It's been cleansed of dark artifacts now. This house is safe now. And it's our house. Peter sighed and leaned against the wall. I just need some time with this place. Maybe there's a room somewhere in this house where I can put a recliner. You don't even own a recliner. Genevieve said with a fond smile. I know, but I could still get one. Make one room in this place all tacky and British. He said, grinning as he drew her against him. While the two spoke inside the manor, Doris and Constance were inspecting the grounds and the wards. Tough wards, but I think we could strengthen them a bit. Doris said contemplatively. You're sounding like Mad Eye Moody. Constance said, looking to her friend. Alistair is a smart man when it comes to wards. He had one in particular I'd like to add. If Riddle sends anybody here, it's basically an overpowered sonorous charm. It'll pop their heads like grapes from the feedback. You dated him before Ernest Creedmoor, didn't you? Constance asked, to which Doris merely grinned. We both are just fans of unconventional warfare. Another safe house, this time on the outskirts of South London, Moody thought as he looked through his charmed binoculars. 3 Death Eaters, looks like there's some Muggle children in there too. He said, offering the binoculars to Malcolm Davis. How can you tell the children are non-magical? He asked the other man as he noted the grouping of the targets. They are the ones tied up. Moody supplied as he drew his wand and began to put down anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards. Inside the safe house, the senior Death Eater grinned as he picked up a silver-bladed dagger. Now, you kids are in for some real fun. Our Lord wants some corpses to turn into Inferni, and you're the first volunteers. Please, sir, let us go home. One of the girls said piteously while the younger boy beside her cried. The Death Eater smirked and played with the blade, rubbing his thumb against it. Something you'll learn in the brief period that you're still alive. Please, doesn't do anything except make me want to kill you more. He came closer to the children. At that moment his head exploded in a fine pink mist. Outside, Malcolm chambered another round in his L96A1. The sniper rifle had been outfitted with the magic draining bullets Moody had procured for him, but that shot hadn't required anything more than a trained eye and a steady hand on the trigger. The other two Death Eaters inside stepped closer to the door. I don't know who's out there, but if you try anything we'll kill the children. Another bullet ripped through a Death Eater as Moody's killing curse hit the other one. Right lads, get in there and take the kids out. Or Moody is going to leave our calling card once the children are secure. The SAS soldiers made their way in, returning in a few moments with 10 pale and frightened children. Moody looked to his OR team. All right, make sure they're not cursed, then obliterate them. Make them think they were just attacked by a random nutter and that the solidars here saved them. Once that task was completed and the children were safely on their way back to Croydon to be reunited with their parents, Moody lifted his wand and cast Fiendfire. In a matter of moments the safe house was consumed by the enchanted flames. Now for the final touch. Flicking his wand over the burning building, the winged dagger appeared over it. It's a thing of beauty, watching these bastards' hovels go up in flames. Moody said to Malcolm, now for the real torture, the paperwork. Malcolm nodded. Too bad we can't just put down. Went to safe house outside of Sutton, killed the bad guys. Theodore Knott Jr. and Blaise Zabini were not happy students at Hogwarts. Their head of house had been replaced by Professor Sinestra, and she was not in the habit of doling out house points to make Slytherin look good. Worse, in Knott Jr.'s mind, all the good-looking birds have left to join up with Potter. Blaise looked at the letter his mother had written. Apparently Mum is ready for a 9th husband and she's thinking very seriously about making it. Sir. Harry, he said disgustedly, because that's going to work out excellently for our entire family. Your mother will just end up poisoning him. It's what she does to her husbands. She'll be there long enough to get some money out of him and then he'll have the wrong bowl of porridge and down goes Potter. Knott Jr. said to his friend, provided she does the same to his other wives, she'd cop the lot. She's not that bloody good. No one is. If she managed to kill 3 of them before the other ones figured it out and put her down, I'd be amazed. Blaise pointed out. Millicent listened to the 2 grousing 6th-year students. She rolled her eyes and went back to her potions essay. I'm so glad Professor Tonks has given us Wide-Eye Potion as our assignment this time. That was the first potion I figured out over summer break. Knott Jr. smirked. I know what'll take our mind off things. A nice game of splatter the firsties. Blaise grinned at the idea of hexing the first years. That had been a Slytherin rite of passage for as long as he could remember. It taught the first years to be aware of their surroundings and to fear the older students. At that suggestion Millicent frowned and rose from her seat. You 2 morons will not touch the first years. This isn't Snape's Slytherin house. Acting like baby Death Eaters is not tolerated anymore. Come off it, Bulstrode. Your dad is marked same as mine and Zabini's mum. Knott Jr. said, quit acting like a Gryffindor and join in the fun. Millicent thought for a moment and then nodded. All right, Theodore, I will have some fun of my own. She punched him hard in the side of the head, knocking him down into a boneless heap. She turned to Blaise. When he wakes up you can tell him for me, anyone who tries to harass the younger students will deal with me. Do you got that? Blaise nodded furiously, a dark stain appearing slightly below his waist. Millicent pushed past him to the door of the common room. Professor Sinestra will want to know about your planned attack. While I'm out, I should probably talk to Daphne and Pansy about putting up some more wards around the dorms. In her townhouse in North London, Teresa Zabini looked at her plans for seducing Harry Potter Black. The best way to do it will be to appeal to his good nature. I'll come across as a desperate widow afraid of Voldemort and convince him to protect me. After enough time that he starts to trust me, I'll start showing a little skin, put a little love potion in my perfume and get him hooked. Then after the wedding, he'll be my dear departed husband like all the ones before him. She felt no remorse from planning the death of a young man she planned to marry. The only time she'd ever felt guilty about what she was doing happened shortly before she killed her then husband Herschel. It wasn't supposed to have been like this. In their 7th year, she told the only boy she'd ever loved that he needed to take her away quickly, and he'd refused. He was in love with that miserable by.ch Alexandra Tate. She'd begged him, with tears in her eyes, to love her instead. Otherwise, she was going to be married to George Winthrop, a man nearly 30 years older than her. He'd still refused. George gave way to Michael, which gave way to Stephen, and then Marcus, David, Thomas, Reginald, and finally Herschel Zabini. She'd hated each one, but she'd married them for what they could offer her. But none of them had been Roger Dorset, none of them had his eyes, or his smile. She hadn't seen him since Hogwarts, now she was standing in his shop. Roger, you have a choice: you can die here, or you can come away with me. Teresa, I've told you, I love Alex. He'd said to her, still sounding brave despite being tied to his chair. Roger, he'll kill you. Please, come away with me. We'll forget this war. I don't want to kill you, but I will do it. She told him, tears in her eyes. He'd refused her again, and thus, his death in the form of a vial of concentrated manticore venom poured down his throat was the one thing she regretted. Herschel had known about her feelings, having went to Hogwarts with them. He had mocked her for crying when she returned home, and that led to his own death. Teresa found that, as it always did, the memories of Roger Dorset always brought tears to her eyes. Summoning a tissue from the box at her table, she dabbed at her eyes. Still, it did her no good to dwell on a man who never loved her. She would seduce Harry Potter Black, insinuate her way into his wives, and then arrange accidents until she was the only one left, then she would claim his fortune. Maybe then I'll feel something when I'm one of the richest women in London. She doubted it though. If Teresa Zabini was honest with herself, a nasty practice that she indulged in infrequently, she knew that she had been numb most of her life. Roger Dorset had grown up a few miles from her. Had her parents allowed her to leave the manor as a child or to have playmates, they could have been friends. Instead, she'd had to content herself watching him from her bedroom window. He'd seen her a few times and had waved to her each time. She had waved back, wishing like anything that he would fly his broom to her window and take her away from her home. But he never had. They didn't actually speak until they were 11 years old. She'd been sorted into Slytherin, and he had been in Ravenclaw. She finally had her chance to talk to him though. And she found him already talking animatedly with 2 other girls. One was a Hufflepuff like his jug-eared friend Cuthbert, Jane something or another, and the other one had been that by.ch. She hated Alexandra Tate from the very moment she laid eyes on her. How dare that miserable by.ch look at him like that, with those sparkling blue eyes? How dare she touch his shoulder when he made a joke? He was hers first. They were going to connect here at Hogwarts and she would be free from the machinations of her family. Every year she tried to find what it would take to drive a wedge between Roger and that by.ch. She knew that Roger wanted to be free from the clutches of that miserable little harpy. But he didn't know how to say it, that was it. She'd help him find the words. She never found the words. She lost him in her 7th year when he left with that by.ch. Then came her chance. Her master, the Lord Voldemort, had ordered her to kill him and destroy his shop. Herschel was going with her in order to ensure that very thing happened. While her husband ransacked the shop, she'd pleaded with him to run away with her. She would kill Herschel and leave his body in the ashes of the shop, and they could run away and live off of Herschel's money. But he'd refused her again. She'd been forced to kill him. She'd apologized even as she forced his lips open. She'd keyed his forehead once he was dead, gently closing his eyes. She got her revenge on the woman who'd forced her to murder her Roger. She made her watch when she killed her precious Jane. Then her master had turned that by.ch into an owl. His South Avenue, Bellatrix would break her wings and leave her in the woods for the dogs to find. That had been the first time she'd smiled in years. Watching Bellatrix walk out of the safe house carrying her. This is a good day to get drunk and try and forget again for a little while. She thought as she rose from her chair. Desperate to chase the ghost of Roger Dorset from her mind through self-medicating with as potent a brandy as she could find. Hogsmeade weekends didn't usually mean a wedding. Not without a surprise pregnancy anyway. Harry supposed, as he fiddled with his tie, that since Rhiannon was in fact pregnant, that at least they were in good company in that aspect. In her room, Rhiannon practically snarled as she snatched the dress from the hands of a smiling Tonks. "I hate dresses and you know it." "Yep," Tonks said, popping the pea, as she watched Rhiannon strip down, "but it's your wedding. Your dad is going to be here, Hedwig is sitting with him, so you'd might as well look the part for the festivities." "I hate you, Tonks," Rhiannon muttered as she pulled the dress over herself. "I look like a right tart in this thing. Everyone is going to know the temperature of the room if they take one look at my dress," she said, looking down at her chest. "Then take the dress off and put on a cloth for Merlin's sake," Narcissa said as she inspected her makeup in the mirror. "I don't own one. I've never needed one," Rhiannon said. "That's why I've never bothered wearing anything but bloke's gear. Dora dear, there's a self-fitting cloth in my drawer. Hand it to Rhiannon. Rhiannon, you will wear a cloth on your wedding day," Narcissa ordered, to which Rhiannon rolled her eyes, but accepted the tossed garment from Tonks. "Right, because he's not going to rip it off of me, might as well put another step between him and the two of us celebrating loud enough to wake the dead." Back in Harry's room in the Lord's suite, Neville watched him as he tried to comb his messy black hair into some sort of shape. "Want me to knock on Hermione's door and ask if she still has hair potion from the Yule Ball?" he said, grinning. Harry rolled his eyes. "Nah, this'll just have to do." Neville had been a little surprised when Harry had asked him to be his best man. But considering the fact that Ron's mum and sister had been trying to dose him with love potion, I shouldn't be that surprised. Luna had been ecstatic when she'd found out about the impromptu wedding. Weddings mean feasts, Neville, and feasts mean pudding. Butterscotch, treacle, spotted dick, golden pudding. She had a look that Neville was willing to bet he wouldn't be able to match on their own wedding night as she thought about the dessert offerings Harry's house elves would supply. Luna had not been quiet once she'd left his side. The girls who called themselves Harry's Junior Coven had been squealing with their own excitement. Well, most of them. The former Caro twins had rolled their eyes at the other girls. Flora had a wicked smirk as she led her sister up to the stairs leading back out of the chamber. "Do you think Ginevra Weasley knows that her beloved Harry is getting married to another witch today?" "Why no, dear sister. We should definitely make sure she knows," Hestia replied with a grin as they left the bathroom and entered the hallway proper. Peter and Genevieve had enjoyed their first night at Lalaurie Manor. They were due back in London in the afternoon for a private hand fastening so his parents could be there. Then they would return to France as Peter and Genevieve Lalaurie and begin the life they would share as a married couple. Needless to say, Peter and Genevieve lingered in the soft and very warm bed before reluctantly rising to have breakfast with Constance and Doris. Harry had already given them a wedding present. Elon, the house elf of Mentures, had been uncomfortable in England, and so Harry had offered to let him bond with Peter and Genevieve so he could remain in France. Now the little elf bustled like a madman in the kitchen preparing a breakfast for the foursome. Doris sat in her chair sipping from a mug of coffee while Constance cast a translation charm on the French newspaper before her. "Morning all," Peter said as he sat down across from Doris. "The portkey goes off in 4 hours, so we need to be ready by then." Genevieve chuckled softly as she accepted her own mug of coffee from the house elf. "Peter dear, everyone besides you have used portkeys their entire lives. We know what we are doing." Peter accepted a glass of juice in place of coffee with a thanks to the elf. "Yes, but how many times have you used a portkey with a man who was raised to follow military schedules?" he asked in return, teasing her. Genevieve thought for a moment. "My maternal grandfather was in the ministry, as was my father. We were kept on a schedule." Peter sipped his juice before responding. "See, you ruined the joke when you brought in your facts and logic." Doris laughed at that. "Peter, there are precious few magicals with any sort of logic at all. For Merlin's sake, if she's going to bring logic into the discussion, let her." The rest of breakfast passed quietly enough. Then it was time to travel back to the point of embarkation for the portkey. Arriving back in London, the group made their way to Muggle London where they would meet up with Malcolm and Beatrice at their house. There a druid would waiting to perform the ceremony. In the taxi, Peter placed a hand on Genevieve's knee. "You all right?" he asked quietly. She nodded and looked to him. "I never thought this would happen to me. Finding you, loving you, none of this." Now, I'm less than an hour from marrying the only person to really love me, it's amazing. He smiled and keyed her, I love you Genevieve Lalaurie. She returned the key and rested her forehead against his, I love you, Peter Lalaurie. I pronounce you Mr. and Mrs. Potter Black, let no man tear asunder, that which magic hath brought together. The druid said as he wound the cord around Rhiannon and Harry's hands. You may key the bride. Harry keyed Rhiannon, softly at first as befits a wedding, and then it grew deeper as she pulled him closer. After the key, they clung together. She looked into his eyes, not a bad change of fate, from homeless criminal to bodyguard to wife. She smirked. You realize that tonight, you are mine, right? Well, I'd hope so. It's our wedding night. I wasn't planning on leaving you at the manor and going off to watch the cannons lose to the harpies. He said softly, watching as her smirk turned into a real smile. Actually, it's the harpies versus the kestrels. I've got 5 sickles on the match with Tom at the Leaky Cauldron. Cuthbert Cosgrove dabbed an errant tear from his eye. His little girl was married now. Jane love, she looks so happy now, I just wish you could see it. He'd loved Jane desperately, practically since the moment they first met in the Hufflepuff common room. When she vanished, it had nearly killed him. When her body was discovered, he had the first heart attack, and when Rhiannon vanished, he'd had the second one. Now he was doing better, but his healers had warned him that his health would always be fragile now. Hopefully he'd live to see his grandchild. Quite a service, Alex. He said finally to the witch beside him. Hedwig started from her daydream and looked to him. Sorry. Cuthbert repeated. I said, it was quite a service, Alex. She nodded. I'm sorry, I still haven't gotten used to being called Alex. Nearly everyone calls me Hedwig now. But yes, I'm glad my goddaughter is happy with Harry. Her mind was swarming with memories of her own wedding ceremony to Roger Dorset. Roger seemed distracted at the reception. When pressed, he had shrugged and told her that it was just a memory from before they took the express for the last time. Teresa Marconi asked me to run away with her, he said after his wife of 10 minutes had drummed her fingers expectantly on the table. I'm not sure why though. 7 years and she's only ever said a few words to me, then out of the blue she asked me to elope. Alexandra frowned. She always hated me, maybe she was jealous. Then she turned and nudged him. Look at Jane and Cuth over there. You know those two will be next, right? Roger smiled and nodded. The old boys mooned over her since the day we were all sorted. Like you were with me. We spent the entire train ride talking about Petty, and then when I found out he was gone. You were the one to try and make me feel better. That was the day I fell in love with you, Roger. She said softly. You saw me hurting because my first love was gone, and you did everything you could to make me smile again. I had to, Alex. A world where you aren't smiling isn't a world I want to live in. Roger squeezed her hand. Come on, Mrs. Dorset. It's time for us to get up and dance. Hedwig sighed softly. I remember a few things from the past. Roger. He wouldn't want me to stop living, she said, mostly to herself as she rose and crossed the dining room to congratulate Harry and Rhiannon. The ladies Delacour were busy discussing the influx of young witches to Harry's banner. They are calling it the Junior Coven, Apolline explained to her mother. They aren't marrying him, but will most likely seek line continuation or consort bonding instead. Gabrielle had only been half listening. She had been too busy thinking about the marriage she wanted to have one day. Then the words of her mother filtered into her mind. A junior coven. That's it. Maman. I want to join when I am older. I want to be in Harry's coven too. Apolline sighed softly and ruffled her daughter's hair. When you're older, mon petit, we will talk about it then. Poor Harry. First all of the living Blacks, and now he might end up with all the living Delacours. Still, Gabrielle is young. By the time she's old enough to join any sort of coven, perhaps she'll be of a different mind. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.